and shrugged at the law. Rohan saw Paul and Markin safely hoisted up to the cliff top, knowing they would rest for a time before making their long way around to the path to the crossing upriver. It would be past midnight before their return to Castle Crag, before he could look on his son's living face again. "My lord," Pansala began. "No." He glanced briefly at her, then at the pathetic heap of grey-black ash on the stones. "Not now." He walked slowly down the spiraling stairs to the main part of the castle, his gold crystalline oratory sparkling in the sunlight. The etched and faceted glass threw rainbows over the white carpet and furnishings, across gold and silver on the table. Rohan went to the far wall and sank to the floor, legs folded up, spine pressed against the stone where it merged with clear crystal. From here he could see the cliffs and watch his son's progress down the canyon road and know that Paul was safe. For how long? Rohan bent his head, covering his face with his hands. What good was all his power if he could not protect his son? He ought to crush the Merida now, and Prince Mion of Cunaxa as well for giving them shelter. Tobin would see this assassination attempt as the perfect excuse for invasion, even better than a Cunaxan encroachment onto Pyrenees soil. Why couldn't Rohan do it? And there was more he ought to do. Accept the Pyrenees' invitation and claim the princedom now. Order his wife's brother Davy to have the heiress Gemma instantly married to either of his sons, thereby securing part of Paul's future through his kinsman. No, Rohan reminded himself dully, not kinsman. Sinead was not Paul's blood mother. Ianthe was. Ianthe, daughter of Relstra, high prince and tyrant. And here in the environs of Castle Crag, Paul had nearly died. Did Relstra's malignant spirit linger here, as Rohan had vaguely sensed the other night? He turned his face to the sunlight, felt its warmth on his body. Neither Relstra's presence nor Relstra's example would taint Paul. Rohan would not order the invasion of Cunaxa. Neither would he seize a princedom nor play politics with a young girl whose only crime was to be born a princess. He had watched Relstra use his daughters as bargaining points, seen Relstra's armies on desert soil during a war based on flimsy pretext. He would not be the kind of high prince Relstra had been. If this was seen by some as weakness, he shrugged, for he cared about very few opinions in this world. He looked around at the rainbows on the white carpet, smudges of color against colorlessness. The oratory was finer for the sunlight, for the colors that spoke of its sunrunner prince. But the things with which Relstra had filled this oratory would have to be replaced. Rohan got to his feet, walked slowly around the perimeter of the glass cage to the table with its rich ornaments. His fingers clenched around one gold and amethyst goblet. An instant later, a crystal pane shattered and the priceless trinket vanished down the canyon to the dark water. Paul held himself with the stiffness of abused muscles and utter exhaustion. His body was reluctant to obey the order of his pride to stand straight and behave as the son of his father and mother ought. He walked into the huge banqueting hall without looking at any eyes other than those that were so like his own in a face as sternly controlled. Relieved murmurings chased each other through the assembly of vassals, ambassadors, and retainers. Paul was dimly aware of them, but most of his attention was focused on his father and on controlling a shameful need to be folded in strong arms. At this moment, when he must conduct himself as a man, he had never felt more like a boy in need of his father's embrace. Rohan descended the 4 steps from the high table and met Paul with a hand on his shoulder and a slight smile. The gesture and expression appeared casual, but Paul felt the long fingers tighten with fierce, possessive love. Then Rohan looked over Paul's head to the crowd. Then they both turned and faced the gathering. "We thank the goddess and the good people of Castle Crag for the safety of our beloved son. With such protection,
He will surely govern long and well over Prince March."
A cheer went up, and Paul felt his father tense, as if trying not to hug him close. He understood. They were not father and son right now, but high prince and heir. He looked around him, surprised at the real joy and relief on most faces, intrigued by the careful smiles on others. No one here wanted his death, he was sure of it, but there were those who would not mourn too long. He and Markin followed Rohan up to the dais, where Paul took the chair between his father and Pansala. Her face was pale and expressionless. She would not look at him. Markin sat on Rohan's other side, as weary and aching as Paul, but just as determined not to show it. The hall was silent. Rohan said, "Tell us what happened." Paul did. They had not stopped to wash or change clothes. He wanted everyone to see their bruises and dirt. He made especially certain that all knew of Maita's sacrifice, and if there was a catch in his voice as he spoke, no one blamed him. When he told of the colors on the arrow that had killed her, a low rumble went through the hall. His account ended with praise for those who had helped him and Markin to safety. He had made sure on the way back to learn their names. He paused then, ending with, "I'm grateful for your care of me today, and I'm sorry I didn't complete the climb and failed in my—" They did not let him finish the sentence.
"Failed!" someone cried. "We are the ones who failed you!"
And above similar protests, another called out,
"It's a stupid custom that nearly cost us our prince."
"I'm going to try again," Paul insisted. "And next time, I'll make it to the top and earn the flight back down, and I'll do it all on my own, too."
"Not if I have anything to say about it."
The large, burly form of Claydon, Athri of River Ush, stomped forth from chair to aisle.
"You proved your courage, and that's what the climb is for. We'll not risk you again, young prince."
"But it's the closest I'll ever come to flying like a dragon." Paul was instantly aware of how childish that sounded, and felt his cheeks burn. But though laughter rippled through the hall, it was kind, understanding, even admiring. He was confused until he heard his father whisper,
"Well done. You have them now, my hatchling."
And he realized that, without meaning to, he had done something very clever. The highborns of Prince March would have been duly impressed with a completed climb, but the attempt on Paul's life had done more to increase his value in their eyes than anything else could have done, and he had sealed their commitment by vowing to do the climb again. He was theirs now, claimed by them all as their prince. It was an odd feeling, vaguely reminiscent for a moment of his reaction on arrival, a little like being offered up on a golden plate. But then he understood. In claiming him, they had also given themselves. His father was right. He had them. If he was theirs, they were also his.
"We'll discuss it some other time, Lord Claydon,"
Rohan said, with a sidelong glance for Paul that combined paternal firmness and princely order. Another chuckle went through the assembly, and Claydon bowed, satisfied as to Rohan's cautionary instincts.
"For the moment," the High Prince went on, "we're happy to have him back, safe and sound."
I have something else I'd like to say." Paul was amazed when the sound of his voice commanded instant silence. "When we find Maita, she told me how beautiful she thought this land. I'd like to hold her ritual here, so that a little of her will remain in Prince March before her ashes are returned to the desert."
"Well said, Your Grace."
Lord Dreslav of Grand Varesh stood, his cup lifted high.
"To our young prince."
Later, when the royal pair were alone in Paul's chamber, and they were only father and son again, Rohan clasped Paul tight to his chest. Paul clung to him, trembling with weariness. After a time he calmed down and pulled away. "You don't mind, do you, about Maita's burning?"
"No, it was a good thought, politically as well as personally. I know she'd like becoming part of this land you'll rule one day. They say here that the ashes of the dead become flowers."
Rohan sat heavily in a chair and rubbed his eyes.
But I want the wind off the long sand for myself, Paul. Promise me that wherever I end, you'll bring me back home.
Father, you can't die. Don't talk that way. He knelt beside the chair and grasped his father's arm.
I'm sorry. Rohan smiled fleetingly. I'm very tired, and watching you on that cliff wasn't calculated to add years to my life.
I shouldn't have gone. Maita would still be alive.
And there would still be a Merida here to threaten you. Don't ever second-guess life, Paul.
He rested his cheek on Rohan's knee.
Mother's not going to be happy, he murmured. Markin will know how to explain it to her. She'll understand.
Even the way Pansala killed the archer?
Your mother has done similar things. She'll understand that, too.
Paul tried to imagine his mother doing what Pansala had done, and it was only too easy to see her green eyes blazing as she called down fire in defense of what she loved.
That's why she and Lady Andrade don't get along.
Rohan said suddenly.
Speaking of whom, she'll have quite a bit to say about this, and I don't think Pansala will enjoy any of it. But I doubt Andrade will even attempt to punish her. She broke the vow, but also saved your life.
Father, do you approve of what she did?
The man should have been taken alive and questioned. He might have given me the excuse I needed, in front of witnesses, to invade Cunaxa and destroy the Merida once and for all.
He stared at the dark, empty windows. But you're tempted to do it just the same? Paul ventured.
Without justification, I can do nothing. He looked down at Paul. Do you understand? Do you see that dearly as I love you, and afraid as I am for you, I can't go against the laws I myself helped to write?
Of course I understand,
Paul said, hiding astonishment that his father should be saying such things to him.
Besides, it might not have been the Merida behind this at all. It might be the man who claims to be Relstra's son.
Perhaps. Rohan rubbed his eyes. It'll be worse at the Riala.
I'll be careful.
I doubt there'll be another attempt before then. They'd have to be more subtle. Not everyone is happy that one day you'll rule 2 princedoms and probably a goodly chunk of Fyron as well. I don't mean to worry you with it, especially at your age, but you must know what we're up against.
Paul said softly. Thank you for saying we. You never have before.
Rohan blinked. Haven't I?
No, it's always been you and Mother or Che or Markin, never me included as an active partner.
His father looked bemused. It seems as if you've impressed me as well as everyone else today with the fact that you're growing up. Very well. We, meaning you and I, have a great deal to talk about, but we also need to sleep until at least noon tomorrow, and that is an order that we, as the High Prince and your father, will hold you to obeying.
Paul made a face, then laughed. I'm going to climb that cliff and fly down one day. I'm not the dragon's son for nothing.
But, still a hatchling, fly over to your bed and get some sleep.
Chapter 14. Andry surveyed his audience, trying to banish a sudden attack of nerves. He'd used up his full quota of reassurances, getting Andrade to agree to let him, rather than Urivel, experiment with a formula from the Star Scroll. He knew it would work. He had fretted with excitement all day long at the imminent prospect of proving his theory. But all at once, the idea of working an ancient sorcery unnerved him. He gulped down the peculiar lump in his throat and composed himself. He had chosen the little kitchen in the library wing for his demonstration. Not only was that whole section of the keep quiet and deserted at this time of night, but there was a necessary supply of running water and a hearth over which to concoct his potions. This was also the oldest part of the castle. He'd found its plan in one of the historical texts, and if Lady Marysel's spirit lingered anywhere at Goddess Keep, it would be here. Urivel and Morwenna were to be his subjects, while Andrade observed. Hollis was with them as well, looking a little strained around the eyes, as she gave him a slight smile of encouragement. She believed in his interpretation of the scroll, and thus could not be part of the experiment. Instead, she would help him and provide extra witness to what happened. "I've chosen an ointment whose properties I won't tell you about just yet, so your reactions will be spontaneous," he began. "I've mixed 2 versions, one according to the recipe as it stands, and the other following the indications of the manuscript code. I hope it's something you can counter with medicine of our own making," Morwenna said casually, though her suspicious gaze flickered to the pots on the table. "Of course!" He glanced at his great-aunt, whose face was perfectly expressionless, but her fingers beat slowly, arrhythmically, on the arm of her chair. Andry swallowed and attempted a smile. "It's nothing serious, believe me, and nothing we can't cure in an instant." "Get on with it, then," Urivel said. Andry directed them to chairs facing the door, backs to the hearth and the table where he would work from 2 small cauldrons. Hollis stood beside him, ready with clean cloths and a bucket of water. Andrade positioned her chair so she could watch everything, including Urivel and Morwenna. "I'm going to give you several doses each. You won't be able to see which pot I'm taking them from. They might all be the real thing, they might all be fake, or they might be any combination in any order." When all was ready on the table before him, well out of view of the subjects, he chanced another look at Andrade. She lifted one elegant brow in silent challenge. She wanted him to fail, to be proved wrong. The implications were too dangerous. Andry knew very well it was going to work, and at this moment gave not a damn about the implications. "Please hold out your right hands," he said. Taking a spoonful of thick, warm paste from one of the copper pots, he smeared a little on each upturned palm over the heel of the thumb. A few moments later, Urivel half-turned in his chair. "So? Nothing." "I know. That was made strictly according to the recipe. Hollis, can you wash off their hands for me, please?" He dipped the spoons into both mixtures this time, placed a little of one on Urivel's hand and the other onto Morwenna's. She tensed, expecting she knew not what, but it was Urivel who gave a gasp of surprise and pain. "Gods of storms! My hand's on fire!" His fingers were trembling, and the muscles of his hand cramped, drawing the thumb into the palm with a contortion as agonizing to see as it was obviously painful to experience. "Wash it off, quickly," Andry said to Hollis. When she had done so, the muscle slowly relaxed, and some of the tension left Urivel's face. "I take it that was the real thing," Andrade observed in her coldest voice. The fingers of her left hand drummed the tabletop. "Yes, my lady," Andry said. "Morwenna, please dip your hand into the water. Thank you. Any after effects, Urivel?" "It aches a bit, but the pain's gone." He inspected his thumb, prodded the heel gently. "Leave it on longer next time. I want to see if it'll spread to the rest of my hand." Andry said nothing, feeling Andrade's eyes on him like blue ice, while he smeared the different ointments over his subject's thumbs. Urivel cursed, sweat springing out on his forehead. The deep lines on his face drew taut with pain as his hand began to cramp around itself. "No, leave it on," he gasped. "It's spreading all through my palm. Goddess!" Andry winced in sympathy, as his fingers knotted together, muscles contracting to draw bones out of alignment. Urivel's other hand gripped the arm of his chair forcefully enough to splinter the brittle wood. Hollis reached over to wash his hand clean, but he shook his head, teeth gritted. "Enough!" Andrade exclaimed, as his wrist began to contort. Hollis bathed Urivel's hand in cool water, and his head fell back, his eyes closed and his face ashen. Andrade fixed Andry with a hard stare. "You proved your point." "But it's not fair to let Urivel be the only one." Morwenna turned in her chair and held out both palms. "Make one the fake and the other real. I don't know which it is from your little pots there." Andry looked to the lady. She nodded curtly. He applied the pastes to Morwenna's hands, and the fingers of the left began to curl up at once. Her breath hissed between her teeth. "Sweet mother! He was right! My whole hand's afire!" Andrade rose, grabbed the bucket of water, and plunged Morwenna's hand into it. "Congratulations!" she snapped at Andry. "You were correct. Now destroy that terrible brew at once." "But destroy it!" she thundered. "And you're lucky I don't order the Star Scroll burned as well. If this is the kind of knowledge it contains, then it ought to be burned." "No!" Andry exclaimed, unable to help himself. Hollis put a warning hand on his arm, and he subsided. "Hold your tongue," Andrade told him, "and say nothing of this to anyone. Do you understand me, Andry?" "Yes, my lady," he muttered. When Morwenna had recovered, she and Urivel left the little kitchen with Andrade. No one had said another word. Andry slumped into a chair by the glowing hearth and stared into the flames, grim silence like a too-heavy cloak on his shoulders. Hollis stood beside him, hands deep in the pockets of her trousers. "She's blinded by fear," Andry muttered. "She doesn't understand." "Perhaps you chose the wrong sort of demonstration," Hollis suggested. "It was dramatic, I'll grant you, but something that causes pain wasn't the wisest choice you could have made." "What else could I do? I couldn't very well make somebody sick and then cure it with something else from the Star Scroll, could I?" He rose and began to pace the tiled floor. "But I was right, Hollis, I was right. She just doesn't want to admit it. Do you know what it says about Dranath? That it cures the dragon sickness, what we know as the plague. Lady Merizil wrote in the scrolls that Dranath can cure the sickness, and we know that's right because we saw it happen. If we'd known sooner, if we'd had the scrolls, then maybe my brother Johnny and my grandmother and Lady Camigwyn and all the others would still be alive. And she talks of burning the Star Scroll." The usually soft-spoken Hollis rounded on him in sudden fury. "Can't you see why she's afraid? She's 70 winters old, Andry. The scroll threatens her, not because she's set in her ways, but because she's old and may not have time enough left to control the danger you've shown her. Can't you understand that?" He stared at her. In all the times he had secretly put himself in Andrade's place as ruler of Goddess Keep, he had never considered that one day he too would grow old, that time would grow short, that he would not be able to make plans and see them through, that he would die. Hollis evidently found something in his face that satisfied her. In quieter tones, she continued, "It's not that she doesn't want to know what's in the Star Scroll. She's frightened of a future she may not be around to shape. She spent her whole life at it. Do you wonder that it scares her?" "But she can't order me to burn it. She can't." "I don't think she will. She knows how important it is. But she also sees dangers you don't." Hollis rubbed her forehead wearily. "And forgive me for saying that you'd better learn to fear those dangers yourself." Silently, he took the 2 small copper pots from the table, went to the fire, and scraped out their contents onto the coals. A sickly stench rose, and he coughed, backing away hastily as his nose began to burn. Hollis, who had also gotten a faceful of the smoke, staggered over to a chair and slid into it, choking. Andry glanced around frantically, barely able to see through the tears clouding his eyes, snatched up a cloth to soak in fresh water at the sink. He ripped the cloth in 2, placed half to his own nose and the other against Hollis's white face. "Breathe," he ordered. After a moment the burning sensation faded, soothed by the droplets of water they both inhaled. But their eyes teared, and they coughed for some while afterward. When each had recovered, Andry crouched beside Hollis's chair and looked anxiously up at her. She wiped her eyes and tried a smile. "It seems we haven't translated far enough into the scroll to learn about that one. Believe me now?" Andry bent his head. "Yes,
I'm sorry, Hollis.
He felt her fingers tousle his hair fondly. Listen to me, little brother, for I hope that soon you will be my little brother. You're brave and clever and more intelligent than you have any right to be, and your gifts are far greater than you realized just now. I love you for yourself, Andrew, and for Markin's sake.
But,
he asked in a muffled voice, you're young. It takes years to learn how to be patient, how to be wise and cautious. Don't let your powers and your intelligence blind you to the fact of your youth. He looked up, about to reassure her that he would be cautious and wise, but the deathly weariness of her face swept all other thoughts from his head.
Hollis, are you all right? You look awful.
She chuckled softly. Another thing you'll learn with age is how to talk to a woman. The proper words would be, you look a little tired, why don't you go rest? But never mind. I'll find Sajast and get him to brew me a cup of that special taze of his. It works wonders.
I feel in need of a little myself,
Andrew admitted. He swears the recipe was given to him in secret by an old witch in the mountains, she said, smiling. Andrew grinned and got to his feet.
Who made him swear never to reveal its contents, or she'd pry out his eyes with her fingernails and draw his veins from his living body.
Andrew, she chided, don't make fun. Markin told me you were terrified of lizards when you were little because you thought they were baby dragons that had crawled out of their shells to breathe fire on you.
A perfectly natural assumption, but I suppose it really doesn't do to make fun of witches.
He glanced significantly at the door, where Andrade had disappeared.
You go to bed. I'll clean up in here. And you really do look awful, you know.
She pushed herself to her feet.
What happened to your share of your father's infamous charm? I'm saving it for a girl who's not already promised to one of my brothers.
It was very late, and Ryan had to keep pinching himself to stay awake. Following Lady Keeley on her nocturnal excursions in and around Ways was usually very dull. Tonight looked like no exception. Ryan had made quite a few friends in Ways through the natural inclinations of a sociable nature, through ulterior motives, and through sheer boredom. His informant, the servant of Jayachin's father, and sometime drinking companion at a local tavern, had heard from a footman, who had heard from an undercook, who had heard from Lady Keeley's maid, whom the undercook was courting, that she had ordered a horse saddled for an evening ride. A groom had accepted Ryan's help in readying the horse, and it had been child's play to cut a deep groove in the mare's off hind shoe. The mark would show up very clearly on ground still moist after the previous night's light rain, making it simple to follow Keeley. Ryan had done just that, after posting another servant outside his door, with orders to answer all inquiries with the news that he was abed with a summer chill. Slipping out by one of the multitude of doors was easy, and now he huddled beside a bush, watching a small manor house tucked into a stand of trees. The windows had been hung with black curtains, but jagged lines of light seeped through here and there, tempting him closer. He resisted, not knowing how many people might be within. He had no intention of being caught. He'd seen no guards thus far, but there was always a chance. Over the spring and early summer, he had followed Keeley whenever he could manage it. Most times she went to the homes of various notables in the city, including that of Jayachin's father. The visits were undoubtedly connected with plans for the Riala, but every so often Ryan strongly suspected that Keeley's arrival was a complete surprise to her hosts. She went out every 8 or 10 days, and once he had traced her to a dockside house. Investigation the next afternoon had revealed only a very large sailor and a very ugly servant woman, neither of whom he could imagine being of use to the Lady of Ways. Ryan had not seen her go to the house again, and cursed himself for scaring her away. His own visit had doubtless been reported, and she had not dared go there again. But tonight, the marked horseshoe had led him from the city gates to this country manor. Ryan had lost her in a wood, not being overly familiar with the paths around ways, despite interesting excursions with Jayachin. They usually had more to do than conduct a comprehensive walking tour, although Ryan had thus far enjoyed little romantic success. But the nick in the horse's shoe had served him well, and he had only to conjure a wisp of fire as needed in order to know where she had gone. Keely's journeys might be nothing more sinister than meetings with a lover. Ryan wouldn't have blamed her, Lyle being the dullard he was, but Keely had struck him as a cold woman whose passions would be reserved for power and hate. He'd heard the stories about her father and her sister Ianthe, and there was an odd feeling slithering around the residence these days. Chiana, after being rebuffed more than once by Ryan, had at last left him alone and concentrated on Lyle. Keely didn't even seem to notice. She spent a great deal of time away from the residence, saying she worked on arrangements for the Riala. But sometimes Ryan saw her sitting with plans spread out before her, staring into space with a secret, feral smile on her lips. After waiting what he considered enough time to make certain no one would come marching around the side of the house with sword in hand to guard whoever was inside, Ryan moved closer. He was sufficiently familiar with the mare tethered outside, so that the animal did not sidle nervously or whinny at this appearance. He patted her neck in thanks and crept up to the windows. He could see a slice of the room through the chink in the curtains. Clean, neatly but not luxuriously furnished, blazing with light that made him blink, it was the home of comfortable but not wealthy people. Keely walked past, and he started at her closeness to the window. She was wearing a light summer gown of green silk, and he could almost hear it swishing with the angry swiftness of her steps. Ryan squinted, trying to bring into focus a figure standing just out of his range of vision. A steely hand clamped down on his shoulder.
"What in all hells are you doing here?"
A voice hissed in his ear. He nearly yelped with fright. Another hand grabbed his jaw shut to prevent just that. Ryan considered struggling, abandoned the idea as too noisy, and was just about to go for his boot knife when he realized the hand over his mouth wore rings. He relaxed completely and lifted his own hand.
"So,"
the voice breathed, and let him go. Ryan followed the man away from the house. Safe in the cover of the trees, he saw a little finger of fire dance delicately atop a waist-high bush and nearly yelped again.
"Cleve?" he whispered. "What are you doing here?"
The older man grinned tightly.
"What I've done for most of my life, of course, following Lady Andrade's orders. So am I. She told me to watch Keely, but not, I think, to follow her all over ways and beyond."
Cleve sank down in the dirt, shaking his head, and Ryan crouched beside him.
"I can't tell you how many times I've had to hide from you as well as from her when she takes her little jaunts in the night." "You mean you? And I didn't see you?" "Of course not. Count your rings, Sunrunner, and then count mine."
Cleve gave him a genial slap on the shoulder.
"You've grown since I last saw you at Skybowl."
Cleve was one of the few itinerant Faradim who traveled the princedoms at Andrade's behest, observing and reporting things that sunrunners attached to specific courts did not usually hear about. He had been instrumental in certain maneuverings during the war the year Prince Paul was born, and during Ryan's childhood at Skybowl had sometimes arrived for a few days of relaxation, companionship, and good food. Ostville set great store by Cleve, and a running joke between them was the Athri's attempt to persuade Cleve to become his court sunrunner. Cleve hated walls of any kind, be they around a city or a small keep. He was happiest traversing the rugged lands around Cunaxa, Prince March, and the northern desert.
"Why so far from home?"
Ryan asked now.
"I could ask you the same. Has Clutha given up and thrown you out of Swale Keep in despair at your ever becoming a knight?
He doesn't trust Keely or Lyle either, Ryan answered, grinning.
And I'm to be knighted at the Riala. Father will be here, I hope. Say you'll stay long enough to see him. Wouldn't miss it. Do you know what Keely's up to? I know about the house by the docks, he began.
Cleve snorted.
You mean the one you scared her away from? I could have throttled you for that.
He doused the finger flame with a gesture and peered out at the house.
Get back to the residence now, Ryan. I can take it from here. Lady Andrade told me to watch, the youth said stubbornly.
Cleve gripped Ryan's shoulder.
Andrade would half kill me, and your father would finish the job if I let anything happen to you. So far, you've been safe enough. You haven't seen anything or learned anything important. But if what I suspect is true, then it's more dangerous than you know to be here tonight. What have you found out? A few things, he evaded. I hope to know for sure tonight. You did me quite a service, by the way. By following you, I found Keely. She's given me the slip the last few times out.
He got to his feet.
I'm going for a look and a listen. You can help me best by returning to town. There's a gold crofter named Ulrika who lives on New High Street. Meet me at her place tomorrow morning. Now move.
Ryan looked rebellious.
Cleve, sunrunner you may be and nearly a knight, but this isn't work for you. Do I have to number my rings and quote the authority they give me? No, but... So do as you're told. You'd better get started. It's a long walk.
Cleve softened the command with an affectionate nudge.
I'll tell you the whole thing tomorrow. You'd better, Ryan murmured.
Andry could not sleep. He almost went to Hollis's room to ask her to work the spell she'd been learning from Urivel, but basic decency demanded he let her rest. With or without Sajast's witch's brew, she had been exhausted recently. He shook his head as he pulled on his clothes, glad he'd grown up in sophisticated places where witches and the like were tales to entertain children. And yet, he was brought up short on the stairs as a thought hit him. Some of the things in the Star Scroll could definitely be considered witchcraft. Its very title was evocative. On sorceries. What if Sajast really had run into one of the old folk? He was more inclined to think the boy had encountered a sage who knew odd herbal remedies rather than a sorceress of the old ways, but someone had been watching the night Meath had delivered the scrolls, watching not on sun or moons, but the faint, thin glow of stars. Andry continued down the stairs, shivering slightly, and resolved to find out more from Sajast about his witch. He made his way to the library wing through the silent halls of the keep. He was nearly at the locked door of the chamber where the scrolls were kept when he realized Hollis had the key. So much for spending the night in soothing research, Andry thought ruefully, and wondered what else might ease his restlessness. A brisk walk around the gardens? Perhaps he could visit the stables to check on his horse. Masonel had been sadly neglected while he worked on the scrolls, and he felt guilty about it. His father had given him the young stallion when he had become Prince Davy's squire, a mount fit for the knight Andry would never become. Sorin had been gifted with Masonel's twin brother on his departure for Prince Volog's court that same year. A nice piece of work, twins for twins. But Sorin had put his Jocenel to the use their father had intended, and would be knighted this year. Andry wondered suddenly if Che was terribly disappointed that he had not done the same, and if he was, whether he would ever show it. The courtyard was empty but for cats on the hunt. Andry crossed the flagstones to the stables, expecting to hear only the drowsy sounds of horses in their stalls. The clink of a bridle startled him. He followed the sound to the far end of the building, stepping noiselessly on fresh straw. "Hollis!" he blurted, unable to prevent the exclamation when he saw her long, tawny hair. "What are you doing here?" She whirled and dropped the bridle in her hands. A saddle was propped in the straw near a fleet little mare that had been his father's gift to Andrade a few years ago. Old as she was, the Lady of Goddess Keep could still appreciate a fast ride on a good horse. Hollis stared for a moment, then bent to retrieve the bridle. The metal clanked with the shaking of her fingers. I thought I'd go riding. At this time of night, have you slept at all? She shrugged, back to him as she fitted the leather straps over the mare's head. Andry leaned his elbows on the half-door of the stall and frowned. Hollis loved horses and riding. She would hardly have been a suitable wife for the next lord of Radzing Keep if she had not, but this was more than a little strange. "Want some company?" he finally asked, a deliberately casual offer. She shook her head violently, untidy golden braids whipping around her shoulders. Her fingers were wound in the mare's black mane, and her body began to shake. Andry's jaw dropped when he heard a tiny sob claw up from her throat. He hauled open the door and went to her, patting her back awkwardly, wishing Markin were here to comfort her. He must be the reason she wept, Andry told himself. When she stopped crying, she faced him and attempted a smile. "I'm sorry. I'm not usually so silly." "You don't have to worry about the Riala, you know," he said, trying to explore his surmise about Markin. "My parents will love you, just as Markin does." She blinked, and he realized that his brother was the farthest thing from her mind. She didn't even bother to cover the reaction, and that startled him even more. "You're tired," he went on, floundering for excuses to explain her behavior. "You haven't gotten any sleep. Go back upstairs, Hollis." She nodded feebly. Andry took the bridle from the mare's head, hung it on a nail, and heaved the saddle back up onto its stand. When he turned, Hollis was gone. He caught up with her in the courtyard and touched her arm. She gave a little cry and started away from him. "Oh, don't sneak up on people! What are you doing out this time of night?" It was as if the moments in the stables had never occurred. He could find nothing in her face or her eyes to indicate she was not seeing him for the first time that night. "I couldn't sleep. I went to the library to work on the scrolls, but you've got the key." "It's up in my room." She cast a glance back over her shoulder at the stables, almost desperately. "I know," he said, more mystified than ever at her strangeness. "I'll just go back to bed and pretend I can sleep." "Maybe a book would help," she suggested, sounding more like herself. "I know several guaranteed to have you snoring in 2 pages. She laughed, but there was a wildness to the sound that canceled any relief he might have felt at the return of her sense of humor. She was fey and skittish as an untamed filly, not at all the sensible, practical Hollis he knew. Cleve slid up to a window, hoping Ryan would do exactly as told. Bother the boy anyhow, and bother Andrade for setting Ryan to do what Cleve was perfectly capable of doing all on his own. Still, he had to admit that the young man's presence had been useful tonight. He would never have found Keeley if not for Ryan. He moved around the side of the house, trying to find a partially open window that would allow him to hear what was being said inside, and nearly got hit in the face by a window suddenly flung wide. He flattened himself against the wall, clamping his teeth shut over an exclamation of surprise, and froze until the curtains dropped again to guard the light inside. "It's an oven in here, damn it! Hotter than the desert in high summer!" A man's voice grated. "If I have to try these damned clothes on, then at least save yourself the trouble of washing my sweat from them afterward." "You have absolutely no sense of caution. I'm sure I wasn't followed, but if you think we're safe, then think again." "Shut up, Keeley." "How dare you give me orders? And whatever possessed you to come into the city today, of all the stupid, foolish things?" "I was bored. You've kept me out here for longer than I can remember, and no harm came of it. Who'd recognize me?"
Someone recognizing you is exactly the point. If my former jailer hadn't been out drinking, no one would have been the wiser. But no, he had to be half drunk, and of course he had to run to you and tattle."
There was the sound of something, a chair, perhaps, crashing to the floor. Keeley gave a little cry, and then a curse, and the man laughed.
"Calm yourself. You came here to lecture me, and I'm not interested. Let's get on with the clothing, shall we?" "You'll learn to keep your mouth shut and do exactly as I say, or you'll ruin us all, Mazul."
When he spoke again, his voice was savage.
"I'm sick of being caged, and I'm sick of you telling me what I should and shouldn't do, and most especially, I'm sick of your doubts. When are you going to admit that I am who I say I am, sister darling?"
Cleve dug his fingers into the weathered wood of the house as his knees wobbled with sudden shock.
"Try on the tunic,"
Keeley said, with the inexorable ice of a mountain glacier. Cleve shifted so he could peer through the tiny gap in the black curtains. His muscles creaked a protest at the awkward stance necessary to avoid rustling a flowering bush, but his reward was a view of Mazul's head poking through the neck of an elegant, dark violet velvet tunic. Once, a very long time ago, Cleve had traveled to Einar on Andrade's business. Mid-journey he had nearly been trampled on the road by a group of highborns out for a day's hunting. No apology had been offered. Indeed, their young leader had told him to get his filthy sunrunner carcass out of the way or regret it. Laughing, they had ridden on. It had been Cleve's distinct pleasure to follow them in secret and scare off a prime stag by calling up a judicious gust of wind across its hind quarters. He'd amused Andrade with the story on his return to Goddess Keep. Her satisfaction had been all the greater when he had conjured the leader's face in the fire. She had identified him instantly. The face he saw now, green-eyed, high-boned, sensuous, sullenly handsome, would be, without the beard, nearly the living image of that arrogant youth, High Prince Relstra. He slid down the wall to the grassy ground, stunned. So the rumors were true, and his suspicions justified. The pretender existed, and Keeley was sheltering him. She had probably coached him in her father's mannerisms and the like, rehearsing him for an appearance at the Riala. And Chiana was at the residence in ways. Cleve understood that very well. Keeley's delight in Chiana's humiliation would be the final spice in the tase. The father of storms himself could not have created the uproar this Mazul would cause with Keeley's help. He could still hear voices from within the house, but paid them little mind. Mazul was trying on clothes, half a dozen garments designed to make him look as regal and as much like Relstra as possible. Cleve leaned his head back and squeezed his eyes shut, bringing both faces to mind again. The resemblance was there, no doubt of it. But was he truly Relstra's son? And if so, what then? Had he a right to his father's princedom? Strictly speaking, Cleve supposed he did. But Rohan had defeated Relstra years ago and claimed Prince March by all the rules of war. And none of that would matter. For even if Mazul was not who he claimed to be, many of the princes would choose to believe, if only to make trouble for Rohan. Political complexities were beyond him, Cleve told himself. He would convey this staggering news to Andrade, and she would make the decisions. She was very good at that. He pushed himself to his feet, bones aching a little with the dampness of yesterday's rain. He needed quiet, seclusion, and moonlight. He crept away from the house, not needing to see or hear anything more, heading for the trees where he'd left Ryan. Something warned him, some muted whisper at the edge of his perceptions, half an instant before he heard the voice.
"So you were right after all, Keeley. We were being watched."
A long, hard hand circled Cleve's wrist, fingers that dug all the way to the bones. The Sunrunner wrenched away and cursed, lunging for the mare tethered nearby. Mazul only laughed as Cleve grabbed the reins, fit his boot into a stirrup, and lurched up. The fist that slammed into his lower back made him spasm with pain. He lost his balance and sprawled to the ground.
"I told you I heard something!"
Keely cried, her voice thin and shrill.
"Mazul, what are we going to do with him?"
"First, we'll find out what he knows."
Cleve knew what would happen after that. He struggled to his feet, hanging onto the saddle for support, and lifted one hand.
"You'll answer to Lady Andrade. I'm Ferrari."
Into the darkness he spun a flaring weave of fire, called up in desperation, for by its light he saw his own death in Mazul's green eyes. The young man was laughing at him, a deep and mellow laugh that congealed his blood.
"I've always wanted to meet one."
Cleve fought a small, incoherent war with his lifelong vow not to kill using his gifts. Self-preservation and the need to get this information to Andrade battled against his training, his ideals, his vocation, and his morals. He turned his face to the moonlight, staggering back against the horse's flank as Mazul kneed him in the groin. The fire guttered out, and instinct spun other threads with frantic speed. Power flushed through him with dizzying strength in his need as he completed the weaving. The iron grip twisted his arm. He fell to his knees, tangled in moonlight. Sorting threads with frantic bursts of power, he struggled against Mazul's physical hold and made a mighty effort to pattern the moonlight into fabric that would reach to Goddess Keep. There was an icy chill at the base of his left little finger, quickly replaced by a searing pain.
"Finger by finger," Mazul said.
In his youth, when he delighted in invigorating battle with mountain raiders who respected prophets more than sunrunners, he'd known his share of wounds by knife and sword. But when Mazul's steel blade slashed off his finger, he felt as if his entire body had been cut open, every nerve severed. Threads of moonlight turned to spun silver glass around him and shattered. The shards lacerated his mind. He screamed, the sound becoming colors that were additional knives in his head, in his flesh. The thumb was carved from his right hand, and he screamed again.
"Don't kill him! We have to find out what he knows, and if he's told Andrade."
"It's only 2 fingers. He won't die of it. What a coward he is. Just listen to him yelling."
Cleve was incapable of fighting the appalling agony that butchered him from inside out. Another finger dropped into the blood-washed dirt. He died before they could ask their first question. Died not from loss of blood or physical shock, but from the steel that repeatedly pierced him while he tried to use his Ferrari gifts. Segev heard voices in the library just as he located the star scroll on the shelf. He froze, fingers extended, nearly touching his prize. A flicker of his mind darkened the tiny flame he had conjured to see by. He told himself to wait it out, stay calm, remember how close he was to success. Whoever had entered would soon be gone. He had waited earlier behind a row of shelves for Andry to leave. And he could wait again. But it was Andry's voice he heard.
"If you think Wilmot's essays are boring, you should try Doran's. At least Wilmot knows how to construct an argument. Doran's just plain awful at everything."
They were down the room from the small chamber where the scrolls were locked away with other important records. Segev rapidly reviewed the layout and breathed a sigh of relief as he recalled that the books Andry talked about were on the other side of the library. But then he tensed again when recognition of the second voice destroyed all his plans. "I was thinking along the lines of farming manuals as a soporific," Hollis said teasingly. Segev heard their footsteps fade down the long row of shelves and moved quickly. He had touched nothing but the lock on the door, so there was nothing to put back as it had been. He let his fingers brush longingly against the leather case containing the star scroll. then went to the door. He slid through, and the lock worked with a faint click. Pocketing the key, he cursed Andry for ruining it all. Hollis, obedient to a suggestion he had made tonight while serving her Dranoth-laced tays, had gone to the stables as planned to saddle a horse for his swift, unnoticed departure. But Segev dared not chance now that the mount had been left for him. He used the shadows to conceal his progress toward the main door, but froze again as he heard them coming back in his direction. There was an alcove nearby with a study table and a chair. Segev sat, opened a book left there, and put his head down on his folded arms. "Oh, Andry, look," Hollis said softly from nearby. "I didn't see him earlier. Poor boy." "He certainly is devoted to his studies," Andry whispered. "Should we wake him?" "He'll have a terribly stiff neck tomorrow if we don't." A gentle hand touched his head, and despite himself a shiver of excitement went through him. He had never forgotten that night with her, and doubted he ever would. He used the startlement to mime abrupt awakening from sleep and mumbled, "I'm sorry, Morwenna. I forgot the answer. Oh." He blinked and sat up. Hollis wore a fond, amused smile, and Andry was grinning over a scroll clasped to his chest. "What happened? Did I fall asleep?" "Yes, and quite some time ago, I'd wager." Hollis ruffled his hair. "Come up to bed, Sejast." He gave the perfect impression of being fuzzy-headed with too little sleep as he got up and yawned. Andry's sharp gaze had gone to the open book on the table, and his brows lifted exactly the way Andrade's did. "Magnava's treatises? That's pretty advanced stuff." Segev was thankful that he actually knew about the book and managed a bashful shrug.
"Some of the words are hard, but it's interesting."
"A good deal of it is closely related to the old language," Andry observed.
"Are you having much trouble?" "Some, my lord, but it gets easier."
Boldly, he added,
"I guess it must be the same way with the scrolls."
Hollis answered Andry's astonishment with, "He comes from the mountains. The dialects there are closer to the old tongue than what we speak. He's interested in history and has helped me several times." The young sunrunner nodded slowly.
"Maybe you'd like to give me some advice on a few translations."
Segev nearly yelped in delight.
"Could I, my lord? The histories are tough going in parts, and there are a lot of words I can't figure out. I'd appreciate the help." "Oh, thank you. I'd love to work with you and Lady Hollis."
He cast a look of calculated adoration at the golden-haired sunrunner, who smiled back at him, her dark blue eyes alight. Andry's lips twitched at the corners, for he had seen precisely what Segev wished him to see. A boy infatuated with an older woman.
"I'll talk to Lady Andrade about it tomorrow. Meantime, I think we all ought to go back upstairs, don't you?"
Having impressed Andry with his admiration for Hollis, it was an easy matter to include himself in escorting her back to her chamber. He pretended to be drawn to the view of the sea from her windows, and on the way back to the door, dropped the key soundlessly into the little silver bowl on her desk where he'd found it. He lingered as long as he could in telling her good night, then returned to his own small windowless room. Reaction set in after he had closed the door. He sat down on his bed, the chamber lit by the glow of the brazier, necessary for light but also for keeping some of the damp from the walls, even in summer. Bemused, he held out both hands and watched the fingers tremble. He had nearly been caught tonight. He didn't want to think about what Andrade would have done to him had she discovered his true identity and purpose here, let alone what he'd done to Hollis by addicting her to Dranoth. But he had not been caught. True, the Star Scroll was not in his possession, and he was not galloping north to Myriva. But something even better had happened. If Andry followed through with his notion of having Sejast help with the scrolls, he could work his way to free access to them and learn more than Myriva had ever guessed, certainly more than she would ever teach him of that dangerous knowledge. Reuvel was the one she'd chosen to educate in the finer points of the craft, Reuvel, whose only recommendation was that he was Ianthe's firstborn son. Her thirdborn sat, hugging his knees and grinning. He was glad he'd been unable to steal the scrolls, glad he would be staying here. If he played his part correctly, he would learn what the Star Scroll could offer, along with all the Ferrari secrets being taught him daily. He might even be taken to the Riala as part of Andrade's suite. Hollis liked him, could not do without him. She would ask Andrade for permission to bring him along. Why wait? Once there, he would challenge the High Prince himself. Ryan flattened his back to a tree as Keely galloped past on her mare. He'd heard the screams, faint but clear in the night stillness, and had barely slid into the woods in time to avoid her as he ran back to the manor house. By the time he arrived, the place was silent and deserted. Ryan watched for some time from shelter, tremors shooting through him, before he finally approached the dwelling. The door was unlocked. He entered cautiously to find the interior empty. There were signs of habitation, and also of hurried leave-taking. Outside again, circling the house for a clue as to what had happened there, he found nothing. Dirt and grass had been scuffed along one wall, but that could have been the work of the mare. Of Cleve, there was no sign at all. Ryan inspected the house once more in growing perplexity. He discovered food, used crockery, a rumpled bed, and a few clothes that would fit a tall, athletic man. Returning outside, he glanced up at the moons, tempted to use their light to cast about over the countryside for Cleve. Memory of Andrade's warning dissuaded him. That and Cleve's promise to meet him tomorrow at the gold crafters. Ryan looked down at his 4 rings with a sense of betrayal. Knowledge enough to weave the sunlight, but not the moons he needed so much right now. He returned to the residence, slipping into his chamber as dawn first touched the sky. Despite his unease, he slept soundly for several hours, and was up in good time to keep the appointment at the gold crafters. But Cleve did not. Part 2. Sorcery. Chapter 15. Sinead crouched atop a knoll in the tall summer grass, a breeze off Brockwell Bay ruffling her loosened hair. The sunlight came from behind her, making her an unidentifiable shadow, a trick her desert-bred husband had taught her, as she watched the activity in the encampment below, where nearly 90 tents formed 11 neat little enclaves of color. Each group followed roughly the same pattern. The prince's large pavilion in the center, surrounded by smaller tents for vassals, aides, and servants. Her own pavilion, an immense thing of blue silk that had been Prince Zahava's last extravagant purchase before his death, occupied the best site on a rise just above the west branch of the Falain River. The dragon banner was unfurled, for although Rohan had not yet arrived, she shared his sovereignty. The dragon was as much hers as his. He had made that quite clear at their first Riala. She smiled to herself, recalling the slack-jawed amazement of the other princes when Rohan had broken all tradition and brought her into a banquet at his side. Since then, other wives had demanded, and by and large had received, the same privilege. None of them, however, shared their husband's authority as completely as did Sinead. The dragon was proof of that too, holding a gold Ferrari ring set with an emerald in his claws. The other princes had followed Rohan's lead as well in the use of personal emblems to identify their people and belongings. In the last 10 years, all had chosen devices of their own, though Che remained the only Athri with his own symbol. The encampment was gaudy with colored tents, and seethed with pennants flying above them that depicted all manner of devices. Some were beautiful, others merely appropriate. Fessenden's silver fleece on sea green fluttered on tall silver poles. Gilad's 3 silver moons on blushing pink wafted above tents of the same ridiculous color. Dorval's white ship on a blue field waved a full arm's length higher than Gribb's white candle on red, sure to irritate proud Prince Velden, who would doubtless order taller flagpoles next time. Above her cousin Volog's tents, the breeze fingered scarlet banners with elegant silver flasks thinly outlined in black. Ossetia's wheat sheaf on dark green was beribboned with morning gray, to remind all of Prince Chale's loss of son and grandson. Sinead noted the quiet of his camp, sad contrast to the bustle elsewhere. She pitied the poor old man, forced to attend the Riala when his grief was so new. 3 colors were missing from the array below her, and there were corresponding gaps left for those who had not yet arrived. Her brother Davy was due some time today, and by evening his turquoise tents would rise near her own blue just as his princedom of Sire bordered the desert. Prince March's violet would be established on the other side when Rohan, Paul, Markin, and Pansala rode in tomorrow. They had not taken the usual route down the Fallain to the Riala, prohibited by the fact that neither Paul nor Markin could set foot on anything that floated. Pansala had no such difficulty, and it remained one of the curiosities of her sunrunner abilities that she had no qualms about crossing water. Andrade and her suite, including Markin's intended wife, would arrive whenever Andrade felt like arriving. Her white tents would be set up apart from the rest. Sinead had made certain that several prime locations were left open for her, but just where the lady would choose to make her camp was, as ever, her own affair. Sinead sat back on her heels, lips pursed as she considered the meetings that would constitute the working portion of the Riala for Rohan. The last 3 assemblies had been rather tame affairs compared to the first one she had attended. Trade agreements, boundary agreements, marriage agreements. Nearly everyone had agreed on nearly everything. Sinead ascribed much of this amity to Rohan's statesmanship and skill at weaving so many different personalities and aims into a more or less cohesive group. But though she knew his acumen was responsible for much of the concord between princes, other factors were involved. The Rialim of 701 and 704 had been cancelled. Plague had stunned the continent before the first, and 3 years after that. Relstra's death had dealt everyone another shock. Sinead's mouth tightened to a bitter line as she reflected that almost no one had believed Rohan could prevail over the powerful and cunning Relstra. Memory of their final combat, a fight to the death, beneath a dome of starlight woven by Sinead herself, could still make her shiver. Relstra's planned treachery had failed. Rohan had killed him in a fair fight. But the remembrance of the strain, as she used forbidden starlight at an impossible distance, was the stuff of nightmares. In the years since then, the older princes had bided their time, waiting to see what kind of high prince Rohan would become. The younger, less experienced ones had waited too, watching for strengths and especially for weaknesses. By now they all had his measure as a man and as a prince. Despite his obvious power, they were anxious to test him. She combed her fingers through the long grass, judging its moisture as a daughter of a farming lord had been taught to do. No grass grew in the desert that had been her home for nearly half her life now, but the old habit was in her, and, recognizing it, she smiled. Her childhood at River Run seemed very far away. The holding now belonged to Davy's younger son Tillal, who for 8 years had been Rohan's squire. Tillal was 24 and looking for a wife. Sinead reminded herself to get a wager going with her brother on how many young ladies would lose their hearts to the young lord's black curls and brilliant green eyes. She anticipated a tidy profit from Davy's modesty regarding his offspring's attractions. If only family matters were all she need worry about. She saw her fingers curve into dragon claws and consciously relaxed them. In a way, this purported son of Relstra's was a family matter. Her gaze raked the encampment, and she totaled up the princes likely to favor the youth's claim, if only to make trouble for Rohan. Mian of Cunaxa was the prime candidate. A tall, thin, haughty man of 30 winters, he had finally managed to wrest control of his princedom from advisers who had ruled in his name for many years. He had executed them all, reportedly with his own sword. But though control of Cunaxa had changed, its policies had not. Mian coveted the northern desert and gave shelter to the Merida, whose land it had long ago been. The desert city of Tiglath, while not a port by any means, offered the only relatively safe harbor north of Radzin. Cunaxan goods, wool, carpets, clothing, and the finest swords and metalwork in the princedoms were mostly sent overland, for Lord Eltanan of Tiglath loathed the Merida even more than Rohan did, and charged the Cunaxans huge sums for the right to load ships off his coast. More often than not, the merchants chose caravans rather than ships, despite the expense of overland transport. Mian was realist enough to keep from setting his sights on Radzin to the south, where Prince Lane's great cargo ships found anchorage, but he would always look hungrily at Tiglath. He would support the pretender's claim whether he believed in it or not, anything to put pressure on Rohan to change Eltanan's crippling port fees. Kaber of Gilad and Veldin of Grib were 2 more young princes, aching to test Rohan's authority. They had behaved themselves for quite a long time now, but there had been indications at the last Riala that they were only looking for a convenient excuse for a challenge. Salmer of Isil might go either way, depending on his current desire to irritate Prince Volog, with whom he shared an island and a grandson. Likewise, Prince Chale was questionable. He and Rohan were often opposed because Chale had cordially loathed Prince Zahava, Rohan's father. Sinead suspected that Chale had supported Relstra in his war against the desert, but whatever proof might have existed had long since been ignored in the interests of princely amity. Rohan was very generous when it suited him. Still, Chale's grief over the loss of his son and grandson might make him apathetic, which could be a help or hindrance. Sinead had no way of knowing. Those who would support Rohan were Lane, Volog, and Davi. Of the remaining 4 princes, Clutha of Meadowlord would in all probability revert to his traditional position of neutrality. It was an old habit that died hard. Clutha had spent too long with one eye on each of his borders, wary lest his land become their battlefield yet again. As for Prince March itself, Pansala's voice as regent would be raised against the pretender, but her influence would be negligible. If it was decided that this man was who he said he was, Pansala would be out of a job. Pimental of Fessenden could quite simply be bought with a few hundred square measures of leaderless Fyron, whose representative would have no vote in the matter at all. Neither would Rohan or Pansala. It was interesting that the tents below were grouped pretty much along political lines. Those of Kaber, Veldin, and Mian were to the west. Lane and Volog were near Sinead's own blue tents, and the spaces left for Davi and Pansala. Clutha, Pimental, Salmer, Chale, and the Black Pavilion housing Lady Anida of Fyron were to the east. 3 to be watched, 3 to be sure of, and 4 to be swayed if possible. She wondered what Rohan might offer to win the doubters, and which of their nervous fears Mian would play on to gain their support for his side. All this was assuming, of course, that conclusive proof either way could not be offered regarding this pretender. Sometimes Sinead believed that Andrade and Pansala would be able to convince everyone straight off that Chiana was the child born to Relstra's mistress, Lady Palila. But she was also a realist, and as she gazed moodily down at the tents where ambitious princes plotted for their own advantage, She knew that she and Rohan had to be prepared for the worst. She got to her feet and stretched, glancing automatically to the north, where Rohan and Paul were even now riding toward Ways. She had much to tell them of the detour she had taken with Che and Tobin back to Radzin to collect horses for sale. Their progress through Sire and Meadowlord had had all the grace and dignity of a threatening stampede. But she was more concerned with hearing the details of their summer. Markin had kept her informed on the sunlight, and she had done some judicious observing herself at various times, most especially to reassure herself that Paul was unharmed after the disastrous climbing expedition at Castle Crag. But she wanted to hear it all from her husband and son, and most of it from Rohan, preferably in bed. That reminded her of certain arrangements she wished to make. She ran back down the hill, arriving breathless at her pavilion. Tobin had helped herself to Rohan's large desk, going over her notes for the breakfast she always served to the princes on the fourth morning of the Riala. The princess looked up as Sinead entered and smiled. "Do you know, even after all these years, I can't find a single improvement to make in Camigwyn's plans. She was an absolute marvel of organization." Stronghold still runs according to her orders. Can you imagine what she would have made of Skyball if she'd gotten her hands on it? Although I must say Ostval hasn't done too badly. "What are you doing?" Tobin asked as Sinead opened a chest and rummaged through its contents. "Collecting a few things. I'm planning a surprise for Rohan." Tobin laughed as Sinead held up two familiar wine goblets. "Those can't be the same ones you bought at the fair 21 years ago." "Of course they are. And when Davy arrives, I'm going to steal a bottle of his best mossberry wine. And what's all that racket outside?" Both women left the private area of the pavilion and poked their heads outside. Sinead asked the guard on duty what all the fuss was in aid of. He saluted casually and replied, "I think it's His Grace Prince Davy arrived, my lady. Shall I send a squire and ask him to attend you here?" She was already running to meet her brother, dodging past horses, baggage wains, and servants clothed in turquoise. Davy had become Prince of Sire after the death of their close kinsman, Jastri, in Relstra's war against Rohan. Though not born to the honor, Davy had proved a capable ruler, and an ally for reasons of friendship and philosophy, as well as blood bond. He turned from ordering the arrangement of his tents when his sister called his name. He was very little like her in appearance, except for the green eyes that flashed as he swung her up in his arms. "Look at you! High princess indeed, dressed in your oldest riding leathers, your hair a wreck, boots scuffed. What a disaster you are, Sinead!" She made a face at him. "That's hardly the way to address the High Princess. You're looking well, Davy. There's a bit more of you than there used to be, but it's very becoming." She poked him playfully in the stomach. "Oof! I resent that." He pinched her chin and laughed again. "But look who I've brought with me, Sinead." She turned and found Costas and Tillal nearby. After hugging them both, she stood back to look them over. "Davy, how did you ever manage to produce such gorgeous sons? Goddess knows you're nothing to look at. Costas, you get more princely every time I see you. And Tillal, have you gotten taller again?" "Not unless you've gotten shorter," he replied. "I know for a fact you've gotten more beautiful. Hasn't she, Costas?" "Unfair to every other woman at the Riala," the elder of the brothers replied, shaking his head with regret. "Save your pretty speeches for the girls whose hearts you'll be breaking," she retorted. They were indeed a handsome pair. Tillal was slightly taller, his striking green eyes set in a face crowned by glossy black curls. Costas conceded nothing to his brother in looks. His waving brown hair was smoothly swept back from almost black eyes, and his solidly muscular body was broader through the shoulders, though just as lean through the waist and hips. Sinead revised her plan of wagering on Tillal's conquests to include Costas as well. Between them, they would have every unmarried female in 50 measures aflutter. Sinead grinned and told them so. Davy snorted his opinion.
"They're quite conceited enough, thank you. Don't encourage them. Let's go for a walk while they do a little honest work for a change and help get everything put together. We can catch up on all the news."
She took Davy's arm, and they set off toward the river. Parental pride kept them talking about their children for quite some time as they walked along the river bank. A family dinner was agreed on for that evening at Davy's tents and at his insistence.
"You have enough to worry about without watching half your food stores inhaled by my two gluttons."
"Oh, very well. But I'll bring the wine. Now tell me what's troubling you."
"That obvious? All right, I need your opinion and your advice, Sinead."
"It sounds serious."
"It is. You know, Whistler always meant for Costas to marry Gemma, and they've both resisted it. At first I think it was because of what happened to her brother Jastri, but I've made sure she's treated as a princess of sire, and she's continued to live at her childhood home. We've done everything possible for her, including a dowry if she chooses someone other than Costas."
"But now she's dowered with all of Ossetia as Charlie's heiress. I begin to see the problem, but go on."
"It's fairly plain. Gemma's mother was Charlie's sister, and whoever she marries will become Prince of Ossetia. Goddess, all this tangle over inheritances. Is it my imagination, or is it worse than anything that's ever happened before? Which reminds me, what about this supposed son of Relstra's?"
"Later," she said, shaking her head. "Tell me about Gemma." Davy pushed a willow branch aside for her.
"Costas is handsome, charming when he pleases, capable enough in governance, and a fool. Once word came that Inuit and young Joss were dead. Well, he couldn't have handled it worse. He's ambitious without the cleverness to disguise it, Sinead. If he'd been smart, he would have used the opportunity to comfort Gemma, be the one she turned to in her grief. She was very close to her Ossetian cousins, for all that Inuit was so much older than she."
He paused thoughtfully.
"Gemma's a girl of deep and rather stubborn feelings, the kind who decides and then never wavers from the decision no matter what."
"Not the best quality in a ruler, but no matter. Go on." He smiled briefly.
"I hear the High Princess talking. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. Costas couldn't hide his excitement and announced to everyone that they'd be married here at the Riala. She reacted the way any proud and high-strung girl would. She positively won't have him, Sinead, and he's equally determined to marry her, so he can add Ossetia to sire when I'm gone."
"Oh, dear," Sinead murmured. Davy bent and picked up a few loose pebbles from the river bank, throwing them idly into the water.
"I'm fond of the girl. She came to replace Riaza, the daughter Whistler and I lost in the plague. But I like her for herself, too. And I'll admit that it's partly because she's shown no interest in marrying Costas, just to make herself Princess of Sire."
"He can be a little difficult at times," she observed diplomatically.
Davy snorted. "He can be a damned idiot, as his recent actions indicate. Gemma was in no hurry to find a husband, but now I'm afraid she'll take anyone rather than Costas. I want her to be happy. She was a great comfort to me when Whistler died 2 winters ago. She and Danladi, that's Relstra's daughter by Lady Aladra, they brighten up life for an old man like me."
"Danladi?"
"Quiet child, blonde hair, very shy. It's an odd friendship because Gemma's so strong-willed."
"Even odder. Relstra was the one who led Jastri into the war that cost him his life."
"I told you, Gemma's impulsive in her likes and dislikes. They're the same age, and were only children when Relstra and Jastri died, and they're both exiles of a sort, I suppose. They're like daughters to me, Sinead."
She crouched down on the gravelly bank and began sorting pebbles. "Costas can't drag Gemma kicking and screaming to the last-day marriages, you know." Her brother made no answer, merely sat on his heels at her side, and she glanced at him startled. "Don't tell me he'd dishonor her and force her into marriage that way. The laws about rape would make that very risky."
"I'm sure it's occurred to him," he replied grimly. "I thought you and Rohan might have an idea or two. The truth is that I don't want Costas to have both sire and Ossetia. He's my son, and I love him, and he'll do very well with what I'll give him. He's a good man, but—"
"But you don't entirely trust him?" she suggested gently.
Awful thing to admit about a son, isn't it? If it was Tillal, I wouldn't hesitate an instant. You and Rohan made a fine man of him, Sinead.
"We had excellent material to work with, thanks to you and Whistler."
Davy shrugged. Do you ever, Paul's still very young.
"I think the difference is that Paul's being trained to the responsibilities of 2 princedoms, not just one. Costas probably sees taking Ossetia as the fulfillment of ambition, not a responsibility."
"And Paul will be a Ferrari,"
Davy said softly. Sinead was so startled she frankly stared at her brother. "Are you telling me that part of Costas's ambition is to have sunrunner children with Gemma?"
I suspect it. It's not unknown in the Ossetian line, you know. That's another reason I don't want him to have both princedoms. But discounting that, he doesn't much like Paul's potentials. Don't look at me that way. You know very well there are others who feel as he does. Paul will be High Prince and a sunrunner. That's a combination that makes a lot of people nervous.
She flung the stones into the river and sprang to her feet. "Father of storms! Will it stop only when all princes are also Faradim?"
"I don't know," he told her frankly. "Again, if it was Tillal, I wouldn't be worried. He spent a long time with you. He's not envious or resentful or fearful of what you are, and what Paul will become."
Davy sighed deeply and shook his head.
"Sinead, at times I wonder what our parents would have said about our lives."
Sinead put a hand on his shoulder. "You have more memories of them than I do. What do you think they would have said?"
He shrugged uncomfortably. "I think perhaps I never would have married Wisla. And if I had, then you never would have been sent to Goddess Keep.
And I never would have married Rohan, and you never would have become Prince of Sire. Don't be silly, Davy."
"You were so little," he muttered, looking anywhere but at her. "I didn't know what to do with you, how to raise you, and Whistler,
she wanted to be a lady in her new home, and I wasn't exactly an easy child to deal with," she added wryly. "There's nothing to forgive, my dear. Things happen as they happen. We make the choices and do the best with what comes of them. Not very original, I know, but true just the same." At last he smiled a little.
"Yes, but we can also nudge things a bit."
Sinead returned the smile. "Then nudge Gemma in the direction of Charlie's tents for the duration. He probably wants her there anyway, as his heiress."
"You would have been wasted as anything other than High Princess."
"So I keep telling my husband."
"I'll remind him the next time I see him."
They started back toward the encampment. After a moment, he took her elbow and they stopped beside a willow tree.
"What can you tell me about this pretender?"
"Not much," she admitted, running her fingers along slender green leaves. "He'll show up here and try to establish his claim, of course. The trouble is, there was so much confusion the night Chiana was born."
"I'll bet she's tearing her curls about now."
"If that's all she does, we'll be lucky. We had dinner at the Ways residence the night we arrived, and she was all over Che, trying to seduce him into supporting her, as if he might believe in this man's claim." She giggled suddenly. "I thought Tobin was going to burst."
"From jealousy?"
Davy asked, his tone incredulous. "From trying not to laugh in the girl's face. Still, you can understand Chiana's position. If this pretender is convincing, all her pretensions go sailing out to sea. She's frantic, and her behavior is going to cause doubts where none existed before." She shrugged in annoyance. If she had any wits, she'd act as if it was all beneath her notice. But no, she must solicit support everywhere, using her smile and her body.
"It's a good thing Paul's so young,"
Davy said, grinning. "Yes, but she'll start in on Rohan naturally." "There's no logic to the way she thinks, Davy. Why would Rohan believe this man?"
"Perhaps she has ambitions of her own."
Like Ianthe, the Riala of 698. She tried to seduce Rohan, you know."
No, I didn't. I can't see her succeeding.
Sinead pushed away a memory 15 years old. Rohan, at Farouche, injured, drugged with Dranath. Paul was the result of that night. To her brother, she said, "Of course not. But she and Chiana are the same type. They keep on trying, even when the man in question pushes them away with both hands. Come, let's go back so you can order our dinner and get some rest. Be sure to send a note to Charlie, offering to lend him his heiress. Gemma will be guarded in his camp as closely as Paul will be in ours, and probably like it just about as much." When Sinead returned to her pavilion, she found preparations being made for an impromptu party. Ostval looked over her battered riding clothes and pulled her into the private section of the tent, where he had laid out a gown suitable for the High Princess.
"Have you forgotten that you're given a little welcome to the Riala party?" he asked. "Get dressed and comb your hair."
"Oh, do I have to? Tomorrow's soon enough to talk to these people."
"What you might learn today is more important. Change your dress and be quick about it. They'll be here any time."
"You think these things up to torment me," she complained, and resigned herself to the deep blue silk he had chosen. Sinead served as her own maid, a thing that had shocked Rohan's mother when Sinead had first become his wife. But there were very practical reasons for it. Her clothes were kept simple enough, so she could dress herself quickly if need be, and she ensured that the only people who entered their quarters were herself, Rohan, and his squire. Privacy was desirable for the High Prince and High Princess. For Rohan and Sinead personally, it was essential. She emerged from the tent holding a scrap of loosely woven silk whose purpose defeated her. "Ostval, this is lovely, but what do I do with it?"
"That's the latest thing, or will be once all the women see you wearing it."
He draped the cloth over her head, arranged it across her shoulders, and finally folded it back to leave her face visible.
"It's called lace, and you're not only going to set a new fashion, you're going to establish a new industry."
"How clever of me," she said wryly. She fingered the delicate weaving of blue silk cobwebs that formed a pattern of interlocking flowers. "Whose industry?"
"Yours by spring. I found a weaver this morning who makes piles of this stuff and bought about a quarter of it. On my advice, he'll hike his prices up for the fair. In gratitude for your patronage, he's decided to move from Grib to Prince March and teach others how to do this."
Ostval gave her a smug grin. "Why, you conniving man!" she exclaimed in admiration. "Since we have exclusive rights to the silk trade, we'll make a fortune."
He bowed. "My fee for this brilliance will be modest. Say 50% of the profits?"
50! At that moment, her guests began to arrive, eager to sample the wines, breads, meats, and cheeses set out on long tables in the open air. Tobin and Che showed up a little late, the princess wearing a similar veil of dark red silk lace that framed her delicate features like woven rays of sunset. The envious glances of the other ladies present confirmed Ostval's cunning. They would soon be clamoring for the beautiful stuff. It was a casual party, but not entirely congenial. Too many tensions and rumors chased each other from group to group. Everyone was there, naturally. Lane, leaning on the dragon-headed cane Rohan had sent him, held a small court of elders beside a tree. Clutha and Chale joining him. The old princes left it to the younger folk to circulate and chatter, content to observe and comment with the asperity that was the privilege of their years and experience. Mion of Cunaxa complimented Sinead on her veil with as much charm as if a desert army was not right across his border, then excused himself to talk with Caber and Veldin. Rather unsubtle of him, Sinead thought, but exactly the configurations of allies she had envisioned. Davy spent his time entertaining their cousin Volog of Kirst, who had Zomer of Isil in tow. The latter was looking mellow. Perhaps he would be in a mood to support Rohan and reject the pretender's claim. Sinead blessed her brother's tact and turned her attentions to the Athrim. There were more of them here than in previous years, many in search of wives. Patwin of Catha Heights, still a widower after the death of Relstra's daughter Rabia, young Sabrium of Einar, Allen of Lower Permy, Tillal of Riverrun. There were hands and fortunes enough among them to keep the young high-born ladies busy. And that wasn't even counting the heirs to princedoms, like Costas, who were also in need of brides. Sinead welcomed them all, saw them provided with fine wines from Gilad and Ossetia and Sire, and thanked the goddess for Stronghold's isolation. She knew she would long since have gone mad if forced to have this constant parade of people around her, watching, judging, waiting for a slip, jealous of a smile that might indicate preference. Tobin and Che, however, were in their element. Charm and good humor positively oozed from them both. Tobin was engaged in putting young Milosh of Fessenden, Pimental's youngest and favorite son, at his ease. The boy was barely 20 and obviously dazzled by her. Sinead silently saluted her sister by marriage's political acumen. They needed Fessenden. Che had drawn Veldin, Mion, and Kabert around him, and was talking swords and horses. Conversation nicely calculated to appeal to 3 proud young men eager to impress this great lord with their knowledge. Young people flirted, older people drank and talked, and by sundown most of the wine was gone, and Ostwald ordered another few casks broached. Yet as Sinead discussed Paul's training with Princess Audriti, she noted that 3 faces were missing. Audriti was quick to catch her frown and asked its cause. "We're lacking a few celebrants," Sinead commented. Audriti's thick dark lashes lowered slightly as she scanned the crowd. "Ah, yes, our friends from Ways, and the lady. Excuse me, the Princess Chiana." Audriti's mouth twisted as if the name soured her tongue, and Sinead chuckled. "They'll have the excuse of last-minute preparations, of course, but it's rather rude of them not to put in an appearance." "In a way, I'm glad they're not here. The young ladies ought to be glad, too. Chiana isn't exactly subtle." "Why, cousin!" Audriti pretended to be shocked, and both women laughed. "Seriously, it's not Chiana anyone should be concerned with. I heard some disturbing things about Keeley today. She's put it about that Lyle has had this pretender researched, and the information is all to the young man's advantage." Sinead frowned. So that's why there was more than the usual chill between her and Chiana the other night. Like frozen sugar. "You can count on our support, of course. This man is an impostor, certainly, but even if he were for real, neither my husband nor his father relished the idea of another Relstra. Besides, Rohan won Prince March by all the rules of war and was confirmed by the princes. Except Mion, whose advisers kept him at Castle Pine." Sinead glanced at the tall, dark figure, frowning lightly. "I wouldn't worry too much about him. He's inexperienced. He's bound to make some sort of mistake." "I agree, but we can't count on the errors of others to promote our cause." She sighed. "I know that you and Chadrick and Lane will do your best for us, and I thank you for it." She excused herself and stood a little apart from her guests, waiting until the servants had placed 10 tall poles around the area and secured unlit torches atop them. Sinead concentrated for a moment, gestured, and the torches sprang to life. There was a slight murmur of surprise, and all gazes turned to her, just as she had intended. She smiled sweetly. It never hurt to remind them that their high princess was also a sunrunner. Ostwald brought her a fresh cup of wine. "Exhibitionist," he accused. "You're getting stuffy in your old age. What's the use of being Ferrari if I can't have a little fun every so often? Did you see Mion's face when that torch lit right over his head?" Ostwald stepped back and bowed to someone who was approaching Sinead from her left. "Princess Nedra," he said, bowing slightly, and after murmuring a polite excuse, left them alone. "Good evening, Your Grace," Nedra said. "I've been admiring your veil. It's very beautiful." "Thank you. I must compliment you in return on your pearls. I've never seen that exact shade of pink before. They're exquisite. My lord is very generous to me." Her dark eyes found and caressed her husband, Lord Nerat of Port Adney, a bulky and cheerful man currently engaged in lively conversation with Prince Salmer. Sinead beckoned a servant over and asked him to fetch Nadra another cup of wine. As the two women exchanged the meaningless pleasantries required of princesses, Sinead regarded her companion thoughtfully. Nadra was the eldest of Relstra's daughters, the only one besides Pansala of his legitimate offspring now living, and thus the only other one with the right to be styled princess. She did not much resemble her two more notorious sisters. Her eyes were the same shape and color as Ianthe's, and she had much of Pansala's dignity, but there the similarities ended. Nadra was quiet, subdued, and utterly without fire or ambition. "I wanted to tell your Grace that I'm more grateful every day for your goodness to me." Sinead smiled uncertainly. "I'm afraid I don't understand. I regret that I am unable to give my lord an heir, but beyond that I have nothing to wish for. I have a life that pleases me, and it's thanks to you and the High Prince that I am happy." She looked down at her hands. "Your generosity in dowering me. Oh, Nadra, please don't. I'm only sorry we weren't able to do the same for all your sisters." "Yes, marriages that would have come to Rusalka, Cypris, and Pavla, had they lived. There are few of us left now. Myself and Pansala, Keely, Moriah, Moswin, Dunladi." Nadra glanced up and shrugged. "The latter three have avoided marriage, you know. Not because they lack suitors or dower, but because betrothal seems to be dangerous for Relstra's daughters. And Rabia's death in childbed after 2 normal birthings was a shock. I nearly died too, you know, miscarrying my poor baby." The princess looked directly at Sinead for a long moment, then away. "It's almost as if there's a curse on us and our children." The servant came then with Nadra's wine, giving Sinead time to mull over the catalogue of sisters and the strange conclusion Nadra had drawn. When the servant had left them, Sinead asked carefully, "What are you trying to tell me, my lady?" "Nothing, your Grace. It only makes me sad." But again Nadra met her gaze in uncharacteristically direct fashion. "With your permission, I will attend my lord." With a small graceful nod, she moved away. Sinead smoothed the frown from her forehead, but could not stop thinking about what Nadra had said. Perhaps the princess was still grieving over the loss of the only child she would ever carry. Sinead understood that only too well, for her own miscarriages still haunted her. But Nadra had seemed to imply something else. A curse on Relstra's daughters and their children. Ridiculous, the kind of thing reasonable people knew to be mere superstition. Rabia's 3 daughters were perfectly healthy, and Keely had a fine son and daughter, and Ianthe. Sinead sipped at her wine to wash away the bitter taste that always came with the thought of Paul's mother. A curse, what nonsense! Still, she mused as she joined Lane, Chale, and Clutha. Out of 18 daughters born to Relstra and his various ladies, only 7 were still alive. It was only then that she realized that, in her catalogue of sisters, Nadra had not included Shiana. Sinead was awakened early the next morning by shouted greetings, clanking harness, and her husband's demands to know why his lazy wife was so late abed. She barely remembered to grab a robe and fling it on as she went flying out of the pavilion and into his embrace. "Rohan, oh love, I've missed you." She locked her arms around him and buried her face in his neck. He smelled of healthy sweat, leather, and horse, a lovely stink as far as she was concerned.
"Father of storms, woman, let me breathe, and get some clothes on. You're making a spectacle of yourself."
He laughed, hugging her tighter to his chest. "Oh, shut up," she said, and effectively prevented further scolding by claiming his lips with her own. When she considered him to be thoroughly greeted, she drew back and asked, Now I've made a spectacle of us both, as if you cared."
"I'm surprised the whole camp hasn't lined up to watch."
He kissed her again. Markin nudged Paul.
"Hurry, get everybody here and we can sell tickets. 2 coins a head and split the profits 50-50.
Rohan released her, and she turned to her son. There was something older about his smile, reflecting what had happened to him during the summer they had been apart. And surely he was taller. She held out her arms and he came forward, and she pressed her cheek to his sunny hair. When he wriggled slightly, young enough still to want a hug but old enough to be conscious of his dignity, she let him go and saw Pansala standing silent and watchful nearby. Sinead smiled at the princess. "What in the world have you been feeding him at Castle Crag? He's gotten taller, grown right out of his tunic." Pansala's eyes lit with humor, and she came forward to touch hands with Sinead. "Fresh mountain air and sunshine will do that, Your Grace. I'm pleased to see you. And you, and looking so well, especially after hosting my hatchling." She eyed Paul. "Have you caused Her Grace any trouble?" "He was a joy to have with us," Pansala said softly. "All of Prince March was reluctant to part with him." Paul looked so smug that Sinead decided his dignity required a little salutary teasing. "No pranks, no escapades, no disobedience? I don't believe it. You must tell me your secret for turning him into a rational being with manners, Pansala." "Mother," Paul protested, and Sinead laughed. "I was a very good guest." "He was indeed, Your Grace," Pansala seconded.
"She can tell you all about it once we've been made comfortable," Rohan said pointedly. "I assume you're about to offer everyone a bath, a bed, and breakfast while Pansala's tents are set up."
"I'll begin the instant you finally showed your noses," she assured him, then turned to the regent. "Princess Tobin has offered her tent for your comfort. You'll probably want to rest while Ostval and your steward supervise your camp." "Thank you, Your Grace. That would be most welcome." She bowed and withdrew, accompanied by a waiting woman who hovered at her side. Markin then came forward to greet Sinead.
"Has Andrade arrived yet?"
he whispered in her ear. "Later today, perhaps tomorrow, and I haven't forgotten our wager." She drew away and smiled at him. "Your parents will want to see you at once, and Soren's been by several times from Volog's tents, asking when you'd arrive."
"Soren? Oh, of course. He's to be knighted in a few days."
Markin turned to a squire.
"Find my brother at the Kirstian tents, please, and tell him I'll be with our parents."
To Sinead he went on,
"We'll all dine together tonight?"
"Naturally." Markin strode off, and Sinead waved her husband and son into the pavilion. "Baths and food for both of you, and then a rest."
"But I'm not tired, Mother."
"You will be." A short while later, the promised hot bath and breakfast proved her correct. Paul yawned his way into the portion of the huge tent sectioned off for his bedchamber, and Rohan shared a smile with his wife.
"Are you always right?"
"Not always, but I'm never wrong." He snorted.
"And if you are, you don't admit it."
"Neither do you." She refilled their cups with steaming hot teas and leaned back in her chair, set opposite his at the desk. "Markin kept me informed, of course, but I want to hear it all from you."
Rohan smiled. "Pansala wasn't just being polite, you know. I think everybody who met Paul wanted to take him home."
"Just as I expected. Tell me about the vassals."
"There aren't many. Relstra took most of Prince March into his own hands, so the holdings are run by glorified stewards, not Athrim. There are 4 exceptions. My favourite is Lord Garrick of Elktrap Manor. He's a crafty old soul, waited out Relstra, hiding most of his wealth, with the result that his 2 pretty granddaughters are dowered like princesses."
Speaking of princesses and dowries," she told him about her conversation with Davy and her solution to his problem.
"Very astute of you, love. Charlie can probably use the comfort Gemma's presence will give him." He rubbed his forehead wearily. "What news should I know about?"
Sinead detailed what she knew, what she suspected, and what was currently rumored. Rohan listened in impassive silence to the long recital, and at last nodded slowly. Something interesting happened the day before we left. Pansala has been scouring Prince March since spring for any word about this pretender. As it happens, he grew up at Dazan Manor, and his name is Mazul. Lord Emless of Dazan was long gone from Castle Crag with the other vassals and stewards by the time word came, so we couldn't question him. Pansala's informant says that Mazul vanished about the end of spring with a little money, the clothes on his back, a sword, and Emless's best horse. The horse turned up in Einar, of all places, but Mazul is already in ways. I'd bet anything on it.
What do they say about him? Is it possible he's Relstra's son?
Rohan stretched the tension from his shoulders, and Sinead went to stand behind him, rubbing the strong, taut muscles.
Oh, that's wonderful. They say the boy is tall, with dark hair and green eyes, lived with his grandparents at Dazan. Their daughters were in service at Castle Crag, one of them as nursemaid to Keely and Lamaya. And now you tell me Keely is circulating word that this Mazul just may be her brother. An interesting connection, don't you think?
Her invitation to Chiana becomes clear, too. You know how we wondered about that all summer? They've never been fond of each other, especially since Chiana tried to seduce Lyle. Keely's going to pay her back with public humiliation.
Relstra's daughters are such delightful women, Rohan murmured.
Now, I've always liked Nadra, and so have you. I was talking to her last evening, and she said the oddest thing. We spoke of her sisters and— Sinead! Rohan? Tobin peeked around the partition. Your son claims he's about to expire of starvation and asks, can we please eat now? I must say I agree with him. It's noon.
Have we been talking that long? Rohan asked, surprised. And when did Paul sneak out of here?
After lunch, you're going to bed, Sinead told him.
All alone?
He pulled a forlorn face. You don't have the energy to do me justice, she said, laughing. Besides, I've got a surprise planned for later. Get what sleep you can, because you won't get any tonight.
You have a way of making a threat sound absolutely delightful.
Late that night, they saw their resentful but obedient son tucked up in bed and left the pavilion. Guards trained by Maita in the arts of protecting irreplaceable princes were on duty. Paul was safe. The family had drunk to Maita that night at dinner, after Markin and Paul had told them of the manner of her death. When they returned to the desert, the rest of her ashes would be scattered on wind, summoned by the Ferrari princess she had served, and the young, untrained Ferrari prince she had given her life to protect. Paul's education would begin early, so that he might perform this service for his kinswoman. Sinead would teach him, and she cared not a damn what Andrade thought of it.
Where are you taking me?
Rohan asked as they strolled the riverbank past the bridge.
Back 20 years,
she replied, leaning her head onto his shoulder.
You've just done something dreadfully heroic by saving me from the evil clutches of an infamous seducer.
Heroic, eh?
Rohan laughed.
And we're about to anticipate our marriage vows by several days, is that it?
He held her closer to his side.
I thought I loved you then. It was nothing compared to now.
You haven't lost your romantic impulses, she approved, and conjured up a tiny flame on the damp grass ahead of them, gentle light that limned the shape of a willow tree. Parting its branches, she revealed the snug den she had created the afternoon before, over which a bemused guard had kept watch until tonight. Rohan slid inside, and Sinead followed after damping the little fire.
It's considerably more welcoming than last time, he commented, patting the blankets spread on the ground. As I recall, we had to use your skirt for a bed.
He reached over and fingered the 2 glasses and bottle nestled against the willow's trunk.
And you accused me of being a romantic.
The faint light of moons and stars filtered through the silver-green canopy of leaves around them touching his face with cool, soft fire. Sinead took his hands, held them to her cheeks, turned her head to kiss each palm. "I love you," Rohan said. Their lips met, and they sank down onto the blanket, content for a long while simply to kiss one another. Sinead lost herself in the warmth of his arms, the wine. On his tongue, the delicate nuances of his mouth on her own. Bones melting, sweet weakness stealing through her veins, cherished, familiar ache growing in her body. She glimpsed in memory the shy youth who had first made love to her beneath this willow tree, and smiled against his lips. Chapter 16. Prince Volog of Kirst was Sinead's cousin, a fact no one would have cared about had she remained an obscure sunrunner at Goddess Keep. But she had married Rohan, who had become High Prince. Events had made her brother Prince of Sire. Thus, Volog found himself blood-bonded to some very important people. He was wise enough, and proud enough, neither to ask favors nor to trade on the relationships. There was no need to do either. His position and his possessions made the bond one Rohan was pleased to acknowledge to their mutual advantage. In his turn, Volog found Rohan a pleasant friend and a helpful kinsman. He did not resent the chance that had given Sinead their grandmother's Faradi gifts instead of himself, for he was that rare man who held on to what was his, appreciated what life gave him, and did not extend himself beyond his known limitations. To be sure, he gloated over the eventual union of Kirst with Isil into a single princedom, but he did so in private, not wishing to stir up trouble that Salmer of Isil was perfectly capable of causing until their grandson came of age. At Rohan's strong suggestion, a marriage had taken place between Salmer's only son and Volog's eldest girl. Volog's heir had later wed Salmer's favorite daughter. The latter union had produced a son who became sole heir to both princedoms when Salmer's heir died without issue. The child would be brought up at both courts until his 12th winter, at which time Volog intended Salmer to agree to the boy's fostering at Stronghold. He did not require Salmer's approval, but he was smart enough to know that they ought to be in accord over the education of their mutual heir. Volog enjoyed his triumph in private, and in public was the soul of friendship to Salmer. Each man conveniently forgot about the hundreds of years their forebears had spent encouraging land thievery and cattle stealing along their mutual border. Volog had another daughter, his youngest child and his favorite. Alison was a charming girl, 22 winters old, with gold-lit brown hair and green eyes the color of the sea off the Kirstian coast. Delicate, arching brows and a sweet, serious mouth completed her beauty. Her intelligence was evident in her face and her conversation. She was Volog's pride and joy. But she was not looking her best when he presented her with gruff pride to Sinead on the first morning of the Riala. Her cheeks were pallid, her eyes dark-circled, and there was a pinched expression about her mouth. Sinead knew that none of it was due to trepidation at meeting the High Princess. She knew the signs of a protracted recovery from crossing water when she saw them. "The journey from Kirst was not one you enjoyed, I think," she observed wryly. "Volog, it seems our grandmother's influence hasn't entirely missed your line after all." "I'm not Faradi gifted, Your Grace," Alison said quickly, and with such firmness that Sinead's brows shot up. "Others besides sunrunners are ill in ships." Volog shrugged. "Whether she is gifted or not remains to be seen, Sinead. I thought you might like to meet her just the same." Sinead correctly interpreted this to mean she was to find out whether or not Alison was indeed Faradi. It hovered on her lips to ask why Volog had not taken her to Andrade long ere this, but the glance of loving indulgence he gave his daughter explained all. Alison denied the possibility. Her father could not bring himself to submit her to Andrade's testing against her will. Sinead was his next best solution.
"I'm delighted to meet her," she said, smiling. "If you're feeling up to it and you've nothing else to do, would you care to accompany me to the fair today? My husband has strictly forbidden me to buy my sons presents to spoil him, and naturally I have no intention of obeying."
Vala grumbled with laughter. "The rights of a mother supersede the commands of a husband, and rightly so. Goddess knows her mother and I have spoiled Alison shamelessly."
Rohan's father once told him that daughters are to be indulged, for it's a husband's problem to discipline a woman.
Sinead laughed softly, but did not miss the tightening of Alison's lips at the mention of husbands.
I can't say that Prince Zahava ever took his own advice, for he indulged both daughter and wife until the day he died. Rohan never believed him anyway.
She turned to the girl.
"I'd be glad of your company today, Alison."
The banter had relaxed her, and she gave Sinead an enchanting smile.
"I'd love to join you, Your Grace."
"Then I'll leave her in your care," Volok said, and departed. Sinead took the girl's arm.
"If you feel you can't use my name just yet, then please call me cousin. Between the two of us, it's actually true, not like most of the others I have to address by that term."
She wrinkled her nose, and Alison grinned.
"I know exactly what you mean. Every time I have to use it with Prince Kabir, I'm reminded how grateful I am that it isn't true. Our dear cousin of Jalad is a bit on his dignity, isn't he? He's pompous, arrogant, and unbearable," Alison summed up tartly, then blushed. "My father's right. I've been so spoiled I forget to speak with proper respect."
"Speaking it and feeling it are different things. We're family, Alison. Say whatever you like." Sinead winked at her. "Goddess knows I do." The two women were dressed casually, and as they joined the queue at the bridge, there was nothing to distinguish them from anyone else going to the fair that day. All rank and privilege were set aside, a relief from the ceremony of other occasions. The vendors addressed everyone from serving maids to princesses with exalted titles. The prettier the lady, the more outrageous the form of address. Men, be they lords or grooms, were always "Your Excellency" at the fair. Plain garments and a leveling of rank were the rule. Nevertheless, Sinead's red gold hair was well known, even though the huge emerald on her finger was hidden by thin leather gloves. Attempts to defer to her were discouraged with a smile and a shake of her head, which only led to more deference. She politely refused a place at the head of the queue waiting to cross the bridge. A path opened up for her anyway. On the other side of the river, merchants forsook the rest of their customers to wait on her. She pointedly moved away when it happened, and after a time word spread that the High Princess was in the crowd but did not wish to be recognized. Things settled down, and she was able to do some serious shopping.
"Is it always like this for you?" Alison asked.
"For the first little while, yes. Long gone are the days when I could walk here unnoticed."
"This is your first Riala, I take it?" "Yes, and it's wonderful. I visited Port Adney, of course, and the markets there, but it's nothing like this."
She gestured to the happy chaos of merchants' stalls, customers, squires and pages running errands, apprentices carrying fresh wares to replace those already sold. The fair was bright with colored awnings and noisy with a milling crowd in a holiday mood, and at the far end of the huge field, smelly with pens full of sheep, goats, calves, and young elk. Their bleating was nearly as loud as the chatter of the bargaining going on. The two princesses went to inspect them.
"Look at that little calf with the white splash on his face," Sinead told Alison. "He's going to be an absolute monster when he's grown, and sire many generations just like him." "How do you know about such things?"
"I grew up on a working farm, not in a palace," Sinead replied, smiling. "That little fella is descended from stock I tended as a child. His bloodlines are quite as grand as any of Lord Chanel's stallions." The calf, as if sensing himself the object of discussion, ambled over and snuffled at Sinead's outstretched hand. "Davy's going to make a fine profit from you, my lad." Why should a prince concern himself with livestock? Allison wondered. A prince should involve himself in everything that happens within his borders. Actually, Princess Pansala thought this up. It's her idea that the stock of all princedoms can be improved by mixing bloodlines. At a price, of course, she added, chuckling. Cattle breeding may not be as glamorous as chaise horses, but it's a great deal more practical. My father says there are hawks for sale this year, too. Were they the regent's idea? May we go look at them? I was headed there next, and they're my idea, she continued, as they started up a hill to the woods. We could never afford good hawks when I was a girl. The best are bred in Prince March and kept only for the very rich. They're still expensive, but most people should be able to afford them. The caged hawks were in the cool shade of the trees. A few wore hoods, despite the distance from the noise and bustle of the fair. Sinead surveyed the results of her little scheme with satisfaction. The falconers were doing a brisk business, evidenced by little tags on many of the cages that indicated the birds had been sold. The tags were color-coded to individual princes and Athrim. She was pleased to note that people had done their buying early. Allison gazed in awe at a preening, amber-faced hawk. One long wing stretched the limit of the cage to show bronze and green and gold pinions. "Isn't she beautiful?" the girl whispered. "I always wanted to fly," Sinead murmured, "especially watching the dragons over River Run when I was little." "It must be the most wonderfully free feeling in the world," Allison said dreamily, "to know that all you need is the sky and the sun." "It's something like being a Ferrari," Sinead remarked, and received the reaction she had expected. Allison's shoulders stiffened, and she turned away from the hawk. Sinead pretended not to notice. "I'm about to spoil my son by purchasing one of these birds. Help me pick out the best." "But he owns them all, doesn't he?" "He owns the right to breed them, which we sell at a nice sum to these good falconers, who reap the profits of their labors." A bearded young man approached them, bowed low, and swept out a hand to indicate his wares. His full sleeves made the gesture reminiscent of flight, an impression accented by the sharp curve of his nose and two small, bright eyes. "A hawk for your magnificences? None finer than mine, a personal grant from the high and mighty Prince Paul himself, given with his own royal hands. Modesty aside, my hawks are born of matins much like the one that produced the young prince himself, fabled lady mother and powerful princely sire that he has, and my hawks the same. Allow me to show you birds that the high princess herself complimented me on only this morning. Excellent judge that she is of all things in this world, including hawks, and told me the famous emerald on her hand would be a fitting price for any one of these beauties." Sinead stuck the gloved hand wearing the famous emerald into her pocket. "That's as may be, but how much are you willing to sell one for?" He named a price that made her blink. Pansala had set strict limits on the amount to be charged. Even taking into account the bartering that would bring the price down, the final sum would be considerably above that limit. The idea was to make the birds available, not to make stupendous profit. To Sinead's surprise, it was Allison who began to bargain the price down. Her expertise was an education to Sinead, who had never been much good at such things. When she saw something she wanted, she could never bring herself to haggle and possibly work herself into a position where pride would compel her to walk away. Most merchants saw this in her face with the first half-hearted exchange. But Allison was a true artist, who obviously loved the game, and soon had the falconer clutching at his tousled hair and clawing at his beard in pretended agony. Sinead kept silent and enjoyed the show. At last Allison turned to Sinead. "You'd best go look at the other hawks. I'll join you shortly. I think this man's skull is as thick and hard as an unhatched dragon shell." Willing to play her part, Sinead strolled among the other cages. She asked about prices and found equally outrageous starting sums. She counted colored tags, made a rapid mental calculation, and returned to Allison, who had bargained the price down to where it should have started. After catching the falconer's gaze with her own, Sinead slowly and deliberately drew off her gloves. With the emergence of the emerald, the man's eyes popped. He looked at hair, eyes, and emerald again to confirm her identity, then gave a howl of dismay that brought the other falconers running. For a moment, Sinead thought he would prostrate himself and throw dirt over his head in penance. To his fellows he shouted, "Her most noble and exalted and gracious Royal Highness, the High Princess!" Sinead looked them all over, hands on hips.
"Goddess greetin' to you," she said sweetly. "I'm very happy to see things proceedin' so well, and it's so handsome a prophet."
She smiled, and guilt appeared on every face. Allison hid a grin behind her hand. "If memory serves," Sinead went on, that indicated her memory was faultless, "a specific price was set for these hawks. Now I have no objections to a modest markup. That's economics. But my son will be grieved to find that his generosity to you has not been matched by your generosity to your customers. A simple calculation of the probable sale prices of these birds tells me that each of you has made additional profits amounting to the price of one hawk each. There are 5 of you, therefore," she concluded with another smile, "you owe my son 5 hawks." A meaningful pause. "Thus far."
"But, Your Excellent Royal Highness!"
Sinead ignored him. "My cousin fancies the amber-faced one over there. I rather like the one wearing the green hood myself. That's 2. I'll trust your judgment to choose the best you have and tag them as belonging to my son. Do we understand each other? Marvelous. I think I need not add that I have counted the number of unsold birds, and at a similar rate of unauthorized profit, you'll end up owing my son 8 more hawks, if you continue your current practices, that is."
"But the scandal if our prices suddenly drop," one man protested. "Our first customers will be furious. I beg your worshipfulness to reconsider."
Allison spoke up.
"They're right, cousin. As I see it, there are 2 solutions. Our good friends here can refund the difference when buyers come to collect their hawks."
She paused as they moaned.
"Or they can stick to their prices and make their next customers believe themselves prodigiously clever bargainers."
"There is merit in what you say," Sinead replied thoughtfully, sternly repressing a grin at the girl's cunning. It would indeed be embarrassing for these honest merchants to admit they overcharged their first customers after all. "What do you say, my friends?" The bearded falconer gulped.
"Her graciousness is all perception and genius. We will allow future customers to...
He choked slightly, and one of his fellows poked him in the ribs.
"The bargaining will continue until prices are what the regent specified," he finished,
every word obviously tasting of vinegar.
"Splendid,"
Sinead beamed.
"So, the 5 hawks, the 2 I mentioned, and the 3 to be chosen by yourselves, are all you owe my son. By the way, the birds are to be tagged for myself, the High Prince, my son, Princess Tobin, and Princess Allison of Kirst, with whom you have just had the honor of speaking."
Allison's eyes rounded in astonishment at the gift. Sinead took her arm, and with a last smiling glance at the falconers, led the girl back down the slope. They were barely out of earshot when Sinead could no longer contain her laughter.
"I haven't had that much fun all year. Can you believe what they were asking for those hawks? Pansala will be furious. My lady, I really can't accept—" "Why ever not? You earned it. And in case you hadn't noticed, those 5 hawks didn't cost me a thing. You said you loved to watch birds in flight, Allison, and I can't think of anything lovelier than that golden-faced hawk with her wings spread to the sun. Not another word on the subject."
Allison hesitated, then smiled.
"From me, no, and thank you. But you'll hear plenty of words from people who think they're terribly clever in striking a bargain."
They returned to the fair, heading for the food stalls. Delectable scents competed with each other in a riot of temptation, and Sinead gave in gleefully. From meats Cheeses, cakes, vegetables, pies, fruits both fresh and preserved, and hundreds of bottles of wine, she chose an elegant luncheon. "We'll take this down to the river so we can eat in peace," she said, handing Allison a crock of fresh berries soaked in honey and herbs. She juggled the rest of the food while trying to avoid a tribe of young pages out for a day's fun. "Then I have to come back and find something for Paul and— oh!" She caught her balance and turned to the person who had jostled her, a handsome woman of middle years with a curiously intense gaze. "Your pardon, noble lady," the woman murmured. "No damage done," Sinead replied cheerfully. "It's quite a crush here, isn't it?" "Yes, but I see you have no bread for your meal. I can recommend the baker from Ways, just down this aisle." "Thank you for your suggestion, but his goods are not to be missed," the woman interrupted. Sinead was about to smile another polite refusal, but something urgent, almost desperate about the woman's eyes stopped her. "Indeed?" she asked cautiously, wondering how far the woman would go in her insistence. Far enough to whet Sinead's curiosity. The woman plucked at the High Princess's sleeve and whispered, "Please, your grace." "Show me." She and Allison followed the woman down the row of stalls to one with a bright red and yellow awning. Ways's colors, displayed by that city's merchants, as all at the Reala Fair, showed their lord's colors by law. Rounds of unleavened bread were piled in baskets, sorted according to size and flavoring. All bore the baker's mark on top, an impression much like that made by a seal into wax. This baker had chosen a stylized ocean wave as his hallmark, which also appeared in white paint on the wooden stall. The angular old man behind the counter turned from completing a sale, and his gaze narrowed at the sight of Sinead's escort. "Ah, Ulrika, found me another customer, have you?" "Only the best for this lady," Ulrika said. "I have eyes," the old man grumbled, and pushed aside a yellow curtain at the back of the booth. "Mind that nobody steals while I'm gone," he admonished, and disappeared. "The best," Sinead murmured to Ulrika, who pretended not to have heard. Allison looked a question at her, and Sinead gave a little shrug. A moment later the old man was back. In his hands was a large round of bread wrapped in a clean, though somewhat floury cloth. Sinead had coins ready, but the old man shook his head. "No money necessary. I know whom I serve." "Even a highborn pays for her meals. I'm sure I'll value your best." She pressed 2 gold coins into his hand, 100 times the cost of a loaf of bread. "I trust so, noble lady." He bowed and went to help another customer. "Sinead, where did that woman go?" Allison glanced around, frowning. "I didn't see her leave. Who was she?" "I've no idea." Sinead looked around for Ulrika and found not a trace of her. Shrugging, she took Allison down to the riverbank and chose a seat beneath a trellis covered in flowering vines. She set out their meal with deliberate casualness and, last of all, unwrapped the bread. It was cool and had been a long time from the oven. The cloth was not to protect Sinead's hands, but to hide something about the bread that might arouse suspicion. It was Allison who spotted the mark on the bottom of the loaf. Not the baker's ocean wave, but the rough outline of a dragon in flight, drawn in the dough with a knife. "Is it a message?" Allison asked, wide-eyed. Sinead shook her head. "Identification." She pierced the edge of the round with her thumbnail. "I'll open this as if we're going to put our cheese inside. And if you move just a little to your right, those people eating over there won't be able to see a thing. Thank you. Aha." She extracted a folded piece of parchment about the size of her palm, its surface sticky with oil. As she brushed it off, a golden circle fell out, and she caught her breath. "A ring?" Allison breathed, then gave a start. "A Ferrari ring!" Sinead put the note and the ring into her pocket. "Yes," she answered. "Open the wine, and let's eat." When they had finished lunch, they gathered up the leavings and walked down to the river, distributing crumbs to the birds. It was only then that Sinead took out the note. "This had better be worth the gold," she muttered. Allison was nearly dancing with impatience as Sinead scanned the terse message and replaced it in her pocket. "There's only one way to separate a sunrunner from his rings, which this note confirms." "What does it say?" "Forgive me, Allison, I can't tell you. But I can let you know that you're right about its being a Ferrari ring. It's the color of the gold, slightly reddish as you saw." "And the sunrunner who wore it is dead?" "Yes. Otherwise it would still be on his finger." She looked down at her own hands. "I'm the only one who ever had her rings stolen from her and lived, never to wear them again." "But the note—" "I can't talk about it, Allison. You think I'm too young and sheltered, don't you?" "I was younger than you when I became Rohan's princess, so it'd be pretty rotten of me to hold your years against you. But there are certain things you should be sheltered from, because honest innocence is the best defense against awkward questions. Right now, you know that a sunrunner is dead and that I received a message. If you don't know any more, you'll be safe. Not even princesses with sunrunner gifts should know everything." "You do?" Allison muttered. "Oh, my dear, if only." She paused a moment. "You didn't jump just now when I named you Ferrari." Allison broke cheese into bits she tossed in the water for the fish. "Have you ever heard the story of Shiona, the grandmother your father and I share? She was a sunrunner at Goddess Keep, who met Prince Sinar at Ariala. They fell in love. It was a terrible scandal, because at the time princes and lords did not marry Faradim, not formally trained ones at any rate. It was feared that the gifts would emerge in the next generation of rulers, trained by Ferrari parents without the supervision of Goddess Keep. "Times seem to have changed," Allison said with a furtive glance at Sinead. "Andrade changed them to suit herself. It wasn't until me that the gifts showed up in the Kirstian line. And now you. It's not so terrible a thing, you know, being a sunrunner and a princess." "But it makes me valuable, doesn't it?" Allison burst out. She flung the rest of the cheese into the water. Silver-green fish converged, and the water roiled as they fought over the food. "Ah," Sinead murmured, understanding. "If not for me and my rule-breaking marriage to Rohan, then you could have admitted your talents, been trained, and lived only as a sunrunner if you chose. But because of me, you're an important young lady when it comes to marriage." "It's not your fault," Allison said quickly. "You're right. I know I have the Ferrari talents. I've always known it. I didn't think it was possible to be a princess and a sunrunner both. And I'm a princess of Kirst. I have duties. Even if I had been trained at Goddess Keep, my position demands that I marry a prince or a lord. So you see that it's better this way. I don't really have any choice." "But there's a part of you," Sinead prompted. "Yes, a part of me that says if I don't learn those things, then I'll live my life knowing I'm only half of what I could have been. But I don't want to become like those calves or sheep, valuable for my Ferrari bloodlines instead of for myself. It's bad enough being a princess with the kind of dowry my father will give me, but at least I've been trained for that kind of life." She glanced up at Sinead. "I don't think there's any training for being a sunrunner princess, except life." "Even so," Sinead reminded her gently, "you want to fly." Allison nodded curtly. "I can't help it, but I don't have to give in to it either." She dusted her hands clean and shrugged. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't be bothering you with my problems, especially after that note. What I faced was the opposite, you know. I knew how to be a sunrunner, but I'd no idea what would be demanded of a princess. Come, we ought to be getting back to the encampment." Sinead left Allison at Volog's tents and went to her own pavilion, where Rohan was taking a midday break from his princely pursuits. She kissed him a greeting and told him first about the hawks, which had him chortling. "You're right. Pansala will be livid. We'll have to warn her. Allison sounds a very clever girl." "It's a pity she's too old for Paul." "I thought you had your heart set on Chanel, and goddess knows she has hers set on him." "Every prince should have a choice," she told him sweetly. just as you did.
As long as the choice coincides with what you want, you mean? He tugged playfully at one of her braids. My morning wasn't half so entertaining. Everybody bartered back and forth. Lane sat there silent and amused, and no one mentioned the real business of the Rial at all.
Fyron and Mazul, but mostly Mazul, she supplied. Not even a hint?
None. But Lyle has asked to address the princes tomorrow. I can't say I'm looking forward to it.
Then think about this instead. She produced the ring and the folded parchment, and told him how she had acquired them. A little oblique toward the end, don't you agree? He read the note aloud.
This ring belonged to Cleve, who is dead. His other rings are gone, as are the fingers they circled. His body was being readied for the porpoise fire when he was identified and given decent burning. His murderer is unknown, but take warning. Word in the city is that the father of a son is in danger, usually meant for the desert.
Rohan chewed his lip for a moment, then said,
Cleve was a good man, a good friend to us. Was he here for Andrade's purposes, do you think?
Yes. I didn't want to attract attention to the baker, so I didn't go back to his stall. But I could find him again if you like.
And place him in danger? No. He or this woman evidently consider this note all we need to know.
He clenched his fist around the gold circle.
Goddess! Poor Cleve, it's barbaric. They cut off his fingers, left him to die and be burned in a common pyre.
Sinead placed both her hands around his. Cleve was here in Ways, Keely's city, the woman who's championing Mazul. Whatever he found out cost him his life. There's no other way to read it. Rohan moved away from her, still grasping the ring.
It's not me they're after, usually meant for the desert. That implies the Merry Dove, of course, but the father of a son? He swung around suddenly. Whose son are we concerned with here? Relstra's, but he's already dead, so the threat—
Wait, you've lost me, Sinead protested.
Must be to Mazul's real father. Don't you see it? Who could provide the most damaging evidence? A man who looked and spoke and moved like Mazul, and who isn't anywhere near dead.
Sinead's brows quirked up, then down. You're reaching, she said flatly. There are dozens of fathers here who have sons.
And only one we're really concerned with, he reminded her. But how do we go about finding him?
Well, who would he want to find?
Presumably the people who'll pay him the most money, either to talk or not to talk. He hasn't come to us, so I think we can assume he's looking for the latter. Who would he go to? Keely? Meon? Mazul himself?
If Keely ordered someone to murder Cleve, and I think she did, then she wouldn't hesitate to kill this man too. Permanent silence. Sinead began to pace. Who would he talk to? How familiar is he with the politics of this?
I don't—
He was interrupted by the entrance of a guard.
Your pardon, Highnesses, the woman said. The Princesses Pansala and Nedra request a moment of your time. Yes, of course, Rohan said distractedly. Then he stared at Sinead. Do you think—
The sisters came in, and Pansala's first words confirmed their suspicions. My lord, my lady, I'm sorry to disturb you, but a man came to Nedra this morning. Let me guess, Sinead told her. He claimed to be the real father of this pretender and wanted money to keep silent about it. Nedra's eyes widened. How did you know? Pansala turned very pale and whispered, What a fool I am.
You couldn't have known, Rohan said, and you came to me as soon as you learned of it. Princess Nedra, please, tell me what happened.
He said that, as my father's daughter, I should want you and yours out of Prince March, and if I didn't pay him—
You sent him away, didn't you? He interrupted. I appreciate your loyalty, my lady, but I wish you'd gotten word to me at once.
She wrung her hands together. My lord, I'm sorry. I didn't think he was— that all he wanted was money.
You were right about that part of it, Rohan said more gently. I don't blame you, my lady. Please, tell us everything he said.
He told me that he'd fathered a child on a woman married to another man, all of them servants at Castle Crag. He was part of the barge crew. I don't remember him, but that doesn't mean anything, really. I listened to him as long as I did only because I was so astounded at his impudence."
Nadra pulled herself together with admirable aplomb and told them as much as she knew. The man had been tall, dark-haired, and green-eyed, as Mazul was reported to be. After the barge had burned that night, he had settled for a time in Ways, then worked on various ships. Rumors this spring had brought him back, where he had been waiting for the Riala to see what his information could get him.
"I went to Pansala soon after he left, my lord. I was so insulted that he would think I would betray you and Princess Sinead, who have been so good to me."
"Could you find him again?" Rohan asked. "Tell him you've reconsidered?"
Nadra shook her head. "I'm sorry, my lord," she said miserably. "After I recovered from the shock of his impertinence, I sent him on his way with no doubts about my loyalties. Then I went to tell Pansala about his lies, in case he came to her next."
Sinead sighed quietly.
"Well, where would he go next? Not to you, Pansala, certainly. Keeley is a possibility I don't want to think about. He wouldn't live past his first few words."
Nadra turned pale.
"My lady, you don't think she would—"
"I'm almost positive of it." She turned to her husband. "If I were he, I'd go to Chiana next. She doesn't have much money, but she's got the most to lose." What Chiana lost was her temper. She was summoned to the pavilion and told the essence of what had happened, and turned furiously on Nadra.
"You stupid fool! Why didn't you keep him with you and send for the rest of us?"
"That's enough," Pansala snapped.
"Not by half, Princess Regent," Chiana spat, fiery-eyed. "You and Ianthe and your stupid schemes. If not for you, none of this would ever have happened."
"My lady," Rohan said, with deceptive mildness, "your opinion is not necessary right now. Your intelligence, however, is. Calm yourself and think."
"Oh, yes, you can order me to be calm and cool. It's not your identity at stake here, is it, High Prince?"
Pansala took a threatening step toward her half-sister.
"Be silent! Don't you dare presume to give me orders, you treacherous bitch!"
Rohan muttered a curse under his breath. "Stop it, both of you. Chiana, return to Keeley's tents. Yes, I know it's the last place in the world you want to be, but it's the only place you can be of use to yourself." She gulped in a deep breath, shooting a poisonous glance at Pansala, and nodded.
"Yes, please excuse me."
She bowed to him and withdrew. Pansala said in a wooden voice,
"I beg pardon for her manners, my lord."
Sinead smiled faintly.
"Pansala, the girl has no manners."
Closing her eyes, the regent murmured,
"Yet she's right. If not for Ianthe and Pelila's stupidity in heeding my revision of her plan, none of this would be happening." "You were young and desperate," Nadra said softly, "like the rest of us."
Sinead nodded. "I don't condone what you tried to do, but I understand it." Pansala met Sinead's gaze, and suddenly it was as if they were alone.
"Even though it was all in pursuit of Rohan,
he was only a symbol for you both, freedom, in the form of one man. But I think you've learned what Ianthe never did, that we make our own jails." Pansala hesitated, then murmured,
"I've never said this before to anyone, but he chose wisely in choosing you."
Her cheeks colored, and she glanced nervously at Rohan, abruptly recalling his presence.
"Forgive me, my lord. With your permission, Nadra and I will leave you now."
When the pair had gone, Rohan heaved a sigh and flung himself into a chair. "Come here to me, Sinead." "How can you sit there, and there's not much I can do about any of this right now, is there? Come over here." When he had pulled her down into his lap, he sighed again. "The day becomes more and more interesting. But remind me, when I choose a mistress, to pick a lap-sized one, those long legs of yours."
"I regret my over-sufficiencies, my prince, and I still want to know."
"Sinead,
If I order a search of every tent and all of ways, I'll alert our enemies to the fact that I consider this man to be of vital importance, thereby killing him more effectively than if I'd run him through with my own sword. So, I intend to wait and see what happens, which is all I can do for now, other than reacquaint myself with my wife after a whole summer's absence." A few moments later, the voice of Rohan's squire came from the other side of the partition.
"Your Royal Highnesses—"
"Damn!" Rohan muttered, and Sinead rose from his lap.
"Yes, Talon, come in," he called.
Talon, only surviving son of Lord Eltanan of Tiglath, was wheat-blonde and dark-eyed, a well-built young man of 19 winters, only a year or so away from being knighted. Rohan had been fortunate all his life in his choice of squires, and Talon was no exception. Walvis, younger son of a minor landholder, had become an accomplished battle commander, a trusted Athri, and a good friend. Tillal, Sinead's nephew, was now an important lord in his own right and remained close to them. Talon would one day rule over the walled city in the north, important bastion against the Merida and the Cunaxons across the border, and he was being trained with this in mind. He bowed, brushed his ever-unruly shock of hair from his eyes, and said,
"I'm sorry, my lord, my lady, but someone left this outside the pavilion. All I saw of him was a plain dark tunic, no emblem, no colours I recognized."
Rohan accepted the pouch of rough brown wool and undid the drawstrings.
"Ah,"
he said softly, as he extracted a fine glass knife.
"Merida."
Talon stiffened, but it was Sinead who spoke.
"The death usually meant for the desert."
"I presume so. Another warning. More and more interesting," he repeated. "Thank you, Talon, and don't worry, this really isn't meant for any of us."
"I'll double the guard anyway, my lord."
"No, you will not."
Talon bowed and looked unhappy.
"As you wish, my lord."
When the young man was gone, Rohan stroked the sharp blade of the knife with one finger.
"I've seen too many of these, plenty of them directed at me."
"What do you think they mean by it?"
"They want me to know they're here. They want me to worry about Paul, but not about this father of a son our baker friend warned us of."
He looked up at her.
"Sinead, if I truly were the hero you accused me of being last night, I'd scour the encampments and give no one any peace until I found the man, and he'd be found alive. Heroes are supposed to act on impulse, do things they haven't really thought through, and for heroes, such things always work. That's what makes them heroes."
He paused, turning the knife over in his hands. "When I was young, I had all the impulsive power of youth and unimportance behind me. Oh, I had a princedom, and that made me someone to reckon with, but I wasn't High Prince. I didn't have to be concerned with everything and everyone. Now I have to be. The power of being High Prince limits me." Sinead nodded slowly.
"Back then, the only limit was what you could do. Now it's what you shouldn't."
"Exactly. And there's no other person in this world who'd understand what I mean. What would I become if I ran roughshod through everyone's lives simply because I'm the High Prince and have the power to do so? If I was still only Rohan, who ruled the desert, then I could try pretty much whatever I liked, because there'd be someone more powerful than I to stop me if he could. But there's no one like that now," he finished with a self-mocking shrug, "and it's not in the description of a hero to be shy about using power."
"My description of a hero is very different," she said quietly. "I'm looking at him."
"You, my dearest love, are prejudiced."
"Of course," she agreed readily. "But take a look at those around you sometime, who look to you for guidance. Take a look at your son, who worships you. Rohan, if being a hero is having the courage to resist using power arbitrarily, then you are a hero, beloved." He shrugged again.
"What you call courage looks like cowardice from here, and it doesn't get us any closer to locating Mazul's father."
"Is that what we're really talking about?" she asked softly. He gave her a tiny smile that vanished almost before it touched his lips.
I suppose not. What we're talking about is finding and executing Mazul before he can say a single word, before we have to use this father of his to destroy him.
He looked down at the knife, a Merida knife, from which the ancient League of Assassins had taken their name. Gentle glass. Suddenly he threw it viciously through the air. An instant later the shining blade hung quivering from a wooden support on the other side of the tent.
To all hells with debates about power, Sinead. Even if I have to break my own laws, I'm going to root out every one of those murderous vermin and execute them, with my own hands if necessary. Paul is not going to spend his life looking over his shoulder for a Merida blade.
Sinead stared at the knife for long moments. It took great effort to pry her gaze from it and look at her husband.
Then make it profitable for Mion to expel them from his lands.
What would you suggest?
He asked bitterly. Give him something in exchange for the Merida, and, incidentally, for his support against Mazul.
Such as?
Calmly, she drew the Merida knife from the wood, held it so the light glinted off its glass blade. Set Chiana on him, she.
Chapter 17. Like her father, Pansala did not believe in talking about power. She believed in using it. Pansala waited at Lyle's garish red and yellow striped tent, growing angrier by the moment as Keeley kept her cooling her heels in an antechamber. When at last admitted into her half-sister's presence, Pansala was seething. That she was forced to conceal her fury only added to her hatred of this flaunting beauty who received her with the widest and most insincere of smiles. Of all her sisters and half-sisters, Keeley was the one who should have been dead. Pansala regretted not having killed her years ago.
Pansala, I hope you weren't kept waiting too long. My squires told me only a moment ago that you were here. They do so hate to interrupt Lyle and me when we get a little time alone.
Keeley kissed the air beside Pansala's right cheek.
You're so fortunate not to be married, you know. One always worries about not spending enough time with one's husband and children.
Pansala bore the embrace stolidly, not missing Keeley's barb about her husbandless, childless state.
I regret disturbing you,
she made herself say.
Think nothing of it. It's been so long since we had a good long talk together. Why don't I order a couple of horses and take you into the city? I'll give you a tour of the residence, and we can have a snack. It's an eccentric place, but I've managed to make it livable, if not logical.
Pansala debated for a moment about letting Keeley stew in surmises about this visit, then decided she hadn't patience for it.
I'm afraid I'll have to defer the pleasure of seeing your home, Keeley. I have something rather distressing to discuss with you.
Oh, Keeley gestured to chairs.
How may I help you, Pansala? Nadra came to me today with the most astonishing story.
With a whisper of silk skirts, Keeley sank into a seat.
I haven't had the chance to speak to her yet. How is she?
Pansala gave her full credit for ability to contain her curiosity about this conversation with a sibling she cordially loathed. The feeling was mutual, and they both knew it, and Pansala began to feel a certain relish for the game.
Oh, fine. But her tale was quite amazing. It seems.
She hesitated just the right amount of time, then went on in a low voice.
Keeley, there's some man in Ways saying he's the true father of this pretender.
Keeley's eyes went wide, but she cheated Pansala of most of her real reaction to this news.
Incredible! What can this mean? She breathed. It means everyone is looking for him. Nadra was approached for money to keep him quiet. That, as our father's daughter, she'd naturally wish Rohan out of Prince March. How could he think any of us would want that? Father, gave us nothing, and Rohan has given us everything." "Oh, yes, he most certainly has," Keely said, earnestly, and again Pansala was forced to admire her for keeping a completely straight face. "I came to you, as another loyal servant of the High Prince, to ask if you'd set your people looking for this man. They know ways much better than mine do. If he is the real father of this pretender, then his truth must be heard. And if he's not," she shrugged, "if he's not, he'll have to be taught a lesson for lying about such serious matters of state. Will you help, Keely?" "With all my heart, Pansala. It's shocking, isn't it? This whole tale of fathers possibly having a son, and now this man with his story." Suddenly Keely dimpled. "Oh, what if it's true? What if Palila really did get herself pregnant by a groom or a cook or some such, in hopes of giving father a son?" Pansala gave her a genuine laugh. "I wouldn't have put anything past that bitch, would you? Goddess, do you remember how much we all hated her? To tell the truth, my dear, I'm rather astounded to find you giving house room to her daughter." She laughed again as the shot struck home. "That little—" Keely bit her lips shut too late. Pansala nodded slowly, smiling. "Chiana is my guest here, and has been a great help to me in planning the Riala," she went on in a desperate attempt to recoup. "I lived with her for 6 long years at Goddess Keep," Pansala pointed out. "Frankly, my dear sister, it would almost be worth it to find out that this pretender really is who he says he is, if it would humiliate Chiana." Keely sat back in her chair, hands and arms limp at her sides, her mouth open. Pansala laughed softly. "Can't you imagine it? Disgraced, deprived of status, revealed as the daughter of a servant. It's what Ianthe and I planned for her at her birth, and she's the reason I was banished to Goddess Keep in the first place. I have to admit, I dearly love the sight of a daughter of her insufferable mother earning her keep as a scullery drudge." "It presents an interesting picture," Keely acknowledged with a sudden smirk. "Actually, I invited her here in hopes she'll find someone to marry her and take her off all our hands. I know Nadra has had enough of her, and I'm growing more than a little weary of her airs and graces myself. In a way, it's a pity this pretender's claim isn't true." She watched that one sink in and waited for the questions. They were not long in coming. "It was the oddest night, wasn't it? Of course, you were there," Keely said casually. "But you know I can't help but wonder, what with all the confusion, what really happened, Pansala? Only you and Ianthe ever really knew." "And Lady Andrade," Pansala added smoothly. "You're right about the circumstances. Sheer chaos. But I was there, Keely. And I know. That's why I can't allow the issue to be obscured. Will you do me the favor of having your people look for this man in the city, and at the encampment, and the fair? They ought to be able to find a stranger of a certain description, even with all the other strangers around. He may adopt the colors of some lord or prince, but I doubt it, as anyone legitimately in service would know all his fellows. He'd be in danger of challenge." "He has no master of his own, then?" "Not that I know of. He was wearing plain clothing when he spoke to Nadra. Will you do it, Keely? I'd be in your debt." "I'll be glad to help," Keely said fervently. "What does he look like?" She gave every detail Nadra had been able to recall under Pansala's questioning, which had been a great deal fiercer than Rohan's. Keely then escorted her out, all sweetness and cooperation, and the two women parted on the best of terms. Pansala walked back to her own tents, where 20 servants waited for her as ordered. They had abandoned the colors of Prince March and were dressed in plain tunics. "Watch every servant leaving Lady Keely's tent. They will be looking for a tall, green-eyed man. Now heed me carefully. This man is not
to reach my sister. Secure him and bring him to me at once, safe and unharmed. Not a word to the High Prince's people or anyone else. Most especially, do not let Keeley's people know who you are. There will be substantial reward for your success. Are there any questions? Good. Rohan couldn't quite live up to his words about letting things happen as they would. He snatched a moment to confer with Talon, instructing him to alert all the guards and servants to the description of a certain man Rohan wished to speak to. If they saw him, he was to be brought to the pavilion at once. But tell them not to be obvious about it, he finished. No fuss, and no searching tents or questioning everyone they meet. By late afternoon, Rohan had abandoned the parchments that demanded his attention in favor of a meander outside by the river. He excused dereliction of duty by reasoning that he needed fresh air to clear his head. He had never been very good at lying to himself. As casually as he had left his pavilion, and with the same excuse he'd given Talon, Sinead appeared at his side. "Lovely afternoon for a walk, isn't it?" she asked. "Lovely," he echoed. "Everything's arranged for our various parties," she went on idly, as they neared the river bank. "Food enough for an army, and enough wine to float Half Lane's merchant fleet. That's good. Paul tells me he's given me a present to wear to the last day banquet, but he won't say what it is. First I've heard of it." He plucked a flower from a bush and began shredding the petals. "Confess, Rohan, what you'd really like to do is go through every tent and house and cottage within 100 measures. If I admit to it, will you?" He smiled at her. "There's not really much chance of finding him, is there?" "Not much." They continued along in companionable silence for a time, heading for the bridge that crossed the Falaine. People were returning from the fair, loaded down with packages and satchels, discussing purchases and current rumors. Rohan and Sinead went mostly unnoticed in the crowd, for both were plainly dressed and kept their hands with the telltale rings in their pockets. Some few recognized them, but at a slight shake of the head from either, merely bowed slightly and went on their way. "Plenty of people here this summer," Rohan observed. "More than enough to blend in with, wouldn't you say? Except if you happen to be a young prince with 2 zealous guardians. Look." He pointed to where their son walked along the river, Marken and Ostval in close attendance. "It seems none of us can stay put for the afternoon," Sinead murmured with a wry smile. "I can't say I blame us." He led her out of the crowd and toward Paul. "I wonder where Ryan is," he asked suddenly. "Clutha's here, but Ryan hasn't come by to greet Ostval yet." "I expect he's been too busy. He was in Ways this summer, you know, keeping an eye on Lyle for Clutha. But he wasn't at the residence when we had dinner there. Chiana said he'd ridden to the Falaine crossing to meet Clutha's party." She waved to Paul as he hurried up the slope toward them. She seemed rather put out, probably because she didn't get anywhere with Ryan. "My love, the boy has taste, but I'd like to talk to him. Perhaps he's heard something. I'll ask Clutha to send him by tonight." She smiled as Paul approached and gave them a courtly bow and a mischievous smile. "Have you been over at the fair?" Paul asked. "I actually got to see it for a little while," he added with a half-teasing, half-resentful glance over his shoulder at Marken and Ostval. "I had some business to settle." "My present?" "Could be," Sinead hinted. "Whatever it is, I hope it fits," she replied, rumpling his blonde hair. She turned to Marken then and added, "I assume you took a little time for yourself and spoke to at least a dozen goldsmiths about wedding necklets." The young man made a face at her, and Ostval chided, "Now, Sinead, don't fuss the boy. Besides, it was only half a dozen, I counted." They were just about to start back to the desert tents when someone in the crowd nearby shouted a warning. There was a scuffle on the bridge, and people scattered from the steps, screaming. A tall, ill-dressed man lurched against the railing. Gouts of blood spurted from his neck. "Sweet goddess! Someone's killed him!" a man's voice cried. "There they are! Grab them! Don't let them get away!" Rohan and Ostval were already running for the steps. Paul would have done the same but for Sinead's firm grip on his shoulder, and it took all her strength to hold him. Markin stood between them and the bridge, scanning the crowd warily, with sword drawn, ready to defend them if necessary. But it was Rohan who needed a sword, a weapon he had not carried for the length of Paul's life. A man wearing yellow and brown surged from the knot of frightened people and leaped for him, blade gleaming. Rohan's boot knives were in his hands instantly, and he fought with all the swift grace and skill of one born to wield a blade. Ostvald grappled with a second man in Merida colours, who jumped him before he had the chance to draw his sword. They rolled down the slope and splashed into the river. "Father!" Paul cried, struggling against Sinead's grasp. The battle was over quickly. Very few were a match for Rohan in a knife fight. This man was not one of them. He was forced up the steps of the bridge, bleeding from a dozen gashes. At last he turned, wild-eyed, and flung himself over the rails into the swift-flowing river. He surfaced once, arms flailing. Hurtled downriver by the vicious current, caught in an undertow, he screamed and vanished. Ostvald had meantime managed to prevent his attacker from drowning him, and was instead encouraging the man to breathe water by holding his head under in the sandy shallows. Rohan helped Ostvald drag the man out of the river. They shook him, slapped his face, and after a time he choked and vomited. Sinead allowed Paul to escape her grasp, and Markin followed him down to the banks. The crowd huddled nearby, murmuring and amazed. No one but Sinead remembered the dying man on the steps. She went to him and saw at once that nothing could help him. His throat had been sliced clean through, the whiteness of bone visible through a gaping slash that had ceased to gush blood with the ending of his heartbeat. His sleeve had caught on a nail, and he hung limply, his open green eyes seeming to stare right through her. As she descended the steps, a woman pushed through the crowd, dragging a reluctant captive with her. Sinead tensed, for the woman wore no identifying colors or badge of service. "Commander Pallyra, Your Highness of the Regent's Guard," the woman said, bowing. "I regret we weren't fast enough to catch the others." "Who's this?" Sinead asked softly. "I'm not a murderer." The captive had stopped, trying to get away. "I was only coming back from the fair when she grabbed me." "Tell her Grace the truth," Pansala's guard snapped. "He was following the dead man over there. I know because I was following him." "Take him to our pavilion and watch him," Sinead told her, suddenly very tired. "We'll question him later." She stood beside Paul and Markin as Ostvald worked on the second assassin. Rohan propped him up as he shuddered and gulped in air, his gratitude at being alive warring with sheer terror. Rohan stood up, blood streaking his jaw from a knife graze, and met Sinead's gaze. She shook her head, and he sighed quietly. "This one will live," he told her. "Merida colours," Ostvald grated, his voice sounding bruised. "No," Paul said. "Father, look at your hands and Ostvald's." He gestured to Rohan's fingers, stained brown and yellow from the man's tunic. "He's not Merida. The colours were dyed into them only recently, and not very well. See how it's run all over your hands? And why would they so obviously wear their own colours anyway? That's not the Merida style." "You've sharp eyes," Ostvald acknowledged. "But if not Merida, then who?" "Why don't we ask him?" Rohan prodded the man in the leg with the toe of his boot. "Have him brought to our camp and dried off, and I think you're due for a change of clothes, Ostvald, before you catch your death of a chill. Have the dead man brought along as well," he added. "Dead?" Paul glanced over to the bridge. "Yes, very." Sinead felt an irrational desire to hold her son to her heart, protect him from all that was ugly and foul in this world. She contented herself with brushing her fingertips against his shoulder. "Will you help me up the slope, Paul?" He put his arm around her waist, and she was comforted by his closeness, his warmth, the living strength of him next to her. Untested, untried, unblooded, but he had grown nearly as tall as she over the summer, and would soon be a man. One did not try to protect men from life, especially not princes. She heard Markin order that the drowned man's corpse be recovered if possible from downriver. She heard Ostval's cough, the assassin's whining protests, the murmurs of the slowly dispersing crowd, but she did not hear her husband's voice. And when she had gained the top of the riverbank, she turned to look for him. He was standing motionless by the bridge as several men heaved the corpse upright and carried it from the steps. Rohan glanced up, and Sinead caught his eyes that mirrored their own weary, helpless anger. He joined her and Paul, who at last broke the uneasy silence among them.
"I've never seen you use your knives before, Father."
Rohan barely looked at him as they started for their tents.
"Good at it, aren't I?"
he asked in a bitter tone that Sinead understood and Paul did not. The boy's cheeks flushed, and his lips tightened.
Rohan shrugged. "Any idiot can use a knife, Paul. It's very direct and heroic. But the results are usually not worth the trouble."
Markin had never had much use for liquor as a cure for jangled nerves and vaguely disapproved of people who turned to a bottle in times of stress. But that evening he learned the value of a wine cup's companionship. He sat alone in the growing darkness and welcomed the spurious strength of the Cyrene vintage through his veins. After viewing the murdered man, Markin felt in need of a restorative. It was not that the corpse had been messy, he told himself as he refilled his cup. The knife had sliced through the man's throat with incredible skill, and death had been swift. Markin had been younger than Paul when he'd seen far worse in war, whole battlefields of men and women hacked into pieces barely recognizable as human. He had seen far more unpleasant deaths. He rose, pacing the private tent he merited as the almost official Lord of Whitecliff, aware that his knees were not what they should be. He drank more wine. Somehow the murder had shaken him even more than the tragedy of Maita's death at Castle Crag. All spring and summer he had known about the problems facing his uncle, but the sight of that green-eyed corpse had made the dangers immediate. His private concerns were trifling compared to the threat posed by the pretender. Markin knew how precarious Rohan's position was. The real difficulty was not even this man's claim. What it came down to was Faradi power. Paul's personality would go far toward convincing all that he did not have the makings of a tyrant, would not use his Sunrunner gifts in combination with the powers of the High Prince to crush all opposition. But if he was the son of his royal father, he was also the child of his Faradi mother. No matter how winning his ways, many feared the two powers combined in one man. Markin sat down again and closed his eyes. A picture of the corpse was burned onto his lids, tall, dark-haired, with green eyes wide open to the last of the sunlight. They could hardly display the dead body as evidence against the claimant. There were plenty of green-eyed men in the world. Who was to say that this one had fathered the pretender? "Damn!" he muttered, clenching his fist around his wine cup. There had to be something they could do, some way of convincing people.
"Why, all alone in the night, my lord?"
The feminine voice startled him so violently that wine sloshed out of his cup. A slim shadow moved toward him in the gloom.
"You shouldn't be solitary and sad, my lord. Share your trouble with me."
Without thinking, he called fire to the wick of a candle.
"Chiana?"
he asked incredulously. "What are you doing here?"
"You Faradim, always startling a person."
She laughed lightly and came closer. Her fingers rested on the back of his chair beside his shoulder, and somehow the gesture was more intimate than if she had touched him.
"I came to ease your loneliness, my lord."
"Thank you for the thought, my lady," he said, remembering his manners at last. "I mean no offense, but I would prefer to be alone. I'm no fit company for a lady tonight."
She laughed again, low in her throat this time.
"I'd wager you're always excellent company for a woman, especially at night."
Cool, soft fingers brushed his nape. It had been a long time since he had received caresses from a beautiful woman, But this was the wrong woman. He got to his feet, cursing the wine that had made him light-headed. Chiana gazed up at him, candlelight making her face all soft lips and shining, excited eyes framed by artfully tumbled hair. "Forgive me, my lady, but—" "You're too modest," Chiana said playfully. "But I can tell, my lord." Her gaze roamed over his face, down his chest and arms. "Yes, I can definitely tell." Even with the chair between them, he felt as if she had her hands on him. The wine had not so befuddled him that he gave in to her. Neither had it dulled his powers of reasoning. He knew why she was here, and it was not because of his charms. She was terrified of the pretender and groping toward any man who, by marrying her, would provide her with a noble title to replace the one she feared she was about to lose. But one did not tell a lady she was a scheming little bitch. "I thank you for the compliment, Lady Chiana. It's as unexpected as it is flattering, coming from a lovely woman, but—" "Marken! Marken, they're here!" He sent up brief and heartfelt thanks to the goddess for providing him with a cousin who occasionally forgot his manners. Chiana backed off as Paul came running into the tent. The boy's jaw dropped halfway to his knees at the sight of her, but he made a quick recovery. "Lady Andrade is here, and father says to hurry," he said after making a slight bow to Chiana. "I'm sorry to interrupt." Chiana's voice was cool and distant. "I should return to my sister's tent. I have enjoyed our conversation, Lord Marken. Nothing would give me more pleasure than to continue it another time." She bent her knees to Paul. "Your Royal Highness." "My lady," he said as she swept past him. Then he whistled soundlessly. "Marken, I really am sorry." Marken pinched the candle out. "Being alone with a pretty lady is desirable only when you like the lady." "If you tell me it's something I'll understand when I'm older, I'll kick you," Paul replied, grinning. "Come on, Lady Andrade is asking to see you." Though Marken didn't care much about seeing Lady Andrade, it was difficult to keep his strides from lengthening as he accompanied Paul to the blue pavilion, and even more difficult to keep his expression under control as he entered and his eyes found Hollis. But Paul again forgot his manners. "He wasn't with Aunt Tobin and Uncle Che," the boy reported. "He was in his own tent with Lady Chiana." Marken turned red. Grateful as he had been to his cousin earlier, now he could cheerfully have strangled the brat. Rohan's lips twitched with barely suppressed mirth, and Sinead coughed to hide her laughter. Andrade looked him down and up with a brief stop below his belt, but Hollis reacted not at all. She stood to one side with Andre and a tall black-haired youth Marken didn't know. Her dark blue eyes were circled beneath with bruises of weariness. She looked thinner, and the supple energy that usually shone from her seemed tarnished somehow. "Well," Andrade said, breaking the awkward silence, "your own tent now, eh? Che must have given you Whitecliff, and about time, too." "He has, my lady." Marken bowed to her. "Isn't somebody going to ask me to sit down?" she complained. "And I could do with something to drink." Marken and Andre performed squire's duties, as Paul and the black-haired boy brought extra chairs. Hollis sank into hers with a long sigh, and the boy hovered behind her with an almost proprietary air. "Pleasant trip?" Marken whispered to his brother as they poured out cups of wine. Andre grimaced. "Hell on horseback. Remind me not to tell you about it." They finished distributing the wine as their parents entered. Andrade waited while they greeted Andre, then directed them to chairs as if this were her pavilion, not Rohan's. But they were all long accustomed to her ways. "Soren has duty tonight with Volog and can't come," Che said as he sat down. "Goddess, do you know how depressing this is? All my sons can look me straight in the eye. It's not fair. They started out so short." "Perhaps you're only shrinking due to rampant decrepitude," Andrade commented. "I hope the rot doesn't extend to your brains, any of you. What are you going to do now?
now that Mazul's real father is dead?"
Rohan leaned back in his chair. "You don't miss much, do you?"
"My eyes and ears may be old, boy, but they still function. What are your plans?"
"I'd rather hear about yours. Your sunrunner Cleve was keeping an eye on Keeley for you, wasn't he? What did he find out?" It wasn't often that anyone managed to startle the Lady of Goddess Keep. Markin glanced at Hollis, prepared to share an amused glance at Andrade's astonishment, but Hollis was staring into her untasted wine, and the black-haired boy was hovering even closer.
"How did you know about Cleve?"
Andrade demanded. As gently as possible, he said, "We received word today, and proof, that he's dead. They cut the rings from his fingers by taking the fingers themselves, Andrade. He probably died for something he knew. Do you have any idea what it was?" Andrade's face was immobile. After a few moments, she whispered,
"No, I knew he was dead. Ryan told me, but he didn't say how it happened."
Rallying, she took a long swallow of wine.
"Cleve is dead, and his information with him. Mazul's real father is dead, and his testimony with him. You haven't managed this very well, Rohan."
Paul had been standing between his parents' chairs, listening wide-eyed. But at this point he stiffened and took a step forward, frowning at the implied insult to his father. Markin could have told him to save his indignation. Andrade spoke that way to everybody. She noticed, as she noticed everything.
"Meath tells me you can call fire,"
she said abruptly to the boy.
"I can, my lady." "What else can you do, without ever having been taught?"
"I don't know," Paul replied boldly. "I've never tried." She gave a bark of laughter.
"Ha! You're the son of your father, all right."
"And of my mother," Paul added. Markin hid a slight smile. If Paul was awed by their formidable kinswoman, he was determined not to show it.
Yes, and of your mother," she said. "Tobin, take your husband and sons to your own tent. I have no time for family news right now. Paul, you may go with them. Hollis, Sejast, go tell Urivel to hurry up. I'm tired and I want to rest in my own bed sometime before midnight."
Andrade watched them obey her orders, not missing the look Paul gave his parents, as if asking whether or not he had to do as Andrade told him. She approved the boy's spirit, but it also made her feel very old. It would take all her energy and authority to make a good, obedient sunrunner of him, if anyone could.
"I want to know your plans,"
she said to Rohan again, when the others had gone.
"And don't tell me you're going to trust to the truth. This isn't a game played by nice rules."
"What would you suggest?" Sinead asked coldly. "Buy-in cooperation would certainly be effective. It would convince everyone that we doubt our own position."
"Truth may be an excellent defense," Andrade snapped. "But what we need right now is a plan of attack."
"I thought you'd have everything all plotted out for us," Sinead retorted, "and all we'd have to do is speak our lines. You're the one who hasn't managed this very well, Andrade." She was silent for a moment, searching the face of her most beloved student.
"When will you believe that I never wanted mindless obedience from any of you? If you had been an idiot, I would not have chosen you for Rohan."
"I'll believe it when you prove it. You've just done the opposite again by calling it your choice, not ours." It was an old debate between them, and one that suddenly wearied her.
"I put you both in the way of choosing, but I don't give orders to anyone but my sunrunners, and you'll note that I no longer give you any orders at all. I've learned that it does no good."
"And you tell everyone that I'm no longer a sunrunner?"
"Stop this," Rohan said quietly. "Andrade, you asked my plans and answered your own question. The only weapon we have is the truth. I can't bargain or cajole or command my way out of this. Mazul must be repudiated or Paul's claim to Prince March will never be secure. The only thing I can trust is the truth. And not me, Andrade whispered, feeling very old again, telling herself it was only fatigue. My truth is suspect.
She wrapped her fingers around the wine cup, staring at the bracelets on either wrist, linked to her rings by thin chains.
It galls me. Nothing to do with her Elstra ever happens in ways I can control.
She gave in to impulse and flung the goblet to the floor.
Goddess, why could he not have died forever and left us all in peace?
An instant later, humiliated by her outburst, she shrugged irritably.
Your pardon. I'll see you get a new rug to replace the one I just ruined.
Sinead spoke, her voice soft, almost apologetic. My lady, though I no longer wear any ring but my husband's, the ones you gave me are still on my hands. Tell us what you think we ought to do. More moved than she would admit, Andrade shook her head.
I'm tired. We'll talk tomorrow.
She pushed herself to her feet and muttered,
Hasn't Urivel raised that damned tent yet?
Urivel had, and was now ordering it furnished with carpets, tables, chairs, beds, and other amenities from the baggage wains. Segev assisted him and the other sunrunners after finding a chair for Hollis to rest in. He had had no opportunity today to give her more Dranath, and she was showing the effects of withdrawal. Segev hurried about his tasks, and at last escaped with the excuse of finding some wine. He paused in a shadow in the growing enclave of Andrade's white tents, and pulled the stopper from the bottle. Not trusting his abilities at sleight of hand to get the herb into only one cup, he sprinkled the Dranath into the bottle itself. One drink of it would cause nothing more than a headache for someone not previously dosed. The white pavilion was fully furnished by the time he returned. Lady Andrade reclined in a soft, upholstered chair, attended by the High Prince and High Princess. Hollis sat nearby. Segev poured wine for them and for Urivel, bowing low to each as a good one-ringed sunrunner should in the presence of the High Prince and such exalted Faradim.
And that's the tale of our evening, Prince Rohan was saying. Nadra has identified the corpse as the man who came to her earlier today. Pansala had a little scheme of her own going, by the way. No one of her blood was ever able to resist playing with events.
The High Princess nodded thanks as Segev poured the wine. It seems she had a little chat with Keely, who set her people to scouring ways for this man, while Pansala's own servants followed them like dragons after a doe.
Well, what of it?
Andrade asked. They traced Keely's people to the fair, where it seems everybody who wanted to find this man found him indeed. Sinead gave a little shrug. Rohan believes in letting things happen. Well, they happened all right. Segev marveled that they spoke so freely in front of him. But then, he was supposedly one of them, a sunrunner, a member of Andrade's personal suite. He grinned to himself and took up a position in the shadows behind Hollis's chair.
We let Keely's man go, Rohan added. There's nothing to accuse Keely of, after all. She was only acting on Pansala's orders. It doesn't matter that we know damned well she would have had him killed if she'd gotten her hands on him. Granted, Andrade muttered. What of this Merida, who isn't a Merida? We thought you might like to interview him with us, Rohan said almost casually. He gestured to Segev, who stepped forward and bowed. Tell my squire outside to fetch this man, please. At once, Your Grace.
The man was being held in the High Prince's encampment, damp clothes nearly dry, as he huddled by the fire with his arms tied behind him, dark head hanging. Rohan's squire Talon nodded to the guards, who nudged the captive to his feet. His head jerked up, and Segev nearly gasped. One of my Rivas people, here. He sorted through what he had heard since arriving tonight and gulped down his panic. She must be told at once. This man must not live long enough to blurt out anything that might identify Myriva or her aims, or worse, Segev himself. He moved more deeply into the shadows, beyond the watchfire, and bit his lip. The man had not seen him, and, with a little luck, Segev should be able to escape without being recognized. "Clean him up," Talon was saying. "The High Prince and Lady Andrade are waiting." Segev paused until he was sure the pounding of his heart would not sound in his voice, then said, "Would you make my excuses to Lady Andrade, please? I guess I'm more tired from the journey than I thought." Talon glanced over with a brief smile. "I've heard travel with Lady Andrade can do that. I'll tell her you've gone off to bed." "My thanks," Segev replied, bowing, and made his escape. Away from the tents, he took several deep breaths of chill night air to calm himself. Realization of who had sent the assassins to kill the pretender's father had startled him badly, but, more than that, kept his heart racing as he walked down to the river. He had grown used to living around Faradim and was even accustomed to Lady Andrade by now. But something about the High Princess made him nervous, and he would much rather not be in company with her again. He shook off the feeling as he reached the river and spent a few moments admiring its silent, star-strewn flow. There had been no water to cross on the road to Ways, so he had been spared the inconvenience of miming the appropriate sickness. Myriva had taught him how to simulate the usual Faradi reaction to water, and he was grateful he had not had to resort to the rather unsavory trick. Myriva had taught him much, but Andrade and his growing ambition were teaching him more. The tension of fooling both women at the same time exhilarated him. He was the first descendant of the ancient blood to learn the old ways and those of the Faradim. He knew he could use both with equal skill. The Riala presented endless fascinating opportunities once this dangerous man had been dealt with. Well away from the encampment, he found a bend in the river and went as far out as he could, boots crunching in the fine gravel. He stared up at the expanse of starry sky above the river, finding comfort in its brilliance. He adapted sunrunner methods to the weaving of thin, delicate filaments of silver light, as no Faradi but Princess Sinead had ever done. There were no colors on this weaving, only the shining pallor of the stars. He had never dared contact Myriva this way while at Goddess Keep, which, considering his unauthorized alteration of her plans, was for the best. As he followed the glittering path of plated light north to the Varesh, he buried his secrets beneath layers of obedience and temporarily forgot where he put the shovel. She stood alone in the middle of the stone circle. She might have been there for moments or days in that same position, waiting as she had said she would wait every night of the Riala. Segev wrapped his rope of starlight around the rock cairn and saw it begin to glow silver.
"Very impressive. Andrade has taught you well."
Was there the faintest hint of suspicion in her voice? Segev cursed himself for showing off his abilities.
"You sent me to learn, my lady, and I have much to tell you."
Rapidly he gave her news of the present danger, ending with a plea to be rescued from possible discovery. It would please her, his total dependence on her to save him. He could almost hear the breath hissing between her teeth.
"By all hells, how could they be so stupid? My orders are to be obeyed, not anticipated. They were to watch, not kill. But now this fool will die. He was prepared by me before he left, as were you, Segev. Learn well from this."
He blanched.
"Prepared?"
The warning slid through his veins like an icy mountain stream beneath its winter covering of frozen snow.
"Yes, my lady," he replied humbly. "There's more. Do you wish to hear it now?"
She made no answer. He saw her begin to sway, lightly back and forth before the cairn, arms outstretched, her face carved into terrible lines. A few sick thuds of his heart later, she spoke again.
"It's finished. Tell me now."
He did so, detailing his acceptance by Andrade for Faradi training, the abortive attempt to steal the scrolls, his success in addicting Hollis to Dranath. Myriva's eyes lit as she listened, and she laughed when he told her of the Sunrunner Cleave's death.
"Wonderful. Assist this pretender any way you can, for all that he was too foolish to recognize our offer of assistance in this spring. What about the scrolls?"
"Here, with Uravel. They don't know I know, but I had access to the place they were kept, and the day we left they were gone. Uravel's saddlebags never leave his sight, but I'll secure the scrolls by Riala's end."
"Excellent."
Her grey-green eyes sparkled, and for an instant she looked like the beautiful young girl who had taught him what it was to be a man.
"I'll be watching by starlight, Segev, and on the next moonless night, when no Faradim can weave."
He sped back to the banks of the Falain, shaking with relief. He had survived a test much more formidable than any that Lady Andrade could devise, and he had also rid himself of a threat, though exactly how Myriva had disposed of the man did not bear thinking about. He reminded himself that she possessed powers beyond his experience and, possibly, beyond his imaginings. He gulped as he heard again the fatal word, "prepared." But when he thought of the star scroll again, a smile teased his lips. When it was finally in his hands, he would not give it to Myriva. He had earned it. It would be his. While waiting for the prisoner to be brought to them, Uravel gave Andrade a long, level stare. He said nothing, merely looked at her until she grimaced a reply.
"What's being so subtly debated here," she told Sinead and Rohan, "is the subject of the scrolls Meath brought us from Dorval this spring. I have my little surprises, too. Hollis, you've worked on the damnable things. Tell their graces."
"The scrolls are histories, mainly," Hollis explained. "Andry has done most of the translating. It's been difficult because of all the false trails and little cues we sometimes miss until something much later on doesn't make any sense. And we're nowhere near finished yet with them all. But they tell about the Sunrunners who abandoned a huge old keep on the island and came to the continent to oppose a group of sorcerers."
"Sounds more like tales for children at bedtime," Rohan said.
"Oh, but these people were real, Your Grace. Lady Marysill in particular. There have been times when Andry swears he can feel her presence at Goddess Keep." She hesitated, then went on. "And those others, the ones the Faradim came here to defeat, they were real too. Some of what they could do was very similar to our Faradi techniques, but
without our ethics,"
Andrade finished mockingly. Hollis didn't seem to know how to respond to that. "They seem to have taken control of a great many people and places on their way to complete power over the continent, and the ancient Faradim left their isolation on Dorval to fight against them. The scrolls are quite impressive, Your Graces." Andrade grunted at the understatement.
"I should have known talking about her pet project would liven her up," she said to Uravel. "Not 2 words to say for herself the whole trip, and now we can't shut her up."
The young woman smiled. "All I needed was a little rest, my lady." "And a sight of Markin, Sinead chuckled. "Forgive me, but he's not very subtle, is he? And no more of this, Your Graces, if you please. Hollis, if you've no other family, and if you will permit, I'd be proud to stand with you as a sister Faradi when you marry him." Her blue eyes widened. "Your Grace,
Rohan winked at her. "Nothing much gets past the High Princess either."
"I have a bet with Markin that I could identify his chosen lady at first sight," Sinead explained, smiling. "It wasn't difficult." Hollis looked from one to the other of them, completely at a loss. At last she managed to murmur her thanks.
"That's settled, then," Andrade sighed. "Even if nothing else is. Go to bed, Hollis. I want to talk with Rohan and Sinead, and this captive of yours ought to be showing up soon, yes?"
Hollis bowed and left them. Sinead nodded to herself. "She's going to make Markin very happy."
"You're learning my tricks,"
Andrade accused with gruff fondness.
"How did you know? Did he tell you?"
Before Sinead could do more than look smug, Talon appeared in the doorway of the white tent.
"My lord, he's here.
not too willing about it either when he heard who'd he be seeing.
"Afraid of the old witch, is he?" Andrade asked. "Well, bring him in."
But the guards got him no farther than the threshold. The man's dark hair and pallid face suddenly seemed to glow with the chill radiance of the stars behind him in the night. Horrified eyes fixed on Andrade, he groped out with stiffened, white-boned fingers, then slumped to the carpet. Talon fell back in shock. "My lord, what—" Rohan knelt beside the prone figure, searching in vain for signs of life. The slack-jawed guards could have dealt with an escape attempt, threats of violence, shouts of defiance, but not with this.
My lord," one of them whispered, "we did him no hurt. None."
Rohan nodded slowly, fingers resting lightly on the man's chest. "His heart has simply stopped," he murmured. Andrade stared at the corpse with a stony glare more frightening than anger.
"So," she said at last, "the sorcerers still live after all."
Rohan's head snapped around, a scowl darkening his face. "What do you mean?" She paid him no heed.
"Get this," she pointed to the dead man, "out of my sight at once. Throw it into the sea for all I care, but it shall not know fire. Nothing touched by such foulness could ever be cleansed."
After the corpse had been removed, with Rohan's caution that nothing be said of this to anyone, Sinead faced Andrade. "What do you mean, sorcerers?" she asked, repeating Rohan's question.
"Just what I said."
She sighed heavily.
"Sweet goddess, to be able to kill at a distance using starlight."
A shudder coursed through her, and she drew her cloak tighter around her breast.
"There's a scroll Hollis didn't mention, but it seems I must tell you about it now. We've called it the Star Scroll for the design on its first page, and it deals with sorceries, probably with things just like this."
"Has it been fully translated?"
Rohan asked.
"Not yet, and I don't know that I want it to be. Not if it contains knowledge like this. Oh, Andre is full of reasons why we should learn all that the Star Scroll can offer and use their own weapons against them, including Dranath. But what would that make of us?"
Despite the bitterness in her voice, Rohan almost smiled at her.
"It seems you and I agree on one thing at least."
Sinead nodded thoughtfully. "Now I know why you asked Tobin to have me bring along this packet." She produced, to her husband's astonishment, a small piece of folded parchment and handed it to Andrade. "It's very old, though. Rohan took it from Relstra over 20 years ago. Will it still be good?"
"Nothing about Dranath is good, except its use against plague,"
Urivel muttered, absently rubbing the rings on his hands as if they pained him.
"It ought to be potent still,"
Andrade mused.
"It's all we have access to, so it had better be. I didn't want to ask Pansala to bring me some from the Varesh. She's not someone I'd trust with knowledge like this."
"I think you're wrong about her," Sinead replied mildly. "But it doesn't matter. What do you plan to do with it?"
"Conduct a few experiments of my own, the way Andre did. Urivel, stop looking at me like that. Who's more qualified to investigate sorceries than an old witch like me?"
She smiled humorlessly, turning the parchment square over in her hands.
"You used a little of this to help you over some rough spots on the way home that year, didn't you, Sinead?"
"Only a little. A pinch in a glass of wine, less as the days wore on. Relstra gave me quite a bit that night. The same happened after the dose that cured the plague." Her shoulders shifted to shrug off the memory. "Be careful with it."
"She will be,"
Urivel stated, his face grim.
"Do you think Relstra knew about the old sorceries?" Rohan asked. "If he had, he would have used them. Not just the Dranath to addict poor Kriggo."
Urivel shook his head.
"I've talked myself hoarse with warnings that no one listens to."
"Would you rather see Andre at his little demonstrations again?"
Andrade snapped.
"What frightens me about him is that he's not as frightened of the Star Scroll as he ought to be."
Andrade eyed the royal couple.
I hope you've instilled a little respect in that hatchling of yours. Andre has been a handful, but Paul's stubbornness might be the death of me."
Sinead hesitated, then said, "Andrade, I don't want Paul cuddled or given special treatment, but promise me you won't bully him too much. He's not like any of the others, not even Markin or Ryan. Who he is, what he'll become one day. Promise me, you'll keep those things in mind."
"We can hardly escape them," she responded in dry tones. "Leave me now. I won't be drugging myself tonight, so stop scowling. All I want is some sleep."
Rohan and Sinead were silent as they returned to their pavilion. He sank wearily into the chair at his desk.
"So that's why Meath was attacked on his way to Goddess Keep. Today has been hellish all the way around, and the way she talked about Andre."
"He's not a little boy anymore."
"No, but I can't share her apprehensions about someone I used to play at dragons with. What an interesting family we have," he added wryly.
Sinead began taking off her clothes, pausing only to throw a bedrobe at him. "Here, if you're going to be up half the night, at least be comfortable."
"What do you think about the Star Scroll?"
he asked, as he shrugged out of tunic and shirt before wrapping himself in the blue silk. "I think the potentials for danger and knowledge are just about equal," she mused. "The old sorcerers are still around. What happened tonight?" She shivered. "Tradition generally confirms sunrunners on the continent for at least 300 years. That's a long time to be in hiding. But where? Why? What are they waiting for?" When she only shrugged, he said,
"You're awfully calm about this. Is it because you, too, know how to use the stars?"
She would not look at him, only stood smoothing the folds of her bedgown with fingers that trembled a little. "I'm scared to death," she whispered. "What I did was instinctive. There was no other light to use. I had to know where you were." At last she met his gaze. "Rohan, what if I'm—"
"One of them?"
He shook his head.
"Don't you remember what we were saying about power? It's not power of itself that's good or evil, Sinead. It's the person wielding it. You're wise enough to know that."
"If you say so." She shrugged again, and in a steadier tone went on. "To the Sunrunners, these people are a threat. To the other princes, I don't know. But Paul is both Sunrunner and prince. That makes him dangerous to them in new ways, it seems. They went to a lot of trouble to kill the only witness who could challenge this Mazul's claim and make it seem as if Merida were responsible. So they're still hiding." She sighed and extinguished the bedside candle. "Make sure your feet are warm before you come to bed."
"Prosaic advice. Are you so certain I'll be awake that late into the night?"
She stretched out and drew the blanket over her shoulders, replying unanswerably, "I know you, my Lord Ajrai." Chapter 18. Everyone knew that no serious business would be transacted by the princes in the time before Lyle of Ways addressed them that morning. Rohan spent half the night wondering how he might save himself the embarrassment of trying to conduct what were bound to be fruitless discussions. He resigned himself to a morning that would reflect badly on his leadership through no fault of his own, while cursing Keely's cunning that had deliberately arranged the time at which her husband was scheduled to speak. But Prince Lane spared him any awkwardness. The old man insisted on making an uncharacteristically garrulous report on the current state of shipping throughout the princedoms. Everyone used Lane's merchant fleet, so everyone was compelled to pay attention. Rohan blessed him and kept an eye on the water clock. It was a new device, more reliable than the old sandglasses. Sand eroded crystal as it passed through, shortening the days. Time, in the form of water, dripped from a sphere through a hole cut into a flawless ruby, down to another sphere, marked off in regular increments. The hinged, airtight lid of the upper crystal was a golden dragon with emeralds for eyes. Rohan had ordered it made for him 2 years ago, after a Pyrenees crafter had written to him about its principles, and one of his goals was to establish the manufacture and trade of such clocks. But as Lane droned on, and there was no discernible difference in the level of water in either sphere, Rohan began to doubt that accurate measurement of time was such a good idea after all. Waiting was waiting, no matter how one counted off the time. At a little past the 5th level of the clock, a guard in desert blue slid into the tent and around to Rohan's chair. Lane immediately gave over the meeting without a single indication that he had rambled on at great length to very definite purpose. Rohan thanked His Grace of Dorval for his valuable information, then addressed the other princes.
Cousins, yesterday, Lyle of Ways requested a few moments of our time. As all of us know, it's not unusual for an Athri to have something to say.
He smiled slightly, to imply that Lyle's words had about as much importance as the customary whining of a dissatisfied vassal.
Shall we hear him out? If it doesn't take too long, then why not, my lords?
Kabert drawled, and won a few half-hidden grins of anticipation from around the table. Davy said pleasantly,
Perhaps we might admit our heirs to observe. Our sons are trained at home, and they're well schooled by their fostering lords, but there's no substitute for observation of ruling princes at work. Excellent notion, Clutha said. It'll give my boy a chance to see how princes conduct themselves, a lesson he needs, he finished grumpily.
There were no objections, although there were only 4 heirs present at the Riala this year. Volog and Pimental visibly regretted not having brought their eldest sons. Veldens and Kaber's were still little boys. Mion was not married, but it was rumored that several children could claim him as father. Rohan met Davy's gaze, seeing a familiar look of innocent cunning in green eyes very much like Sinead's, and silently conveyed his approval of the ploy. Paul was the heir who needed to be where all could see and compare him to the man Lyle would undoubtedly produce at the climax of his speech. There was a brief interlude, while squires were sent to collect Chadrick, Costas, Halion, and Paul. Rohan used the time to give a casual explanation of the water clock, with an eye to creating a demand for them when Fyron became his. Salmer of Isil made the wry observation that, although the device could not be much use in the desert, where the sun shone constantly and sundials were common, he could certainly use one at his own rainy castle. Prince Chadrick arrived, bowed to all, and took the seat placed for him behind his father's chair. Lane murmured something to him, and Chadrick's lips quirked with amusement. Soon Costas, Halion, and Paul were present. The latter, with his cheeks still pink from a hasty scrub and his hair slicked back by a damp comb. He gave them all a sunny smile, obviously excited to be included, and from around the table kind nods were given, some reluctantly to be sure, but Paul was hard to resist. Rohan was about to order that Lyle be admitted when the tent flaps parted to admit an unexpected quartet. 3 were princesses. One was the acting representative of her princedom. Sinead and Pansala flanked young Gemma and Lady Eneida of Fyron, and the men frankly stared. With all her outrageous assumption of co-sovereignty with the High Prince, Sinead had never sat in on any Riala meetings before. Women were simply not allowed in formal conclaves, and not even she had dared flout tradition. But Davy's suggestion that heirs be included made this an informal meeting. Rohan knew he should have expected his wife to take advantage of it. "My lords, good morning. I was with my son when your summons came, and took it upon myself to bring the Princess Gemma from her tent. Along the way I encountered Lady Eneida of Fyron with the Princess Regent." She smiled, as if this happy coincidence had indeed been a coincidence. Her eyes didn't bother challenging them to object. They wouldn't, couldn't, and she knew it. "Cousin," she gently prompted Chale, "your heir needs a place to set down." 4 drops of water fell from the clock's upper crystal to the lower one, while the old man looked torn, between indignation that women had invaded this princely gathering and smug approval of Sinead's coup. Tradition lost, as usual, around Sinead. He waved Gemma to him and placed her chair himself. Sinead continued, "I regret I cannot stay. Your ladies are joining me in only a little while, and there is much to be done." She gave them all another sweet smile, and, after bowing to her husband, withdrew. A lifetime of discipline kept Rohan's face straight. Sinead had instituted her luncheons 3 realum ago, and princes grew nervous when they considered what their wives, sisters, and daughters said during private chats with the High Princess. Women said to other women what men often scorned to hear. Rohan usually got a clearer idea of what was going on from Sinead's reports of what the ladies had said than he got from the princes themselves. Lady Anida, thin and straight as a sword, stood beside the chair placed for her. "My lords, though Fyron is without a prince, Her Grace asked me to join you as my land's representative." With that, she sat down, the action fairly trumpeting her right to be there. Pansala had already taken her seat behind Paul, who sat directly at Rohan's side and not behind him. This, too, startled the other princes slightly, but he had been acknowledged by them all shortly after his birth as possessing Prince March in his own right. Legally, he could have sat in on their formal talks as well. As his regent, Pansala technically had no right to be present, but no one had the courage or the bad manners to protest. Besides, many were eager to see her face when confronted with the man who could be her brother. Rohan gestured to Talon and leaned back casually in his chair. It was a deliberate pose expected of him under the circumstances. He did it anyway. A glance at his son's profile polished his wits to a sharp gleam. Paul would not lose Prince March before he had ever the chance to rule it. Lyle came in, and not alone. A tall, bearded young man was with him. His dark hair had a faintly reddish tint that was stronger in his neat beard, and it was trimmed to frame very green eyes. He wore a plain tunic of finest blue silk, so dark as to be nearly violet. Tan leather trousers clung to muscular legs above soft boots dyed to match the tunic. A heavy silver ring was on one finger, a thin gold circle on another, and an amethyst earring swung close to his cheek. His gaze moved slowly from face to face in the stunned silence, lingering a moment on Paul before he stared straight at Rohan. He did not bow. No one breathed for several seconds. Then Pansala surged up from her chair, white to the lips and trembling with fury. "Bend your head and your knees to your betters, peasant," she spat. "And greetings to you, dearest sister," Mazul replied, smiling. "That relationship has yet to be proved," said Prince Lane in mild tones, a calm reminder that broke the tension holding everyone in thrall. Rohan blessed the old man again and touched Pansala's arm. She sank back into her seat, glaring. "Lord Lyle, I assume you have an explanation?" Rohan said quietly. "I do, Your Grace." Lyle bowed, as Mazul still had not. "Of all the things I might have said, none would impress Your Graces so much as the simple sight of this man. My wife, Lady Keeley, has questioned him at great length, and she is satisfied that he is indeed her brother, born of the late High Prince Relstra and his mistress, Lady Palila. I have spoken with Lord Mazul as well, and I too am convinced." Pansala's breath hissed as Lyle gave Mazul the title, but she neither spoke nor moved. Rohan hoped she would continue to hold her tongue and regarded Lyle with one brow slightly arched. "I ask your pardon for my boldness," the Lord of Ways went on, but you required our complete attention," Rohan said dryly. "Proceed." Lyle's pale cheekbones acquired a ruddy stain and he licked his lips nervously. But no one was looking at him. He faded next to Mazul's vivid presence. The pretender stepped forward. Kabir and Velden moved their chairs apart so he could stand at the table between them.
"I can tell my own tale, my lords," he said.
"Your own lies," whispered Pansala, but only Rohan and Paul heard her.
"I was born here at Ways 21 years ago on the sail barge belonging to High Prince Relstra. A fact I have known all my life, verifiable in city birth records, which will be presented for your inspection. On that same night, other children were born in the same place, and their names also are listed."
He hooked his thumbs in his belt. Relstra's gesture. Keeley had taught him well, Rohan thought.
"The Princess Regent can testify to the confusion of that night, brought about by her own efforts and those of her sister, Princess Ianthe."
He smiled mockingly in Pansala's direction.
"Should Lady Palila produce a male child, the boy would take precedence over them, a thing most undesirable in their eyes. So they brought along other pregnant women, induced labor in them when Palila began her own, and hoped that at least one of the women would bear a girl who could be substituted for the male heir if such was born. This was the plan outlined by Princess Ianthe to her sister. But Princess Pansala then went to Lady Palila, told her of the plot, and promised that if a girl was born to her, that Pansala would exchange this 18th worthless daughter for a boy child who, they hoped, would be born to one of the other women. A risky plan, you will agree. There was chaos that night, babies being born, people milling about, the two princesses running back and forth from Palila's suite to the lower hold. Yet some things were seen and heard by all. First, Lady Palila was heard to shout in triumph that she had borne a son to Relstra. Second, when the happy father arrived, there were 2 children present. One was Chiana. The other—
Mazul again fixed his jeering gaze on Pansala.
The other was a boy, Relstra's true son. Me.
"Liar!"
Pansala snapped.
"Both children were girls. The infant boy hadn't been born yet."
Rohan stifled a sigh. It would have been better for Pansala never to have admitted that she had seen a male child at all, but he supposed she was past her limits now. He couldn't much blame her.
"Look at me, sister. Haven't I a father's eyes? His height, his bearing? Doesn't the colour of my beard suggest the colour of Palila's hair?"
He addressed the others once more.
"The woman who called herself my mother was blonde and dark-eyed. Her husband was of the same colouring. Both of them were of less than medium stature. How could 2 small, fair, dark-eyed people produce a tall, dark, green-eyed son?"
It was Davi, loyal, earnest, one of the architects of Rohan's power and Paul's inheritance, who rose in their defense.
"I have 2 sons taller than I, and my late wife was small enough to fit beneath my chin. Posture and gestures may be learned. As for green eyes, many people have them. Prince Paul's eyes are quite green in certain lights. Does this mean that he too may be Relstra's son?"
Davi, who believed the lie Sinead had started and Rohan had let stand because every good barbarian prince desired a son to rule after him. Rohan sat with an impassive face, dying a little inside.
"I respectfully ask our cousin of Saya what evidence there is to the contrary."
Velden of Grib got to his feet beside Mazul, hands planted aggressively on the table before him.
"Can the Princess Regent say for certain which child was which? Who else was there that night to witness the birth of Palila's child?"
Pansala spoke in a voice that would have iced the long sand in midsummer.
"My sister Ianthe was the only attendant at the birth, and she is dead."
Velden spread his hands, dark eyes wide with pretended bewilderment.
"I ask you, my lords, is it possible that this man is Relstra's son? There are no living witnesses to the contrary, but there is the evidence of our own eyes."
Mion rose to his feet, on the opposite side of the table. "Look at him, cousins," he said in silken tones. "Some of you knew the late High Prince very well. Is there a resemblance?" The older princes stayed silent. Pansala did not. "I am Relstra's unchallenged daughter, and I say this man lies." "But does he look like Relstra?" Mion pressed. "Enough like to be his son?" "Tall, dark-haired, green-eyed. I could find 100 fitting the description. It proves nothing." "But this man's birth is recorded in the registers of ways for that particular night." "Are you telling me I would not know my own flesh and blood?" Pansala exclaimed, rising half out of her chair. "Are you daring to call me a liar?" "Never, my lady," he protested, eyes wide. "But perhaps your position does not encourage you to look on what may be the truth with clear eyes." Madness, Rohan told himself. None of this had anything to do with Mazul's claim, but with Paul's. Kabir of Gilad took up Mazul's cause. "My lords, consider. If this man is indeed Relstra's son, then we must think very carefully whether or not we shall deprive him of his birthright as a prince, as one of us." It was not that Mion and his faction wished Mazul to take up residence at Castle Crag, but that they wanted to prevent Paul from ever doing so. "It is true that High Prince Rohan defeated Relstra in war and claimed all of Prince March on his son's behalf," Kabir went on. "But if this man's words are indeed true, then he is one of us, a prince." "Look at him," Mion said. "Weigh the evidence of your own eyes against the lack of specific information about that night." Rohan slanted a look at Paul from the corner of his eye. The boy sat very still, his wary, fascinated gaze on Mazul. Rohan wondered what Paul was thinking. He tried to ignore the questions rampaging through his own mind. Was the man really Paul's kinsman, his uncle? Did it matter? If what they wanted was for Prince March to continue in Relstra's line, then Paul would fit the requirement perfectly. But Paul, ruling both Prince March and the desert, was exactly what they did not want. "The coincidences are too many," Mion said. "I have spoken with Lady Keeley, another of Relstra's daughters, and she has concluded after interviewing this man that he is indeed her brother." "Turn Chiana loose on him," whispered Sinead's voice in his mind. Rohan looked down at his ring, the huge topaz gleaming in the circle of emeralds like a dragon's eye, watching, waiting. Dragons knew how to attack with exquisite cunning. Rohan was the son of one dragon, father of another. Clutha and Sommer were questioning Mazul about his life at Dazan Manor, his training in arms, his views on everything from the silk trade to the new port a building at the mouth of the Falain. Mazul pleaded ignorance of many princely matters, but that would flatter the others into thinking he could be influenced. The answers he did give were forthright and cleverly thought out, guileless honesty disguising deliberate cunning, and designed to present him as a worthy prince, but more importantly, an unthreatening one. Rohan felt as if the ground was crumbling beneath him like sand over a sinkhole. If only the past could be conjured up to exhibit the truth as clearly as Mazul's form and features visibly exhibited a lie. Conjuring. Powerful sunrunners could glimpse bits of their personal futures. Sinead had known that Rohan waited for her from the time she was 16 winters old. Years later she had seen and shown him herself holding an infant with Rohan's blonde hair. They had known that although she was barren, she would somehow give Rohan a son. Faradim could sometimes conjure up visions of the future. But could they do the same with the past? Andrade had been there that night. So had Pansala. Their verbal testimony was worthless because of who they were to Rohan, his aunt, his regent, but if either or both could provide a clear vision of what had happened that night. Rohan got to his feet, and glanced at the water clock. All conversation ceased. He drew attention away from Mazul effortlessly. The young man recognized and resented it. He was supposed to be the focal point, and it visibly galled him to be so easily upstaged by this slight, quiet man who was twice his age. "My lords, my ladies," Rohan said, "it grows late, and I'm sure we are all in need of time and privacy in which to consider this matter. There is evidence still to be presented. Lord Lisle, be so good as to hold yourself in readiness for such time as we may call upon you again." He pretended to consult his notes. "Cousins, this afternoon we will take up matters of trade between Cunaxa, Fessenden, Isil, and Ossetia. Until then, we are adjourned. I thank the heirs and representatives present for their attendance and attention, and I trust the experience has been edifying." Mazul did not bow on his way out, either. He left in company with Mion, Kabert, and Velden, with Lisle, forgotten, trailing along behind them. Chadrick took a few steps toward Rohan, as if he wanted to say something, but then seemed to think better of it and helped his father leave the tent. Soon Rohan was alone with Paul, who was staring into the empty air. To give the boy time to marshal his thoughts and questions, Rohan made a slow circuit of the tent, halting before the water clock. He ran one finger over the carved dragon, watching the water drip inexorably through the ruby. "Father." "Yes, Paul?" "Why aren't you going to let them discuss the evidence this afternoon?" "Think about whose trade we'll be reviewing." There was a short pause. "Mion's. So he has to come and pay attention, and you can keep an eye on him. But the others haven't really declared for either side, have they?" "No. And by listening to how they conduct themselves with Mion over trade, I may get an idea of where they might jump on this other matter." "Oh." Another moment, and Paul said excitedly, "And if he's nasty over his wools and metals, they might get irritated and lean toward us." "Maybe." Rohan turned and asked, "How do you read all this?" "Mion looks pretty easy to twitch," Paul said shrewdly. "I think he thinks he's very clever, but he's also stubborn and proud." "A dangerous mixture. Why should I, what did you call it, twitch him?" "To get Chale and Pimental and Soma mad at him." "And would it be wise of me to do it openly?" Rohan shook his head. "Relstra did that, you know. He created dissension deliberately, so he could solve problems he himself made by exercising his power to get what he wanted to begin with. That's not how I work, Paul. If Mion antagonizes them on his own, fine. I must be more subtle and let him know what real cleverness is." He smiled. "He's eager to try his strength against me, and my army along his border this spring and summer hasn't made him love me." "But what about Keeley? She's the one who made all this possible for Mazul." "An interesting woman," he admitted. "Presumably she didn't balk at murdering a sunrunner. By the way, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Mazul had done that himself. He seems to have all the right killing instincts. Look at how well he played off Pansala." Rohan sighed deeply. "Paul, there's a vast difference between wanting power and wanting what power can accomplish. Faradim inherit power and are trained in its uses. But sometimes a prince or Athri comes along who doesn't understand it at all. He wants the fact of it, but cares nothing for its substance. Relstra was like that. He enjoyed power for its own sake. Am I making any sense?" "I think I understand," the boy said slowly. "He opposed you because you had power and Mother. It wasn't that he wanted to do the same kinds of things you did with your power. He just couldn't stand that you had it." Paul hesitated, then said, "From what I've heard today, Princess Ianthe was like that too, wasn't she?" Rohan kept his expression calm. "Yes, she was like that too." He stretched and said, "Come on, we should get something to eat. I have a long afternoon ahead of me.
I assume you'll return to the paddocks to exercise Che's horse?
How did you know that's where I was?
Rohan was glad of the chance to laugh. Your mother, or was it Tobin, made sure you were washed and combed before you got here, and you even cleaned your boots, but you forgot to remove that hoof-pick from your back pocket. Paul made a face.
It was Aunt Tobin. I thought you were going to say something magic, like Mother usually does when she figures out what I don't want her to know.
Start practicing the art of observation. It can be very useful, and not just when you want to astonish your son. Another father and son spoke alone together in another tent, but this time it was the son who astonished the father.
Why didn't you come to me with this earlier?
Ostwald demanded of Ryan.
Has Clutha kept you under lock and key?
Just about, the young man replied.
I'm sorry, Father, but this is the first chance I've had to get away. I'm only here now because Sinead made a direct request to Clutha this morning. Halion demands my constant attendance for all that I'm supposed to be Clutha's squire.
Couldn't you have?
No,
Ryan stated flatly.
I couldn't disobey Halion or do anything out of the ordinary, and I didn't dare tell anyone but Lady Andrade what I saw. If Keeley and this Mazul murdered Cleve, they'd have no qualms about doing the same to you.
Ostwald surprised his only offspring by pulling him into a rough embrace.
Forgive me for snapping at you. You did the right thing.
He released his son and sank into a chair.
So, we have proof of a sort.
Of a very poor sort. Cleve never actually told me his suspicions, and I never got close enough to the house to see who was in it besides Keeley. I didn't see Mazul. I didn't see him kill a sunrunner. His hands clenched, his rings bright arcs between whitened knuckles. Father, for all I know, Halion is in league with Keeley and has been keeping me away from you on purpose. I don't trust anybody, and that scares me. He paused, shaking his head. The most we can do is tell Rohan and Sinead. Maybe they'll be able to confront Keeley with it and frighten her off somehow.
It would only put you in danger by letting her know that you saw something you shouldn't have. I can't risk you, Ryan. I won't risk you.
Looking directly into his son's eyes, he said,
You're all I have left of your mother.
Rarely had he heard Ostwald even mention the woman Ryan barely remembered. He swallowed the ache in his throat. Standing beside his father's chair, he studied the worried face, the cloud-gray eyes.
What do you think Mother would have done?
Ostwald shrugged, uncomfortable with the emotion.
If you knew how many times I've asked myself that over the years since she died, she probably would have said exactly what you have.
He shifted position and went on.
We, Markin and I, took Paul over to the fair again for a little while today and only had to keep our ears open to hear all the latest rumors. Mazul is, he isn't, he couldn't be, he ought to be. How long will Rohan let him live?
Ostwald slammed his fist on the arm of the chair.
It seems to me that the length of Mazul's life depends entirely on Mazul himself,
Ryan murmured.
Try convincing others of that. They don't know our High Prince the way you and I do. He'd cut off his own arm before he'd make a surreptitious or dishonorable move against this pretender.
And tell us it's practicality that stays his hand, not any particular nobility on his part.
Accuse him of being noble and he'll laugh in your face. It has to do with freedom.
Whose? The young man asked, bewildered.
His. Don't worry, he added in sympathy. I don't completely understand it either. What he says is that when you take action, you trap yourself into that action. But by waiting and seeing how things develop, you keep your options open. You're free to choose what to do or what not to do.
You're right. I don't understand it all.
I think it goes back to his first Riala.
Ostwald mused.
He did certain things that trapped people into doing certain other things. But he got trapped as well, and he didn't much like it, I can tell you. What you have to understand about him is that he'll never use us. He knows exactly what we're made of, our strengths and weaknesses, and makes his own plans accordingly. But he'll never trap us into doing things. It was done to him, and he hated it. With Rohan, you'll never do anything for him you wouldn't have done of your own will. He won't twist you all awry getting you to do what he wants. But because he knows who and what you are, you'll do it anyway."
"He really is the Ajrai," Ryan said, half in wonder. "A dragon waits to see which way the herd will run before he begins his hunt."
"I suggest you do the same," his father warned. "You've not been away so long that I can't still tell what you're thinking. You've your mother's eyes, you know. She never could hide much from me. Don't even consider it, Ryan. Rohan and Paul must meet this man in public and discredit him in public, or Paul's claim will never be secure."
"Pity," Ryan said briefly.
"Whatever you're thinking, I forbid it," Ostwell warned.
"I wasn't thinking anything, Father."
"Good. See that you continue not thinking it."
The storm clouds in his eyes cleared a little.
"Sit down and talk to me of other things. I'm sick of plots and politics. How did you like returning to Clutha's service? Has he treated you well?"
Ryan answered with stories of his time at Swale Keep, finding relief equal to his father's in discussion of matters no more weighty than the best method of saddle-breaking a horse or the antics of Halian's illegitimate daughters. But though much of him relaxed into easy conversation, a deeper part of his mind was working out ways he could continue to observe Keeley, as his fostering prince had, after all, commanded. He found his opportunity later that day. Lady Chiana required certain things at the residence in Ways and had enlisted Prince Halian as escort on the ride. This was a piece of rather transparent guile on her part, for if Halian was with her, he could not be elsewhere, listening to persons who doubted her royal birth. Ryan, whom Halian had once again appropriated from Clutha, went along with them and listened stolidly to their flirtation. All the arch comments and teasing laughter Chiana lavished on Halian were things long since directed unsuccessfully at Ryan. He was privately amazed that she varied her technique not at all from man to man. But Halian swallowed all of it as if he was the very first ever to rise to her bait. Ryan felt rather sorry for him, but he was contemptuous, too. The prince was welcome to her, and much joy might she bring him if he was fool enough to make her his wife. On arrival at the residence, she tossed her reins to Ryan as if he were nothing more than a groom and gave him casual permission to attend to his own pursuits. Halian waved him away, intent on Chiana. Ryan watched the pair mount the steps to the main doors, thinking sardonically of Keeley's probable reaction to having her home used as a whorehouse. Chiana was no idiot. He'd give her that. There were servants aplenty inside to witness the amount of time she and Halian would spend alone, probably locked away in an upper chamber with access to a bed. If Halian thought he'd be getting Chiana for free, he was in for a shock. Ryan shrugged and helped stable the horses, exchanging idle chat with a friendly groom who knew him from his stay here. After a brief debate with himself, he rode to the manor house outside town where Cleve had been killed. He reined in before it, lips pursed and brow furrowed. Sunlight poured down the roof like a glaze of warm honey. Wildflowers sprang up from the surrounding grasses. It did not look like a place of death. Tethering his horse, he opened the door cautiously and went inside. The rooms were as empty as when he'd inspected them the night of Cleve's death. Nothing had been touched. The bedclothes were still tumbled, and the used crockery stank of rotted food. Ryan shook his head over the fool's errand he was engaged in. If no one had returned to tidy the evidence, chances were there was no evidence to be found, but he had to try. The afternoon yielded faint, dark stains on the floor that might have been blood, and other signs of hasty abandonment he'd missed last time. A shirt kicked under the bed and forgotten, a woman's earring under the table where candlelight hadn't caught it, but sunlight did. It had to be Keeley's. But short of ransacking her jewel coffers for the other one, there was no way to prove it. Besides, she would have disposed of the matching earring the instant she'd discovered she'd lost this one. But evidence was here all right, which made him revise his original interpretation of the disorder. No one had returned because no one dared. Perhaps he'd disturbed something in his search that night, warning the occupant to flee at once. Perhaps he had even been seen entering or leaving the house, and if that was true, he marveled that he was still alive. Ryan pocketed the earring and continued the hunt. Toward dusk, he found usable evidence stuffed into a closet at the back of the house. Ryan's active imagination prompted speculation that a piece of clothing or some other article belonging to Cleve had, like the shirt and earring, been forgotten in a panicky departure. But he was not prepared for the bundle of heavy wool in the closet, stiff with dried blood, wrapped around a towel that contained 3 severed fingers. Ryan dropped the grisly bundle, backing away in horror. A cry clotted in his throat. Stumbling, half-blind, he ran for the sink and vomited up everything in his stomach. When he was empty and exhausted by the violence of his reaction, he pumped water to wash his face. Sight of his own water-polished rings made him gag again. It seemed forever before he could make himself go back. The blanket lay where he had flung it, the pattern of red and yellow crusted over with dried blood. As for the towel, Ryan knelt, trembling, and forced himself to touch a finger, to begin removing its ring. Andrade would want them, he told himself, over and over. Andrade would want them as proof. But then he stopped, staring at the plain circles around the severed fingers. Cleve had worn 6 rings, marking him as adept at using both sun and moons. But on the bloodied towel before him there were 3 fingers wearing only 2 silver rings. He sucked in a great lungful of air, steadying himself. His father had told him that Sinead had somehow recovered one of the gold rings. It was how they learned of Cleve's death. It must have been from the left first finger, missing from this grim collection. The other gold was gone from the right thumb. It was the proudest ring of all, the 5th that signified full Sunrunner status. He could see the white circle on dead skin where the ring had been worn for most of Cleve's life. Where was that 5th ring? Ryan pushed himself to his feet and went to the window, flinging it wide to let clean air in. Then he got a fresh sheet from the stack in the linen cupboard and used it to wrap the evidence. He took another sheet and folded the blanket in it, thick red and yellow wool, Cunaxan weave that had undoubtedly shrouded Cleve's corpse while it was carried away. Mazul was said to be tall and strong, with broad shoulders and muscles enough to make the burden a relatively light one. And Ryan felt sick again at realizing that while he himself had been poking around the manor house, Mazul had been depositing Cleve's body somewhere for the scavengers to find. Why couldn't Mazul have returned while Ryan was still there? He bitterly cursed the missed chance, then gulped and acknowledged that the goddess had been watching over him that night. But why had Mazul not sliced off Cleve's hands completely? Even if he'd taken all the rings, there would have been marks around the fingers left by the sun. Without hands, nothing could identify him as Faradi. An instant later, the answer was obvious. A corpse with missing hands could point in only one direction: the murdered Sunrunner. Still, Mazul had neglected to dispose of the severed fingers. A stupid mistake. No, a fatal one. Had he trusted that, after once finding nothing, no one else would come and make as thorough a search as Ryan had just done? Had haste made him careless? Had he not dared come back here, or had his own arrogance betrayed him? Ryan wondered what poor, terrified person had found Cleve's body. But he knew why no one had come forth with the information. Who wanted to be connected with the death and desecration of a Sunrunner? How the gold ring had found its way to Sinead was a mystery he gnawed at while stuffing the sheets into his saddlebags. Perhaps someone had gone looking for Cleve, or heard a rumor, or the remaining rings had been taken from his fingers for sale. It didn't matter much, and Ryan told himself to stop questioning the goddess's goodwill. She looked after her Faradim. That was all he needed to believe in. What was important was the terrible evidence lashed securely into leather pouches. He returned to the house and washed his face and hands again, shivering. It was dusk. Chiana and Halion would be impatient for his return. He stuffed the sheets with their terrible contents into his saddlebags. A gallop through the crisp evening air blew away the horror and fanned his anger. He would see Mazul dead for this, and Keeley with him. They had murdered a sunrunner. He hoped Andrade would match their viciousness when she decided the manner of their deaths. Halion and Chiana had ridden back without him. Ryan shrugged, caring nothing for any punishment the prince might decree for his dereliction of duty, and stayed at the residence long enough to down 2 large cups of wine before riding back to the encampment. He did not stop at Meadowlord's light green tents, but instead made straight for the High Prince's pavilion. Ryan went past Talon without a word. He bowed and swept a grim gaze over his father and Rohan, who fell silent as he threw the saddlebags on the desk. "Proof," he said curtly. Ostwell opened the leather bags and caught his breath. Rohan said nothing as the contents were placed before him. He studied them for a long time, then met Ryan's eyes. It took only a few moments to tell the story of his afternoon. His father looked murderous. Rohan's eyes kindled with a slowly gathering fury that, if unleashed, would destroy everything in its path. "One of them has the other ring," Ryan finished. "I'm sure of it. My guess is that it was the 5th, gold for the right thumb, the Sunrunner's ring." "Too big for Keeley," Rohan murmured. "But Mazul's size, yes. If he dares to wear it, we have him. Perhaps. Rohan folded the sheets over and replaced the bundles in the saddlebags. "Your father has told me the rest. But I must give you an order now, as your prince, Ryan. Something you may find difficult to obey as a sunrunner." He held Ryan's gaze with his own. "Say nothing to Andrade of this. Nothing." He felt no conflict. "I was your man the day I was born." The blonde brows arched slightly. Not even a fleeting qualm. "Andrade won't be pleased by that. Whatever you may be to me, you are partially hers. All that I am, my prince, is yours," Ryan said with simple dignity. Rohan nodded slowly. "You honor me, Ryan. Have Talon return with you to Clutha's camp. If anyone asks, he is to say you were summoned by me when you rode in. That should excuse you from any difficulties with Halion. As for your absence today, I'm answerable to Prince Clutha, my lord, not Halion." "I understand, but let me know if there's any problem." "Yes, my lord." He bowed and started for the door, then paused and turned. "I have a favor to ask. Will you make sure they take a long time to die?" Ostwell made a sound, low in his throat. Rohan merely nodded. "Yes, Ryan. Both Mazul and Keeley will be a very long time dying." "Thank you, my lord." Ryan bowed again, satisfied, trusting his prince as implicitly as he trusted his father, and left them. Ostwell picked up the saddlebags and held them to his chest. "You know what the penalty is for murdering a Ferrati?" "Yes, but not yet. Not until he's been disproved in his claim. That ties my hands, Ostwell." His fists clenched, as if tightening around Mazul's throat. "Sweet goddess," he whispered. "How dearly I'd love to kill him now." Then he looked up. "Ryan must be watched very carefully. If Mazul suspects anything, his life will be worthless. Have you friends among the Sunrunners Andrade brought with her?" Ostwell nodded. "I'll make it a personal favor. Nothing that Andrade need concern herself with." "Good. It will turn out as we need it to, my friend. We haven't come this far and done so much to see it all ruined now." Ostwell bowed slightly. "I never believed any differently, my prince," he said softly. After he had gone, taking the saddlebags with him, Rohan murmured, "I wish I could believe with you, my friend." Chapter 19. Princess Allison was a past mistress of the art of escaping any escort her father chose to set over her. Simplicity itself, in and around the castle of New Raiatia on Kirst, freedom was even easier to arrange in the crush of people on their way to the races. Among them, Allison became only a young girl in a plain dress, anonymous unless one noted her father's silver flask emblem stitched on the tiny leather purse at her belt. A canopy of green silk had been raised above the royal enclosure, and the stands were filling rapidly. Much of the crowd veered off to find good seats, but Allison continued on to the paddocks, where young men soon to be knighted were to demonstrate their horsemanship before the racing began. She found a place at the rails and propped her elbows on the painted wood to watch. Her father's squire, Sorin of Radzing Keep, led 14 high-born youths on magnificent horses into the grassy meadow, pausing to acknowledge the cheers of friends and relatives assembled to watch. They began a formal ride around the enclosed area, changing gaits and directions with invisible signs to their mounts, cutting diagonals and riding intricate patterns in perfect formation. Sorin rode one of his father's horses, an elegant dapple-gray mare with a black mane and tail. Allison wondered about the chances of convincing her father to purchase the animal for her and decided they were fairly good. Volog was in excellent humor despite the scandal of Mazul's appearance, and his private talks with the High Prince had been much to his liking. He was pleased, too, that she had formed a friendship with cousin Sinead. It might be possible for her to coax him into buying the mare, even without its being a wedding present. Allison was under no illusions as to why her father had brought her to Ways this year. Young men had been presented for her inspection at New Raiatia for 2 years now, rather late for a princess, but then she was Volog's last and favorite child, whom he wanted to keep with him as long as possible. But she would be 23 this autumn, and it was time she married. If she was disinclined to accept any of the young men who came to Kirst, then Volog was determined that she look the rest of them over at the Riala, but he expected her to choose a husband, and she knew it. Sorin rode into the center of the paddock by himself, showing off more fanciful maneuvers, curvettes and flying leaps designed to flaunt a rider's skill and impress potential customers with the horse's quality. Lord Chanel stood a little way down the railing from Allison, critical eyes noting every nuance of his son's performance. Many of the other horses being ridden today were his as well, the rest belonging to Lord Kolya of Kadar Water, Chanel's only serious rival in horse breeding. The two holdings had enjoyed generations of friendly competition, scorning and degrading each other's horses with cheerful predictability at each Riala. Allison applauded her approval of Sorin's skills and waved as he rode past the railing to collect well-deserved accolades. He grinned and winked at her. He certainly was the best-looking of all the young men, long and lanky, with his father's chiseled features. He was the best rider, too. Allison's pride in him was that of an elder sister, and it was a relief to them both that the warmth of their friendship was untouched by fire. Their parents had once or twice discussed the possibility of a match, but nothing had ever come of it. She and Sorin laughed heartily at the very notion. He would make a wonderful husband for some woman, but not her. For all his 20 winters and many knightly accomplishments, Sorin was like a great playful colt who still bumped his knees and nose. Allison was a little surprised to see him so self-possessed and grown up today. She wondered suddenly what his brother Andrei was like, the twin who had rejected the usual nobleman's training in order to become a sunrunner. The seriousness of his goals was probably reflected in his personality, she mused. All the playfulness and humor she liked so much in Sorin schooled out of Andrei during his years at Goddess Keep. Other young men were taking their turns now, and Allison's eye was caught by a splendid Radzin sorrel, ridden by a youth wearing Meadowlord's light green. The squire made his mare dance delicately across the paddock at an impossible angle, and the onlookers gasped with pleasure as the horse changed directions with the airy grace of a feather in a wayward summer breeze. The young man was of middling height, with the dark coloring of Pyrenees mountain folk, and not half so handsome as Sorin. But as he rode past her, one sight of his eyes reversed her opinion of his looks. Fringed by long, thick black lashes, his eyes were a deep, velvety brown with bronze glints, shaped wide and long beneath straight, heavy brows. These astonishing eyes changed his face from merely pleasant to nearly beautiful. He reined in the mare directly in front of her, shifted not a breath in his saddle, and the horse suddenly reared back, gathered herself, then came down on forelegs with rear hooves lashing out. It was a war horse's move, precise and deadly, and the crowd burst into applause. "Oh, well done!" Allison cried along with the cheering audience.
"Do you think so?"
a man's deep voice said at her shoulder. "Oh, yes," she answered without turning, enthralled by the young man's ride. "Just perfect. Do you know who he is, sir? He wears Meadow Lord's colours, but then every squire is still in his fostering lord's colours.
His own are blue and brown, for Skyball. His name is Ryan, and he's my son."
Allison looked up then into a pleasant, smiling face. There was a family resemblance about the brow and nose, and she realized that with maturity the son would become nearly as distinguished as the father. But their eyes were very different. The ones gazing down at her now were gray, shaded by dark lashes and a shock of tousled brown hair, showing threads of silver. "You must be Lord Ostval," she said, returning his smile.
"The same. I thank you for the compliment on my son's behalf. A father's pride is one thing, but to hear a young lady's praise confirm it. He gave a self-mocking shrug. "And you must be Princess Allison of Kirst."
"How could you know that? I purposely wore my oldest and plainest dress today, and I'm trying to blend in with the rest of the crowd." She laughed up at him.
"I doubt you could ever succeed in that, my lady. As for knowing who you are, I met your mother once, and you've the look of her. But the green eyes confirm it. They are precisely the same color as Prince Davy's and the same shape as Princess Sinead's."
"Really? I know I look like my mother mostly, but do you think I resemble the High Princess even a little?"
"You sound as if you'd like to. But I'd say that looking like yourself is quite enough. You've certainly impressed that young man over there."
He nodded to where Lord Chanel stood with a youth whose blue eyes were indeed studying her most intently.
"Obviously he finds it more rewarding to look at you than to watch his brother ride."
"His brother?" Allison repeated blankly.
"Sorin, your young admirer is Andry of Radzin, and lately of Goddess Keep."
She forgot the dignity of her 22 winters and stared. So that was Sorin's twin. They're not very much alike, are they, my lord?
It used to be almost impossible to tell them apart, but they've grown up quite differently in the last years.
His voice was suddenly expressionless, and she glanced up at him, startled. He noted the look and smiled once more.
"But I'm keeping you from watching the rest of the show. They're about to ride toward each other at a full gallop. Sorin's idea, the madman. I just hope Ryan doesn't disgrace himself by falling off."
"I doubt he's done that since the first time you put him on a pony," she chuckled. The line of riders formed again, then broke in two at the middle. They cantered to opposite ends of the meadow, wheeled in place, and at a signal from Sorin thundered toward each other with a speed that promised to annihilate them all. Yet somehow each found a space to gallop through, and in the next instant they had all lined up again to enjoy the crowd's applause.
"Excellent," Lord Ostval murmured, "but don't tell my son I said so," he added.
"But he deserves to be told, my lord. Next to Sorin, he's the best rider here."
Laughter rumbled up from deep in his chest. "No more syrup for my paternal pride, my lady. Tell me, what do you think of the mare he's riding?"
"As a war horse, perfection. As a casual mount," she shook her head. "That mare would fret herself to skin and bones if she wasn't given anything more than a good gallop every other day."
"I agree. She's too high-strung. I need to gift Ryan with a proper knight's mount, though. Which horse would you favor?"
She hesitated, then had to answer honestly. "Sorin's grey, without a doubt."
Lord Ostval gave a long sigh. "I was afraid we'd agree on that, too. Che's going to demand half a year's income for that horse, and he won't knock the price down for the sake of friendship either."
The crowd was breaking up now, heading to the stands to watch the first race, and Allison was jostled against the rails. Ostwald took her arm to steady her. "I'm all right," she assured him, "but I think I'll wait here until the crowd thins a little."
"No need. I'll escort you if you'll permit. Would you like to go congratulate Soren?"
"Yes, please." Together they made their way to where Lord Chanel stood with his sons and Ryan. Ostwald ruffled his own son's dark hair as if he was still 10 years old, instead of 2 days away from formal knighthood. Ryan bore with it, grinning, and gold sparkled with the bronze in his eyes. Allison was introduced and noted that Ryan was not another such as Soren. Though just as accomplished at the arts of being a knight, he also possessed social skills enough not to blush in the presence of a pretty girl. He gave her a bow and a smile, and again she saw his father in him. Soren then claimed her attention with a demand to be told how wonderful he was. Allison laughed at him. "You stayed in your saddle, which is more than I expected." He turned an aggrieved face to his father. "Allow me to thank you, my lord, for never giving us any sisters. Andry, this is the girl I told you about, who's made my life misery for nearly 8 years, Princess Allison of Kirst, my brother, Lord Andry." Allison was in for a surprise. She received a very elegant bow, a very direct stare, and a very composed pronouncement of her name and title, in a voice that made her complexion change color, not his.
"So, you're Volog's youngest," said Lord Chanel. "Happy man to have such a treasure in his castle. I even hold you excused from never having taught this hopeless whelp of mine any manners during his time at New Raitia."
She met his grin with sparkling eyes, and her lips tucked into a rueful line. "Indeed, my lord, I am sorry. We tried everything, but to no avail." His eyes were grey, like Lord Ostwald's, but like sunlight on moonstones, where the other man's were silver in shadow. "She means," Soren said, "that she used to throw books at me in the schoolroom. Don't try to deny it, Allie. You know you did. I still have the scars."
"And the addled wits, if her aim was good enough,"
Andry teased. Lord Chanel moaned.
"Mannerless, impudent, fractious Ostwald, what did I ever do to deserve such offspring?" "Something dreadful, I'm sure. We ought to get out of the sun, Shay. Desert folk don't mind it, but I'm sure Princess Allison would prefer to be in the shade."
"Is the heat in the desert as terrible as they say?" she asked. Lord Chanel smiled, and once more she could see a son's maturity in a father's face.
"It would burn 40 freckles onto your charming nose before you could draw a breath."
"Stop flirting, or I'll tell Mother on you," Soren threatened, grinning.
"Indeed."
The Lord of Radzin drew himself up to his full height, only a finger-span or so greater than his sons, but he also outweighed each by a silk weight of solid muscle and outshouldered them by a breadth of a hand.
"I compliment pretty girls just as I please, boy, and the day I stop—"
"Is the day Markin inherits," Andry interjected slyly, "because you'll have been dead at least 3 days." His lordship gave a martyred sigh.
"Allison, my dear, if you ever have sons, have them only one at a time. They're bad enough singly, as Ostwald and Rohan can attest. Twinned, they're more than any rational person should be called on to endure. If you'll excuse me, I should be seeing to my entries in the first races. And if you've a mind to a wager, I recommend my black mare in the 5th.
He bowed, smiled, and strode off. Allison was a little amazed by the playful bantering between father and sons, so different from the relationship between Volog and her brothers Latham and Volnaya. The scrupulous respect and politeness they showed each other were quite the opposite of the affectionate abuse she had just heard. But she liked their easy manners and knew instinctively that their teasing came in direct proportion to their love for each other. She was also surprised at herself for joining in. But she had probably picked up the ability from an indulgent father and Soren's constant teasing. She would miss them when she married. The reminder of the reason she was at Ways took some of the brightness from the day. She deliberately turned her thoughts elsewhere as she started back to the stands. Soren, Ryan, and Lord Ostwald took the lead, leaving Allison and Andry a pace or two behind. They walked in a silence she found embarrassing after the preceding chatter. At last he spoke. "You have no attendant with you today, my lady?"
"I like to escape sometimes," she confessed. "My father has a tendency to watch over me as if I'm made of Pyrenees crystal."
"Anyone looking at you might say that you are," he mumbled. Allison gave him a startled glance. He was looking anywhere but at her. She had heard compliments from her cradle, yet Andry's words sounded more like a grudging admission of an inescapable and somewhat uncomfortable fact than a bid for her favor. All at once he looked exactly like Soren did in the presence of other pretty girls, his cheeks red and his steps a bit too long. She smiled indulgently. Boys were amusing creatures, but she was old enough to know that she preferred grown men. Still, Andry was rather sweet, and though the set of his features was different from Soren's, he was just as good-looking. With the exquisite Princess Tobin and the dashing Lord Chanel for parents, none of the brothers could possibly have turned out ill-favored, and Allison approved wholeheartedly of handsome young men. It seemed to Sinead and Tobin, sitting in the royal stands, that there were more young people at the Riala than ever before, most of them looking for suitable spouses, as Allison was supposed to be doing. The High Prince's liberal rules about who could attend had swelled the ranks of each prince's retinue with high-born youths and maidens, their servants and guards for their material wealth. For their persons, no guards were necessary. Rohan held each prince personally responsible for the safety of the young people in his charge, and no one wanted to cause a war over any outrages perpetrated on or by those whose innocent purpose here was to get married. Sons and daughters, not heir to their parents' lands, usually had little other than their charms to recommend them. Rohan and Sinead, wanting to even up the matrimonial stakes a little, had once considered providing all with enough gold to make a decent start in life. Tobin had ruthlessly quashed this notion by saying that if they really wanted to advertise the dragon gold, why not just take everyone on a tour of the caves? Ways were found of dowering the worthier and poorer young men and women just the same, principally through the races. Formerly, only the winning riders had come away with prizes, but now those who came in second and third received small purses of silver. It was said that some of the young men lost on purpose to win useful cash instead of the gems that came with victory, gems they could not afford to have set and which did not fetch their true value at the Riala. Heirs and Athrim had no need of anything but their positions to attract young women to them. There were many unmarried men present this year, Mion of Cunaxa being the greatest prize as a prince already ruling. Sinead thanked the goddess that Paul was still too young for the flirtatious follies going on all around her in the stands, and she and Tobin amused themselves between races by commenting on pairings that seemed to change every other moment. Halion of Meadowlord and Costas of Sire were much in demand, and obviously enjoying themselves hugely. Patwin of Catha Heights, widower of Relstra's daughter Rabia, was another excellent catch, judging by the cluster of females around him. In addition to his wealth and caressing brown eyes, he possessed a gorgeous hilltop castle, legendary for its gardens. Young Kolya of Kadar Water, Alan of Lower Pine, and Yaron of Snow Coves were all besieged.
"I'll bet the next winter's snowfall that Clutha's granddaughter Isora marries Sabrium of Einar," Sinead whispered to Tobin, nodding to the pair who were trying to hide their clasped hands beneath the cover of the girl's skirt. "Every grain of sand in the desert says that Alan finally gives in to Sabrium's sister," Tobin replied. "Look at Kira over there, using those big eyes on the poor boy. It'd make for an interesting alliance, I must say." "I'm more interested in who goes after Tillel. Where'd he vanish to anyway? And just look at Charlie, glorin' over there. He's scaring off anyone who even comes within speaking distance of Gemma. How's the girl ever going to provide the next Prince of Ossetia if he doesn't let her talk to anybody? Who's that with them? The blonde girl who looks as if she'd been washed once too often and hung out limp on a line?" "I think that's Dunladdie,"
Yet another of Relstra's daughters. You know the one he had with Lady Aladra? Oh, Sinead, quick! Chiana's cornered Meon, and there's Hallion near them, looking like a storm over the Varesh. Now that's interesting. The next race began, and they concentrated on cheering a Radzin stallion to victory. Most of Che's horses were being ridden by younger sons with hopes of winning prizes. Che was generous, but only youths he trusted personally were allowed to ride his entries. The approval of the powerful Lord of Radzin was enough to keep many young ladies avidly watching to see who he honored with a ride on one of his horses. Tobin applauded immodestly. "We won again! Marvelous! Who's up, Sinead? I can't see that far." Rohan slid into the seat beside his wife and announced, "Our own Tillal. I'm going to have wonderful fun pouring a river of garnets into his hands. Have you ladies decided yet who'll wear the wedding necklet he'll have made of them?" "Who's applaudin' loudest?" Sinead countered. Many cheered him as he rode past on his victory lap, but Sinead's eye was caught by something that puzzled her deeply. Costas, despite a smile and wave for his younger brother, did not take his eyes from Gemma very long. She had her nose buried in a book, ignoring everyone and everything. Pale, delicate Dunladi's blue eyes were narrowed with worry. Sinead sat back with a frown. One of Lord Collier's entries was the victor in the next race. The young man danced with pride and excitement as he went down to congratulate his rider, and actually flung his arms around the mare's neck. The royal trio laughed, then paid close attention as the next race was called, for Markin was riding. "I do so want him to win," Tobin said with a casualness that fooled no one. "I can't afford to part with any of my own jewels when he finally needs a necklet for his bride." Rohan snorted and exchanged a half-hidden grin with Sinead. A short time later, Markin had ridden to an easy win. Tobin forgot herself and leaped up, cheering raucously for her son. This time Rohan and Sinead burst out laughing, and her sternest reprimands could not shut them up. A vendor selling fruit ices came up the aisle, and Rohan tossed him coins enough for 3 cups. Tobin appropriated the apple ice right out of her brother's hands. "I wanted that one," he complained. "I paid for them. I should have first choice." "Hush up and behave yourself," Tobin admonished, handing him the mossberry ice he had given her. "Anyone would think you're still 12 years old." "You're a selfish and unnatural sister," he grumbled. "Look, there's Soren." When her head turned, he snatched the cup from her and replaced it with the mossberry ice. "Rohan!" She elbowed him in the ribs. Sinead laughed. "In another moment you two will revert to childhood and start playing at dragons. High Prince and the Lady of Radzin indeed. Now, tell me the name of that beauty Soren's riding. He looks like one of Pashta's get." "He is. That's Jocelyn, twin to Andries Masonel. We gave them both a good horse when they became squires. Rohan, give that ice back." He held the apple cup out of her reach. "A good horse? That one looks like solid muscle covered in sunlight. I give him 3 lengths and a tail." "Pashta never sired a finer pair," Tobin said. "No bet, little brother." She licked at the dripping ice in her hand. "This is better than the apple, anyway." "It is?" He tried to switch cups again, and they giggled like children. Sinead, safe with her snow cherry ice, lost her grin when another horse came into view. "Rohan, look who's riding the Kadar horse." He glanced around. All mirth faded, and the light left his eyes. "Well?" Tobin prompted. "I'm a victim of old age, and my eyes aren't any good at that distance. Who is it?" "Mazul," Rohan replied colorlessly. It seemed that everyone saw him at the same time. Quiet descended like a cloud over the animated conversation in the stands. One last nervous giggle sounded from somewhere, and then all was still. Mazul bestrode a magnificent bay stallion, the characteristic white blaze and feathery white tufts at each hoof, marking the horse as one of Kadar Water's breeding. The young man was not wearing Lord Collier's colors, however, and Lord Collier was in shock at the sight of the pretender riding one of his horses. Mazul was dressed in a silk shirt, the deep violet color of Prince March. He had shaved off his beard, a ploy not lost on anyone with half a brain. The clean, harshly handsome lines of his cheeks and jaw were visible now below the startling green eyes. As the horses paraded past the stands, Sinead met his gaze for an instant and saw the sheer glee in his grin. Fury gripped her, that he dared wear Prince March's color, swiftly followed by profound gratitude that Pansala was safely in her tent. Rohan had told her about the regent's mood and actions yesterday, and Sinead was certain that, had Pansala been here, she would have ripped the violet silk right off Mazul's shoulders. She darted a look at her husband, who appeared to be contemplating some similar act of mayhem. Tobin's black eyes were snapping with rage, and her cheeks were deeply flushed, but Rohan's anger was as pale and cold as if his face had been carved from snow. Lyle was the official starter. He toyed with the fringe of a large red and yellow flag as the dancing, restive horses lined up. Sinead's gaze traced the measure-round course and saw to her horror that this was the race to Brockwell Bay and back. The jumps were in position. A section of railing had been removed where the horses would leave the track for the cliffs. Anything could happen along that unwatched course. She knew that only too well. Rohan had ridden the same race 21 years ago to win her emeralds and had nearly been killed along the way. Soren patted Jocelyn's sleek, sunny neck, and a white-tufted ear swiveled back to listen to whatever he was saying. Sinead glanced over the other horses. Soren was definitely the entry to beat. 2 riders were on Lord Collier's horses and wearing his russet and white. 2 more entries bore the plain red of Prince Veldin of Grib. Another of Che's horses was down the line from Soren. Both young men were in his red and white silks. The 8th horse was Lord Sabrium's, distinguished by the orange and yellow of Einar, and a 9th belonged to Lord Patwin, the rider his younger brother, dressed in garish red and blue stripes. These would battle it out for 3rd place, for it was obvious that the contest for first would be between Soren and Mazul. Tobin, recovering from her initial shock, was now the picture of composure to anyone who did not know her. Sinead, who knew her very well, saw a telltale pulse pounding in her throat as she bent to place the uneaten ice at her feet. Small, delicate fingers were then laced together in the princess's lap, knuckles white with tension. Tobin would show nothing more than a mother's justifiable pride when her son rode to victory. And Soren must win, Sinead told herself, looking at Rohan's frozen, expressionless face. He must. Lyle swept the flag down and the horses shot forward like arrows from 9 warrior bows. Clods of dirt were flung up as they pounded past the stands and through the opening in the fence. The crowd gasped once, and then the strange, unsettling, whispering silence descended again. As she had done years ago when Rohan had been up on Pashta in the same race, Sinead swiftly wove a thin plate of sunlight and sent it after the riders, thanking the goddess that the sunlight was on her face and she did not have to draw attention to herself by moving. As she watched the 9 horses separate on their way to the wood, she had the distinct impression that someone else was observing on the sunlight as well. Markin perhaps, or Andry, anxious for their brother. Careful to keep her own weaving distinct and separate, she glided toward the cliffs, waiting for the riders to emerge from the trees. Mazul was in the lead, Soren just behind, the others trailing by at least 2 lengths. Jocelyn was a streak of pale gold against the dark, gravelly ground. Soren rode close to his horse's neck, so much in harmony with the stallion that every stride seemed to find response in the ripple of muscle beneath Soren's shirt. Sinead had never seen anyone ride this way, not even Chanel, who was the best rider in living memory. Che sat his horses with easy authority. Soren became one with his mount. Mazul approached the sharp, dangerous turn at the cliff with rocks flying from beneath his bay's white-feathered hooves. He had to haul the animal's head cruelly around to avoid plunging over into the sea. Soren judged the angle better, slowing Jocelyn for an easier turn, and made up ground as Mazul's outraged horse faltered, nearly stumbling before finding his stride again. Behind them, one of Veldon's riders miscalculated, and his terrified horse pulled up short, skidding to a halt on his haunches a man-length from the cliff edge. His rider went flying and vanished over the jagged rocks. The horse, trembling all over, limped away. Sinead did not wait to see if the rest negotiated the turn safely. She raced back on the sunlight and saw Rohan and Tobin staring at her, only now realizing she had not been entirely with them. "A rider went over the cliff," she said. "One of Veldon's. He needs help if he's still alive." Rohan nodded curtly and left them, shouldering his way down to the track. Sinead felt Tobin cling to her hand, but had no time to reassure her. She rethreaded the sunlight and sped along it, hoping to catch Soren and Mazul as they emerged once more from the wood. But the two horses were even faster than she'd thought. Both were well away from the trees. Mazul's stallion was lathered, ears laid flat, teeth bared. Only his rider's iron grip kept him from giving in to deeper instinct and turning to attack. Blood welled along the bay's hindquarters, where the golden stallion had evidently gotten in a vicious bite. Sinead was astounded that the two warhorses still obeyed their riders. Soren was pressed even more tightly to his horse's neck now, his shirt cut to ribbons by low branches in the wood. His gloved hands held the reins almost at the bit. For 3 strides, the pair hurtled along neck and neck, and then Jocelyn began to pull ahead. Suddenly fire blossomed before them to the right, directly in Soren's path. His horse swerved madly, eyes showing white with terror. Jocelyn plowed into Mazul's bay, and the big horse stumbled. Recovering in a stride, they still ran so close together that sparks, struck by iron-shod hooves on stone, flew up simultaneously. Sinead saw the prong end of Mazul's whip flash, and Soren's back arched as steel cut into his shoulder. Jocelyn struggled to maintain his balance as the young man lurched in the saddle. Mazul kept his bay stallion right beside Soren, riding for the edge of the fire, forcing Jocelyn directly into the chest-high flames. Soren righted himself and signaled his horse. Muscle bunched beneath the sweat-darkened hide, and Jocelyn soared over the fire, landing a long stride beyond it, with his belly singed and his white saddle blanket smoldering. The flames vanished, leaving a thin, blackened line in the dirt that was quickly obliterated by the hooves of 6 other horses. Sinead gave a violent shudder as she slid back down the sunlight. Staggering to her feet, her vision cleared just in time for her to see the 2 stallions thunder onto the track toward the first jump. Mazul used his whip on his stallion, the shine of the silver prong sullied now with blood. The first jump was cleared, and the second. Soren was on his heels by the third. One of Lord Collier's horses foundered after the first obstacle, his thrown rider rolling quickly out of the way. Nobody seemed to notice. Had Tobin's fingers been knives, they would have sliced Sinead's arm to the bone. Someone cried out in the silence, echoed by another shout from the commoners' stands, and sound rippled through the crowd, not cheers of encouragement, but release of unbearable tension. Sinead heard a low moan claw up from Tobin's throat, knowing that the princess's control was nearly gone. Bay Stallion and Golden Stallion cleared the last jump together. The former's ribs and mouth were coated with blood-red foam. Still the whip dug into his sides. Under its assault, he used up the last of his great heart and crossed the finish, half a stride in the lead. Tobin dragged Sinead down through the crowd to the railings, and Sinead finally succeeded in getting in front of her tiny sister by marriage to protect her from the wildly screaming throng. "Make way!" she shouted. "Let me pass! Make way for the High Princess!" "Sinead!" came a familiar bellow. "Over here!" She shouldered her way to Ostville, gripping Tobin's hand. He was at the rails, keeping a place clear for them to duck through. "Get everyone to the paddock quick, or there'll be trouble. Chay's got murder on his face." "Can you blame him?" Tobin snapped before climbing through the rails. Rohan was already on the track, waiting for Soren to canter his blown and trembling stallion back to calm. He grasped his sister by the shoulders when she would have hurried to her son. "No, you'll get trampled. Tobin, stay here." "I'll pull that lying bastard off his horse and feed him to the dragons," she hissed. "Let me go." He bore with her struggles for a moment, then rapped out, "Stop it! Do you want everyone to see you?" It was not something that would have mattered to Sinead, but Tobin, born and bred to princely station, had been trained to present a certain face to the outside world. She shook her brother off and smoothed back her hair. "No need to rattle my bones loose," she said acidly. Rightly interpreting this as a sign of recovery, Rohan nodded. Soren was riding closer now, and Sinead feared for a moment that Tobin would explode anew. She could tell the difference between marks left by slashing branches and the torn and bloodied shoulder caused by the lash of a whip. But though rage burned even hotter in her long-lidded eyes, she said nothing. Sinead felt someone pluck at her sleeve and looked around. Allison stood at her side, ashen-faced. "Is Soren all right?" the girl whispered, and Sinead recalled that the two had grown up together at Volok's court. "He'll be fine, with only a scar to show for his trouble." Soren rode up then, Jocelyn having settled down. He gave Allison a tight smile. "I'm not hurt, Allie. Just get me the hell out of here before I kill that pig. I don't trust myself nearer to him than a measure." "You or your father," Rohan said mildly, though his eyes flashed. "But I see no need to insult pigs, Soren. They're certainly much better bred than Mazul. Let's get your horse to the paddock and cared for, shall we?" Tobin turned on him with a look of furious betrayal, still wanting nothing more than to confront Mazul with what he had done. But she obeyed Sinead's warning look and took Jocelyn's bridle in one shaking hand. "Let's get out of here," she muttered, leading them to where Ostval had waylaid the livid Chanel. Rohan was looking at Allison. "With those green eyes, there's only one person you could be. Princess, would you be so kind as to stay here and watch certain people for me?" She understood instantly. "Of course, Your Grace. It'll be a real pleasure." Soren gave a short laugh over his shoulder. "Go flirt with Mazul. He'll be so dazzled he won't see that what you really want is to scratch his eyes out." "If I decided to soil my hands by touching him, I'd aim a good deal lower down," she retorted, and set off toward the group clustered around the victor. Rohan blinked in startlement, then grinned, and then scowled, as Che finally eluded Ostval and stormed up. "Not here," he ordered sharply, before Che could do more than open his mouth. "This horse needs attention." Che turned scarlet, and for a moment Sinead thought he would defy Rohan. But then he swallowed hard, nodding. "Just as you say, my prince." He ran his fingers gently over the stallion's singed belly and legs, then met his son's gaze. "You'll have to explain this. I trust you can." "Not here," Rohan repeated, and they started for the paddocks. They were joined along the way by Paul, Markin, and Andry. Sinead searched the brothers' faces, but saw only anger. Unable to convince herself that it had been one of them she had sensed on the sunlight, she drew Markin to her with a glance. "Did you watch the race?" she whispered. "By Ferrari means." When he looked surprised and shook his head, she called Andry over and received the same answer. "Did you?" Markin demanded. "What did you see?" "I want to talk to Soren first." She appropriated him from his father once they had reached the paddock. Rohan distracted Che by asking what treatment they would give the injured horse, and they led Jocelyn away. Soren submitted to his mother's inspection of his back and shoulder, wincing as she cleaned the scrapes with fresh water brought by a groom. As Tobin worked, Sinead glanced at Ostval. He nodded and led the unwilling Paul off to help Ryan get ready for the next race. "Soren," she said at last, "tell me exactly what happened from your point of view." He was seated on an overturned bucket as his mother dressed his wounds. He regarded Sinead thoughtfully, blue eyes narrowing beneath the untidy shock of brown hair. After a moment he nodded. "My point of view means you had one as well. I should have guessed. It was a clean ride until we got out of the wood on the way back. All at once, flames shot up in front of me. Jocelyn was startled and slammed into Mazul's horse. That's when he got me with his whip." "Andry," Tobin said through gritted teeth, Make a bandage from what's left of Soren's shirt. Red and white silk ripped as Soren went on.
Mazul went around the fire, but I had to jump right over it. The bastard maneuvered me right into it. That's how Jocelyn was burned. Then I just kept riding and lost, damn it all, hells. It could have been your life you lost, Markin said. Then, with an effort at easing the grimness, he added, or your looks, if he'd laid your face open with that whip.
Fire, Andry murmured, holding the makeshift bandage to his twin's shoulder while Tobin tied it. Sunrunners, fire. Sinead nodded. That's why I asked if you or Markin had been watching. I felt someone else, if it wasn't either of you. Tobin looked up, her voice dangerously soft. Do you mean Ferrari, one of our own, is responsible for this? Andry held Sinead's gaze as he answered his mother. We aren't the only ones who can call fire. If you don't need me, Mother, then I'd better go tell Andrade about this.
I'll go with you, Markin said. Soren, not a word to anyone.
He nodded unhappily.
But you'd better explain this to me, Andry. I'm just glad you're still here to explain it too, his twin replied, and left with Markin.
And just what is it that needs explaining, and to me, I might add? Tobin demanded.
Whatever it is, Soren said as he got to his feet, we can't talk about it now. Look.
He nodded to the new arrivals in the paddocks, Lyle, Keeley, and Mazul, the latter leading his exhausted stallion.
Is father safely occupied?
Yes, and I'm leaving, Tobin said. Sinead, deal with them. I don't trust myself. She turned on her heel and stalked off, a deliberate snub to those now approaching. Follow my lead, Sinead whispered, and Soren frowned. I mean it. You already know they're dangerous. Let me handle this. Keeley got to them first. Polite concern the thinnest of masks over her triumphant excitement. Your Grace, my lord, what a relief to find you unhurt. How is your horse? Recovering, Sinead observed, as that one obviously needs to do. Lord Lyle, should you not be seeing to the comfort of your horse?
How did you know he's mine? Lyle asked, then tacked on a hasty, Your Grace.
Your colours edge his saddle blanket, and this young man can hardly possess the funds to purchase such an animal. Nor does he know how to treat his prize, her eyes added as she gestured to the stallion's hanging head, the blood at ribs and mouth.
An excellent race, my lord, Mazul told Soren with a condescending smile.
Soren nodded curtly.
Interesting, certainly.
Mazul turned to Lyle.
You ought to take the High Princess's suggestion and see to the horse. I'm sure you'll want to go with him, sweet sister.
Keeley's smile was strained around the edges, her eyes hinting at harsh words for Mazul later on for commanding them like common servants. But she turned the moment to advantage by saying, Of course. We'll meet you back at the royal enclosure for the final contests, Your Grace. A corner of Sinead's mouth lifted in a mocking smile as Keeley gave Mazul the title he did not merit, but she said nothing as Keeley and Lyle led the horse away. Mazul was direct about his attack, as she had expected. If nothing else, his lack of subtlety marked him as someone else's son, not Relstra's.
I thought you might like to know, Lord Soren, he said, that I have no intention of filing a complaint for what happened on the course.
Sinead had been expecting something of the sort. Soren had not. Thick, dark brows slanted down.
A complaint? Against me?
Mazul shrugged.
Your reputation as a horseman suggested you could control your mount. I'll have bruises for days after being slammed into like that, and it's a wonder we both weren't thrown. Had it occurred on the track where the judges could have seen it, I would have had no choice but to lodge a formal protest. But since no one else saw...
Sinead knew how close Mazul was to losing several teeth from the temper Soren had inherited from both volatile parents. She said, I'm sure Lord Soren is similarly inclined to generosity. though I would say he'll bear the scar on his shoulder long after your bruises have healed. But I'm pleased to see you young men in agreement. We wouldn't want any difficulties to arise over the race, would we? Such things have a tendency to flare, like Sunrunner's fire. Mazul could not hide his reaction. Green eyes, nearly the color of Relstra's, she noted now that she was staring directly into them, narrowed, and a muscle in his cheek twitched. His voice came from a clenched throat. I have no experience with Faradi matters. No offense meant to yourself, High Princess. But I have no wish to learn about them either. I am neither offended nor surprised. Fire of any kind is dangerous, don't you agree? One so often burns one's fingers. She gave him a small, chill smile. You have my permission to withdraw. Mazul froze for a heartbeat, then inclined his head an insulting fraction and strode off. Soren spat into the dirt where he'd stood. My sentiments, exactly, Sinead murmured. But he took the hint, which is what I wanted. What hint? Soren exclaimed. That slimy son of a... He had the balls to accuse me of riding into him on purpose. And did not mention the real source of the incident, Sinead pointed out. Soren, I only want to tell this once. Tonight, after the prizes are given, we'll all meet in Andrade's pavilion and talk this out. But for now, say nothing. And smile. There are some pretty girls coming to comfort you. The only thing that could comfort me is redoing Mazul's face with my fists, he muttered. His features please me very little. Yours seem to be in favor, she told him. Relax until tonight, Soren, and if you don't end this afternoon with at least 5 of those girls in love with you, then you're not your father's son. She winked at him. He gave a short laugh in spite of himself, and turned his attention to the young ladies, reluctantly at first, then with more enthusiasm as he realized that being a good-looking young lord with a romantically wounded shoulder could be a most entertaining experience. Chapter 20. Andrade's white pavilion filled slowly at irregular intervals that midnight. Sunrunners on casual guard wore thin leather gloves against the autumn crispness in the air, neatly hiding the fact that not all of them were in fact sunrunners. Cloaks in various shades of blue, brown, and black concealed any telltale badges of service to Rohan, Che, or Pansala. A careful investigation of a few other tents might have given a good idea of who met with the Lady of Goddess Keep in secret that night. But 2 things counted against the presence of any prying eyes: the extreme lateness and the lavish banquet that had ended only a short time earlier. No one cared about anything more important than getting to bed and avoiding the headaches sure to attend upon the morning. Ostville had given strict instructions that the High Prince's guests were never to sit more than an eye blink with empty wine cups. Rohan arrived first, with Paul and Pansala. All 3 were still fuming at the manner in which Mazul had collected the jewels he'd won in the race. Prince March's own amethysts, the reason he'd chosen that race to enter, of course. His bow to Rohan had been barely respectful, his grin openly mocking. Though relegated to a lower table with Keeley and Lyle, he had practically held court both before and after the meal. So great was Pansala's fury that she had eaten nothing. Rohan had hidden his anger better, and Paul had followed his father's example rather than his regent's. Sinead had been the only one to disturb Mazul's triumph. For reasons none of them understood, he was seen to jerk back in startlement when, with oncoming dusk, she had risen from her chair to gesture the candles and torches alight. Her smile in his direction had been perfectly poisonous. Chairs were arranged in Andrade's pavilion around a small brazier, where glowing coals kept out the chill midnight air. Urivel sat next to Andrade on one side of the circle, Paul between his father and Pansala opposite. No one spoke. Tobin and Che arrived with all 3 of their sons a short time later. Ostville and Ryan joined the group soon after that. At last Sinead came in with Allison of Kirst. The girl's hands were folded tightly together, and she did not raise her eyes as she was introduced formally around the circle. Andrade looked a question at Sinead and touched her own rings. Sinead nodded confirmation. The Lady of Goddess Keep turned a speculative eye on the young princess, who took the seat beside Sinead and next to Andry. "Hollis should be here," Sinead commented, her gaze finding Markin. The young man flushed. Meeting his parents' puzzled gazes, he drew a deep breath and said, "I ought to have told you before this. I hope to make her an official part of the family in a few days." Tobin sank back into her chair, stunned. Che simply gaped. Sinead whispered a request to Andry to go find Hollis, then said, "I'm sorry, Markin, but I didn't know any other way to include her without it seeming strange to those who didn't know." "Sinead, my love," Rohan murmured, "you are about as subtle as a dragon spotting an unguarded herd." Markin was still watching his parents. "I just couldn't seem to find the right time to tell you. I know you haven't had a chance to get to know her yet, but I'm hoping you'll approve." Tobin smiled at her eldest. "I was prepared to love whomever you chose, darling, and you've made it wonderfully easy. Although I'll never forgive Sinead for knowing it first." "It wasn't me who told her," he explained, beginning to smile. "We had a bet going that she'd guess." Che reached around Soren to grasp Markin's arm. "If she's as clever as she is beautiful, you're a lucky man. A sunrunner, too. How many rings is it?" "6, like mine. Your grandfather Zahara always said he wanted good-looking descendants," Rohan teased. "I think his ambition is safe into the next generation." Andrade sat quietly, smiling, while the others added their congratulations. Finally she said, "I had nothing to do with it this time, Sinead. As a matter of fact, they managed it in spite of me. Someday you'll have to get them to tell you how it came about." "My lady," Markin protested automatically, red to his earlobes. "If you don't, I may tell them myself," she threatened with a grin and a wink, startling those in the group who had experience only of her more caustic humor, or who had no experience of her at all. Andry returned to the tent alone and bewildered. "Markin, I told her she was to come here, and why, and she said—" "Something self-effacing, I trust," Andrade remarked, but her gaze had sharpened. Andry shook his head. "She said she couldn't in conscience join us because it would be under false pretenses." Markin gasped, as if someone had hit him in the gut. He shoved back his chair and strode from the tent, leaving a shocked silence behind him. Rohan had to clear his throat twice before he could say with reasonable calm, "Andry, why would she say such a thing?" "I don't know. Maybe she's just tired. She hasn't been all that well most of the summer. And it would probably scare me too, being summoned to a conference like this. After all, none of us is exactly nobody." "Succinctly, if inelegantly put," Andrade said. "Allison, I trust we do not intimidate you too much. Good. Andry, sit down. There's nothing we can do that Markin can't do for himself. So, we'd best get on with this. Sinead, I assume you're the one with the explanations. You'd better begin them before curiosity kills us." "Yes, my lady." Sinead looked around the circle once, then began. "Someone called fire down onto the course today, threatening Soren but not Mazul. Afterward, Mazul approached Soren and they exchanged words."
"As they're both alive and intact," Andrade interrupted, "I may assume that the words were at least marginally polite."
"You may, but when I hinted at Sunrunner's fire, Mazul reacted very oddly. He knows as well as Soren and I what happened. Only I led him to believe it was one of us who had done it." Soren gave a muffled curse. "You wanted him to think the flames had been meant for him, not for me." "I thought he might sweat a little, Anything that unbalances him works in our favor.
Good thought, Rohan said. But the problem is that we know the fire was meant for Sorin. It rose up right in front of me, the young man confirmed. It was easy for Mazul to avoid it.
Che leaned forward, elbows on his knees and hands clasped between them.
Do we have another renegade Sunrunner, then, like the one Relstra corrupted? I doubt it very much, Uravel replied quietly. For reasons I will explain shortly. Sinead, did he admit to having seen the fire at all?
Not out loud, no.
Then there are 3 alternatives. First, he didn't expect it, but now believes that someone wishes to help him, and doesn't wish to jeopardize that person by admitting he even saw the fire. Second, he knew in advance and is certain it was meant for Sorin, and doesn't wish to admit that someone with Faradi gifts is working for him. The third alternative is suggested by his reaction to your mention of fire, Sinead. He may believe that a Sunrunner did indeed do this and will do something even more deadly if he complains of it. Do you think he's honestly frightened of us?
Sinead frowned, then nodded slowly. He's extremely wary, at least, of what he believes we're capable of. Sorin, did he look frightened to you?
It seemed as if he resents Faradim more than he fears them, although you made him really nervous tonight when you lit the candles.
He grinned suddenly.
I think Mazul's just started to realize that Paul's surrounded by Sunrunners.
Che said,
Whichever of Uravel's alternatives holds true, he'll be worried about us.
Us? Tobin asked, surprised. Do you know that's the first time you've ever included yourself with the Sunrunners? He shrugged.
I have a wife, 2 sons, a sister by marriage, and a nephew, who are Faradim. My eldest son is about to marry one. We're sitting here with the Lady of Goddess Keep. The whole place is lousy with Sunrunners, and you object to my saying us?
How nice to know the Lord of Radzin finally accepts us, Andrade said dryly. The question is, how can we turn events to our advantage?
Rohan looked thoughtful.
If we assume Mazul was as surprised as Sorin and doesn't know there's somebody helping him, then it might be possible.
To do what, Father? Paul asked.
To encourage this belief and present him with a somewhat stupefying source of help.
He turned to Pansala.
Could you swallow your hatred long enough to convince him?
She hesitated, then shook her head. I've been too vehement. Had this come several days ago after my talk with Keeley, she and I are agreed that Shiana's humiliation by whatever means would be most satisfying. But after yesterday's encounter with Mazul... She lifted her hands, let them fall back into her lap. I'm sorry for it, because the idea is an excellent one. But a sudden conversion to his cause would be suspect. If there were others of my sisters who had the gifts, it might be possible, but I cannot even think his name without wanting to spit.
You're not the only one, Tobin muttered. Sorin, how's your shoulder? Healing, Mother, don't worry. Well, so much for that idea.
Rohan sprawled his legs out in front of him and stared at his boots.
We can discount the assumption about the fire being meant for Mazul because we know this to be untrue. We have to work with what we believe to be the truth, which is either that he didn't know and welcomes the help, or that he knows very well indeed.
He paused, then slowly lifted his gaze to Uravel.
I'd be interested to hear your reasons now, my lord, for thinking that there is no Sunrunner corrupted to causes other than our own.
Uravel's golden-brown eyes darkened, the angles of his face like rough-hewn stone. He looked around the circle as Sinead had done, but not to collect their attention. He judged each face in turn, from the prior knowledge in some to the frank bewilderment in others. At last he spoke, having satisfied some inner criteria for each person present.
I suspect none of the Faradim. I train them all. I know them. The person I suspect is an unknown, and adheres to the old ways of sorcery, which the Sunrunners left Dorval to oppose. It is a shock, but not really a surprise, to know that some of the descendants of those sorcerers still exist.
But they work with starlight, not the sun, Andrew protested. What went on today happened in broad daylight.
Ostville's gaze was focused on the glowing brazier, his grey eyes lit almost to rubies by the coals.
My late wife was from the Pyrenees Mountains, as her dark colouring made obvious. The legends of sorcerers were more than legends where she grew up. There were two kinds of gifts. One kind we see in the Faradim, and the other very similar but of a different emphasis. They could use sunlight if they chose but preferred the stars, believing that power more potent and moonless nights the best time to work. Camigwyn always thought that the reason sunrunners were forbidden the starlight was because these others had used it. The ancient Faradim did not wish to be mistaken for their enemies.
Sinead murmured. She told me some of the tales when we were very young. I never believed them. Andrade's fingers beat a slow rhythm on the arm of her chair, her jeweled rings catching the light in a rainbow of colors.
The prohibition regarding use of the stars is as adamant as that regarding use of the gifts to kill.
Ostville's gaze now lifted to Sinead across the circle.
Yet it cannot be intrinsically evil to weave light from the stars. Sinead has done it. The night Rohan battled Relstra in single combat, others were caught up in it, Princess Tobin, the Regent, Urivel, Lady Andrade herself. No one could suspect any of you of being sorcerers. So, it must have been forbidden simply because the old ones did it. What could be evil about starlight, except in the way one uses it?
He paused a moment, then bowed to Andrade. Forgive me for presuming to interpret Faradi matters, my lady.
Presuming? She snorted. You are as much one of us as if you wore the rings.
Thank you. Then I will further say that because sunrunners can use starlight, as Sinead proved, Andre is mistaken in his assumption that it is the only sort of light with which these sorcerers work. They may prefer it, but— he shrugged. All this leads to a conclusion I don't think any of you will like. There is no reason to assume that these people cannot call fire or use the light of sun or moons. Therefore, there is no reason to assume they cannot become Faradim.
Urivel's spine became a sword blade.
Are you telling me I might have trained the descendants of our enemies?
You have undoubtedly trained people, my lord, who aren't aware of the real source of their gifts. The power is the same, the uses are not. He turned to Andrade. Is there any way to tell the two apart?
Andrew was the one who answered.
I haven't got all the scrolls translated yet, my lord. It may be that there are clues within—
Scrolls?
Alison instantly blushed and shrank back into her chair, having startled herself with her one-word question.
Forgive me, I'm sorry.
Andrew smiled kindly.
No, I'm the one who ought to apologize. I forgot that not everybody here knows about them. Their histories, mainly, of how the ancient sunrunners left Dorval to oppose the sorcerers on the continent.
He turned to Ostville.
Did Lady Camigwyn ever say anything about the old language? Not that I recall. Dialects vary widely in the remote mountains, you know.
The young Faradi sat forward eagerly.
That's where the scrolls say the sorcerers fled after they were defeated. And so every person with the gifts who comes from the mountains is probably of the old blood? Bah!
Urivel flung up his hands.
I'll have you know that my grandsire was born at the highland source of the Us River, and his fathers before him, back as far as anyone knew. Does that make me a sorcerer?
No, my lord, Ostville said calmly, but it might make you part of the remnants of their blood.
Pansala said, My mother was from a place called only the Mountain. Sinead's eyes met Rohan's for an instant before she said, This is all speculation, Ostville. Interesting, I'll grant, but what has it to do with our present circumstances?
I think it has a lot to do with them, Sinead, Tobin interjected, having understood the look that had passed between the pair.
Pansala's mother was Paul's grandmother. If she had been of the old blood, then so was he. If all this is true, then there could be descendants of sorcerers who aren't about to be commanded by their ancient enemies, and we would never know who they were because their skills would be exactly the same as ours. Ryan had been chewing his lip this whole time. At last he burst out, "Father, is that what my mother was? Is that what I am?"
"You and she are proof of the nature of the gifts," Ostvil said firmly. "Rohan, you hold the same kind of power Relstra did. Is it power that produces evil, or the man?"
"We know the answer to that," Andrade snapped. "Not to spare your feelings, Pansala, but Relstra would have been a tyrant in a pig wallow."
"My feelings about my father are roughly comparable to yours, my lady," the regent reminded her. "I believe Lord Ostvil's comparison to be valid. Certainly I would prefer it to be so, if my mother was indeed of the old blood. But there may be a way to tell the two apart. There is no hint of sunrunners in Relstra's line. Yet I have become a sunrunner. You yourself theorized, my lady, that the gifts must come from my mother. And I am different from other Faradim. I can cross water without difficulty." Sinead was amazed by Pansala's courage in pointing this out. It was tantamount to admitting she came of a line of sorcerers. "So," she heard herself say, "we have only to conduct that test?" "Perhaps," Pansala said softly. "It might be useful. But if Lord Ryan is also of the old blood, and he has the usual problems crossing water, the test may not be valid." "I get sick," the young man told her, "but not very. Does that mean anything?"
"Who can say?" Urivel shrugged. "But word of this goes nowhere," he added in warning. "All we lack is some fanatic demanding proof of pure Faradi blood through a test. And it wouldn't signify anyway, because whoever's clever enough to have learned Sunrunner arts would be smart enough to fake the usual reaction. So that leaves us nowhere."
Andry cleared his throat.
"Every piece of knowledge helps, my lord,"
he said in quiet tones. Ryan was still looking troubled, but not, Sinead thought, because of his possible ancestry. "What is it, Ryan?" she encouraged. "My lady, I think it's likely that this person is among us, someone we wouldn't begin to suspect. If they gave one of their own to be Relstra's wife, then isn't it possible that they wanted a son born of the marriage to become High Prince? That way, they could come out of hiding and openly challenge the Faradim." Sinead tried not to, but could not keep from glancing at Andrade, who had wanted Faradi princes born of herself and Rohan. "Are we so different from them, after all?" her eyes asked Andrade, who looked away.
Urivel said, "And failing this, Mazul is an opportunity to break the power of the present High Prince, who is so closely tied to us." He looked down at his 9 rings. "I wonder if Relstra ever knew."
Shifting slightly in his chair, Rohan said to Allison,
"You were going to tell us what you observed this afternoon, my lady?"
"Yes, Your Grace," she said promptly. "Those with Mazul after the race were Keely and Lyle, Prince Mion, Prince Kaber, and Kaber's wife Kenza. Prince Velden joined him a little later, as did Lord Patwin, who addressed him as brother on behalf of his late wife, Lady Rabia. Prince Sorma watched from nearby, looking as if he'd swallowed a vat of bad wine. Prince Clutha's heir, Halion, was just as unhappy, but he was staring mostly at Chiana." Allison gave a faint smile. "She was hanging on to Mion, and didn't realize until too late where he was going. Mazul gave her the nastiest smile and said he'd be pleased to share the prize with her, as he wished to be known as a prince who saw to the dowering of his common folk. I thought she'd tear his throat out."
"I can imagine," Ostvil said dryly. "The lady is in a rather awkward position. I must say I'm enjoying it."
"So is Keely," Sinead pointed out, "and that worries me." Rohan got to his feet and began to pace as if he could no longer sit still.
"What have we got, then? Patwin following his overlord Veldon by going over to the Pretender, Sorma jumping any which way. Halion may be able to influence his father if he wants Chiana badly enough. Clutha won't marry his son to a servant's daughter, but I'm not going to count on it. Thank you for your work, Princess Allison. You've been very helpful. But we still have the matter of this unknown who's helping Mazul. He was raised in the Varesh, so he may know all about this and be playing ignorant to protect the source of his aid. We have proof that sorcerers exist. The attack on Meath as he carried the scrolls to Goddess Keep, the scrolls themselves, certain other incidents, yet we have no idea who or where these people are. All in all, it's quite lovely, isn't it?
He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed.
Andrade, I need to discuss something with you in private. I thank the rest of you for meeting me here. You may go to your beds and start watching for anyone who might be our culprit.
Markin stood outside Hollis's tent, irresolute for one of the few times in his life. A brisk wind made his silk shirt a sheath of ice, but his trembling came from much deeper inside. As he stood there shivering, he gradually realized that no amount of waiting would settle the chaos of his feelings. Only Hollis could do that by explaining herself. There was a single lamp lit within, turning the tent into a large white lantern. He could see her shadow on the fabric wall, shoulders rounded, head bent, pacing like a caged animal. He pushed aside the tent flap and went in.
Hollis.
Her name caught in his throat as she swung around to face him.
Hollis, he said again, his voice thick. Tell me why. Tell me what's changed.
Terror and tears filled her eyes. She shook her head, long, bright hair undone down her back. Markin tried again.
I told my parents tonight. They're waiting to welcome you. When Andre told me what you'd said, I've shamed you, she whispered. Markin, I'm sorry. I never meant. Then what did you mean? You haven't spoken to me. You haven't tried to see me. You haven't even looked at me. Not even now when your eyes are right on me.
He heard his voice roughen with emotion, saw her flinch.
Hollis, look at me.
She faced him, her eyes incandescent with fury.
You have others to look at you. I heard what Prince Paul said about Lady Chiana in your tent. Go feast your eyes on her. Chiana? Oh, goddess! She came unbidden and unwanted, Hollis. You can't possibly be jealous of her. Doubtless, with her royal lineage you're working so hard to uphold, she's better suited to your royal self than I.
He took the 3 steps that separated them and grasped her shoulders.
You're going to talk to me. Do you understand? Tell me why, Hollis. Now. Let me go. Damn you, Markin, if you don't get your hands off me.
He stopped her words by taking her mouth. She struggled frantically in his arms like a wild, frightened thing. Then, with a low, sobbing moan, she clung to him, and her lips parted to his kisses. Rage melted from him, along with the terrible ice in his heart. Markin lifted her and carried her to a cot in the corner. Her hands fumbled at his clothing, and he chuckled against her mouth, amused by her awkwardness and haste.
Can this be the woman who came to me in the guise of the goddess to make a man of me? He whispered teasingly. Have you forgotten everything you've ever learned, my clumsy sunrunner? Do something with your mouth other than talk, she ordered, becoming the Hollis he knew so well.
He laughed again and obeyed. It was the change in the shadows that warned him, a blurring of his image on the tent wall as he sat up to remove his shirt. His head turned, and he saw a candle held in the shaking hand of the black-haired boy. A small voice observed wryly in his head that he ought to be getting used to having private moments with beautiful women interrupted by children. Forgive me, I'm sorry. I didn't know you weren't alone, my lady. The youth was holding a steaming cup of teas in his other hand, and the violence of his trembling put him in danger of spilling the hot liquid. I only thought you might like some more. I didn't know. Hollis sat up, and pulled her clothes together.
"Thank you, Sejast," she said with admirable calm. "That was very thoughtful of you."
"Leave it and go,"
Markin added, and the boy nearly dropped cup and candle both in his haste to obey.
"I'm sorry, my lord, my lady.
Forgiven," Hollis said kindly, and he gulped. But as Markin put an arm around her, something flickered in the boy's eyes, something older than his years and very dangerous.
"It's all right, Sejast,"
she said, and he fled. Markin felt her draw away from him, watched her do up her bodice with a finality that made his heart plummet. The mood had been broken, and there was little hope of salvaging it. He had an intense urge to throttle that stupid child, but instead rose from the cot and brought Hollis the cup. She sipped and met his gaze over the rim.
"He makes a special brew and brings it to me every night about this time. I was just finishing the first cup when you arrived. It helps when I'm tired."
"I suppose I ought to be grateful for his care of you. Andry tells me he's become your shadow. But I must say I admire his taste more than his timing."
"He's just a sweet boy who thinks he's in love with me. Affection isn't so plentiful in this life that any of us can afford to reject it when it's offered, whatever its source. Besides, I don't want to hurt him, Mark, and he'll grow out of it."
"He'd better hurry up about it."
"Oh, stop being so silly." She gave him the cup as a gesture of peace. He took a long swallow that burned his tongue, then another, and handed it back to her.
"I should return to Andrade, unless you want me to stay."
"Please want me to stay," his eyes told her. She was staring into the empty cup. "No, you're right. You ought to go back." She paused, drawing a long breath.
"I didn't mean to upset you. It's just I don't know any of them, and they don't know me. There's so much power in your family, so many different kinds of power. Can you understand that it's difficult for me to see myself becoming part of them?"
"All they need is a chance to know you, and they'll love you as I do."
"Please, don't push me,"
she whispered helplessly, still not looking at him. He wanted to take her face in his hands and force her to see him.
"Very well, but we belong to each other, Hollis. We chose each other."
He pressed a kiss to the crown of her head and left her. He did not return to the white pavilion. He strode down to the river and sat on a large rock, gazing blindly into the dark water, his body clamoring plaintively for Hollis's body, his head aching, as if he'd swallowed 2 bottles of wine rather than half a cup of harmless teas. When everyone had left the white tent, even Sinead, Rohan finally sat down again. The tension of the day had exhausted him, wound his muscles into knots, throbbed through his veins. And if he was tired, Andrade looked haggard. The brazier's glow highlighted the deep crevices around her mouth and across her forehead. She had shaped so many lives, influenced so many destinies, including his own. She had brought him Sinead. Yuraval sat beside her, golden-brown eyes nearly the color of mud beneath the heavy shadows of his brows. Both Faradim looked terribly old.
"Sinead can conjure pieces of the future in fire," Rohan said abruptly. "Could you conjure up the past?"
The breath left Andrade in a rush, and Yuraval's eyes turned black. Her fingers groped toward his and clung tightly. Rohan wondered very suddenly why he had never before realized that the pair were lovers, and had been for more than the length of Rohan's life.
"I've often wondered if you picked up that little trick from me, or learned it on your own," Andrade remarked at last, her voice as cool as ever. "Never smear it with honey when you can shove it down their throats, eh?" "We're all tired."
Rohan folded his arms to hide the trembling of his hands.
"None of us has time to scrape off any sugar coating. Can you or can't you? To quote your son, I don't know, I've never tried.
She let go of Urivel's hand and laced her long fingers together.
I assume it's a particular night you wish seen in the fire.
Andrade,
Urivel began, but her lids had already drooped over her blue eyes, and the coals in the brazier flared in, response to her silent call. Rohan held his breath. She brought her folded hands to her lips and squeezed her eyes shut, face drawn into a taut mask, proud bones stark beneath aging skin. Fire leaped up in the bronze cauldron, wavered, steadied, jumped toward the ceiling. Hazy pictures began to form in the flames. Lanterns were lit on Relstra's barge, swaying gently in the night with the motion of the river. Sailors milled about nervously on deck. There was a narrow staircase, a tiny, dim room where 3 women writhed and shuddered in their labors, watched over by Princess Pansala. The scene abruptly shifted, and women clustered in a paneled corridor. Andrade's ringed hand pounded without sound against a closed door, and that door opened. The fire blazed wildly and died with a sound like a sword hissing back into its sheath. Andrade gasped, her forehead slick with sweat, and sagged against Urivel. He held her close, glaring in fury at Rohan.
Satisfied,
he spat. Rohan knelt before his aunt, taking one of her hands, frightened by her sketchy breathing.
Andrade, I'm sorry.
No,
she whispered hoarsely.
Be still.
She sucked in a huge lungful of air, then another, and straightened.
I'm only winded. Now I know why such things are forbidden.
She held out her free hand and watched it quiver, bemused.
Sweet goddess, that's never happened to me before. It felt like falling into an endless well, into the dark.
She broke off and tossed her head to clear sweat from her eyes.
It's possible. I might be able to do it.
Urivel gave a lurid curse.
You'll do no such thing, because he's not going to ask it of you. Don't be a fool.
She ignored him.
Did you see anything useful, Rohan?
The barge, the room below decks, a few women in a hallway, your hand knocking on a door, that's all.
I didn't take it far enough, she fretted.
Any more and you would have fainted at the very least,
Urivel rasped.
Are you out of your mind?
No more than usual. Peace, my old friend. Rohan, I'll do as you wish if it becomes necessary. When would you like to schedule my performance?
If you think you can manage it, in 2 days' time, but
nothing. Only you won't be able to get the same from Pansala. They took everything I had just to get the little you saw. She's not up to it either in talent or training.
Her hand tightened around his.
Try everything else first. I'll do this if I must, for Paul. But only if I must.
Only if there's nothing else I can do, he promised. You scared me half to death.
It wasn't exactly a pleasure for me either,
she responded with the old acerbity.
Go on, get to bed.
Rohan pressed her fingers to his cheek, then to his lips.
Forgive me, Aunt,
he said. She smoothed back his hair almost tenderly, one of the few gestures of affection she had ever given him. It brought a lump to his throat. Before he could embarrass them both, he rose and left the tent. Just as the white silk fell closed behind him, he heard Andrade say,
Urivel, bring me the star scroll.
Rohan walked very slowly back to his own pavilion. He had what he wanted, and it terrified. Chapter 21. At Paul's age, being bored was bad enough. But when combined with the certainty that strange things were brewing, important things that concerned him but that no one bothered to tell him about, boredom became a grim determination to do something. Almost anything. His Aunt Tobin always gave a breakfast party on the 4th morning of the Riala. Absolutely everyone was there, feeding like half-starved dragons. Paul wandered from group to group, spread out between tents in the new sunshine, sulkily chewing on a biscuit stuffed with sausage and fruit preserves. All the princes and Athrim and ladies and squires bowed when he passed, but they were caught up in their own conventional pursuits. They were, in fact, ignoring him. Even his own family was too busy to do more than smile in his direction. His father was in deep consultation with Lane and Chadrick. His mother chatted with Meon, while Tobin gradually maneuvered Chiana over to them and left her there. Che and Sorin talked horses with Lord Collia. Andry stood tongue-tied and grave near Volog and Alison of Kirst, and Markin hurried back and forth from the trestle tables to where Hollis sat with Andrade and that intense black-haired youth, trying to find delicacies to tempt her appetite. Paul looked on them all with a sense of betrayal. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't have blurted out any secrets, and he would be High Prince one day, and yet none of them had thought to include him in the great doings and schemes hatching around him like dragon eggs. He would even have welcomed Chanel's irritating company right now. At least she paid him some attention. He strayed over to where Ostville crouched before the central fire pit, where still more food was being cooked. Lord of Skybol though he was, still he took upon himself his old duties of chief steward of Stronghold while at the Riala, and swore softly as he built up the fire. New wood had been stacked to replenish the flames, but the logs were slow in lighting. Paul had a sudden perverse idea and gestured casually with one hand. Flames surged up, immolating the wood and startling Ostville into another curse. Paul suddenly knew that people were staring. Some even backed away from him, wide-eyed. He gave everyone his sunniest smile. Let them ignore that, he told himself. "Does that help any?" Paul asked Ostville in his most innocent tones. The Lord of Skybol rose, scowling at him. "Don't you ever dare do that again," he said through gritted teeth. Any pleasure in his trick evaporated. Ostville had never used that tone of voice to him in his life, let alone looked at him with such dark disapproval. Paul tried to shrug off his discomfort and turned to go back to the main party. But whispers had run through the gathering, and now everyone was looking at him, including his parents, whose eyes shone cold green and even icier blue. Abruptly, Paul was the cynosure of all attention, and he felt his cheeks grow hot as first his father and then his mother turned away. But then he happened to see Mazul, over by a tree with Keely and Lyle and Kabir of Gilad. The pretender's complexion had gone as white as Paul's was now crimson. The boy slid his gaze around the rest of the assembly as people resumed their former conversations, or, more likely, spoke of him in hushed tones. The stinging blush faded from his cheeks, and he realized that, whatever his parents might think, he had succeeded in reminding Mazul that it was more than a prince he challenged. It was a sunrunner. Pansala came over to him then, and for the first time he felt a glimmer of real liking for her as she rescued him from solitude and silence. She talked quietly about the weather, and gradually Paul relaxed. Then she led him over to where Gemma stood beside old Prince Chale, who was barely tolerating the presence of Paul's cousins Costas and Tillel. The latter grinned at him while Chale said something conventional about the excellence of the meal. Then, with a bow to Gemma, Tillel took Paul's arm and coaxed him off for a private talk. "Not the wisest thing you ever did, cousin," the young man told him, "but I don't think your mother will complain too much." "Did you see Mazul's face?" "No, I was watching Clutha." Tillel snatched up a pastry from a tray borne by a passing servant and munched on the tidbit as he went on. "He's got an easy face to read, you know. Ryan tells me Halian's been after Clutha to commit to your side because he wants to marry Chiana, goddess help him. But the old man's balking. I think what you just did was remind him what manner of prince you're going to be. If Mazul gets hold of Prince March, Meadowlord's right in the middle again. And the last thing Clutha wants is to provide your battleground, especially with a Sunrunner prince on one side of him." Paul sighed softly in relief.
Thanks. I'll use that information when Mother and Father start yelling at me. Or they'll have forgotten all about it by this afternoon. Only if I disappear for a while. Listen, do you want to go over to the fair? I have a couple of things I have to check on. Do you have time? Ask permission first. I don't know if my sword is enough in their eyes to protect you. I'm sick of asking permission, and I'm sick of not being told anything.
Tillall grinned again, and it was impossible to sustain resentment in the vicinity of those merry green eyes.
I sound like a spoiled brat, don't I?
Paul asked diffidently.
You sound like every boy who's coming up fast on being a man. You should have heard me until I got to govern River Run. I'll meet you outside my tent after this party breaks up, all right? I'll go ask your parents right now for permission. That way, you won't have to go near them until this afternoon, if you're lucky.
Paul nodded grateful thanks. He found a convenient tree and leaned against it, watching the highborns and thinking how fond he was of Tillall. He had known his mother's nephew since birth, when the young man had been Rohan's squire. Tillall had been knighted during the celebrations of Paul's 8th birthday, and giving Tillall the traditional loaf, salt, and gold belt buckle was one of the best memories of Paul's childhood. Tillall had left Stronghold that next spring to live with his parents at High Kirot, the Cyrene seat, and a year later had taken possession of the combined holdings of River Run and River View. The former was his birthplace, and Davy and Sinead's as well. The latter had become part of River Run through Davy's marriage to its heiress. Thus Tillall ruled a considerable stretch of land along the Catha River, some of the best farming and grazing country in the princedoms. At the Cyrene enclave, Tillall's pennant of green and black fluttered above his small turquoise tent. A squire younger than Paul bowed nearly to the ground on seeing him. Tillall, emerging from the tent with a large leather purse jingling in his hand, smiled a greeting and waved the squire away.
I think Aunt Sinead is glad to give you something to do today, he confided. She's not all that pleased with you, but I don't think there'll be any punishment. All her time and imagination are busy, elsewhere.
He tied the purse to his belt, checked his sword, and said,
All right, then we're off. If we hurry, we can get to the fair before the crowds. But I'll bet the girls still follow you, all the way over there, Paul teased. I was watching at breakfast this morning, before you and Costas started talking with Charlie. Oh, most of the girls will be staying here today, planning their finery for the next few days. I'll let the other men have a chance,
Tillall replied, a breezy note in his voice, his eyes self-mocking.
There's a Cunaxan vendor Costas told me about yesterday who makes the most amazing swords. I want to get one for my father. Do you think Soren and Ryan would like something from him? Paul asked as they walked. I want to get them each a present, and I brought a lot of money. Oh, and I have to stop by a certain silk merchant's, and I need the best Pyrenees crystalla.
The Cunaxan proved to be a true artist. The sword Tillall purchased from him was a marvel of gleaming steel, decorated with engravings of apple trees, heavy with fruit. He etched Sire's emblem while the cousins watched. The grip was adjusted to Tillall's specifications to make it comfortable for his father, and while Paul selected 2 fine knives for Soren and Ryan in celebration of their knighthood, Tillall produced a handful of small garnets to be set in spaces left by the crafter for the purpose. The work took a long time, but the result was magnificent. Noon's sun slid down the long blade and smoldered in the dark jewels, found its echo in the gold-chased hilt. Tillall wrapped the sword carefully in a length of softest wool, paid for his prize, and sighed happily as they walked away from the booth.
Were those the garnets you won in the race? Paul asked. Aren't you going to have the rest of them set into a necklet?
Perhaps. The boy eyed his cousin sidelong.
Oh, I see. No lady has struck your fancy to make a bridal necklet for.
To his astonishment, Tillall's jaw hardened, and his eyes were fierce as he said,
Prince, you may be, but that's none of your business.
Paul nearly stumbled over his own feet. It seemed to be his day for provoking furious looks from family and friends. He kept his mouth shut as they searched the aisles of booths and finally stopped before a collection of crystal that seemed blown of soap bubbles, all soft pink and green and blue iridescence in the sun. Tillall relented, becoming once again the cousin and good companion. "Who's this for? Your mother?" "No, another lady." Paul laughed as Tillall's black brows shot up in surprise. "As everybody keeps telling me, I'm too young for that yet. I broke a glass belonging to an innkeeper's wife in Dorval, and I need to replace it." He pointed to a fragile goblet in the shape of a fantastical yellow flower, footed in green leaves and rising on a stem where tiny crystal pearls imitated dewdrops. "I think I'd like that one, please."
"A wise and brilliant choice, exalted lord," the merchant enthused.
"How are you going to get it all the way back to Grey Pearl in one piece?" Tillall asked.
The merchant snorted. "I'll wrap it so fine and safe that the worst winter storms couldn't even make it tremble. A moment only, most gracious lord."
When the wooden case was readied, twice the size of the goblet and packed with lamb's wool, Paul asked that it be sent on to his father's pavilion. On realizing who his customer was, the merchant blanched, abased himself, and with reckless speed snatched up another goblet and presented it to Paul. This one was a gorgeous creation of purple glass, shading into blue at the rim, darkening down the stem to a foot of opaque black. The whole of it was supported by 3 thin wires of gold that swirled up and around to circle the rim.
"My prince,"
the merchant said humbly, and bowed again. Paul blushed and wondered if his complexion would learn to behave itself with age. "I really can't—"
"Please," the Pyrenees said. "I speak for my guild, and for all my people when I say that we eagerly anticipate coming under the benevolent governance of so noble and powerful a prince."
"That's very kind of you, but—"
"Please, your grace."
The man's dark eyes met his, and Paul remembered Lady Enida's fears of being invaded by Mion of Cunaxa. It seemed the Pyrenees really wanted him as their prince. He'd have to tell his father that. "I accept, with great thanks," Paul said. The goblet was wrapped and added to the first one, to be sent along with it to the High Prince's pavilion.
"Well, well,"
Tillall murmured as they left the Pyrenees. "I can't help it," Paul replied, shrugging. "They're determined to give us their princedom. Better us than the Cunaxans." He stopped abruptly, aware that Tillall had a claim to Fyron, too. His cousin was grinning at him.
"Better you than me."
"Really? You don't want it?"
Tillall gave an exaggerated shudder.
"Me, up there in all that snow? Do you want to kill me off?" "It doesn't snow all the time," Paul reminded him.
"It snows enough. I don't want Fyron, Paul. I've told my father so. It's too far from everything."
What Fyron was too far from had been amended, but Paul didn't press for a correction. "Well, if that's how you feel about it, but I don't know too many men who'd turn up their noses at a princedom. Come on, let's get something to eat and then visit the Hawks. Mother says she bought me one and I haven't had the chance to see him yet." They selected various snacks and ate as they walked up the hill to the wood. Paul wanted to explore, out from under the stern eyes of Marken and Ostville, and so before turning for the caged and hooded birds, the pair slid through the trees and underbrush. Tillall made a game of it, teaching Paul some of the tricks necessary for hunting in a forest, which this son of the open desert had yet to learn. "You'll have to come to River Run some autumn and I'll show you what real hunting is," Tillall chuckled after Paul had stepped on yet another twig, its loud crack startling him. "My Lord Chadrick lets us come with him sometimes, but it's always on horseback, hunting deer. Show me again how to walk without any noise." Tillall obliged, and Paul imitated him with growing skill. Each foot was placed softly, carefully, every muscle in the body controlled, all senses aware of scents and textures and breezes and sounds. "Come any closer and I'll scream," a woman said quietly. Tillall grabbed Paul's elbow, and they both froze. The voice had come from beyond a stand of berry brambles, its owner invisible and unknown to Paul, but the tense anger on Tillow's face revealed that he knew the woman's identity.
"I mean it, Costas. I'll scream and bring everyone running to witness this shameful—"
"No, Gemma, you won't scream. Above the noise of the hawks and the noise of the fair, who would hear you? Besides, I mean you no harm, my lady. Only come to me. Be with me."
"No!"
Tillow's fingers put bruises onto Paul's arm to stop the boy's intended rush into the woods.
"No,"
he breathed. "Wait."
"But he's going to—"
"Not even Costas would do that." Paul considered. Rape was a heinous crime. If found guilty, the accused man was deprived of the physical equipment that would enable him to repeat the offense. If the woman made a false accusation, however, her dowry was forfeit to the man, and her overlord had to pay a hefty fine for her lies. Costas and Gemma both knew the law. Neither would be so foolish as to risk rape or an accusation of it. Gemma was stating this very fact to Costas as Paul and Tillow listened.
"I'm sure you eventually want children, but be assured, my lord, that they will not come from me."
"If you accuse me, I can prove my innocence, and then you would lose Ossetia, for that's your dowry. I would be Prince of Ossetia with or without you, my lady. I would much rather be it with you at my side, in honor."
"Honor?"
she spat.
"And how would you prove your innocence? What makes you think my uncle, Prince Charlie, would even let it come to trial? I have only to accuse you, and he'll kill you."
"With my uncle, High Prince Rohan, standing by, I think not, my lady. There are 4 witnesses of impeccable repute ready to swear I was with them all day." "Come, Gemma," he said, his voice softening. "Stop this nonsense. We have always been intended for each other, even before you became Charlie's heir. Accept me, and I'll make you happy, I swear it, and be a good and wise prince for both our lands." By now Tillow's hand was white around the wrapped sword. He had heard enough. He let go of Paul and slipped through an opening in the bushes. Paul followed, trembling with fury, and stood watching as the brothers confronted each other in the little glade.
4 witnesses, more impeccable than your own brother and the High Prince's son."
His voice was a sword thrust into Costas's spine. The elder brother whirled, rage blazing in his eyes.
"How dare you!"
Tillall hissed.
"Damn you, Costas! Leave her alone, and before I forget, you're my brother."
Costas's answer was to unsheath his sword. Tillall tore at the wrappings of the weapon he'd bought for his father. Gemma had the good sense not to scream. Instead, she flung herself between the pair, a courageous move that nonetheless irritated Paul. He went forward, grasped her arm, and hauled her out of the way.
"They won't fight, my lady,"
he told her in a clear voice meant not so much for her as for his cousins.
"If they do, everyone in all the princedoms will hear about this from me. Put up your weapon, Costas. Now. Tillall, if you untie one more of those knots—"
Enraged, the brothers turned on him with snarls. Paul found that his shaking had retreated deep within his body. His hands and voice were steady, his knees secure. He felt at once powerful and vulnerable. His will and personality battered strongly at their anger. But he was vulnerable to his own strange inner trembling, a warning he could not understand. Did his father ever feel this way? Was this what it was to experience the power of being High Prince? Power he had, and it was exhilarating as well as frightening. Costas slammed his sword back into its sheath. Tillall's fighting stance relaxed a fraction. Gemma was the one trembling now, her breath coming in little gasps.
"Do you wish to charge this man with rape, my lady?"
Paul asked coldly. She shook her head, bright auburn hair straggling down her neck and cheeks.
"No, your grace, I do not."
"A wise decision, my lady." He eased his grip on her and looked at the brothers. There was nothing more pathetic than 2 otherwise rational men fighting over the same woman. "You both want her." Tillall glared at him, then turned away. Costas looked as if he would draw his sword again and use it on Paul. The heady feeling of pitting his will against theirs grew. along with an equivalent fear of what might happen if he failed to dominate them.
"Did either of you ask Gemma what she wants? Gentle goddess, what a pair!" Paul snorted. "My lady, do you want either of these fools?"
She freed her hand from his and pushed the hair from her face, pulling herself straight and proud.
"The truth, your grace?" "Yes, and it's not Costas I want for my husband."
"And Prince of Ossetia," Paul reminded her.
"Tellal, are you listening? Face me. Ask her."
"No!" Costas shouted. "I won't allow it."
Paul sighed.
"Tellal, I'm waiting."
The young lord of River Run swung around, still furious.
"I hope you're enjoying this, your grace," he said viciously. "Yes, I want her. I've always loved her. But I wouldn't marry her now if—"
Why were supposedly grown men so colossally stupid?
"You're about to lose your chance, Tellal. Ask her now or not at all."
Costas gave an inarticulate bellow and lunged for his brother. The pair rolled on the ground, not even remembering swords and knives, intent on the more direct satisfaction of pummeling fists, broken bones, and smashed jaws. Paul watched for a moment, thoroughly disgusted. They probably would not do each other any serious damage, being evenly matched physically and too furious to be really effective in their battle. But as Costas got in a decent kick, Gemma cried out Tellal's name, clinging to Paul's shoulder. He shook her off and concentrated, calling fire. Not much, just enough to get their attention. A respectable gout of red-gold flames rose from a stone to the height of the nearest bush. Gemma gave a little choked scream. Tellal and Costas reacted more violently, breaking apart from each other and scrambling to their feet. The tense knot of power inside Paul uncurled, sending tendrils of excitement through him, still countered by the apprehension. He was beginning to cherish that chill little warning and to understand it as an essential part of wielding power.
"Now,"
he said softly, in the way he thought his father would,
"shall we behave like civilized people? Good. Tellal, the princess and I are still waiting."
After Tobin's breakfast party, which had left Sinead satisfied with Chiana's progress in claiming Mion's attention, if not with her son's little performance, she returned to her pavilion, intending to spend a few quiet moments alone in her private quarters. But Andrade and Pansala had arrived before her.
"Please don't start,"
Sinead warned, as she sank into a deep chair.
"Rohan didn't sleep very well last night, which means I didn't either, and I'm trying to think up a really good excuse to avoid blistering Paul's behind for him."
"Oh, that."
Andrade waved away the boy's lapse with one hand.
"I was impressed by his control, actually. Sinead, we have things to discuss that can't wait."
"I'm sorry, Your Grace,"
Pansala put in quietly.
"Apologize some other time," Andrade interrupted. "Sinead, over the years, you've reasoned out most of my plans. But now the time is perfect for the culmination of everything I've worked for, and everything you and Rohan have wanted as well."
Sinead felt herself go rigid with suspicion and tried to relax.
"The two are not necessarily the same,"
she commented warily.
"Nonsense. We all want the same thing in the end, and there'll never be a better chance for it. You can't consolidate everything under your own banner this year, of course, but the makings of it are right under your nose. Rohan started it himself when he encouraged Kirst and Isil to join in marriage. When Volog and Sama are dead, that boy, what's his name, Arlis, he'll inherit both princedoms, and he's Paul's kinsman, which makes it perfect. Paul might just as well be ruling Kirst Isil himself."
Sinead murmured.
"Go on."
"As for Ossetia, if we marry off Gemma to Costas, then Ossetia and Sire are united as well under Paul's kinsman. What could be better?"
"Is there more?" she asked softly.
"Yes, Your Grace,"
Pansala replied.
"There is Fyron. If it becomes part of Prince March, then the crystal trade will be yours, as well as another princedom. And there is Port Adney. Lord Narat has no heir.
His holding will revert to Volok on his death and become part of Alice's wealth. And there is Ways as well. Once this pretender is exposed as a fraud, Keeley and Lyle can be dealt with, and Ways will become Clutha's. She hesitated an instant, then went on determinedly. I suggest the same for all the others who support Mazul. If they are allowed to retain their princedoms after opposing Paul's claim, they will always be enemies and not to be trusted. There are enough loyal young men within your own family and those of your allies to provide princes for Cunaxa, Gilad, Grib, and Fessenden, which look to be the main sources of opposition.
Do you agree with us?
Sinead met Andrade's cool blue eyes.
I do,
she answered, nodding. So, she said, if I understand you correctly, our goals should be as follows. First, obliterate Fyron to our own profit, no matter what anyone else might say about it. Second, arrange for a marriage that will combine two princedoms under my nephew, no matter what the two young people involved think or feel. Third, oust the Lord of Ways and his wife for the crime of being mistaken, so that Clutha may have the city as a present with our good wishes. Oh, and replace all those others who opposed us with persons of our own choosing. Are these the general ideas? Am I accurate in my interpretation? Pansala compressed her lips for a moment, then said, Yes, Your Grace. Andrade frowned slightly, then nodded.
Reluctantly, yes.
Reluctantly? Sweet goddess! You, Pansala, I might excuse, for you know me little, for all that you've been Paul's regent so many years, but you, Andrade! You've known Rohan and me since we were children. You can propose such things.
On behalf of the dream we share, yes.
We share nothing. She stood, fists clenched, glaring at the two women. How dare you suggest this? As if Rohan would destroy princes and princedoms to create new ones more to his liking. As if you and we shared a dream. Andrade sat forward in her chair, white with fury.
And will you let this go on and on, all the petty rivalries, the threats to Paul? What I dream is a consolidation of all princedoms under your son as High Prince, the Sunrunner High Prince. And why not? Rohan started it by taking Prince March and setting up the unification of Kirst and Isil. What was he aiming at, if not what I've outlined to you? When will there be a better time to achieve it all? When Mazul is seen as the liar he is, all those who supported him must be punished. What cleaner way to rid yourselves of enemies and unite their princedoms under Rohan? Or do you want him to do it in the field, with blood soaking into the lands Paul will rule? Rohan, who long ago put up his sword and swore never to wield it in battle again, you can balk with pretty questions of conscience at this chance to do everything at one stroke.
Sinead took the few paces that separated them and bent, gripping the arms of Andrade's chair until their faces were only a breath apart. His dream and mine is a union of princedoms under laws agreed to by all, enforced not by the sword, but by honor and belief that those laws are better than the sword. Your dream is to arrange the world to your liking with Rohan as the figurehead. Not him, Your Grace, Pansala said clearly. Paul. She whirled on the regent. You'd give him a legacy such as this? Lands seized, holdings absorbed, princedoms smashed together without regard to laws or the people those laws were meant to serve, princes thrown out of their castles, or were you planning to kill them all? And what legacy will come otherwise? She countered. Opposition from all corners, princedoms up for sale to the strongest sword. Lands held together by consent, she snapped, not by some unholy patchwork, with a pack of embittered former princes plotting to regain their lands, the Merida multiplied tenfold. Then kill them, Pansala said simply. There will be time for laws later, after your rule is consolidated. After my husband has lost the trust of all princes. They'll agree with whatever he says and live by it. You mean they'll live by his sword at their throats,
I won't live that way, Pansala. And that's not the world. We're going to leave our son.
But you're going to take Fyron, aren't you?
Andrade interposed shrewdly. Sinead drew back.
If the Ferranese wish it, and if the other princes agree according to law.
A nice salve to Rohan's tender conscience. You sound more like him than yourself, Sinead. I taught you to be more practical.
You taught me many things, Andrade, some of which I know you wish I'd never learned. But my husband has taught me much more. Yes, we'll take Fyron, within the law. Don't you understand? I know you scorn his need to make all of it legal and proper when he could simply grab what he wants and have done with it. But don't you see? What would that make of him, and the laws he helped to write? If he doesn't abide by the law, then who will?
I'm trying to show him there's a chance to extend his rule of law from one end of this continent to the other. He can do it all now. Things that would take the rest of his life to accomplish if he plays the honourable and noble-minded prince. Goddess, why can you not see? Zahava had the sword for it, but not the cunning. Rohan,
you'd make him into another Relstra, Sinead told her icily. If that's what you want, give your support to Mazul.
Andrade pushed herself to her feet, white-faced and trembling with fury.
You fool! You told me you still wore your rings. I gave you a world wrapped in a silver ribbon, and you
gave me nothing but the rings I indeed no longer wear, that are like scars around my fingers and my mind.
Sinead was trembling, too. It was the old battle between them, Sinead's heart-deep commitment to Rohan battling Andrade's adamant demand for obedience. They had thrown the words at each other before, but never this openly. Never with Sinead's defiant disobedience confronting Andrade's imperious verdict of betrayal.
You're like me, Sinead,
the lady's voice scathed like a whiplash.
Your schemes are only variations on my own. Yes, I've known you and Rohan since you were children. I made you what you are, both of you. And I made your son, too, through you.
You're a spider, Sinead retorted. Weave in sunlight and moonlight like a web to trap and poison us all. You want everything to belong to you, because you've never belonged to anything. I'm not yours. Neither is Rohan, and neither is Paul.
You're the one who doesn't understand. What can be your goal if not consolidation of all princedoms under him? As both High Prince and Ferrari, trained by me, never.
That was the single word that could break Andrade. In this battle she could only lose. Sinead saw it in her eyes, the sudden shattering of her anger, leaving only a pitiable plea. She saw it, and felt vicious satisfaction.
I will be the one to teach him, she went on, not you. And you'd better hope you made Rohan and me as well as you believe you did, Andrade. For what Paul will be, we will make.
No,
she gasped, betrayed into the cry by panic.
You cannot!
But pride flooded back almost at once, flushing color into her ashen cheeks. She swept from the tent in a furious rush of silk skirts. After a moment, Pansala followed. Sinead stood alone, quivering, ashamed to realize that Andrade had been right about one thing. The words were Rohan's, not hers. And she admitted to herself how close she had been to casting aside her husband's honor and agreeing wholeheartedly with Andrade. All during childhood and youth, she had been taught to obey Andrade without thought or question. Rohan had been raised a prince, to rule and to give orders, not to obey as Sinead had been taught. It had been so easy, so safe, to do as bidden and not ask why. But the power of a high prince and his sunrunner princess necessitated constant questioning. Sometimes Sinead wished she could simply give over the responsibility and obey the orders of others. But she could not. Rohan had shown her that it was impossible. Tobin had no such scruples, but then Tobin had nowhere near the power Sinead possessed. Che evidenced no conflicts. But however high his station, Che was a vassal of the High Prince, sworn to obey him in all things, Che had absolute faith in Rohan. He might question, but he trusted totally, and obeyed. Sinead did not have the luxury of such obedience. Rohan wanted her to agree with him intelligently or not at all. If she nodded placid acquiescence to everything he said, no matter what she really thought, he would despise her for a fool. If he ever dictated that he was right and that was that, and she let him, he would hold her in even greater contempt for abrogating the responsibility inherent in the possession of a mind. She went into the bedchamber area and stretched out, arms folded behind her head. The difficult times came when her mind agreed with Rohan and her feelings could not. The mind educated by over 20 years of ruling according to law, the mind that had always leaned in that direction anyway, had been horrified at Andrade's and Pansala's proposals. But the feelings for her son, for his safety and his prosperity as High Prince, clamored that the two women were right. Take what was offered, seize the chance to be rid of obstacles like Mion and Keeley, and leave law to a time when they could afford it. Sinead could almost see her husband's elegantly arched brows. "How very expedient of us that would be," he would say, and smile, for he knew that, whatever her emotions, she would no more give in to the demands of the barbarian than he would. No one disturbed her for a long while, and it was well after noon before she roused herself. Princess Audriti would be coming by soon to discuss the latest rumors of who was on whose side. And then Rohan would come back from the afternoon meeting, tense and restless as he had been ever since the Riala began. Sinead would not tell him about Andrade and Pansala. The less he had to worry him, the better. Going into the main part of the pavilion, she was surprised to see Paul had returned from the fair. Sinead hadn't the heart to scold him for the offense of the morning, not when he slouched wearily in his chair like this, arms dangling at his sides. "So, you're back," she said. "Have a nice time?" He looked up at her, his face uncannily like his father's as the dark blonde brows lifted. "Oh, yes, just lovely." The tone of voice was Rohan's, too, sardonic, with a faint edge of bitterness. "What happened?" One hand lifted, fell again. "Not now, Mother, please." Sinead stared at him, nonplussed. She was spared the necessity of thinking up a reply by the entrance of 3 young squires with 2 enormous wooden boxes and a huge package wrapped in fine silk. Paul directed them to set the parcels on a nearby table. "I presume you're not going to tell me what those are?" she said at last. He glanced up again, as if truly seeing her for the first time. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Well, the biggest one's for you," he said. "My present?" she asked, feeling strange. He no longer looked anything like the little boy he had been at the beginning of the summer. "May I open it?" "You'll have to be sure it fits. You didn't notice being followed the other day when you were at the fair, did you? The merchant crept up along behind you, taking your measurements with his eyes." Paul laughed, but still the boy made no appearance. "He said today that if it weren't for your red hair to identify you, he never would have guessed whether you or Allison was the older. Merchants are lion thieves. But do tell me what else he said about me." Finally, the strained expression left Paul's eyes, and he was a boy of nearly 15 again, not a man twice that age. Sinead laughed with relief as she tore open the silk wrapping. Then she gasped. "Paul!" "Don't scold," he pleaded, eyes alight with excitement. "You remember what I told you about the inn below Grey Pearl? A couple of silk merchants there insisted on rewarding me with enough silk for gowns for you and Aunt Tobin. The red and silver one is hers. They've made clothes for her before, so they already knew the size. The other one?" Sinead held the gown up, listening to the delicious rustle of richly embroidered green silk. "This is absolutely beautiful. And absolutely scandalous. No lady wears anything fitted so tight and cut so low." "Not many ladies could," her son pointed out, "but you can." She eyed him narrowly. Are you learnin' your father's ways of sweet-talkin' me? Or did you borrow that from the merchant? Mother, it's only the truth. Sinead disappeared behind the partition and hauled off her plain summer gown. Goddess, I hope it fits. A few wriggling moments later she emerged and twirled around on her toes. Well, what do you think? Another voice spoke from the doorway. I think my son has definitely inherited my exquisite taste, Rohan said. He came in and ruffled Paul's hair playfully, smiling. But neither gesture nor smile could disguise the exhaustion and anxiety in his eyes. You're back early, Sinead ventured. And a good thing, too. If I'd seen that for the first time before the banqueting, you'd have to spend half the night reviving me. Is this your design, Paul? It's like dresses the village girls wear on Dorval. I guess the merchant thought the style would suit Mother. I'd say he was right, although you'll never be able to wear it in daytime at Stronghold, Sinead. With that low front, you'd get sunburned instantly. Front? Take a look at the back. She spun around to show him how much of her spine was revealed. And you can't tell me that any modest village maiden on Dorval wears anything like this. Well, there's more material to their dresses, of course, Paul said, grinning. But they aren't princesses either. Sinead smoothed the silk down her ribs, over the dropped waistline and tightly fitted yoke at the hips. I won't be able to eat a thing from now until the last day banquet, or I'll never get back into this, she mourned. And if I eat that night, I'll pop all the stitches. She disappeared to take off the gown and fold it into its silk wrappings again. When she rejoined them, Rohan had lowered himself into a chair with his head leaned back, eyes closed. She exchanged a worried glance with Paul. Father, is it true that you helped arrange things between Aunt Tobin and Uncle Che? One blue eye opened to regard Paul. Well, in a manner of speaking. And Walvis helped you and Mother? Yes. Sinead poured cool drinks, asking, What is all this in aid of? Well, I think I've done something similar, in a way. Paul's face was pensive, but there was a telltale gleam dancing in his eyes. For whom? Rohan opened both curious eyes. I hope it's all right. There's not much anybody can do about it now, anyway. It just sort of happened today. Who are you talking about? Sinead asked. We know about Hollis and Markin, but they're the only ones of our immediate family who are... It's not Hollis and Markin, Paul said. Then who? Rohan demanded. Tillall and Gemma, Paul shrugged, keeping an admirably straight face, as his parents gaped. It took a while, but I finally got them to see the obvious. I hope nobody minds too much. I mean, Costas does, but that's his problem, not ours, right? And what he really wanted was Ossetia, not her. Tillall was pretty stupid about not wanting to ask her now that she's Prince Charles's heir, but I persuaded him to start talking. Paul sighed. Once he did, he didn't shut up. They've loved each other all this time, can you believe it? She was too proud to say anything to him, and he wanted to make River Run the richest holding in all Sire before he asked her, and neither said a word about it. But that's not the problem now. For all I know, they're still out there, talking each other's ears off. Tillall, Sinead managed. And Gemma. Rohan was still staring. Paul began to laugh. They were so funny. Promise me that when I fall in love with a girl, if I start acting that stupid, you'll tell me before I make such a fool of myself. Chapter 22. No one said a word about Tillall and Gemma. No one had to. The couple's appearance at Clutha's outdoor feast that evening fairly trumpeted their choosing of each other. Inseparable, insulated from everything by their own private weave of happiness, it was doubtful they knew anyone else existed. Davy looked utterly blissful in his relief. Chale seemed to be getting used to the idea. It was remarked on, quietly, that Costas was conspicuous in his absence. The tables were packed with highborns, some of them in nearly Tillall's and Gemma's state, For over the last days, understandings had been reached between many couples. One pair, however, sat apart from each other, the man's face grim, the woman's pale and strained. Beside him were his younger brothers, and beside her was a black-haired youth with eyes the color of new leaves in shadow. Andrew worried about Markin and Hollis, but someone else took up most of his attention. Princess Allison was 4 tables away from him, surrounded by eligible young men whose enthusiasm for her company was strictly observed and occasionally quelled by her father. Glimpses of her through flowers and chattering faces did unaccountable things to Andrew's heartbeat and respiration. He did not understand what was wrong with him, that he had so little interest in the dishes set before him. Not even the gorgeous tower of spun sugar and pastry, studded with candied fruits, that was presented for dessert. Markin, deep in his own melancholy thoughts, did not notice, but Soren did, and found his twin a dull companion indeed. Chiana's laughter dominated her table. She had good reason for high spirits. Halion sat on one side of her, Mion on the other, and Mazul was way over on the other side of the gathering, seated with Keeley, Lyle, Veldon, Kabert, and Kabert's disgruntled-looking wife, Kenza. Presiding over a quiet table of older princes was Lady Andrade, Urivel at her side as always. Her austere demeanor softened a little by being in relatively undemanding company. Prince Lane even made her laugh a few times. Nearby were Ostval, Ryan, Shay, and Tobin, trading tales of Paul with Audriti and Chadrick. The boy himself sat between his parents at a table with Pansala, Milosh of Fessenden, and Lord Kolya. The 2 young men scarcely dared to breathe in the presence of the High Prince. Other highborns were scattered about. The conversational level rose and fell with innocuous regularity, and no one said anything about what was on all their minds. The whole evening was driving Sinead just the slightest bit mad. She knew what the faces were hiding. Rohan's early adjournment of the princes' meeting had come because Veldon had insisted on a vote regarding Mazul's right to Prince March. It was Salmer of Isil who had proposed another day of waiting. The prince was genuinely troubled, but there was no way of knowing whether he wanted time to be persuaded or if he wished to marshal his arguments. Rohan was distracted with worry that Volog had not been able to convince Salmer, or worse, that his Grace of Kirst had somehow offended his Grace of Isil, and the latter would vote for Mazul just to spite the lifelong rival he had been forced to work with these last years. The decision would be rendered the next day. Everyone knew it, and no one said a word about it. Unbeknownst to her son, who would have stared open-mouthed if he'd realized it, Sinead's mood was a fair approximation of what had that morning prompted Paul to give his little demonstration of Faradi skills. There was a growing need in her to do something, anything, to take those polite masks off princely faces. She wanted to remind them of the powers she and Rohan held between them, powers that Paul would wield on his own. She craved their widened eyes, their awe, and even their fear of a Sunrunner princess, and the Sunrunner who would one day be High Prince. Goddess be thanked, the dinner ended early. After the morning wine-heads that had followed on Rohan's dinner the night before, no one was willing to repeat the experience, especially not with such an important vote coming on the morrow. Sinead herself wanted nothing more than sleep, a thing she knew would be in vanishingly short supply. So when Tobin asked her company for a cup of hot teas after the meal, they both knew it was really an excuse for staying up all night talking. Rohan returned alone to the pavilion, leaving Paul under the watchful eyes of Markin and Ostval. Along with Ryan, Soren, and Andry, they had accepted Volog's invitation to listen to a little music before bedtime, and as Rohan settled in at his desk, he could just catch the sweet sound of a flute. He enjoyed music, but counted it no deprivation that his education in the subject was sparse. His mother, loving music, had despaired of her children ever learning a note, and rightly so. Neither he nor Tobin could so much as hum on key. Paul, on the other hand, had a real affinity for singing, and after a time Rohan thought he heard his son's voice doubling Ostval's. He glanced up, surprised. Ostval's talent was rarely displayed, and never outside Skybowl or Stronghold, and then only after entreaties amounting almost to direct orders from his prince. How odd it was that he had been prevailed upon now. Rohan was perusing trade agreements when a rider came in with reports from the desert. Grateful to have his mind distracted from the problems of the Riala, he attended first to Phelan's news about the dragons. She had spent the summer watching them and compiling population projections based on the number of hatchlings flown this year, and was pleased to inform the High Prince that the news was heartening. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the dragons would hold steady in their numbers. There remained the problem of finding more caves so that the population could increase, but for now they were safe. The news from Walvis and Eltanan in Tiglath was just as good. Desert troops were working well with those from Prince March. Friendly competition in the arts of swordplay, archery, and horsemanship had seen many new tricks learned on both sides. Those of the desert were better riders, but hunters from the Varesh did things with arrows that Walvis would have sworn were impossible had he not seen them with his own eyes. There was an amusing postscript to the effect that several men and women would be petitioning for a change in residence soon, for close proximity had accomplished the usual. Some 20 or so marriages were in the offing. Thus it was that Rohan was smiling when Talon approached him in the private section of the pavilion.
"Ah, now, not more dispatches, I hope. Lady Phelan writes a clear hand. Your father has the decency to employ a scribe, but Lord Walvis's scrawl has nearly blinded me."
Talon grinned.
"No, my lord, no more parchments to read. You have a visitor. He calls himself High Lord Steward to Prince Mion of Cunaxa."
Rohan's brows shot up.
"How long have you kept him waiting?" "The usual, my lord. Shall I admit him now?" "Do that. When are their graces of Saya and Ossetia due to arrive?" "Shortly, I believe. If your talk with the steward is over long, I'll direct them to the antechamber, my lord." "Excellent. Oh, by the way, Talon, your father sent a note for you with his letter."
He tossed the sealed parchment at the youth, who caught it eagerly.
"All's going very well indeed at Tiglath. A rider will start back tomorrow morning, so you can include a letter to your father if you like."
"Thank you, my lord." Talon tucked the note away in his tunic. "Shall I admit the steward now? And will you want fresh wine?"
Rohan winked. "I think the man is rather more hungry than he is thirsty. Give me a moment, then let him in."
The squire smoothed the grin from his face, bowed, and left. Rohan relaxed back in his chair. He had a fair idea of the reason for Mion's emissary, and was definitely looking forward to it. Soon he was observing the barely polite bow of a short, chubby gentleman whose heavy beard and long hair all but concealed his face. Only the eyes, dark, shrewd, and watchful, were clearly visible. Many charming sentiments were expressed. Wishes were given for the continued good health and happiness of the High Prince, High Princess, and their noble heir. Rohan received it all with a bland smile and did not ask the steward to sit down.
"If I may make so bold, High Prince, my exalted master is curious about the arrangements made for the youngest of Relstra's daughters." "The Princess Chiana?"
Rohan asked, deliberately giving the girl the title to which she had no right. He decided to be obtuse for a while.
"I understand she lives with various of her sisters, and at present resides with Lady Keeley here in Ways."
The steward bowed again, eyes signaling that he comprehended Rohan's ploy.
"Perhaps I should amplify. My master is interested in whatever arrangements have been made for her future. She's free to go wherever she chooses and live as she likes. Your Grace, I find it difficult to communicate with suitable delicacy the true nature of my master's curiosity." "Then perhaps you ought to be indelicate about it," Rohan suggested affably, enjoying himself. "Not to wrap it in too fine a silk, Your Grace. How was she dowered? I am surprised to find Prince Mion interested in the subject. My own curiosity is now engaged.
The steward's bejeweled hand combed nervously through his beard before he remembered himself. He shifted, shrugged, and said,
"He is, to be blunt, concerned with what would come to the lady on her marriage."
"That would depend on her chosen husband," Rohan replied smoothly.
"When Princess Nedra married Lord Narat, she received land around the holding of Port Adney, purchased by your grace from Prince Volog. And a goodly bit it cost me, too," he admitted in a cheerful voice. "Might one inquire if similar arrangements would be made for Princess Chiana?"
"One might inquire, certainly, but one might receive a more definite answer if one were Prince Mion."
The steward's plump figure bent in half at the waist.
"May I have your gracious permission to withdraw, High Prince?"
Rohan waved him genially out, then called in Talon and told him that under no circumstances was Prince Mion to be admitted to his presence before Davi and Chale had been spotted entering Rohan's camp. The youth chuckled his understanding, and when Rohan was alone again, he filled his time with a letter to Phelan thanking her for her work. He wrote a separate note to Chanel, hinting at a lovely present from the Rial affair, and put it aside so Sinead could add a few lines if she liked. He was halfway through another letter, this one to Walvis, asking for full details of various maneuvers to be shared with Che when Talon finally returned.
"My Lord High Prince, His Grace of Cunaxa desires speech with your Royal Highness."
Rohan blinked at all this formality, then realized Talon was speaking loud enough for Mion to hear. He kept amusement from his voice and replied,
"By all means, send him in. I hope you haven't kept him waiting."
The squire bowed, straight-faced, and a few moments later Mion was admitted. He nodded to Rohan, threw an irritated glance at Talon, and sat where Rohan indicated.
"I have ministers enough to make pretty speeches for me," the prince said without preamble. "I shall be direct with you, cousin. What are you willing to give Chiana if she chooses me for her husband?"
"I had not known you were considering the match, cousin."
Mion condescended to smile, as one does when believing he holds the key to another's locked gates in his hands.
"I could be persuaded to consider it, if there were profit to be had." My, Rohan murmured. "This younger generation. One would think the lady's charming person would be your primary motive."
"Romance in marriage is the luxury of a prince with safe anchorage," Mion stated flatly. "What bargain can be struck between us, cousin?"
Rohan looked him right in the eyes. Mion's were black, like the chips of glassy stone found at Skybowl.
"What did you have in mind?"
"My support for your cause in exchange for shipping rights at Tiglath. With Chiana as the— how did your man put it? Ah, yes, the fine silk wrapping. I would not ally myself with a commoner, naturally. My willingness to marry her would go far toward convincing others of her rights as opposed to Mazul's. So much for romance. Is that all you want? Free access to the harbourage at Tiglath isn't unreasonable as a part of a dowry."
"A part? Huh," Rohan echoed softly. "What else?"
10 square measures of northern land to use as a staging area for my trade.
And
the 200 gold pieces you gave her other sisters who married.
And? Rohan asked again, patiently.
Your army is the hell away from my border.
Rohan flicked a glance at the water clock in the corner and smiled.
Don't tell me a simple little military exercise, a full 50 measures from your border, has made you nervous. You and your Merida, armed with the best Cunaxan steel. I came here to offer you. You came here to be bribed.
Rohan's smile did not fade, but his eyes and voice were frigid. I know you, Mion. You have 3 ambitions in life. A port, a rather large slice of my land to get the Merida off your neck, and recognition that you are a man worthy of sitting in conference with princes. The first 2 depend entirely on me. The third is your problem. I will not be the means through which you reassure yourself of your manhood.
Mion sprang to his feet, quivering with insult. How dare you?
Listen to me carefully, Princeling. You want Chiana because you think she'll bring you all 3 of those things. Shipping rights at Tiglath, a chunk of my land, and accolades from the princes for your cleverness in outwitting me.
Is that a fair summation? It's the best offer you'll receive. I think not. The day Chiana weds you is the day I cross your borders, all of them, with more troops than you could amass in 20 years. One of you greedy little royals on my northern flank is quite enough, and you and Chiana together would cause me no end of irritation. I know her too, Mion. I've allowed you to survive thus far. Allowed me! Mion shouted. Those advisers who kept you chained up during your early youth certainly didn't teach you any manners. Or perhaps you've spent too much time around the Merida. Do you know what they originally were? A brotherhood of trained assassins using razor-sharp glass knives. It's said they killed almost painlessly. Rohan leaned forward, palms flat on the desk. You may find yourself trying to breathe around a glass knife in your throat some night, cousin. They have every right to the desert. All those lands were theirs before your grandfather. They have no right to it at all, which is why most of the other princes supported my grandfather. Mion, you don't care a damn about their rights, except where they might provide an excuse for your own ambitions. And I'll tell you something else, Princeling. I know you've been offered certain things by Keeley, but you don't trust her. And you don't entirely believe in this pretender either. How did you— Mion stopped, too late, his face crimson with rage. You're trying to build a bridge from the middle of the river, and whoever provides you with the most planks will have you on his side. I offer nothing, Mion. I have no need of your support, especially not if purchased with my honor and my son's future. You can fall into the river and drown for all I care. You have my permission to withdraw. For an instant, Mion looked as if the killing fury in his eyes would find its outlet in a physical attack on Rohan. You and your son run a bitch, he spat. Spying, manipulating. Do you think the princes will sit still for it forever? We won't be ruled from Stronghold and Goddess Keep. We've endured the Faradim, and we've endured a High Prince, but not both together. Rohan smiled. When you repeat this story, Mion, be sure to tell it truthfully. I see by my timepiece over there that their graces of Ossetia and Sire ought to be in the antechamber right now, listening to every word. It would be terribly embarrassing to be corrected by them in public. Talon, smart boy, chose that moment to step around the partition. Your Royal Highness Prince Charle and Prince Davi are waiting for your grace. There, you see? Rohan beamed at Mion. I was right. Give them wine, Talon, and tell them I'll be with them shortly. Well, Mion? Voice thin with rage, the younger man said, You have made an enemy today, High Prince. Rohan was no longer smiling. Your house and mine have been enemies since the day the first Merida found welcome at Castle Pine. I'm surprised it took you this long to figure it out. Mion turned on his heel and strode from the pavilion. Charle and Davi were instantly into the private area, and Rohan stood, greeting them with a comical grimace. I was afraid he was going to say something like, You'll be sorry. That was murderous, Davi remarked. He's a vicious bastard, Rohan. Watch out for him. Charle, seating himself, fixed Rohan with a curious gaze. I appreciated your point about a marriage between him and Chiana. What wouldn't the two of them come up with? But tell me, how did you know he talked to Keeley? It has nothing to do with Sunrunner's cousin. Kabir of Gilad has a wife who adores her husband and loathes Mion, and my sister had opportunity to speak with her when our ladies spent the afternoon together the other day. He finished with a shrug. Charle snorted. Ah, yes, the redoubtable Princess Tobin. If I'd been 20 years younger, I would have given Chainel a race for her, let me tell you. He continued to eye Rohan, but now a faint smile played around his lips. I was just remembering that innocent-faced young prince who beguiled us all at his first Riala. Your father would be proud of you, Rohan. Thank you. I treasure that, especially from a man who didn't always agree with him. Rohan sank into a chair away from his desk. Let's talk of more pleasant things, shall we? How do you like having Gemma with you? Davi's done a fine job of her education.
Chale said gruffly.
She's got a good head on her shoulders, and a good heart to go along with it. She reminds me of her mother, my sister, Chalia. But I assume you're asking how I like this idea of her and Davy's boy, Tillel.
His Grace and I have been discussing it all morning, Davy put in, adding with a rueful smile, we agree that I've been an idiot not to have seen it sooner, and he's been kind enough to suggest that we hold the ceremonies privately after the Riala. In respect to my son and grandson, as well as to young Costas.
Charlie nodded. Who can't be at all happy about losing such a prize. My lords, I can't tell you how pleased I am that at least one thing has turned out well this year.
Rohan gestured to Talon, who brought fresh goblets of wine. They drank to the young people, perfectly in accord, a rare enough circumstance to put a wry smile on all three faces.
Chale said, She's marrying a man who'll make her happy, as well as make Ossetia a good prince when I'm gone.
He paused, then shrugged.
You're right. I didn't have much in common with your father, Rohan, and you and I don't see things the same way either. It irks me to agree with Mion on anything, but your boy being a sunrunner and a prince worries me too. I like what I've seen of him, make no mistake, but he has many years of growing to do, and power has ruined good men in the past. I understand your misgivings, cousin. I have them myself. But I also have faith in Paul's character, and the training he's getting from Lane and Chadrick and Audriti. And when he goes to Goddess Keep and finds out what he can do with sunlight and fire, what then?
Chale cleared his throat and shrugged again.
Well, that's in the future, and I won't be around to concern myself with it. Tillal grew up at your court. He'll understand these things better than I ever could. In any case, I'm on your side in the matter of this pretender for 2 reasons.
Rohan concealed his glee.
I'm grateful for your support, my lord. You ought to be grateful that Relstra came before you, Chale pointed out sternly. Only a fool would prefer another such as he to you. And from what I've seen of the boy, the thought of Relstra's son at Castle Crag sickens me. That's my first reason. The second is Gemma. She and Tilla will have to deal with him if he's proclaimed, and she's made it quite clear that aside from her chosen's feelings, she'll consider Mazul an enemy all her days, after what Relstra did to her brother.
The old prince grunted,
using the boy's pride to make him bear the worst of the battles. You know I often supported Relstra, we all did, but that matter opened my eyes.
Rohan couldn't help saying, and yet it was in battle against me that Jastri died.
Do you think I'm such a fool as that? He may have been my nephew, my own dead sister's only son, but I know who put him in the way of his death. It doesn't make me fond of you that you led the troops that killed him, but I know who is truly responsible for his death.
Rohan nodded slowly.
Forgive me. Politics is an odd business, Chale mused. Look at Zorma and Volog. At each other's throats for years, are now fussing over their mutual grandson and heir as if they'd never stolen a single sheep from each other. And if you're counting up real peculiarities, there's Relstra's daughters, your regent and Prince March.
He sighed and shook his head.
You know, most of us are reasonable people. Princes have to be in order to survive. Mion hasn't learned that yet, and that makes him dangerous.
As dangerous as my sunrunner princess of a wife? Rohan said, smiling. Chale looked startled, then burst into wheezing laughter.
Oh, your father would have loved that one.
Again, I'm complimented, Rohan said, grinning now. And may I say, in return, that my father would have appreciated your reasoning and your support.
Chale wagged a finger at him. I'm not saying I'll agree to anything you say, mind.
Cousin, I would be disappointed in you if you did.
Then bring me some more of that wine and let's drink to Gemma and Tillel again, and may your own boy find it easier to win his chosen lady.
Sinead turned the full fury of her green eyes on her husband. How could you? It was going so well. Mion could have been ours. Chiana had him on the hook. All you had to do was give her a little help, reeling him in. With a patient sigh, Rohan said, and if she had,
It would have been his perfect chance to humiliate me. All he'd have to do is tell the other princes in council that I'd agreed to his terms for taking Chiana, making it seem as if I'd begged him to do so in order to win his support. It would have worked, she fumed. It would never have worked. Listen, Sinead, he wanted to outsmart me, prove himself more clever, have something he could hold over me. Instead, I've put him in his place and let him know he can't outthink me. Ever. Have you forgotten that he keeps Merida in his princedom and at his court? That they've tried to kill Paul? Do you think they could have done that without Mion's help, or at least his acquiescence? You've made an open enemy. Is that preferable to the veneer of tolerance? I'd rather have him an enemy everyone knows about, rather than a pretended friend who might fool my real allies. They'll beware of him now, and whenever he approaches any of the other princes, they'll remember that he and I are opposed and think twice about what he says. And aside from all that, would you really want Chiana on our border, scheming with Mion against us? A woman whose very name means treason? There was nothing else I could do. I regret that you disapprove, but it was my decision to make, not yours. She was silent for a time, then shook her head. I understand why you did it, Rohan, but I don't like it that you used me. And you did, you know, and Tobin as well, having us work Mion and Chiana to where you wanted them. Setting Chiana on Mion had been Sinead's idea. Rohan had neither encouraged it nor interfered. He had simply taken advantage of what she had done on her own. A pretty point of distinction, a sop to his conscience that she would not appreciate. He was wise enough to keep his mouth shut about it. What he said was, "You've learned almost everything a prince needs to know in order to govern, but you have yet to learn that sometimes people have to be used." I suppose it's one of the things I didn't learn from Andrade, she said quietly. She does it to perfection with no regrets. It's not particularly nice, and it's certainly not noble or heroic. The difference between Andrade and me is that sometimes, like now, I hate things I've had to do. Oh, I admit I had a rollicking good time doing what I did to Relstra, my first Riala. I enjoy gaming those too stupid to realize their own ambitions have led them along the path I want them to walk. I don't regret Mion at all, because he had to learn to bow to me. As for the rest of them, Sinead smiled slightly. Let me guess. You wish they didn't bow quite so low. He nodded. It's why I value Charle and Lane and Davy. They bow right along with the rest, but they know why it's necessary. The others just do it. He glanced at the water clock and sighed. Over half the night gone, and tomorrow isn't going to be pleasant at all. Rohan. She stood beside his chair, and he circled her waist with gentle fingers. Let me help you sleep, love. You need it. When he smiled and shook his head, she went on. But you're exhausted, and so am I, she added frankly. I can't sleep if you don't. Just this once, Rohan. Indulge your Ferrari wife and let her work a little magic on you. After a slight pause, he asked, You will, anyway, won't you? Well, all right. I've had enough for today, I suppose. And the only thing I lack is an argument for my stubborn witch. You're welcome, she told him wryly, and he laughed. A short while later, they lay in each other's arms beneath a light silk sheet and a loosely woven wool blanket. Sinead curled close to her husband's side, her face bathed in thin moonlight, drifting in through the screened window opening. She closed her eyes and threaded the delicate strands of silver into a soft net, placing it across Rohan. He sighed once, tense muscles relaxed, and in another moment was asleep. She lay wakeful beside him until morning, listening to the steady, reassuring rhythm of breath and heartbeat that kept perfect time with her own. Rohan looked at Andrade once, seeing her pen poised above the parchment before he said, His Grace of Cunaxa. Mion stood, tall and lean and implacable. I side with Prince Mazul.
Lane's brows arched. The privileges of his great age and long years of rule allowed him to say,
"The Lady Chiana will be disappointed."
Mian's cheeks crimsoned. "I vote with my brains, cousin, not my balls."
"Indeed,"
Lane murmured tolerantly. Andrade made a mark on the parchment.
"His Grace of Ossetia."
Chale pushed himself to his feet.
"I say this young man is mistaken,"
he growled, staring straight at Mazul, who stood easy and relaxed near the water clock.
"He's no more Relstra's son than I am."
"Brother," Mazul said, and gave Chale a small, mocking bow.
"Be silent,"
Andrade snapped as she wrote.
"His Grace of Dorval."
Lane took some time about rising, and leaned heavily on his dragon-headed cane.
"I have watched and listened most carefully, as befits this weighty matter before us. I have seen no proof that the Lady Andrade and Princess Regent Pansala were misled in their perceptions of the night in question. Moreover, I have seen no compelling evidence that this youth is justified in his claims. I regret any pain this might cause him, but I must in all conscience decline to believe him." "His Grace of Grib,"
Rohan said, as Lane sat down and Andrade's pen scratched again. Veldon was instantly up, his pose aggressive.
"I must disagree with our cousin of Dorval. There is no proof to contradict the claim. He must be given the benefit of any doubts any of us may have. I, for one, have no doubts. The evidence is certain. I accept him as Relstra's son." "His Grace of Fessenden."
Long, lanky, lazy-eyed Pimental unfolded himself from his chair.
"Prince Mazul,"
was all he said, with a slight bow in the young man's direction. Rohan wondered what Keeley had offered him as he watched Pimental resume his seat.
"His Grace of Sire."
Davy got up, leaning slightly forward with his knuckles resting on the table.
"I agree with our cousins of Ossetia and Dorval, and for their reasons. But I have another reason. Even if this man were Relstra's son, and even if I were convinced of it, Prince March was long ago won by all the rights of war, confirmed by law. I gained sire in much the same way. It is true that I was the only male heir left of the Cyrene house, but my claim rests on precisely the same rights of war as the claim to Prince March. If this assembly chooses to violate its own agreement of the spring of 705 that acknowledged High Prince Rohan's rights of possession, then—"
he swept the gathering with cool green eyes.
"Then I assure you that the same principle, or lack of it, will hold true for me."
As astounded as the rest of them, shock betrayed Rohan into exclaiming,
"Davy!"
Sinead's brother met his gaze calmly.
"I know you wouldn't agree with this, Rohan, but believe me when I say that if a princedom won and lawfully confirmed can be so easily taken away and given to another, then I and mine will have no dealings with princes."
He sat down. It took Rohan a moment to recover, but his voice was firm as he said,
"His Grace of Kirst."
Volog levered himself up, cast a piercing glance at Mazul and said,
"I'll take good governance and peace, demonstrated these many years, over this unknown farmhand who hasn't convinced me of anything but his colossal arrogance."
Mian of Cunaxa stiffened with insult.
"Have a care, cousin," he said tightly. "You will be seated at this table with him before the day ends."
Volog gave a bark of laughter.
"Not damned likely, boy."
"My lord," Rohan murmured in warning.
"His Grace of Gilad."
He wondered for an instant if Princess Kenza had managed to nag her husband into shaking off Mian's influence. But Kabir stood, gulped, and mumbled words agreeing with their graces of Cunaxa, Grib, and Fessenden. As he sat, and Andrade's pen rasped on parchment, Rohan turned his gaze momentarily to Sommer of Isil. His was the only vote still in doubt. Some perverse sense of the dramatic within him made him call on Clutha of Meadowland next, and the tension drew out a little finer, a little tauter. The old man stood.
"I say our cousin of Kirst has spoken most wisely of all, but like our cousin of Sire, I have another reason too. For longer than I care to recall, my land has been the battleground between the desert and Prince March. In the past 15 years, I've gotten used to peace.
I don't intend to jeopardize it, because if any of you think that giving Prince March to this boy will be as easy as all that, you're sadly mistaken. And who'd pay for it in burned fields and dead people? Me, that's who. I spent my childhood and youth and middle age watching armies lay waste to my meadows. I'll not have it in my dotage as well. No, thank you.
He plunked back down into his chair and turned his scowling attention to his hands. 5 against, 4 in favor. Rohan turned to Sommer.
His Grace of Isil.
Volog's erstwhile enemy, grandfather with him of their mutual heir, rose reluctantly to his feet.
Cousins,
he said, his voice heavy and strained.
I have considered this matter, as all of you have, with the whole of my mind and my heart. I do not agree with previous statements about evidence. I have seen no evidence one way or the other that convincingly refutes or proves either side. But I ask this: what right does a man have to his lands? The High Prince, while still in possession only of the desert, quite rightly and wisely stated that in order to rule effectively he had to know what he was prince of. We spent much time and effort uncovering precedent for holding our lands, and the treaties drawn up were of great satisfaction to all. And yet, if precedent and traditional right to what we hold is the highest law, where does that leave possession by right of war? If that is the paramount law, then we would all be at each other's throats, as in the past.
He flicked a glance at Volog, who gave him stare for stare.
If a man has the right to his lands, then he has the right to give them to his son, usually the eldest, and one born of his wife's body. But there are several instances in the recent past of a younger son or an illegitimate one inheriting. If we take away that right, and if we decide that war is the more legitimate means of gaining a princedom or a holding, then we announce chaos, and we might as well gird ourselves for battle here and now. For none of us will be secure in what we hold, from prince to most obscure Athri.
He paused a long moment, then shook his head.
I do not disbelieve the Lady Andrade and the Princess Regent. I do not disbelieve this young man before us now. But I do believe in the law, and in my own conscience. And both tell me that Prince March by rights belongs to the son of the late High Prince Relstra.
He cast a quick glance around the table again, and sat down. Rohan held in the long sigh that wanted to escape his chest, kept back the twist of bitter disappointment that threatened his lips. Sommer was not trying to spite Volog or anyone else. He was honest in his misgivings and in his beliefs. Actually, Rohan told himself with grim humor, he ought to be cheering the words that had come from Sommer's mouth. I do believe in the law. He'd been working to instill those words and that belief in his fellow princes for over 20 years, and what a time to succeed. Andrade broke the silence with a rustle of parchment.
The count is as follows: Ossetia, Dorval, Sire, Kirst, and Meadowlord against. Cunaxa, Gilad, Grib, Fessenden, and Isil 4.
She lifted her gaze from her notes.
My lords, it appears we have a deadlock.
Rohan did not meet her eyes, knowing what he would find in them. Mazul was chewing his lip, the fingers of one hand drumming on the carved wooden support of the water clock. At last Rohan got up, consciously drawing all eyes to him.
My lords, it is as the lady has said. Both sides lack a majority. Fyron being without a prince, and both myself and the Princess Regent being obviously disqualified, I can see few ways of breaking this deadlock.
All of them sat up straighter at his implication, but it was Mazul who voiced their question.
What do you mean?
When someone sucked in an outraged breath at his peremptory tone, he added,
My lord, I mean there are alternatives. Such proofs as are readily available have been presented, and have failed to convince one way or the other, but—
He finally looked at his aunt. She nodded slowly, placing her long hands with their 10 rings and gleaming bracelets on the table before her.
What is it, my lady?
Lane asked, his voice soft. She answered.
The Faradim have certain skills not generally known among the populace, or indeed among most Faradim themselves. Some of us are able to catch quite detailed visions of the future, for instance.
Mian leaned back in his chair with an angry gesture of one hand.
Your pardon, my lady, but surely you don't propose to show us what the world would be like with Prince Mazul at Castle Crag. I have never heard of anything so—
Andrade continued as if he had not spoken.
I have done such things myself, my lords. But what is relevant to us at present is something else. The past, and specifically that night 21 years ago, is in my memory. Using certain techniques, I will be able to conjure that past for all of you to watch with your own eyes. It is a difficult thing, and possibly a dangerous one. But those of you who do not believe me will, I think, believe the evidence I will present before you.
And why should we believe this, or even allow it? Veldon exclaimed. I've never heard of this supposed ability either. Why should it be trusted?
You dare question the lady's word?
Lane asked, his eyes like thunder.
Peace, my friend, Andrade said. He has every right to question. Would it satisfy you, Prince Veldon, if I first conjured a scene from the past that you and I both witnessed?
Kabir stared, slack-jawed. Mian was anxious and trying to hide it. Mazul's lip curled scornfully. Pimental looked intrigued and Sommer hopeful.
He said, If it will settle our doubts, and if it is not too dangerous for you—
It probably is, she said with a shrug. But I consider this person more so.
She fixed Mazul with a sardonic eye.
Well, are you secure enough in your claim of truth to have the truth revealed to you through Sunrunner arts?
In which I have very little faith, he shot back. But if their graces wish it, then why not? He smiled.
Very well.
She rose and bowed to Rohan.
With your permission, my lord, I will retire to my pavilion and prepare.
Will tomorrow serve, my lady?
He was appalled by her sudden pallor.
Tonight at sunset will do. I'd like to get this over with.
Again she speared Mazul with her gaze.
You've taken up quite enough time and energy as it is, and their graces have more important matters to discuss.
Without another word she walked from the tent, leaving an apprehensive silence behind her. Each prince looked at every other prince, and finally at Rohan. He cleared his throat. But before he could say anything, Mazul spoke, drawling, amused, yet with an undercurrent of hostility seething in his voice.
Well, cousin, he said to Rohan, it seems your family witch is your last hope. But I'm not worried. Nothing scares me.
Then you are a fool, Rohan replied tranquilly.
We meet here at sunset, my lords. I trust no one will object to the presences of the High Princess and my son, as well as the Princess Regent.
There were no objections. There could be none. In renewed, eerie quiet, they left Rohan alone. He stood silent and unseeing for some time after they had gone. Then, sinking down into his chair, he put his face in his hands.
Gentle goddess, he whispered, what have I done? What am I about to do?
There was no one to answer. Chapter 23. Of all the people in ways that Sinead wished to see that noonday, the very last was Chiana. But the would-be princess was not far behind Talon, who had run to the great blue pavilion at once with word of the prince's decision. Sinead had been there all morning, waiting in solitude and silence for her husband, wanting not even Paul to share the time with her. Talon, respecting her obvious wishes, told his news and withdrew. But Chiana invaded close on his heels and paced the carpets with every intention of wearing them into the dirt.
"How could you allow this to happen?" she cried. "How could you?"
"Be silent," Sinead told her in a tone that ought to have warned her to do so immediately. Chiana was beyond even rudimentary understanding of another's emotions, not her specialty, to begin with. Sinead rose from her chair, a small frantic voice in her head demanding that Chiana be evicted at once, before Rohan could come back with his undoubted need for what little peace Sinead could give him. But Chiana continued to berate her, shrill and voluble in her furious panic.
"You had only to order it, and this pretender would be dead. My father would have executed him before he even opened his mouth. What use is the power of a high prince if you don't use it? And now I must pay for this cowardice. I must suffer doubts of my birth. I must—"
Sinead bore it with phenomenal patience before her temper simply snapped. You! As your precious self, the only thing you can think about. Relstra's daughter. If I'd ever had any doubts, they're gone now. Only the spawn of that vicious, self-centered viper would behave so. Now let me be, Chiana, or I'll throw you out of here with my own hands. She had the odd sensation that it was someone else's voice shouting, someone else's hand that lifted threateningly. But sight of the emerald ring reminded her that the hand raised to strike was indeed her own. She swung away, nauseated. "Get out," she whispered. "Get out before I forget who I am."
"You seem to have forgotten who I am."
Talon's frantic voice rose in the outer chamber of the pavilion. "Your Grace, please, is Rohan here? I must speak with him at once." Pansala. All that Sinead needed at this point was another of Relstra's daughters. She turned as the partition rustled, and Chiana gave a blurt of laughter.
"Pansala! Tell her we demand the death of this pretender."
Pansala stared at the sight of her half-sister and looked guilty. Sinead's fists clenched.
"Well,"
Chiana snapped,
"go on, tell her. If none of you has the courage, I'll order that bastard killed myself."
"If he dies," Sinead heard that strange voice that was not her own say, "your death will follow, Chiana, and by my sunrunner arts." The young woman gasped and turned white. "You wouldn't dare!" A tiny smile hovered around Sinead's lips. "Would I not?" At that precise moment Rohan stepped into the tent and stopped instantly at the sight of the three women. He noted and dismissed Chiana's rage with one piercing glance. Then he regarded Pansala for a moment, his eyes chips of colorless ice. At last he looked at his wife, a flicker of irritation spasming over his features. To her he said, "I come here expecting respite and find a battlefield." And with that, he was gone. Chiana's mouth hung open. Pansala looked as if she would either scream or attack her half-sister, perhaps both. Sinead wanted to weep with the pain of seeing Rohan's eyes so cold and dead, his face carved in stone. Her own blood congealed into rivulets of ice, her own features drawing into a hard mask as she glared at the intruders into her husband's peace. "Leave me," she snapped.
"I am not a servant,"
Chiana retorted, but without her earlier righteous fury.
"I am a princess."
"Shut up, you fool," Pansala hissed, and dragged her by one arm out of the pavilion. When Sinead was alone, she spent a long time staring with blind eyes at the empty doorway. Then, with a brisk command, she called Talon in and told him to fetch her son. Having rid herself of Chiana through the simple expedient of pushing her into a nearby tent and shouting at the guards to keep her there, Pansala set off after Rohan. She had a fair idea of where he would be headed. If quiet was his goal, then he would surely seek the river downstream from the encampment. She knew she would have, and her heart thrilled to recognize a similarity of impulse between them. Sure enough, there he was, striding purposefully through the damp gravel at the water's edge, a slim figure in dark blue trousers, black boots, and a loose white shirt, crowned by blonde hair. Pansala snatched up her long skirts and hurried after him. When she was within hearing distance, well beyond the last of the tents up on the wooded slope, she called out, "My lord, wait!" Rohan swung around with a furious movement. ready to snarl at anyone who dared intrude. And again Pansala's heart quivered when his expression changed at sight of her. Though the ice and stone of him did not melt or soften, neither did he vent his temper on her. He would have done so with almost anyone else, but now he found in Pansala, as he had not in Sinead, the respite he needed. This was what she told herself as she neared him, and the catch in her breath was more at having him all to herself than at the exertion of her run. "My lord, I'm sorry for Chiana's outburst. It was unforgivable." "But then, so much of Chiana is unforgivable," he replied. "You didn't race after me to tell me this, my lady." "No," she admitted quietly, her heart and respiration slowing. "I wanted to discuss some possibilities with you, my lord, things that might save Lady Andrade the danger of a conjuring." Blue eyes narrowed. "She's already told me that you have neither the skill nor the strength for something similar. Please, don't suggest it, Pansala." "I would do it," she maintained, tearing her gaze from his to look at the river. "But it may be that neither of us will have to attempt it." "Explain yourself." She glanced up the wooded bank. "If you please, my lord, shall we walk a little farther? I can't see anyone, but—" Rohan nodded, and they walked. After a time, Pansala spoke in a low, urgent voice. "The princes are deadlocked, without hope of persuading any of Mazul's supporters to change their minds. You know as well as I that this means he will have to be recognized as ruler of Prince March. Without votes enough to deny him, your own honor will demand that he be confirmed, no matter if there are 5 other princes who believe him false. Had there been 6 or 7, then he could have been denied. But even then, even with only 2 or 3 princes to champion him, he could have mounted an army to fight for Prince March with those princes at his side. If he is denied now, there are 5 who will gird and supply him. I want war no more than you do, my lord, but war will surely come, and not just between you and Prince March. All the others will be drawn in, and all our substance spent." "Succinct and accurate," Rohan said in clipped tones. "What do you propose as a solution?" "If the results of the trouble cannot be removed, then we must go to its source, Mazul himself." "And what would you do?" She cast him a sidelong glance, drawing in a deep breath. "What Chiana proposed just before you entered the pavilion. Kill him." Rohan stopped and turned on her. "Pansala!" "Hear me out, my lord, please. I have killed, using Ferrari means before. We both know it." "So has Sinead," he snapped. "That doesn't mean either of you will do it again, and especially not now." "She has?" This was news to Pansala, who reminded herself to rethink her opinion of the High Princess. "Then she will understand. I will do it, my lord. You can blame it all on me, and punish me as you see fit afterward. Mazul is no son of my father, and even if he were, I couldn't endure seeing him in Paul's place at Castle Crag." "Stop this, no more." "My lord, it is the only way." She grasped his arm, feeling the strong muscles beneath the shirt. "All of this is my fault. Chiana was right about that. If I had not conspired with Ianthe, and then with Palila, none of this would be happening. The responsibility is mine. I accept it, freely. I will kill Mazul by Sunrunner means, in full sight of everyone. You and Andrade both will have the punishment of me, and if it's death, then so be it." For a wonderful instant, she thought he was tempted. But then he snarled, "I won't hear any more of this." He pulled away from her, boot heels crunching angrily in the sand. "Rohan, please!" She caught up again, seizing his hand in both her own this time, so hard that his topaz ring dug into her palm. The noon sunlight swept across his hair and brow, gilding his already golden fairness, sinking his eyes into shadow. "With Mazul dead, and with me punished however you like, there would be no more danger to Paul." "With Mazul dead, there would always be doubts. If this were a viable alternative, I would have done it myself. Do you think I require others to do my killing for me? I managed quite well enough killing your father." He wrested his hand from hers, closed both palms on her shoulders. "What you're saying is madness. You know it. I know it.
Goddess witness that I'm close to a kind of madness myself. Listen to me, Pansala. Mazul cannot die until everyone believes not in him but in Paul. Once that happens, his death is certain, but not because he challenged me. I can't be the one to kill him, and neither can you."
"What difference would it make?" she cried. "I've killed for Paul often enough before."
For a moment, Rohan did not fully comprehend. Then slowly, he searched her desperate, passionate dark eyes, and the gold of his face paled to gray, like ashes. His fingers dug painfully into her flesh.
"What are you saying?" he breathed. "What have you done?"
Pansala faced him, excitement like strong wine in her blood, and told him the truth of the last 14 years. Rohan listened, unbelieving, to the frightful catalogue of her crimes. In growing horror he heard the words pour forth, Pansala's feverish voice and wild eyes giving frantic reality to things out of nightmares. At last she panted to a halt, hands clenched on his chest, sunrunner's rings and his own gift of amethyst and topaz winking mockingly at him in the sunlight. She had killed for Paul before, not just that archer, living torch on the battlements of Castle Crag, oh no. And how efficiently, how logically, she had chosen whom to kill and how. Nadra's unborn son, her own sister's child, had been the first, murdered in the womb a year after Pansala had become regent. Nadra had nearly died of the miscarriage. But with no heir, Port Adney would revert to Kirst on Lord Narat's death, and Kirst was ruled by Paul's kinsman. Another sister, Cypris, had been murdered by slow poison lanced through the parchment of her private letters. Proposed wife of Clutha's heir, Cypris had died before she bore a male of Relstra's line who might one day challenge Paul. Then Abram of Isil, Somer's only son, had married Volog's daughter, Birani. There had been no issue of the marriage before his drowning off the Izeli coast one spring. His sister, Hivatia, wife of Volog's heir, had already borne the child who, with Abram's death, became heir to both princedoms. A united Kirst and Isil would one day be ruled by Paul's kinsman. Lady Rizalka had died in a hunting accident shortly before her marriage. Lady Pavla had succumbed to a necklace with poison-tipped prongs barely a year after her marriage to Prince Ajit of Firen. Both women had been Pansala's half-sisters, and both had been killed for the same reason as Cypris. There were more. Lord Tibayan of Lower Permi, resisting cooperation with Davi on regulation of port fees and other matters along with the Cyrene border with Ossetia, had paid for his intransigence with his life. So had Lady Rabia of Katha Heights, whose death in childbed, delivering her third daughter, had come just after her husband had blocked construction of a port at the mouth of the Falain, a primary trade objective of both Sire and the desert. Patwin had been much more pliable since his wife's death. Doubtless Pansala had had this in mind when she'd killed another sister, and yet another 2 years ago, Lady Nayati, who had fallen to the knife of what had appeared to be a common street bandit in ways while on a visit to Keeley. She, too, would produce no male heirs to challenge Paul. This very New Year's holiday, while Rohan and Sinead were planning the progress through a Prince March conquered by Paul's smile, Pansala had been busy conquering Firen through Ajit's death. She had grown impatient. She could not wait for the old man to die a natural death, and had hastened him to it with poisoned wine that had seized his heart and stopped it. Finally, this spring, there had been Inuit and Joss of Ossetia, dead in a boating accident on Lake Kadar, leaving Chale's niece Gemma the only choice as heir to the princedom. And with it rumored that Costas would wed Gemma, was it any wonder that Inuit and Joss had died? Small matter that Tillal and not Costas would be Gemma's husband and prince. The effect was the same. Another princedom ruled by another of Paul's kinsmen. Pansala had set her sights on Keeley this year. Unable to prevent the marriage to Lyle, which had occurred before Pansala's regency, for some reason Pansala had let Keeley live long enough to produce a son and daughter. But this year she had been singled out for death when she had championed Mazul. And other proposed murders? None other than Ianthe's sons. Their names were known, but not their location. Though nothing had been heard of them since Farouche had burned to the ground, Pansala was convinced that they lived. She had sought Ianthe's sons for years, would search for them as long as she had breath, until, or unless, proof positive came that they were as dead as their mother. For these three, more than any other of Relstra's grandchildren, would crave lands, castles, princedoms, power, and Paul's death. 11 deaths accomplished in less than 15 years, and not a hint, not a breath of rumor had ever been heard that they had been anything other than sad accidents or natural deaths. Nothing had ever connected them with the woman who looked up at him now, her fists pressed to his chest. Rohan stared into Pansala's fevered, dark eyes. Sweat dappled her forehead. It was hot here in the sun, but the fire raging in her was even hotter. Rohan tried to breathe around the terrible constriction in his chest. "Oh, sweet goddess, why?" The question was a deathly whisper, harsh and hopeless, and with all the other truths revealed, he now heard the most terrible of all. "For the son she gave you, the son that should have been mine." Panic leaped up and was beaten back with violent speed, for if she knew, he had to keep his wits, not give in to fear or rage or anything else that might destroy the sudden balance he sensed between them. It was a sick and twisted equilibrium, with Paul at its fulcrum. Rohan's love weighted against Pansala's lies, but in understanding it, he found strength to preserve it. For he must protect that balance at all costs. He had given her power and Prince March and her pride, and she had responded with unswerving devotion to depleting the ranks of those who might oppose Paul. That this loyalty had taken so hideous a form was his payment for having used her so well, for having been so blind. Blazing from Pansala's dark eyes was hatred that had never been directed at Rohan. It was not directed at him now. By rights, his rejection of her for Sinead ought to have earned her hatred. It had not. How could she hate the man who had given her a life, the man whose son she had worked for these many years? No, Rohan did not figure on the list of her hates. Her father, yes, for exiling her to Goddess Keep. Sinead, who had Rohan's heart and body and mind. Ianthe, who had borne his son. These three she hated. But Rohan saw something more in Pansala's eyes. She hated them because he had spent more of himself on them than he ever had on her. Jealousy was the core of her hate. Jealousy of Relstra, whom Rohan had battled, of Sinead, whom he loved, of Ianthe, who had carried his child. They had claimed him, and Pansala could not. So she had claimed his son's future, murdered to show her love, twisted other lives to keep him safe, created much of the world Paul would inherit, a legacy of blood and hate. Relstra's daughter. Andrade had warned him all those years ago. So had Tobin and Che and Ostval. But Rohan had been too sure of his own cleverness, too arrogant in his own power to consider what use she might make of hers, too willing to believe that she would work to the best of her abilities for Paul's cause in Prince March. Oh yes, she had worked to the best of her considerable abilities. He could not speak, mortally afraid of saying anything to upset this terrible balance between them, which, if overset, might turn her against him and Paul. She held power over him that terrified and infuriated him, but he was as incapable of killing her now as he had been of killing Ianthe years ago at Farouche. Coward, he accused himself, and had to answer, yes. Pansala's low, intense voice clawed at him. His eyes,
They might be mine, in shape, if not in color. There's something about him, things that don't speak of her but of me. I saw it in him from the first. He should have been ours, Rohan, not hers. She doesn't deserve him. I've seen how he looks at her with such love that should have been mine.
She...
He choked, and like a sword stroke to his heart the knowledge was in him. She doesn't know. And abruptly the balance shifted to him. That one truth was more powerful than all her lies. She believed Paul to be Sinead's son. She did not know about Ianthe. And as the power surged in him, strong and deadly as Sinead sometimes described the flare of Sunrunner's power, he knew he would use that truth as ruthlessly as Ianthe herself would have done.
I've thought of him as ours,
Pansala went on softly, almost dreamily.
When she's not nearby, I can believe he's yours and mine. No mother in blood could love him more, want more for him. If you think what I've done is horrible, then think what his life would have been had I not acted. All those rivals that might have come from my sister's marriages, I rid him of most of them, and I'm glad. He'll be High Prince and Ferrari and the most powerful man who ever lived. Think what I've done out of love for him, Rohan. Things she would never have done.
Her eyes glittered with enchantment at her work on Paul's behalf, actions that would haunt his manhood as High Prince and Ferrari. The balance between that clean, proud boy on one side and this terrible, blood-soaked woman on the other was suddenly intolerable. Sinead would never have done such things, Rohan said quietly, but Ianthe would. Pansala stared at him without comprehension.
"Your sister! Paul's mother!"
he shouted, shaking her until her head lolled on her neck, long hair tumbling about her face.
"Did you think she lured me to Farouche and kept me there to indulge in common torture? Why do you think she let me go? She was pregnant with my son. The child you claim to love is the child of the sister you hate. Paul is Ianthe's son, and mine."
Pansala let out a keening moan and crumpled to her knees, huddled over, rocking back and forth with her arms clasped around her chest as if to hold her body together. Rohan stood over her and spoke words that splintered even the broken shards of her.
"The first time, I thought she was Sinead. The second time it was rape. I knew exactly who she was and what I was doing. She kept me there until she was sure, and then laughed and let me go. I went to battle, knowing that my son was in her belly. Sinead knew it too. She waited, and then went to Farouche to take the child and razed the castle to the ground. How does it feel to know you've worked and schemed and murdered on behalf of Ianthe's son?"
Pansala had killed children. Nedra's unborn son, Jos of Ossetia, who had been only a little boy. She had left other children fatherless, motherless. She had taken children from old men and women who could bear no more. She had done it for hatred of Relstra, rejoicing that a prince not of his blood would rule his lands, that heirs of his line would never sit at Castle Crag. She had done it for love of Rohan, rejoicing that the man her father and Ianthe had hated would rule Prince March. And now she knew that the boy who had been her revenge was of Relstra's blood and Ianthe's bearing. She gave a sob that sounded like her last breath and sank her fingers into her coiled hair, rocking from side to side.
"What you've done! Goddess, what you've done will burden him for the rest of his life," Rohan said. "But you will burden him no longer."
She looked up at that, face swollen with congealed horror, and the tears that welled in her eyes but did not fall.
"If I have to die, let me die for a purpose," she choked. "What purpose? Killing Mazul?"
He wanted to demand why, if she was so loyal to Paul, she had not killed Mazul long before this. But he knew that if she could have, she would have.
"Oh, no. He lives until he's proven a liar. I'll not spend the rest of my life hearing doubts of Paul's claim to Prince March."
He smiled thinly.
"And it's rather a good claim. Don't you agree?"
She slumped, her hair straggling about her, and in the sunlight he saw the streaks of white through it.
"Then kill me now," she said tonelessly. "Paul can't afford it. If I put you on trial and you're condemned as you deserve, the burden on him will be the greater. So I won't kill you. But goddess, how I'd like to, and with my bare hands. Perhaps I'm the coward Chiana thinks I am, but after what you've done, I think the better death for you is the kind your father condemned you to years ago. I won't send you to Goddess Keep. You'll retire quietly, to a manor somewhere. Perhaps I'll rebuild Farouche for you," he suggested viciously. "Would you like to supervise its reconstruction, Pansala? Would you?"
A shudder of loathing went through her. Still she had courage enough to meet his gaze.
"Whatever you wish, my lord. I am yours now, as I always have been. I don't accept such gifts as you offer. Do you even understand what you've done, do you?" "I know that I did it all for the best, for Paul, for you. I loved you both. God has helped me, I still do. I regret nothing."
"You will. Believe me, in the years ahead, while you watch the long sand from Farouche, you will know what regret is."
He knew it now himself, for he could not kill her, even though every fiber of him screamed for her death. It would be nothing more than justice for all the murders she had done, all the men and women and children she had destroyed in Paul's name. He was momentarily tempted. But the barbarian in him was the victor, pulling in harness, for once, with the civilized prince. Condemning her to a living death immured at Farouche was infinitely more cruel than if he had indeed thrust a knife through her heart, more vicious and more practical. No, he would not kill her, and he could not expose her crimes. He would have to live with this, and so would she. "Get up," he ordered. When it seemed she had no strength to rise, he took her by the elbows and yanked her to her feet. She stumbled, scraped her hair back, and went down to the river to wash the stains of emotion from her face. Rohan watched impassively, wanting nothing so much as her death. He now understood the impulse as his own shame at having been so wrong, so fatally wrong. Was that truly what he couldn't stand, that he could make so hideous a mistake? He wished he could seek Sinead's counsel, but he forbade himself that comfort, that sure understanding, forever. When Pansala had tied her hair and smoothed her skirts, Rohan started back to the encampment. He heard her half-stumbling footsteps behind him. Wherever he was, whatever exile he condemned her to, he knew he would hear those footsteps behind him for the rest of his life, tripping over corpses. Prince Lane required not only the support of his cane, but that of his son's strong arm as he made his way into Rohan's pavilion. Chadrick settled his father in a chair and stood beside him, his face carefully schooled to neutrality. Lane's expression was perfectly easy to read. He voiced both annoyance and curiosity at once.
"Very well, I'm here. Now tell me what it is that can't wait another instant."
Rohan stood before the old man.
"Forgive me for summoning you here," he began quietly.
"You wouldn't have made it an order from the High Prince unless it was necessary. Tell me, damn it."
"I need a great favor from you, my lord, from both you and Prince Chadrick." He hesitated, then cast a glance at Sinead. Her head was bent, her fingers laced tightly together in her lap, her body utterly still. He had kept his promise to himself, had told her nothing, and how she resented it. Returning his gaze to Lane, he went on. "Fyron desires a prince descended from its own royalty. I ask you now if you would do me the favor of considering your grandson Prince Larrick for that position." Lane's parchment skin flushed slightly across the cheekbones, and he fixed Rohan with a hard, questioning glare. But it was Chadrick who spoke, his voice as bewildered as his expression. "Larrick, why? Your son's claim is much stronger, coming through both you and Princess Sinead."
"Be still,"
Lane whispered. His gaze now read into Rohan's soul. It was a very long time before he spoke in a voice like the rustling of dry leaves.
I thought Firen settled on Paul. Something has changed your mind. Something that occurred today. I do not believe it was the vote. But if that is the reason you wish to give, then I will accept it.
Rohan bent his head. Thank you, my lord.
With my grandson, as Prince of Firen, you will have a sixth and deciding vote in Paul's favor. I understand this much. I will not ask you why this was not proposed earlier, when it could have saved us all a great deal of trouble.
Again Rohan nodded, almost a bow.
But have you thought this through? You know I have no ambitions outside my own island. Chadrick will take my place when I am gone, and after him his eldest son Ludhill. For Larrick there will be his mother's manor of Sandea, or governorship of the ports, or whatever he likes and suits his talents. We do not meddle in the concerns of the continent, Rohan. We have no need to. It is one reason we thrive.
I understand, my lord, but it is not possible for my son to inherit Firen or any portion of it. He had just undergone a stormy passage with Sinead, Tobin, and Che on precisely that subject. Understandably, they had all argued, and for the first time in their experience of him, he had shouted that it was his decision and his will, and they would abide by the dictates of the High Prince or else. Stunned, hurt, and furious, Tobin had swept out of the pavilion in a rage. Che had followed after a single eloquent glare. Speechless with betrayal, Sinead had refused to look at him at all. She remained only because Rohan had ordered her to be present during his talk with Lane and Chadrick. He hated himself for not telling them the truth, but he simply could not bring himself to do so. As for Firen, he had no choice. What Pansala had done by murdering Prince Ajit had made taking the princedom impossible. He could not bring the dead back to life, but he could refuse to profit by the crime. Small comfort, when there were so many other crimes, from which he had unknowingly gained so much.
Paul cannot take Firen, he repeated.
Why? Lane asked.
Do you believe an excess of power would be so dangerous? Or do you believe that Andrade will not produce sufficient evidence tonight?
Sinead was the one who answered. Her low, quiet tones startled Rohan. It is the perception others would have of an excess of power, my lord. You've had the care of my son, you and my lord Chadrick. You know him. Do you think he would ever abuse any power he was given?
Of course not, Chadrick exclaimed. Honor is as much a part of him as the blood in his veins, but that wasn't our doing, my lady.
We will share the credit, if you please, she replied softly, and looked up with a faint smile. But as well as we know and trust him, others would not, or at least they would choose not to. He will have the desert and Prince March. That is enough. Lane still watched Rohan.
I've never known you to act out of imagined fears or threats.
Yet we all have our secret terrors, Rohan responded. Volog fears for his grandson that the eventual union of Kirst and Isil will be an uneasy one. Davi fears that Tilla's marriage to Gemma, bringing him Ossetia's throne, will set him against his brother Costas when the latter inherits Saya. You fear involvement on the continent. We are all afraid, my lord. Only some of us have the option of removing some of our fears. You could say that I am frightened for my son, and you would be correct. Enough burdens will be placed on him. The desert, Prince March, the title of High Prince, his son-runner gifts. Is it cowardice or prudence on my part to remove a probable cause for dissension and threats not only to his power but to his life?
And you hope to do this by using my grandson?
Yes, Rohan said quite frankly. Lane tilted his head up and stared at Chadrick, whose amazement had become worry.
Could Larrick do it? The old man asked. I don't know. Come, don't be modest about him. Could he rule Firen?
Sinead leaned slightly forward in her chair. My lords, would he be happy there? While I agree that it would be best for everyone else if Larrick were to rule Firen, if it would not be best for Larrick, then I am opposed to the plan. Rohan shot her a dark glance that she ignored.
Your beauty is equalled by your heart, my dear.
Lane said. Then he sighed and shook his head.
I don't know. I've outlived myself, I think.
I'm sorry to trouble you with this, Rohan said, but I had to, my lord, believe me.
I do.
Lane squared his frail shoulders and said more briskly,
If I might have the use of a sunrunner to speak with Aeole tonight at Grey Pearl, then we can let the boy choose. But it will be his choice, Rohan, not mine or even his father's. Modesty aside, I think he'd do very well. He'd be wasted on a manor, or supervising the silk trade or the pearl beds. He's young, to be sure, and rather studious, but I seem to recall another young and bookish princeling who hasn't done too badly for himself.
The old man cocked a brow at Rohan, who felt a smile touch his lips for the first time that day.
And the young are flexible, goddess knows. They learn quickly how to be princes. I assume there will be treaties providing him with military support should he require it.
Of course. I've drawn up a proposal for your inspection.
He took the parchment from his desk and gave it to Chadrick.
Should Cunaxa attempt anything, the desert will invade from Tiglath. Volog will, I believe, provide naval support, and there is a stretch of the border between Fyron and Prince March that would serve for a garrison. If there's anything else you think Larrick will need, please don't hesitate to add it.
Generous of our cousin of Kirst, Lane remarked dryly. But then it's all in the family, isn't it? Tell me, Rohan, why not his younger boy?
Volnaya is only 17, not even knighted yet. Besides, Davi's sons will one day rule Sire and Ossetia. Volog's grandson Arlis will unite Kirst and Isil when he inherits. Paul will have the desert and Prince March. They are all near kin to Paul, but Larrick is not. Dorval is very far from Fyron.
Ah, yes. The two will not merge as those others will. Although I wouldn't count on Costas and Tillall working closely together, without someone keeping a very tight rein on both. But have you considered that, with my grandson in Fyron, Paul will eventually have 4 kinsmen controlling 5 princedoms among them? With Prince March and the desert combined, that makes 6 out of 11. That's a rather threatening total, when you're not one of the 6.
I've thought about it, Rohan admitted, and about Tillall and Costas, as you've said. But though I know this kin network is likely to fall apart in a generation or two, by then we'll all be dead and it'll be someone else's problem.
Someone else's secret fear.
The old prince smiled grimly.
Well then, find me a sunrunner who knows Aeole's colours and will inform my unsuspecting grandson that he can become a prince.
He eyed Sinead.
No, my dear, you may not volunteer to be that sunrunner. Andrade has sufficient Faradim in her suite to spare me one this afternoon.
Chadrick helped his father up, supporting him as far as the doorway. The frail body abruptly straightened.
I can walk, Lane snapped. Leave me be.
Of course, father.
When they were gone, Rohan turned to Sinead. She was staring at her hands again, unnaturally still. The fire-gold hair was in shadow, the brilliant eyes veiled by her lashes. It hurt to see her light dimmed, and to know that he had caused it.
I know you don't understand,
he began quietly. No, I don't. She lifted her face, her eyes dark. What did Pansala say to you today? I don't believe your reasons for this any more than Lane does. What did she tell you, Rohan? He was tempted. Goddess, he wanted so much to let the truth flood out of him. Stubborn self-pity forbade it. You swore once never to lie to me, she whispered.
I never have.
Her eyes flared with sudden challenge. But after a time she looked away again. Damn you. Rohan sank into the chair Lane had used, feeling nearly as old as the man who had recently vacated it. And alone. Goddess, alone, as he had not felt since his early youth, when he had dreamed and worked and slept and lived alone, before Sinead. He gazed at her proud head, bent now, and the ache in him was not so much for her pain as for his own, a selfish pain that was his punishment for what he had given Pansala the power to do. But there was a cure for his pain, and for Sinead's. Neither of them had to be alone. Weak and cowardly he was, but he could not live outside the solace of his wife's mind and heart. By the time he finished telling her, she had covered her face with her hands as if the words had brought pictures she could not bear to see. She said nothing for a long time. Then, at last, she whispered, "Her father watered a living green meadow with salt. She has done it with blood." Rohan winced, remembering. That autumn and winter of his war against Relstra, it had rained for more days than anyone wanted to count. With the first break in the storms, he and Che and Davi had ridden out to survey the plain where Relstra's armies had camped. The troops were gone. In their place was a wide, shallow lake created by diverting a tributary of the Falain. But before the water had been let in to drown the grasses and soak the soil to viscous mud, the entire meadow had been sown with salt. Relstra had had the power to order the befoulment of the earth itself. Rohan had looked on it, the sharp fumes of rotting soil and salt thick in his nostrils, and nearly wept. He felt the same sick despair now. "All that blood," Sinead looked up, her eyes haunted. "It's on us too, Rohan. We're trying to wash it clean, but it won't come off. She's just like Ianthe, just like her. Why didn't we see?" "It was my blindness, not yours. I won't let you blame yourself for my failure." She shook her head stubbornly. Tears spilled down her cheeks. "We were warned, both of us, and we didn't listen. Oh, sweet goddess, Rohan, what have we done? Relstra's daughter." "None of this will touch Paul. Sinead, listen to me. I won't let it touch our son." "He's not my son." He was up in an instant, taking her face between his hands. "Don't. He is your son." Tears streaked her skin like scars, and against her white cheek the whiteness of the crescent-shaped mark was livid. "Make me believe it. Make me believe I did the right thing when he was born. If you doubt it, then tell him the truth, now, today." Her eyes widened, and he held his breath, fearing that the deliberate shock had been a mistake. But a moment later she shuddered and reached for him. He drew her up, folded her to his heart. "I can't do that to him," she whispered. "Not so young." Another quiver coursed through her. "What a liar I am. It's myself I'm frightened for, Rohan. I don't want to lose him." "You couldn't. Not ever. Sinead, he's your son. You're his mother." After a time, she nodded against his shoulder. "I have to believe that, don't I?" She pulled back from him, knuckling her eyes. "You haven't said what you're going to do with Pansala." "I can hardly reward nearly 15 years of service with a public execution. Not without revealing everything." "Another of our secret fears," Sinead added bitterly. "Let her live. She'll never talk. Let her rot somewhere." "Who will we put in her place at Castle Crag?" He already had someone in mind, but wondered if her thoughts would harmonize with his. "Ostval," she said at once. "There's no one else we can trust as fully. Ryan can take over at Skybull. He's young, but he knows his home inside out, and he also knows about the gold. It has to be Ostval, Rohan." "Exactly," he agreed, relieved that the loneliness had vanished for them both. Then all other emotion was superseded by a vast weariness. "Sinead, I can't help thinking that if I'd done what I should have in the first place—" "Kill Mazul. Would it shock you to know that I agree with you?" She gave an unpleasant smile. "But Inuit and Joss and Adjet and all the others would still be dead. Pansala would have gone on murdering anyone she perceived as being in Paul's way. And who knows, when Paul had children, she might have killed Tillal's and Costas's and Larrick's sons too, so all of it could be brought under Paul's rule. It's what Andrade's always wanted, you know," she added bitterly. "Rohan, if you'd killed Mazul, the only thing that would have been different, not better, is that we'd be murderers, just like her." Rohan held her to him again. "We may wish we were barbarians, but we have the misfortune to want to be civilized. Goddess help us." "It's a stupid ambition," she answered.
In such times as these, the height of folly. I agree. But we still have to play out the little comedy. I'll have Talon find Ostwell and we'll break the news to him. Gently. Very gently. Tilting her face to his, she added, Rohan, could you have kept silent to me about Punsala forever? Could you? He shook his head. No. I told myself that I could, that I must. But it seems I'm so made that I can't live apart from you in any way. I need you too much. Sinead smoothed the slowly silvering blonde hair from his forehead. Beloved, she whispered. Beloved.
Chapter 24. With the tension over Mazul that morning, and the nervous speculation about what Andrade would do that evening, nearly everyone had forgotten that the afternoon would bring ceremonies making knights of 15 young squires. On a knoll overlooking the encampments, there gathered the families and sponsors of the young men, but none of the usual gaiety attended on the scene.
It's a poor celebration of knighthood for them,
Markin said to Andry, shaking his head.
I looked forward to this day my whole life.
Andry, who had not, nevertheless sympathized with Sorin, Ryan, and the others who had worked so hard and so long, only to have the supreme moment of their young lives blighted by the political troubles of their elders.
It'll be special for them,
he said, trying to sound confident.
No matter what else is going on. I remember you looked as if you and Lane were the only two people in the world at that moment. They'll feel that way too, if only for that little bit of time. That's what's important. I suppose so.
Andry hesitated, took a quick look around at the others standing in little groups nearby, and decided he would not be overheard.
Markin, have you talked to Hollis?
Markin stiffened.
No, not today. I don't know why she's acting this way,
Andry continued unwisely.
All during the time we were working on the scrolls, she talked about you and asked questions about Radzin and the desert, and now she won't even... Do you know what you're talking about?
Markin asked in a deadly, soft voice. Andry swallowed hard.
No, he whispered. I guess not, but, Markin, it's just that I...
Frosty gray eyes, the exact color of their father's, glared down the finger's width that separated them in height. But after a moment, Markin sighed and gripped Andry's shoulder briefly.
Sorry, I just can't talk about it now, all right?
Nodding, relieved that his beloved eldest brother had not seen fit to provide him with a broken jaw in payment for his prying, Andry turned his attention to the crest of the knoll, where the squires had assembled in strict order of precedence. 15 of them stood in the afternoon sunshine, straight and proud in their sponsoring lord's colors, the hues of their father's holdings seen in the dyed leather of their belts. This made for sometimes garish results. Lord Sabrium's younger brother Bozaya, for instance. The yellow and orange of their city of Einar competed to eye-popping effect with the already violent combination of pink and crimson in the tunic of Lower Permy, where he had been fostered. Ryan, in Clutha's light green with Skybull's blue and brown in his belt, was luckier than most, and Sorin's tunic of Kirstian scarlet was brilliantly set off by Radzin's red and white circling his waist. There were no sons of princes being knighted today, but as the son of the most important lord in the desert and grandson of a prince, Sorin naturally was first. Andry and Markin stood with their parents, watching proudly as Volog slipped the golden buckle onto Sorin's belt, and Allison gave him one of the small loaves of bread baked especially for the occasion, together with a small silver vial of salt. Tradition also asserted that knights were given other tokens according to which court had fostered them. Kirst always presented the bread on a finely glazed plate, crafted by a master at New Raitia itself and rimmed in gold from the island's own mines. Andry felt his heart twist suddenly. It might have been himself standing there, blushing a little as Allison smiled on him, It could have been him, except that the ambition for knighthood had never burned inside him. All his fire was reserved for Ferrari things, and it would be many long years before he had attained the status in his chosen realm that Soren had achieved today in his. He cast a furtive look at his rings, and once more mentally added those that would bring the number to 9 and then 10. Allison and Volog led Soren over to his family. In the interval before the next young man was called, they had a few moments for hugs and congratulations. Andrew embraced his twin fondly, proud to bursting, and yet when Allison laughed and gave Soren what she termed "your first real kiss from a lady," he unaccountably turned away, unable to watch. As the second squire was being made a knight, a quiet voice said at his shoulder, "It might have been you up there, you know." Andrew looked up at his father, startled and embarrassed that somehow his thoughts had been guessed, and for an instant he was afraid that he had indeed deeply disappointed this man he revered and loved, who had never truly understood his dreams. But Che was neither dissatisfied with him nor angry. The gray eyes were loving, and the hand resting on his back was warm with affection. Still, Andrew could not help murmuring, "You're not sorry, are you?" "I would be if you were, but if you're content, then so am I." He gave a soft chuckle. "Listen to how mellow I've become in my old age." Then, seriously, he added, "Andrew, I'm proud of all my sons." He bit his lip and nodded blindly. Younger sons and younger brothers came forward with their sponsors and received gold buckles, bread, salt, and each Athri's special gift. From nearby, Rohan and Sinead and Paul presided over the whole, and the honor of being knighted in front of the High Prince, High Princess, and their heir was not lost on any of the young men so elevated. After making their bows to their lords, they turned, marched a few paces to the left, and bowed even lower to the royal trio. Smiles greeted each new-made knight, approving from Rohan, kind from Sinead, and a trifle envious from Paul. Ryan made his appearance toward the end of the ceremonies, being the son of a relatively minor Athri without important blood bond to any royal house. He accepted the usual gifts from Prince Clutha and his eldest daughter, a statuesque lady of great dignity, and a sudden mischievous smile as she gave the young man Meadowlord's traditional gift, a flask carved from the horn of a stag. The proportions of the animal who had contributed the horn must have been truly awesome, for the flask held enough wine to make a man blind drunk. "I hope you won't mind if I share this first one with you in celebration," said Princess Gennady. Ryan returned her grin as she undid the stopper, bright with silver and a circle of tiny sapphires, and expertly tilted the flask to spray a stream of crimson wine into her throat. Righting the horn, she gave it to Ryan. He offered it first to Clutha, who was shaking so hard with repressed laughter that he nearly missed his open jaws, and then took a large mouthful for himself. "My lord, my lady," Ryan said to them as he recorked the flask and hung it around his shoulder by its silver chain, "I wish for you what you've so graciously made sure of for me. May you never, ever thirst." Everyone was more than glad of the chance to laugh. Clay slapped Ostville on the back and announced, "That boy's got style," as Ryan made his bow to Clutha and Gennady. Rohan, Sinead, and Paul were grinning broadly as the young knight approached and bent low before them. Ostville, rigid with nerves during Ryan's presentation, nearly wilted with relief as his son walked over to him. But he quickly recovered himself, turned to Che and said slyly, "Now, my old friend, are you seriously willing to see anyone with less style riding that beautiful dapple-gray mare?" Che might have been proof against Ostville's blandishment, but when Princess Allison turned the full force of her eyes on him and pleaded Ryan's case, he was lost. His wife saw it and laughed. "Give in, you old miser," she scolded, nudging him with an ungentle elbow. "You'd never be happy if anybody else rode Dalziel, and you know it." Che groaned. But by the time Ryan joined them to collect congratulations and embraces, he was resigned.
"Well, it looks as if you'll be riding off with my prize mare this year, thanks to your father and a certain pair of big green eyes I should know by now how to resist,"
he added in Allison's direction.
"Sinead has a look just like that."
Again Andrew felt a delicate, exquisite twisting in his chest when Ryan bent over Allison's wrist to thank her. When she smiled, the ache was worse, and when she glanced laughingly at him, those green eyes alight, he suddenly knew what was wrong with him. To hide it, he looked away. It was the worst possible thing he could have done. Allison was no fool. Only 3 winters his senior, she had lived at a great palace all her life and not in the relative isolation of Goddess Keep for the last 6 years as he had. She had seen his like before, known the adoration of countless young men ever since she could remember. She knew exactly what he felt. And she would laugh, amused to have collected yet another heart and pity him for giving that heart where it could find no home. Doubtless his feelings, so vital to him, would be to her just the worship of one more callow fool, too young to know what love was. Bitterly humiliated, he compelled himself to have the courage to look her in the face. What he saw stunned him. Her eyes were clear and soft and gentle. She was not laughing at him. She did not pity him. She knew what he felt for her, but she did not smile in kind rejection. Allison might not love him, but she was shyly pleased that he loved her. Andrew's world turned to hazy colors, all unfocused around the green of her eyes, the ivory of her skin, the sweet rose of her mouth, the rich gold-lit brown of her hair. Sunlight spun through him, seemingly of its own accord, and through it he felt her other colors. Glowing moonstone, bright ruby, deep onyx. She gasped softly, feeling the woven light lace its brilliance around and through her. All the colors of late summer swirled around them, sweet and shining in a dance fitted to the music of birds and wind and the coursing of blood in their veins. Andrew realized it was Allison's first experience of her Farati gifts, and in soaring joy knew it was something only he could show her. Delight flushed her cheeks as she gazed up into his eyes, and they were the only people in the world for many shared heartbeats. But all at once there was a world again, its demand harsh and frightening as through their enchantment they both heard the name Mazul. He strode up to the place where all the other squires had been knighted, but his sponsor was not Keely's husband, Lord Lyle. At his side was Mion of Cunaxa, whose bright orange tunic Mazul wore. The outrageous presumption of the man, the sheer audacity of it, spread shocked silence over the knoll like a cloud. Andrew's gentle glowing haze of color became so sharply focused that he winced. He saw with painful clarity the white fury of Rohan's face, the crimson of Che's as he fought down terrible rage. The formula rang out mockingly as Mazul knelt before Mion, and the latter said, "I have examined this candidate in all aspects and found him worthy of my sponsorship for knighthood. Therefore I charge him to serve the goddess and the truth, to live honorably and courageously in rich times and in bitter. In token of both I give him bread and salt, and in token of his new and honored state I give this golden buckle." Loaf and vial were presented, and Mazul's violet belt decorated with a large, hollow circle of gold, pierced with gold. Then, grinning slyly, Mion called one of his squires forward, and a startled gasp went through the audience. For with the presentation of the final gift, it was remembered that Cunaxa, home of the finest metalsmiths on the continent, traditionally gave as its special gift a sword. Newly girded with a magnificent blade in a gorgeous scabbard, set like the hilt with amethysts, Mazul sauntered a few paces and made his brief, mocking bow to Rohan, Sinead, and Paul. The first nodded curtly, rigid with his effort at control. Sinead, equally furious, acknowledged Mazul's salute with a grim stare. But the boy, for all his youth and inexperience, was the one who saved the disaster for them. With absolute, proud calm, and in a clear voice that carried across the grassy knoll, he said, "Something mars your appearance." Mazul straightened up and stared. "What are you talking about?" "Your belt." The corners of Paul's mouth lifted in a tiny, cold smile. "Violet with orange. What a painful mistake in color, especially to a sunrunner's eyes, and I am certain it was a mistake." "Violet is the color of Prince March," Mazul replied, with scant courtesy to this stripling prince he could have broken in half. "And Prince March," Paul informed him pleasantly, "is mine. Be so good as to rectify the mistake and remove the belt." If he refused, there would be pandemonium. If he obeyed, Mion hastened forward and whispered something urgent in Mazul's ear. The pretender's face turned several sequentially darker shades of red. Mion said something else and backed away. And Mazul, salvaging what he could of a battle he had lost, undid the golden buckle so recently clasped around his waist. "As you wish, my lord," he added insultingly. The sight of him juggling loaf, salt, and sword while trying to undo the buckle from the leather brought grins and even a few open titters of laughter. But Paul waited with perfect aplomb while Mazul struggled to maintain his dignity and comply with a request he dared not refuse. Paul was in the right. Prince March still belonged to him. Defiance now would be foolhardy. The long strip of violet-dyed leather was freed. Mazul held it in one fist as if strangling a poisonous snake. Paul was wise enough not to extend his hands for it, and thus Mazul did not have the satisfaction of dropping it into the dirt for Paul to retrieve. Talon appeared silently at Mazul's side, and before the pretender could even consider throwing it to the ground, took the belt and coiled it neatly as he returned to his post near the royal trio. Paul nodded graciously. "Now you look much better, and your tunic is much easier on the eyes. You have our permission to withdraw." Mazul's green eyes bored into his. "Keep your precious color, princeling," he sneered. "I intend to," Paul replied. With Mion in attendance, Mazul stalked off down the hill. He was not even out of sight before someone, no one ever knew who, sent up a raucous cheer. That was Paul's name. Andry, who had watched the whole with his breath caught in his throat, laughed aloud and joined his family in its surge to Rohan, Sinead, and Paul. If there were disgruntled partisans of the pretender on that hillside, they vanished quickly in the wake of Paul's small, telling triumph. A little while later, when everyone was heading down the knoll to their camps, Allison caught up to Andry and asked, "I understand what Prince Paul did, and it was masterful, but why was that man knighted?"
"It wasn't just to irritate us," Andry agreed. "Yes, our young prince did very well today, didn't he?" Ostval said from behind them, where he walked with Ryan and Che. "I thought the pretender would have a seizure. Paul's definitely his father's son, Che." "A fact Mazul is currently cursing," Andry's father replied with a tight grin. "But if you'll excuse me, I'd like to hurry back to camp. I want to be the one to tell old Lane about this." "Do it carefully," Ostval called after him. "He's likely to laugh himself into a fit."
"My lord," Allison said to Ostval, "I still don't understand why—"
"Just for spite, my lady," Ryan said quickly. "Father, Talon says we're to meet their graces immediately after this. We'd best hurry." "Of course. Andry, will you see Princess Allison safe to her father's care? We seem to have been separated from his grace and the crowd." Andry would have kept her safe even if 1,000 mounted knights suddenly thundered down on them. He suspected his face showed it as he said, "Of course, my lord." "Good. I'll leave you in his capable hands then, my lady." Ostval smiled again at Allison, and she smiled back.
"They didn't answer us," she said when they had gone. "No," Andry couldn't bring himself to care. "My lady, Alison—" She blushed, and his heart turned over. It was a very long time before either remembered that they were supposed to be going to her father's tents. Andrade glanced up. Urivel was holding her cloak over one arm, his face in shadow. No lamps had been lit, and the setting sun had turned the white tent to grey mist around them. She rose, smoothed her hair, and allowed him to drape the cloak around her shoulders.
"My lady, no!"
She heard her voice sharp with nervous tension, and clenched her fists beneath the concealing folds of material.
"No,"
she said again, more softly.
"All will be well." "There's nothing I can say to dissuade you." "Of course not. Hurry up. This must be done before moonrise. Is everyone assembled?" "Yes." "Then let's get this over with. I've had enough of this Mazul person." "As have we all," he muttered.
The late sun hovered in a sky washed pale yellow. Andrade mounted the knoll where knighting ceremonies had been held that afternoon. She smelled rain in the air, and fear not her own, as she stood outside the circle assembled on the hill. 25 people stood around an empty fire pit, a necklace of princely power threaded by Faradim. When Andrade and Urivel joined them, they would number 27, one of the multiples of 3 strictly prescribed for what she was about to do. Andrade found the mystical significance of 3 absurd and suspected Lady Marizelle had too, but she did not dare flout traditions she knew nothing about. Andrade had carefully planned the balance of powers, both political and Faradi, around the circle. There was nothing in the star scroll that demanded it, but her own sense of balance had focused the 2 conflicting sides directly opposite each other. Sinead acted as the desert's sunrunner, as usual. Rohan stood to her right, his eyes dark with guilt. Paul had insisted on his privilege as titular ruler of Prince March, and Pansala could not have joined the circle in any case, for the presence of persons who could appear in this kind of conjure was forbidden. Tobin, despite her mere 3 honorary rings and her lack of formal training at Goddess Keep, was acting as Paul's sunrunner. On the other side of the circle were Mion of Cunaxa and the 4 other princes who supported Mazul's claim. Faradim, including Hollis, stood between them. Chale had selected Ryan as his sunrunner. Andry had asked for and received permission to stand with Volog as his Faradi link in the circle. On his other side was Lane, with Markin at his side. Lady Eneida represented Fyron. Urivel would stand with her. Young Sajast had volunteered to act as Davi's Faradi. They completed the circle next to Sinead. They were all looking at her with differing mixtures of wary apprehension, worry, and simple curiosity. Urivel took her cloak at a gesture of her fingers, and she spared a glance for the swords and knives laid neatly out on a blanket on the grass. Ostval would watch over them, and over Chiana and Mazul, who also could not be part of the circle. Others stood outside as well. Che and Soren, with Alison, Tillal, and Costas, beside Gemma and Dunladi. Pansala stayed apart, seeming calm and confident until one saw her deep, shadow-bruised eyes. Keeley had the temerity to approach Andrade, but one cold look kept her from speaking. She returned to Mazul's side. The pretender arched a sardonic brow at the Lady of Goddess Keep, but if the expression reminded her of Relstra, she did not allow herself to think it. She nodded Urivel to his place in the circle and entered it herself, standing before the fire pit. Logs had been stacked in a heavy triangle, kindling piled beneath them, ready for Sunrunner's fire. Andrade watched as the sun dipped lower, the sky gradually darkening. She had only a short wait before the moons would rise. This conjuring could take place only beneath stars. When the first of them winked into view in the east, she lifted one beringed hand. Urivel stepped forward with a small flask, He opened it for her, took a small golden cup from his pocket, and poured out Dranath-laced wine. Andrade drank it quickly. Almost at once her head began to throb. She drank more. The ache faded to a glow of well-being, an almost sexual pleasure in the flow of blood through her veins and air through her lungs. Heat spread along her body, a slow uncurling of power that nothing in the star scroll had prepared her for. The sky went dark while she drank again, and it seemed to her that the stars exploded into being simultaneously, made of a million different colors that she could weave into the fabric of her memories. She was startled when the logs burst into flame. She could not remember having consciously willed it, yet there the fire was, flaring up toward the light-dazzled night sky. Someone gasped. Perhaps it was herself. She did not know, and certainly did not care. This was power beyond anything she had ever felt. It sang through her, promised delights of mind and flesh and spirit that enchanted her. Sweet, clean, omnipotent, acting on the already extraordinary strengths that had made her Lady of Goddess Keep, the Dranath rushed through her, and she nearly laughed aloud. Andrade reached for the energies of the sunrunners circled around her, wove their varying colors into a taut, shining fabric, disciplined by her strong mind. It was a cloak she wore for only an instant before it melted into her flesh and became part of her augmented powers. So this was a sorcerer's way, she thought. This was what she had been so afraid of. How foolish. The ascent was dazzling. She had no thought for the fall. Turning her face to the flames that leaped higher, higher, with her every thought, she effortlessly caused the scenes of her memory to play out in smoky patterns superimposed on the red-gold heat. If there were gasps of fearful surprise, she did not hear them. She knew only the soaring glory of power. The sailing barge swayed with the gentle motion of the Falain River, the night sky bright overhead with stars. Palila lay in bed, straining in labor. Ianthe appeared, lips moving soundlessly, and as Andrade left the cabin, she saw the princess sit beside Relstra's mistress, stroking her hand. A staircase steep and dark, a cramped, dim room where two other women struggled to give birth, presided over by Pansala. A third clutched her newborn fiercely to her breast. Andrade helped the other two as best she could, then left for the upstairs cabin once more. The night whirled dizzily, sickeningly around her as she stood on deck. The star-dappled water seemed to rise up, trying to claim a sunrunner. When the world stopped spinning, she was given a swallow from a sailor's pocket flask. Memories overlapped skittishly for a moment, the face of the kind sailor superimposed on that of a green-eyed corpse, Mazul's real father. Palila's door was locked. Women clustered in the passage, women who were supposed to assist at the birth. Andrade pounded on the carved wood, her rings shimmering in the light from a nearby lamp. Abruptly the door was flung open. Ianthe stood there, smiling, a violet-wrapped bundle in her arms. Palila lay spent against the white pillows now, a triumphant smile on her face. When Andrade turned, Ianthe was gone. She hurried into the passageway, where the princess stood with the child, and pushed the blanket from the tiny face. And suddenly Pansala was there, holding another baby wrapped in gold-embroidered violet. Her face froze in horror at the sight of Andrade. Relstra's presence filled the narrow passage, tall, heavy through the shoulders, green eyes blazing, and while Andrade stared at him, Ianthe and Pansala, and the children in their arms, were out of her view. And then there were the 5 of them, and the 2 violet-wrapped children alone in the cabin, and Andrade took one of the babies, and Palila screamed, and Relstra held a candle flame to his mistress's hair, and she became a living torch, and the child in Andrade's arms reached glittering claws for her eyes. The power had hold of her now. Dragon talons around her mind. No more did she control the visions that swirled and broke and coalesced again in the flames. She cried out at the agony ripping through her skull.
It was the torch of an alien thing, a malignant, fiery, grasping thing, tearing at her mind, clawing the Faradi colors away, that soft cloak of additional power gone now. There was only Andrade, her blood afire with Dranath, her eyes blinded by a flash of starlight, come to earth. "Clever Andrade," said a mocking voice in her mind. "So very clever, daring to use my kind of power. Learn now that this is a sorcerer's way," she screamed, fell to her knees with her fire-filled head clutched in both hands, screamed until she had no voice left. The circle shattered with Andrade's first cry. The Sunrunners lurched, some of them slumping to the grass, others held up by the terrified princes. Markin stumbled over to Hollis, who lay senseless at Meon's feet. Paul clung wild-eyed to Tobin as she moaned softly with pain. Barely catching Sinead when she began to crumple, Rohan shouted for Che and Ostval. The fire and its hideous visions raged on, its roar punctuated by terrible screams. Urivel, with the knowledge and strength of his 9 rings that had circled his fingers like fire since the first of Andrade's working, wrenched his own colors back from the tangled weave. Let Sinead sort the others out. Let her worry about them. He flung himself to his knees beside Andrade, rocking her in his arms, his head nearly bursting and his stricken face contorted in the harsh red glow of the flames. He wrapped Andrade in his own colors, vainly attempting to shield her from encroaching darkness. The others were in danger, but he had no time for them. Not now. Not when Andrade's cries were growing weaker. Hanging on to her, his rings burning his flesh, he sobbed and cursed into her silver-gilt hair. Ryan, Andri, even Pansala and Allison outside the circle, all the Faradim were nearly senseless with sudden agony no one not of their kind could understand. The unraveling of Andrade's power-filled weaving created a chaos of colors. Sinead struggled in Rohan's arms. Her face sheened in sweat as she tried to sort through a blinding whirlwind of patterns that the ungifted could not see. Paul, giving Tobin over to Che's strong arms, managed a few steps toward his mother and flung his arms around her waist. She cried out and held his bright head close, separating his glowing colors first. When he was whole again, he slid to the ground, shocked and trembling still, but safe. Sinead worked desperately as the shadows threatened, surged close to darkened Faradi minds. She beat back the black mist in a frenzy, reformed the elegant shining patterns of Sunrunners nearly lost. At last, she gave a great shudder and collapsed in Rohan's arms. The fire died very suddenly, almost as if a gigantic fist had strangled it. No one saw Segev fall to the grass, seemingly in the same reaction as the other Sunrunners. Only he knew that his collapse came because Myriva had at last released him and the fire she had created through him. He lay in a forgotten heap, breathing heavily around a heartbeat so rapid that it slurred in his chest. Prince Lane limped over to where Andrade was cradled in Urivel's arms. He lowered himself to his knees, picked up one of her hands, his proud old face twisted with grief. Chadrick and Audriti approached Rohan where he bent over his wife and son. He shrugged off their compassionate hands, terrified by Sinead's spent face, Paul's uncontrolled shivering. Audriti murmured reassurance with a serenity not reflected in her eyes. Chadrick gripped Rohan's shoulder and said, "They'll be all right. There's another who needs you now." Rohan looked up, followed Chadrick's gaze to where Andrade lay. He squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head in negation of what he had seen. But when he looked again, tenderly he touched his son's hair, his wife's scarred cheek. Then he went to Andrade. Allison was sobbing in a strangled, helpless way in Ostval's arms. Davy was supporting Clutha, whose ashen face and glazed eyes betokened shock nearly as severe as the Sunrunners. Some part of Rohan automatically took note of them all, a warrior keeping track of friend and enemy alike in battle. Soren bent over his twin brother,
Lyle and Keeley shrank back as Rohan passed. Chiana clung to Halian's arm, gasping with imminent hysteria. Pansala huddled on the ground, hugging her knees. Tobin was gathered up into her husband's arms. Costas and Chale had Ryan on his feet and coherent by now. Velden and Kaber and Pimental stood in a little knot of fear. Mazul spoke suddenly, sounds that grated in the cold.
"I don't think anything was proved," the pretender observed to Mion, "except that they can prove nothing."
Tillal answered him, his voice low and harsh.
"Close your mouth, before I carve another hole in you, to keep it company."
Mazul sounded vastly amused.
"Is that a threat?"
Gemma straightened within the shelter of Tillal's arm.
"Bastard!" she hissed furiously. "Lying bastard! It's not only a threat, but I'll hand him his sword to do it."
Rohan crouched beside Lane. His throat was too tight to ask what he feared to have answered. The old man met his gaze, tears running down withered parchment cheeks, and shook his head. Impossible. Andrade could not die. Rohan gripped Urivel's shoulder, and the bent head lifted for a moment. There was no accusation in the golden-brown eyes. There was only agony. Andrade stirred slightly, her eyes opening, colorless and hazy. She saw Rohan, and her lips curved in a tiny, rueful smile.
"Paul,"
she breathed.
"Safe."
He nodded wordlessly.
"Sinead."
Again he nodded, and the tension left her features. She said his name very softly, with love that was a knife in his heart.
"No blame,"
she murmured, her voice thready now.
"Forgive me."
"Forgive her?" He choked and touched her face. The skin was so cold. "Please, Andrade, please."
"Sorry. I couldn't prove."
All at once, her gaze hardened.
"Kill him,"
she said very distinctly. Once more Rohan nodded. Andrade found Lane with her gaze, and the old imperious command was in her face.
"He will die,"
Lane told her.
"Fare you well, dear friend."
She relaxed back into Urivel's embrace, looking up at him. Another small, gentle smile lifted the corners of her mouth. When the light left her eyes, she was still gazing at him. He would not allow anyone else to touch her. He himself carried her back down the hill, half blinded by tears that were rivulets of ice down his cheeks in the cold night air. They followed behind, princes and Faradim, enemies, friends, blood of her blood, people of Relstra's making and of hers. He held her closer, saw the breeze wisp strands of silvery hair about her forehead, saw the rising moons glitter off the 10 rings and the chains and the bracelets. Soon enough he would remove them, all but the 10th on her marriage finger, and distribute them amongst her blood kin, and one of them would go to Sinead, as a reminder. But the 10th ring he would leave on her hand, where he would have put his own ring had not Goddess Keep claimed her long before he could, and the delicate chains he would keep for himself. He heard the others disperse as they neared the torchlit encampment. A few were crying softly. Some murmured of comfort or grief or political implication. He carried her into the white pavilion and placed her carefully on her bed. The High Prince was the only one who dared follow him in. Rohan took a light blanket from the foot of the bed and drew it gently up around her waist.
"She and my mother were twins, but never much alike," he said quietly. "But right now their faces are the same."
Urivel understood. Millar had always been the pretty one, the bright and lovely one. Yet Andrade's face in death was smooth, beautiful, its calm giving the lie to the restless, impatient spirit that had been freed tonight. He folded her arms atop the blanket, fingertips touching each ring in turn.
"Forgive me,"
Rohan whispered. Yurvil shook his head, glanced at the tormented eyes.
"You of all people should know that she never did anything she didn't want to do. If I hadn't—"
He sighed impatiently, wishing Rohan would take his guilt somewhere else and leave him in peace with her.
"And if there hadn't been the Star Scroll, and if Ianthe hadn't been a scheming bitch and Pansala with her, and if Andrade hadn't brought Sinead to Goddess Keep, how long must I go on? There's nothing to forgive."
He paused, then shrugged.
"Perhaps someday you'll believe that. Perhaps."
They sat in silence for a long time. At last Yurvil said,
"You have to know it now. Andre will follow her and wear the rings."
"Andre?" Blue eyes almost the color of Andrade's narrowed in almost the same calculating way. Yurvil realized there would be echoes of her around him for the rest of his life, but never the same. Never.
"He's no more than a child," Rohan said. "He's the age you were when you became a ruling prince. He was her choice, the only choice she could make. Not just for Paul's future, but for all Faradim. You don't understand his power, and neither does he yet. And Goddess help us when he does," he told himself. "If Andrade willed it then—"
Rohan cleared his throat.
"I'm sorry for his sake, Yurvil."
Another silence followed, thick and heavy, like storm clouds that would not break with rain.
"I heard no dragons,"
Yurvil said suddenly.
"Dragons before dawn, death before dawn,"
Rohan quoted, low-voiced.
"Yes, I would have expected that too."
A soft, limping step sounded, and both men turned to find Prince Lane making his slow way into the pavilion.
"Your wife is asking for you,"
he said to Rohan, who rose at once.
"Don't panic, boy. She's quite all right. Chadrick and Audriti have been looking after her and Paul both."
He took the chair Rohan had vacated and folded his hands atop his dragon-headed cane.
"But you go to them now. We'll watch over her."
When Rohan was gone, Lane sighed and shook his head.
"I always thought the wind would take my ashes to her at Goddess Keep. Not that I'd watch her sunrunners call up fire for her."
Yurvil nodded.
"You loved her as I did." "No, not as you did. I spent all I possessed of that on my wife. 46 winters ago it was that she died. I see her in her son and her grandsons, but it's not the same. No, never the same. Mazul will die for this, of course,"
Lane went on.
"If I were younger, I'd do it with my own hands. But listen to me, Sunrunner. Don't you do it with yours."
He had never killed using the gifts. He wondered how Lane knew that this was precisely what was going through his mind now.
"She'd breathe down my neck the rest of my days if I allowed it. Stubborn woman, your Andrade."
Yes, Yurvil thought. She was his alone, now that she was dead.
"I hope you don't mind if I wait with you. It's going to be a very long night." "No, I don't mind at all." "I think she'd want you here. Thank you, my lord."
Lane bowed his head, as if Yurvil had been born royal.
"I'll stay here, then. We'll wait together."
Chapter 25. Guards kept alert vigil against terrors bound to slither through the night, now that the Lady of Goddess Keep was dead. They tensed at the sound of low murmurings, flinched at shadows cast on fabric walls by single candles. They tried not to see the sharp gestures, movements of impatience, or pain, or dread, arms that spread in helplessness or sometimes folded around a needing other. long after the moons had nestled back into the embrace of the Varesh, long after the events of the day and night should have sent everyone to their beds, long after watchfires burned low, and only the stars lit the encampment in pale silvery light, the whisperings went on and on within the many-colored tents. Rohan thanked Chadrick and Audriti for their care of his wife and son, saw them off into the night, and poured himself a large goblet of strong wine. Paul sat tense and wide-eyed in a chair near Sinead, who tried without success to hide her intermittent trembling. He poured wine for them, too, and paced off a slow triangle on the carpet, desk to window, window to chairs, chairs to desk. "She asked about you," he said abruptly. "Both of you. To know that you were safe. Goddess help us. We mattered more to her than her own life." Sinead set her goblet down untasted. Rohan spoke her name softly, aching for the terrible guilt in her eyes that matched his own. "No," she said, her voice raw with pain. "I can't bear it, Rohan. She made me everything I am. And the last time I spoke with her, oh, Goddess," her numb composure broke. "She died thinking I hated her. Sinead, don't do this to yourself." She looked up at him, her eyes bleak. "If I stop, will you?" Paul shifted slightly, meeting Rohan's gaze with eyes much older than his years. "Father, Prince Lane told me what she said about Mazul. And he won't have Prince March. It's not just that it's mine by right. The people in the land accepted me. I won't give them over to him, not for any reason. They are yours, and you are theirs," Sinead murmured. She looked up at Rohan, her haunted eyes saying, "And he is Relstra's grandson, with more right to Prince March than he knows." "I'll fight for them if I have to," Paul finished. "There will be no war." Rohan knew how empty that vow was. He gave his wife a weary, cynical smile. "Well, perhaps only a little one." A larger war was being debated within Mion's orange tent. He lounged on a padded couch, listening as Keeley and Mazul discussed troop strengths as if they knew what they were talking about. Amusement played around his eyes and lips. Whoever fought this war, it would not be his own soldiers. He would get the others to do it. And when everyone was exhausted with battle, even the victors, his own fresh and ready army would seize great chunks of Fyron and Prince March and the desert itself. Lyle stood nervously by his wife's chair, ignored by all until he said to Mazul, "Your pardon, my lord. It simply occurs to me that all this would bring a great deal of destruction, which would be very bad for us all." "Merchant," the pretender spat scornfully. "We speak of thrones, and you babble about trade." Mion hid a grin. Mazul thought that being a prince was riding fine horses and wearing fine clothes, and enjoying the sight of heads and knees bent to him. He had never been strangled and starved by desert armies, never seen the produce of his lands rot and rust for lack of transport to rich markets. Neither had he dealt with greedy, grim Merida, always clamoring for a war against the desert that Mion knew could only end one way. Perhaps he would send the Merida against the remains of Rohan's armies, once the latter had exhausted themselves in Prince March. Yes, that was a good thought. They might just annihilate each other, and at the very least would so decimate themselves that it would be a generation before either had the strength to fight again. "The princedoms function on trade," Mion said softly. "But we are indeed speaking of thrones here, and not only that of Prince March." "How so, your grace?" Keeley asked suspiciously. "Consider, dear lady." He snuggled back into the embrace of soft pillows.
Aligned with us are Gilad and Grib, Fessenden, and, of course, Izzle. He chuckled. What a merry time of it they'll have on their island. Once they start the real war they've been flirting with for the 100 years since the last one, Grib and Gilad lie on either side of a setia, ready to pinch it between them like a dragon's jaws. Fessenden rides atop Prince March, and will rein it into our hands. How many fronts do you think Rohan has armies enough to fight on? What use would Dorval be to him? Sire is a powerful ally, but once Clutha understands that his beloved Meadowlord will yet again become a battlefield, he'll save his troops for protecting his own, not for a fight he cares nothing about. Mian sighed happily. Rohan is mistaken if he looks for substantial help from any of his allies. I don't see that all this gets me into Castle Crag any the sooner, Mazul said, glowering. Patience, Mian smiled. Watch them wear themselves out for a spring and summer. By then, not only will you walk into Castle Crag without opposition, but the others will be so exhausted by their wars that they'll have no strength to counter your more interesting proposals at the special gathering of princes you'll call to end the wars. And you, Your Grace? Mazul asked in silken tones. I take it you won't be exhausted. Not in the slightest. I'll own the desert from Tiglath to Farouche. You may have the rest. I'm not greedy. Of course not, Keeley murmured. Tomorrow should make a lovely little beginning for our wars, Mian finished. Remember that, and don't lose sight of the whole world for dreaming yourself at Castle Crag. Pansala slept, dreaming of just that place. She was a young girl again, strolling the gardens dug into the cliffs, and the sun was soft on her face and hair. Her sister Ianthe handed her a violet-wrapped bundle that squirmed in her arms. The child had golden hair and blue-green eyes. You're not the guardian I would have chosen for him, but you've done very well, Ianthe taunted. You even love him, my son, and you love him. It's the best joke I ever played on anyone, the crowning scheme of my life. Pansala stared in horror at Ianthe's child. Part of her wanted to thrust it away from her, hurl it over the walls to the deep gorge of the Fallain below. Ianthe laughed. But I'll take him back now. He's mine. More important, he belongs to our mother's people. I always thought it grossly unfair that she passed the gifts to you, not me. Think what I could have done with them. She held out her hands. Give him back to me now, Pansala. Your work is done. No, he doesn't belong to you, Ianthe explained, as if to a dull-witted student. Give him to us. A shadow fell on the lawn beside her. She turned and saw her father, tall and green-eyed and adamant. He said, Give him to us. It's time. She clutched the infant to her breast, calling on everything she had ever learned of power. She flung a bolt of Sunrunner's fire at Ianthe, at Relstra. Their flesh blackened and crisped before her eyes, but they were laughing as she killed them. She began to run, tripped on the steps, fell, dropped her precious burden. She screamed again, terrified, but the blanket was empty. Sinead appeared on the walkway above her, the emerald ring blazing as bright as her emerald eyes. She knelt and gathered the violet blanket, never taking her gaze from Pansala's. What have you done? She demanded, unfurling the cloth. Look at the blood! Pansala cringed away from the velvet that dripped fat spheres of thick red blood. They hit the sun-heated stones and burned to blackened circles. She touched one, and her fingertip came away scorched, but there was no pain. She looked up suddenly, relief sobbing through her as Paul came out of the castle to stand beside Sinead. But this was not the boy Pansala knew. This was a man fully grown,
tall and proud, the great topaz and amethyst ring on his finger. He looked down on her with remote curiosity and no recognition. Sinead took his hand, claimed him. Pansala opened her mouth to reveal the truth. She could destroy Sinead by speaking of Ianthe. But she did not. If she had killed Ianthe and Relstra to keep Paul free of them, she could not reclaim him for them by telling him who his real mother had been. She could not do that to him. Another shadow appeared, and for a panicked instant she thought Relstra had escaped the flames, but it was Mazul who strode forward, green eyes brimming with vicious glee as he swung his new Cunaxan sword at Paul's head. "No!" she screamed again. Behind him there were 3 more shadows, dark and menacing, more fatal even than Mazul. Rohan must change his mind. He must allow her to remain regent of Prince March. How else could she continue to protect Paul from the dangers that threatened him again and again? And Mazul laughed down at her, and the sword continued on its slow, deadly, sunlit arc toward Paul's neck. "No, my lady!" She sat up in bed, shuddering, and stared without comprehension at the boy standing beside her. He held a candle. The flame danced light over his dark hair, into his eyes, green like Relstra's, like the Pretender's, like Sinead's. Their faces layered over his, joined by Ianthe's atop them all, and Pansala shrank back from him. Who are you?" she breathed. "My name is Sajast, my lady," he said, and the other faces vanished at the sound of his voice. Not more of the dream, then. Only a boy wearing a single Faradi ring on the middle finger of his right hand. "Forgive me for violating your privacy, but I was sent to find out if you were in any distress after what happened tonight." "I'm quite all right," she said, her voice infuriatingly thin and weak. "I'm glad to hear it, my lady," he said with a shy little smile. "Some of the others aren't doing so well, but you're much stronger than they, I think." "You don't seem much bothered." She swung her feet over to the floor, smoothed back her hair. "Are you so very strong?" He blushed. "I'm not that gifted, my lady. If you're well, then I'll go and let you rest." "Wait." She grasped his arm, and he helped her to her feet, all respectful solicitude. "Get me something to drink." He obeyed, as she made her way to a nearby chair. She drank thirstily, needing the wine to wash away the last shadows of her dream. "Do you want me to call a physician, my lady?" "No." Feeling better, she straightened her shoulders and regarded him closely, searching for the elusive memory. She had seen him before, she was sure of it. All at once, she had it. "Aren't you the boy who attends Lady Hollis?" "I have that honor, my lady." "I see." Having placed him now, she relaxed. This was no shadow, only a nice and helpful boy who had been kind, and who had better not say anything about what he might have heard. "I was dreaming," she said, "when you came in and woke me. I must have startled you. Not half as much as I did you, my lady." He smiled again. "I heard you call out, and I thought it best to wake you if I could." "My thanks. It was not a pleasant dream," she added wryly, relieved that she had said nothing to reveal herself. "And thank you for your attention, Sajast. You may go now. I'm recovered." "Very good, my lady, but please try to rest. You looked very tired." "I will. Good night." Segev grinned to himself as he left the tent. So much for family instinct, he thought. Pansala had not recognized a hint of her sister Ianthe in him. It had been a daring thing to do, but the night and Myriva's use of him, and especially Andrade's death, had intoxicated him. He had felt power rip through him like a blizzard of cold, stinging snow that burned with his own body heat and turned to fiery rivers of strength. His mind itched for the star scroll and the spells that would show him even more power, but he still had to wait. Not for long. He made his way to the High Prince's tents, careful to let his ring be seen by the guards. He paused outside Markin's tent, listening to the voices, watching the shadows on the wall. "Hollis, stay here for the night. You're not well enough to—"
I want to go back and sleep in my own bed.
This is your bed.
You're going to be my wife. Any bed I'm in is the one you should be in, too. Mark, leave me alone, I can't.
Segev grinned again, barely containing laughter, as the shadow that was Hollis broke away from the taller shadow's outstretched arms. He hugged himself with excitement. Hollis snapped,
"Stop acting as if I'm yours."
She nearly stumbled over Segev in her flight from the tent. Suddenly, it was as if Markin's rasping cry of her name did not exist, or Markin himself, for the matter.
"Oh," she said, startled. "Sajast, are you all right?"
He had grasped her elbow, and now slid his hand down to hers. Thin, chill fingers curled around his.
"Are you all right, my lady?" "I'm fine, but I'm glad you're here. Will you take me back to our tents?"
He cast one glance back over his shoulder as he escorted her. Markin stood there in the entry of his tent, a lit candle flickering in his hand. By its light, Segev saw undisguised jealous hatred in the young lord's pale eyes, and grinned. Ostval had tried to give Volog's daughter back to him on the knoll, embarrassed by the girl's small, desperate sobs and the way she clung to him. But Allison would not let go. Volog, after a gentle attempt to draw her into his own arms, shook his head and murmured, "Come with me. I doubt she's aware of much of anything right now." It seemed true. It was accident that he had been near her in the first place, when Andrade's conjuring had gone all awry and the fire had turned from vision to nightmare. Allison's moan of agony, a tiny echo of Andrade's scream, brought Ostval's hands out to steady her. The next thing he knew, she had buried her face against his chest and dug her fingers into his shirt. She trembled, as if her slender body would shatter. Frantic for his son's safety, Ostval tried to pry himself away. She only hung on tighter. Davy and Chale were helping Ryan. As Ostval watched, Gemma and Tillel joined them. Ryan looked groggy, but was fast recovering. Ostval gave heartfelt thanks to the goddess, and to the tenderly protective spirit of his Camiguin that surely watched over their son, and turned his attention to the girl weeping hopelessly in his arms. Volog seemed content to let Ostval help Allison back to the tents. He left them for a time, then returned to murmur, "Ryan's all right. Davy's seeing to his comfort." "Thank you for your care of my son, Your Grace," Ostval said. "And for your care of my daughter." Volog stroked Allison's hair. "Poor child. She's Ferrari, of course." Ostval coaxed her to take a few steps. "Come along now, Allison. It's all over. You're safe." He met Volog's eyes again. "What of Andrade?" The prince shook his head. Ostval swallowed hard. Memories tumbled in him of his youth at Goddess Keep, growing up with Camiguin and Sinead and Meath and so many others who were sunrunners. He had never felt the lack of what they had, and he did not. Had even hoped that one day he would earn the rank of chief steward there. Instead, he had accompanied Sinead to Stronghold, become Rohan's liegeman and friend, and finally Athri of his own keep. Andrade had ordered Sinead to the desert, thus reordering all their destinies. Andrade had in many ways ruled his life for much of his life. It was impossible to think of her as dead. Allison was walking more securely now, but when Ostval tried to unclench her fists from his shirt and hand her over to her father, she gave a despairing cry and huddled still closer. "It's all right, my love," Volog murmured, one arm around her waist. "Only a little way now. My lord, you know more of the Faradim than I. What happened here tonight?" "I'm not sure, Your Grace," he temporized, although he had strong suspicions. "There are certain things in which all sunrunners present are joined, and tonight was dangerous." Even more so than the night Sinead had woven starlight, and not only Tobin and Paul, who had been nearby, but Faradim hundreds of measures away, had been caught up in it. Then the tangle of colors had been sorted out by Andrade. Ostwell surmised that Sinead had done the work tonight. The other Sunrunners, no matter their level of training, had recovered, though they would all have raging headaches if he knew anything about the breed, but Allison had no training at all.
"Joined, whether they like it or no," Volog interpreted, nodding at his daughter's bent head.
Ostwell nodded.
"Urivel, or was it Sinead, is very skilled."
He knew a leading remark when he heard one.
"I don't think those of us without the gifts can ever really understand what happens to them, Your Grace. But you lived amongst them for most of your youth, yes? I had that honor. When they talked of touching colors and seeing each other's patterns in light."
He supported Allison as she stumbled.
"Their powers are a mystery to me, Your Grace, but they are only people in the end, like the rest of us."
They reached Volog's scarlet tents. Ostwell began to wonder if he would have to sacrifice his shirt to the girl's fierce grip. Eventually, however, he and Volog persuaded her fingers to loosen. The prince placed his daughter on a low couch, covered her with a light blanket. Her green eyes were wide open and staring, blind to everything around her. Or so Ostwell thought until he turned to go, and she reached out both hands with a piteous cry of abandonment. He knelt beside her, pressing her hands in both of his.
"Hush now. It's all right, Allison. You're safe. I promise you, my lady. Safe."
She searched his face, and sense returned to her eyes. She almost smiled at him. Goddess, but the girl was beautiful, he thought, with a catch in his heart that confused him. Her long lashes closed, and he was glad that those eyes no longer gazed up at him with such trust, such gratitude. Allison whispered suddenly,
"But she's dead. All the colors. And Lady Andrade is dead."
"Shh," he replied, aware of Volog hovering on the other side of the couch, watching.
"Just sleep now, my dear."
Allison's fingers moved convulsively in his own, then went limp. Ostwell waited until he was sure she slept, then rose tiredly to his feet. Joints at knee and shoulder hurt a little in the damp climate of Ways, so different from the hot, dry desert around Skybowl. The dull aches reminded him of his age, fully twice that of the girl who lay on the couch, resting at last but not at peace. Another small hurt centered in his chest as he gazed down at her youth, her pale, strained face. He turned to Volog.
"She'll be all right once she's had a good long sleep, Your Grace." "You must be getting bored of my expressions of thanks," the prince said wryly. "May I offer you some wine, my lord? We could both use it." "At any other time I would accept gladly, but I really ought to go see about my son." "Of course, another time then."
He escorted Ostwell to the entryway.
"I hate to ask it, but what do you think will happen tomorrow? Andrade is dead. The question of Mazul is still unresolved, and I see no way out of this."
"The High Prince will find one. He always does." Ostwell thought of the Sunrunner Mazul had undoubtedly killed. If it could be proven against him, he would die, pretender to Prince March or not.
"Good night, Your Grace."
He met Che outside the perimeter of Rohan's tents.
"I've been checking on our sons," the older man said. "All serene, though they'll not be fit to live with tomorrow if I know Faradim. My diagnosis exactly. I've just been with Volog. Allison was stricken more than the others. She's had no training."
Che looked grim.
"Someone must have known her colors. Otherwise Sinead would never have been able to find and separate her from the other Sunrunners, and we would have lost her to the shadows."
Ostwell wondered who it might have been who had touched and remembered Allison's unique pattern of light. Then he shrugged. It was enough that someone had.
"How does Tobin?" "Well enough. She knew what was happening the entire time. She's stronger than she knows, and even stronger than she pretends to be,"
he added with a rueful shrug. Then he sobered.
"I can't believe Andrade is gone."
"Nor I," Ostwell murmured.
I can usually guess the workings of Rohan's mind, though I'm just that half step behind him much of the time, but I'm damned if I know what he's going to do now."
He shook his head.
"I can't believe she's gone," he repeated.
Ostville thought it best to change the subject.
"Ryan is with Davy right now?" "What? Oh, no, he's with Andry at the Sunrunner tents. Soren's going to stay the night with them. Markin's holed up in his own tent, pretending to be asleep."
Che grimaced.
"I wish I knew what was going on with him. That girl of his is lovely, of course, and Andry tells us she's perfect for Markin, but if she's in love with him, I haven't seen anything of it. Ah, well, they'll work it out themselves, I suppose."
He squinted at the eastern sky.
"Not much left of tonight. I wish there were. I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. Will the burning be here, do you think, or at Goddess Keep? I don't know. Urivel will have to decide, but I don't think he's in any state to make plans."
He gripped Che's arm lightly.
"We won't be either, unless we at least try to get some sleep. Ostville, I can't even begin to think what plans to make, except ones for war."
Andry lay sleepless and afraid in the small white tent, not comforted even by his twin's presence nearby. He had been the one to delineate Allison's colors, and Sinead had not been the one to separate her from the rest. Andry had done it himself. Through the shock and agony threatening to tear his mind apart, he had seen the luminous pattern that was Allison begin to splinter. Panic had shoved aside all else. He had sensed the method used by Sinead to extract Paul from the chaos. Instinct had taken over from there. The effort to calm Allison's terror and keep her whole had wrung all the strength from him. The next thing he knew, he was being helped down the knoll, led by Soren's worried, soothing voice. He could hear his twin's soft breathing nearby, the rhythm one of wakefulness, not sleep as Ryan's was in the other bed. Andry sat up slowly, holding his throbbing head between his hands.
"Lie back down, you idiot,"
Soren whispered, instantly at his side. Andry groped for his brother's warm hand.
"What is it, Andry? Are you all right?"
He could not seem to stop the sudden shivering that invaded his bones.
I just can't get warm," he stammered.
Soren pulled another blanket from the foot of the bed.
"Here, get this wrapped around you. Better?"
"Yes," he lied. Soren crouched beside him as he lay back.
"I sent a squire to ask after the others. Everyone's all right, more or less. But the consensus is that you Sunrunners will be feeling tomorrow as if you'd had a 4-day voyage on the open sea."
He pressed Andry's fingers hard.
"Goddess, you scared me."
He let himself drink in his brother's solid, sane presence. Gradually, the visions faded from his conscious mind, sinking into a locked place where only nightmares would have the key.
"Are you going to stay here?"
he asked, unashamed of his pleading tone.
"Of course. For one thing, Father ordered it. And for another, do you think I'd leave you when you're hurt like this?"
Andry remembered a time long ago when they'd both been very small, and the sunlight had suddenly assaulted his mind and gifts with brutal insistence. Frantic, Soren had stuck to Andry's side for days thereafter. And there had been a winter when Soren had sickened with a high fever, and Andry had defied his mother's prohibition and stayed with him, taking care of him until he was well again. It had been like that all their lives. He pitied those who had no twin, no second self to be there always. But even more, he pitied his brother Markin for what he must have endured when his twin Johnny had died of plague. Soren squeezed his hands again.
"Do you think you can get some sleep now?"
"Yes. No. Andrade's dead, isn't she?"
Soren nodded.
"Urivel's with her, and Lane too, I think."
"Be thankful you can't see and feel what I do, brother," Andry whispered. "It was like a window of stained glass all in motion, pictures shifting and backlit by fire, but then it shattered into a million pieces, and I had to find the right ones, put the pictures back together again. Sinead did the work, but I could feel all of them, all of us, the fear of the shadows. It's all over, Soren murmured. Relax now, Andri. Just close your eyes. I'll be here. He smiled faintly. I've missed you, you know. Me too. Listen, what if I ask Father if I can come visit you at Goddess Keep for the winter? He and Rohan have to figure out something for me now that I've been knighted after all. That'll give them some time to think up what they want to do with me. What about what you want to do with you? I never really thought about it, Soren replied easily. They won't set me to the account books at Radzin Port or anything boring like that, you know. He chuckled. A good thing, too. You never could add without counting on your fingers.
Soren grinned, and Andri realized that sibling magic had worked again. His brother had made him laugh.
It'd be interesting to help with the new port on the Filane, though, Soren went on. I like building things. Volok's got a little manor house that he's reworking, just in case Allison marries somebody who doesn't have a place suitable for a princess. I've had a great time there.
He broke off, suddenly whispering, Andri. He cursed himself for letting it show on his face.
What?
He asked, trying to imitate Markin's most forbidding tone. But evidently his older brother had been the only one to inherit that particular inflection from their father. Soren simply stared.
You and Allison? He got out at last. Oh, Goddess! What's wrong with me and Allison? Andri challenged. I may not be a prince, and I don't have any lands, but I'm the grandson of a prince and son of the Lord of Radzin and nephew of— Oh, stop waving your credentials like a trade ambassador, Soren chided. It's just a surprise, that's all. I can't think of her as anything but a pest who grew up sort of pretty. But if you love her, as if there's a chance, Andri muttered. Why shouldn't there be? Your lineage is just as good as hers. What's more, she's kin to Sinead and Paul. It'd be in the family. I think it's a great idea, really. Do you? He sighed. Now I just have to convince her, and her father, and her mother, and— You sound like Markin, you sunrunners, always finding shadows where there aren't any. Why shouldn't she accept you? You're fairly presentable, you don't eat with your fingers, you're smarter than the average plough elk, and you wash regularly.
Andri couldn't help grinning again.
Thanks for building up my confidence.
Soren patted his shoulder.
Only too glad to help.
But after a moment, he grew serious.
But do you think you could give up being at Goddess Keep? It's all you've ever wanted, Andri. The manor on Kirst is beautiful, and it'd be more than enough for any man to run, and having Allie there would make it perfect for you. And you'd still be a sunrunner, of course, probably attached to Volok's court. Actually, it'd be an excellent move politically if you were their assigned sunrunner. Then when Arliss grows up and inherits the whole island, I'd do it for her, Andri said slowly. But I won't have to leave Goddess Keep. Allison will come there and be trained as a Ferrari. Are you sure about that? Soren, I can't imagine anyone who has the gifts not wanting to use them, to learn everything they can about being a sunrunner. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. I could set that speech to music by now. I've heard it so often.
Soren interrupted, grinning again.
All right, then, take her to Goddess Keep and make a sunrunner of her.
He wagged a monitory finger in Andri's face.
But I'll come along this winter to make sure your intentions toward her stay honorable. Soren!
Andri protested, outraged until he saw the teasing gleam in his twin's eyes. He took a playful swing at Soren in retaliation, but sudden movement jostled the ache in his skull to new and inventive pain. He lay back and squeezed his eyes shut.
Easy,
Soren advised, worried again.
You really should try to sleep. Not for the next little while, I'm afraid,
said a quiet voice behind them. They turned, startled, and beheld Prince Lane silhouetted in the doorway.
It's nearly dawn. Not enough time for a decent sleep. Lord Andri, if you feel up to it. Lord Urivel asks that you attend him.
I suggest," he added dryly, "that you feel up to it."
Andrew hurried into his clothes and exchanged a single bewildered glance with his twin. Following Lane from the tent, he asked, "Your Grace, do you know why Lord Urivel wishes to see me?" The old man cast him a sidelong look.
"You don't know? Good."
The words did nothing for Andrew's peace of mind. He entered the huge white pavilion alone, almost trembling with unformed apprehensions. Urivel stood before the tapestry partition that hid the sleeping area where Andrade lay. His hands were clasped behind his back, his face utterly still and expressionless, but for the sorrow that dulled his golden brown eyes.
"My lord?"
Andrew asked hesitantly. Urivel took the few steps that separated them, extending his hands. Andrew looked uncomprehendingly at the 2 bracelets held out to him.
"My lord,"
Urivel said quietly. And then he knew, and there was a roaring in his mind like a storm of fire, agony and exultation, grief and joy, terror and desire. Andrew took the bracelets, clasped them about his wrists.
"My lord,"
Urivel said again, and bowed low to him. Chapter 26. Far away in the mountains, Myriva paced and fretted.
"Why do they do nothing?"
she demanded for the 5th time of Rouvel, who lounged near the open door of her dwelling, his chair tilted back and his feet propped against the wall.
"This whole day long, nothing but baking in their damned tents like dragons in hatching caves, when they could be—"
Rouvel laughed, and she rounded on him furiously. He held up his hands in a gesture of peace.
"Forgive me," he said, still smiling, "but what else can they do? You saw how they scuttled from tent to tent last night. Today they wait. By sunset they'll have made the pyre, and before the first star is out, they'll gather to burn the old witch." He shrugged. "I still don't understand why you killed her, though. Could there ever be a better time? And when would I get another chance?"
She poured wine from a bottle, kept cool on the table.
"She was vulnerable, as she'd never been before. In any case, with her gone and her senile lover distraught, Segev will find it that much easier to steal the scrolls."
She drank off the wine, set her goblet down, placed her palms together.
"I can almost feel them in my hands, Rouvel. I must have them. I must. So much has been lost. It's incredible that Merizel wrote it all down. She was our most powerful and implacable enemy. And yet she seems to have known almost everything. Who told her? How did she gain such knowledge?"
He stretched his arms wide and eased his chair to the floor. Rising, he poured himself a share of the wine. Watching him, she felt her tension dissolve and something else uncurl in her body to take its place. He had experienced his final growth to manhood this spring and summer. His shoulders were broader with muscle, the lines of body and face hard and clean with the predatory beauty of a hunting cat. Even lazing back as he had been, or standing casually with a goblet in his hand, there was a feeling of contained power about him. For now, it was purely physical. Over the next years, she would tutor him fully in other powers. Myriva's gaze roamed over him, and a slow smile stretched her lips. Rouvel recognized the look and laughed.
"We really ought to celebrate Andrade's death,"
he suggested. Taking a long gulp of wine, he set down the cup.
"After all, they won't be doing much of anything for the rest of the day. No need to bore ourselves with watching them." "And have you means of celebration in mind?"
she asked archly. He only laughed again. But a little while later, when they lay in a tangle of half-discarded clothes on her bed. She drew back and took his face between her hands. Fiercely blue eyes, hot with passion, glared at her for the interruption.
"Hear me," she said, breathing hard. "Tonight we must watch most carefully, and every night until Segev is back with the scrolls."
"Don't you trust my dear littlest brother?" he mocked.
"If I didn't, he'd be dead."
Reuvel grinned down at her, turned his head to sink his teeth into her hand.
"And the same goes for me, doesn't it? But apart from that craven idiot Marin, I'm all you have, my Reva. Treat me sweetly, my lady, and I'll give you a princedom.
Treat me sweetly, my lord, and I'll give you everything, from the sunrise water to the far islands."
She tightened her grip on his face, dug her fingers into his hair.
"Remember that."
"How could I forget?"
He grasped her wrists and spread her arms wide on the bed.
"Will you do this with Paul one day?" he asked, eyes burning even hotter now.
For answer, she called on the Dranath that had been in the wine, using it and ancient sorcery to transform herself into the beautiful, willowy girl. She flung thick black hair over her shoulder, stretching widely, grinning in delight at the young, supple body she now wore.
Reuvel laughed. "Fit for princes indeed. May his goddess pity him."
It was a long walk to the cliffs, where the ritual would be held. Rohan worried that the distance might be too much for Chale and Clutha, and especially for Lane. But Chale had Gemma and Tillal to support him. Clutha had Halion. Lane leaned on nothing but his dragon-headed cane, though Chadrick and Audriti hovered close enough to irritate him into several sharp glances. Andry had seen to the building of a suitable stone pyre. He and Urivel had chosen a site where the rocky cliffs rose to their highest point, the sea immediately below. Stones had been piled up into a flat resting place, covered by a length of white silk velvet never unbolted since its weaving. A litter had also been constructed quickly from a single mighty tree felled that morning. Every woodcarver at the fair had been called on to smooth the struts and poles. A goldsmith had gilded the 4 handles, and a jeweler had set moonstones into them. Rohan held 2 of those handles now, feeling the cool overlay of gold and the smoothly rounded gems in his palms. Che had taken the other end of the litter, at Andrade's feet. Rohan watched the bowed dark head above the collar of gray morning clothes, seeing suddenly how much silver had threaded through Che's hair. Sinead and Paul walked to one side of them as they carried Andrade, Tobin and 2 of her sons on the other. It was Andry who led the procession, the bracelets gleaming around his wrists. Urivel followed behind with the Sunrunners. Highborns, their families and retainers, and finally the common folk trailed behind Rohan, whose back Talon had insisted on guarding. They set Andrade on the stones, bowed to her, and joined their wives and children. The ritual belonged to Andry tonight. He alone would preside. Not even Urivel, who had known her and loved her so long, could participate as anything more than just another Ferrari. Andry came forward, lean and pale, and moving with the strict grace of one whose control is too rigid to permit natural gestures. He paused, while everyone assembled, and Rohan followed his gaze where he could among the crowd. Princes, Athrim, their wives and children and retainers, the Sunrunners to one side, great numbers of merchants and servants from the fair across the river, all of them encircled by soldiers wearing the emblems and colors of the 13 princedoms on their tunics, but carrying no weapons. Rohan wondered how many of them would soon be wearing colors and weapons in earnest. Andry seemed to be looking for someone in particular, and a small muscle tightened in his cheek when that person went unfound. Rohan knew his nephew's face well enough to read it, even in its new aspect of Lord of Goddess Keep. Water from a flask was scattered down the length of Andrade's white cloak, as more people stood watching than had ever seen a lady or Lord of Goddess Keep honored before. They kept a respectful distance from Andrade's family and the Faradim. The ritual itself was long familiar to them all, but the one they held vigil for tonight had been the personification of the goddess's power. There were many who looked askance at the young man who would replace her, and even more who considered him easy prey. Rohan felt a faint, grim smile move his lips as Andri, a slim gray shadow in the gathering gloom of dusk, let a fistful of earth trail from his fingers down the white cloak. If anyone thought him weak, they were in for a surprise. They ought to know that a man born of Che's family, Andrade's and Zahava's, was made of both power and strength. It seemed Andri wished to go on record for those qualities as well. He circled Andrade's pyre so everyone could get a good look at him. Then, facing west to the sea across her body, he held up both arms. His sleeves fell back to show bracelets that caught the last rays of the sun in silver and gold. His 4 rings, tipped in tiny rubies, shone as he suddenly stripped both bracelets from his arms and replaced them on Andrade's crossed wrists. Rohan felt Sinead give a start of surprise beside him. He took her fingers, and she met his gaze, bewildered. Rohan admitted to himself that if Andri had not explained it earlier, he would not have comprehended either. The youth was putting everyone on notice that, whatever Andrade had been, he would not be the same. When she had become lady, she had used the bracelets of the man who had been lord before her, a calculated act of humility, for she too had been very young when named lady. But the gold and silver bracelets that had circled her wrists for most of her 70 winters would melt and vanish with the flames that consumed her empty flesh. Rohan did not know whether this was the action of an arrogant child or a man who knew precisely what he was doing, but he knew that sooner or later they would all find out. Urivel had been scandalized by Andri's plan, though he dared not object. Now he stood with bent head and slumped shoulders. He looked so old, Rohan thought, aching with pity. He held tighter to Sinead's hand, not wanting to think about a time when he might stand thus and watch his own beloved consigned to the fire. Andri gestured, and a soft breeze stirred the motionless air, wafted across Andrade's body, fluttered the hem of her cloak, and touched loose wisps of her silver-gilt hair. Tobin and Sinead had offered to help Urivel make her ready, but he had jealously clung to the one service he was allowed to perform, washing her body, dressing it in a white gown, braiding her long hair. The other sunrunners moved to circle the pyre. Urivel was the last to come forward, holding out a small silver flask of sweet oil to Andri. But the young man shook his head, returning the flask to the old man's suddenly shaking hands. Rohan nodded slowly in approval. Urivel should have some part in honoring Andrade. It was only right. He could smell herbs and spices heavy on the motionless air, as thick oil was tenderly smoothed on Andrade's hands and brow and lips, and the 4 corners of the cloak were anointed. Urivel stepped back, tears shining on his cheeks, as Andri called fire. Sunrunners cloaked and hooded in gray bent their heads. The flames caught, rose, lit Andrade's strong, severe profile for a long moment. Rohan felt Sinead tremble, and then she was walking forward to join those of her kind in watching over the woman who had taken her in, taught her the nature of her gifts, summoned her to the desert to become the wife of a prince. Tobin hesitated, then went to Sinead's side. Markin was right behind her. And last of all, Paul left Rohan to stand between his mother and his cousin. Rohan felt Che and Soren draw a little closer to him. Of all Andrade's family, They were the only ones ungifted with Sunrunner's fire. Andrade had hoped and planned what Rohan would be. Instead, it was Paul who would be both Faradi and prince. There were soft gasps throughout the crowd as he joined the Sunrunners and gave them another reminder of what many would like to forget. Rohan glanced around the cliffside. His eyes lit on Mazul. Murderous, greedy, ruthless. Everything Paul was not, Mazul was. What if Faradi powers had been added to those vices? He acknowledged the reasons for the strictness of Andrade's training, her arrogant demand that all Sunrunners bend to her will. Sinead had not, but neither had Pansala. She had given Rohan a bitter lesson in what could result when Faradi and princely powers combined in a single, ruthless will. Sooner or later, there would be other princes who possessed the gifts. Paul, Markin, and Ryan would not be alone for long. Andrade had trusted that her formidable will would instill discipline in such people to guard against abuses of power. But Andrade was gone, and Andre would take her place. He was too young, Rohan thought, frowning. Much too young. The same age you were when you became a ruling prince. He looked sidelong at Che. By the blazing light of the pyre, the proud, handsome face seemed carved in stone, generations of loyal Athrim and valiant warriors shining in his eyes. Rohan's gaze then sought his sister in the circle of Sunrunners, the ends of her black braids peeking out from beneath her gray veil. She was a most remarkable woman, princess and politician, warrior in her own right, born of a long line of princes. Coming from people such as these, Andre could not help but be strong, perhaps in a way much different from Andrade, as his refusal to wear her bracelets had foretold, but strong just the same. The first waiting period had passed, and the common folk began to come forward to make their bows to Andre and to the High Prince. Most moved quickly, wanting to be gone from this place where at dawn the Faradim would call air to scatter Andrade's ashes over the length and breadth of the continent. But some walked by slowly, staring at the great and the would-be great. Rohan received their salutes quietly, nodding to a few he noticed were frightened of him. And he felt Mazul's eyes like pinpricks, knowing the pretender was seeing himself in Rohan's place as High Prince. Most rituals began at midnight. For a lady or lord of Goddess Keep, things were different. At moonrise, the Sunrunners wove a delicate fabric flung out to all lands, touching all Faradim, making them a part of this ritual as was not done for mere princes. This was the first many of the faraway Sunrunners would learn of the lady's death, sustaining them in their grief, and extending the weave to find every Faradi everywhere took time and much strength. Had this happened at Goddess Keep, where all lords and ladies had died in the past, there would have been hundreds of Sunrunners and students to perform this duty. But here, there were barely enough to make this outpouring of power safe. A few were swaying a little on their feet, held up by their fellows as the work continued. Sinead sent Tobin and Paul back to stand with the family, both of them looking pale and drained. Rohan nodded approval to his son, but did not put an arm around him for support, as Che did for Tobin. Paul's eyes showed his gratitude before he turned to watch the fire once more. Rohan wanted desperately to touch his son, to break the silence decreed by the ritual, to speak to him of his pride and his promises for the future. Tomorrow, last day of summer and last day of the Riala, would see Mazul dead. Rohan did not yet know how he would manage it, but Mazul would be executed. And if some still believed him Ralstra's son, well, they could not put a corpse on a throne. Rohan no longer could afford to care about discrediting the pretender. His death would be enough. The princes and Athrim began to move, preparing to leave the cliff. Rohan was startled. Surely it could not be past midnight already. But the position of the moons told him it was. And as Lane came limping forward, The means of Mazul's death were determined by Mazul himself. He strode insolently past the Prince of Dorval, coming to a halt 3 steps from Rohan and Paul. His green eyes were wells of shadow as he turned his back on the pyre and broke the ritual silence that had reigned through the long night.
"There is only one way to resolve this, High Prince," he announced in a clear, ringing voice that brought gasps of shock from everyone but the oblivious Sunrunners. "I claim the right of challenge. Just as you did when you battled my father in single combat, I will prove my claim on my body."
Old as he was, Lane could still bring thunder with his voice.
"How dare you insult the solemnity of this night? Be silent in respect to the lady we honor here."
"She failed to prove your point," Mazul returned flatly. "And in any case, I have no use for Faradim."
He said this staring straight down at Paul, a faint, mocking smile on his lips. Rohan felt the anger spasm through his son's body.
"Your Grace,"
he said quietly to Lane,
"the lady we honor would quite understand the arrogance of this young fool, and she would welcome, as I do, the chance to provide him with the death he deserves."
Lane bowed slightly.
"I believe you are correct, High Prince. The lady would undoubtedly laugh in his face."
Mazul had stiffened in outrage, but quickly recovered his poise.
"Then you agree to do battle with me?" "Did you think to fight my son?"
Rohan smiled, a very small smile, and even Mazul recognized its deadliness.
"I gather you think age is on your side in either case. Only a knight may issue such challenge. I've been expecting it since His Grace of Cunaxa sponsored you yesterday, but it is also true that only a knight may respond." "Father," Paul said, in a low voice, tense with hatred, "Prince March is mine." "That was never in any doubt, my son. But I do not intend that you soil your hands on this pestilence." "I hear your sword has not left its scabbard in 15 years, the pretender drawled. "Indeed, it has not left your great hall. I wonder whose you will have to borrow, and if you remember how to use one."
Rohan's smile widened a fraction.
"As the challenged, I have the right to choose the weapon."
"And what will it be? Law books thrown at 50 paces?
"I trust you know how to use a knife for more than slicing onions."
The insulting reference to peasants' food went right past Mazul. Someone had evidently warned him that Rohan was the best knife fighter in 3 generations. He looked shaken for just an instant before he again recovered his aplomb.
"Knives it is, Your Grace."
"No,"
Markin said, suddenly appearing at Che's side.
"Swords, yours and mine."
He bowed to Rohan and Paul, his voice and phrasing strictly formal.
"Your Graces, I claim the right to act as champion against this pretender. His Highness, my cousin, is too young, and you, my prince, long ago made a vow that I would not see you break, not when my sword is here to serve you."
"Markin!"
Che's voice was half-strangled. "Father, I know what I'm doing. Not only has he caused endless trouble here among princes, but he murdered a Ferrari."
This revelation broke the last of any respectful silence that was left. The Sunrunners stayed in their ritual circle, but they all turned to the group of highborns. Those backlit by the flames were silvery gray forms without faces. Those looking across the fire were made equally faceless by hoods and veils. But their rings, 4 here, 8 there, and only 1 on Sinead's slender hands, swallowed the flames and spat them back in brilliant colors.
"Look at his hand," Markin said. "He's wearing a Sunrunner's ring, taken from Cleve, whom he killed."
"It's true."
Ryan, too, had left the circle of Faradim now, coming forward with every evidence of relief that his information would be used at last.
He stayed at Manor House owned by Lady Keeley and her husband. I know, because I followed her there one night.
Somewhere in the crowd, someone gave a sobbing gasp. Rohan would have bet his dragon gold that it was Keeley.
Faradi spy,
Mazul sneered.
Murderer,
Ryan shot back.
You left the evidence behind you, and there was one ring missing, the ring on your hand right now.
Andrei suddenly looked more like his hawk-faced grandsire than either of his parents. His eyes had gone nearly black with rage. He had known about Cleve's death, and who had caused it, but that the pretender would dare to put a Faradi ring on his finger ignited something feral and deadly in the young man. He grasped Mazul's wrist and held up the offending hand for all to see.
A Sunrunner's gold ring, Andrei said, made from Sunrunner's gold. For this, you will die.
Mazul laughed harshly and snatched his hand from Andrei's grip.
Mind your words and your manners, lordling. When I am High Prince, you Sunrunners will be watched at Goddess Keep by every court, not the other way around. Princes have a right to conduct their affairs as they choose, without the interference of Faradim, whose only power was the fear their late lady inspired. I doubt you will be as formidable.
He glanced around the assembly.
Yes, I killed Andrade's spy. All hold Sunrunners in such reverence, but they bleed and die just like anyone else. I wear one of their rings to prove it. Ask my sister, Lady Keeley. She watched while I did it.
Andrei found her in the crowd, pressed against her husband's side, her stricken face proclaiming her guilt.
My lord, I swear I know nothing of— Abandoning me, sweet sister, Mazul jeered. What have you to fear? By tomorrow I'll hold Prince March and nothing can touch either of us. I accept this one, he nodded at Markin, as my opponent for the challenge. He looks as if he could give me decent entertainment in a fight.
Rohan was privately astounded by the man's arrogance. All the bitterness of long years of believing himself Relstra's lost son seemed to have risen up in the space of mere moments. He was paying back everyone who had ever thought him nothing more than a serving woman's bastard, everyone who had doubted what he had dreamed himself into believing was his true birth. Markin was still waiting for Rohan's answer. He gazed into the angry gray eyes, so like Che's, and for just an instant remembered the little boy he and Sinead had saved from a dragon, the squire who had gone to war too young. Markin still wore the garnet ring Rohan had given him as his first Sunrunner's token. He looked then at Tobin, whose fingers were white-boned on Che's arm, but her black eyes were adamant. Neither Rohan nor Paul could engage in this battle. The honor of their house demanded that a member of that house be named in their stead. Che nodded silently, his expression both furious and proud. All at once, he saw a graceful movement of gray silk skirt and veil. Sinead, who had stood apart with the other Faradim, took a few steps forward. Her gaze never left his. In her was no anger, no stiff pride, only sorrow for what had to be. Rohan turned to Markin. It is for my son to say. Prince March is his. Paul held out one hand to his cousin, who took it and dropped to one knee before him. We recognize your right, Lord Markin, although we regret that you should sully your blade with this man's blood. Mazul gave a shout of laughter.
Oh, well said, little prince.
Paul looked up at him with narrowed eyes.
Markin,
he said slowly,
win quickly, but make sure he dies slowly. As you command, my prince. Tomorrow, then, at noon,
Mazul asked, as casually as if making an assignation with a woman.
Noon,
Markin said after rising to his feet.
Now get out.
You dishonor this ritual by your presence."
Mazul gave him a mocking bow and departed. His allies followed, though they remembered to make their obeisances before Rohan and Andri. The rest stayed. The Sunrunners formed their circle again, gray shapes around the pyre. All was once more silence, the only sound, that of the hungry flames. Paul stood at his father's side, staring with blind eyes at the fire. His mother had been in gentle contact with him while he stood with the circle, acting as buffer between him and the other Faradim, while light was laced across the continent. But now that tender, supporting presence was gone. He had never felt so alone in his life. It wasn't the loss of her touch that disturbed him, nor his father's rigid silence beside him. Over the course of the summer and the Riala, he had experienced the power of the princely title his father had given him and handled it to his own satisfaction. But twice now in 2 short days he had felt the incredible strength of his legacy from his mother, and that was a more difficult adjustment. Being a part of tonight's weaving had taught him the formidable ways of Faradim intertwined, the breathtaking beauty of disciplined patterns of color. But last night, when Lady Andrade had died, his head still ached a little with the force of that battle his mother had waged against the shadows. He had learned the subtlety of her art, her fine, fierce command of her gifts. He had always thought of her only as his mother, but last night he realized how powerful a Faradi she was. His gaze sought and found her tall, slender figure, fire-gold hair shining even beneath the dull gray veil. She stood in the circle as a Sunrunner, though she wore only the emerald ring signifying her position as High Princess. He wondered suddenly which of her powers brought her the most satisfaction. He knew which she would give up, if forced to. Andri had made his choice long ago. As son of an important Athri and close kinsman of princes, there would have been a castle or manor for him to rule, power and responsibility and honors. But he had chosen Goddess Keep, and the rings that would soon number 10 on his fingers. Paul felt none of the astonishment of the others at Andri's elevation, especially not after his words to Mazul. Absolute authority had rung in his cousin's voice, and Andri's face had matured almost overnight into that of a man twice his 20 winters. Andri was exactly where and what he wanted to be. He possessed everything he had always wanted, the only thing he had ever wanted. Watching him, with suddenly narrowing eyes, Paul wondered why. Markin and Ryan had the same prospects as Andri, good lives as lords in their own keeps, as trusted and powerful counselors to the High Prince, men to be reckoned with, but not as powerful as the position Andri now held. Paul shifted his weight slightly, aware that Prince Lane was now accepting the support of Chadrick's arm. Those two would teach him, as they had taught Markin. He would learn the ways of princes. He had no choice about what he would be. Neither had Markin or Ryan. They were Sunrunners too, just as he would be. Yet they would not have the tremendous power of being High Prince. And that was where he and Andri were matched, he realized. A mere 5 years apart in age, they would be dealing with each other for the rest of their lives. Andri would be the one to whom Paul would go for Faradi training. And suddenly Paul's jaw set. He would one day be High Prince. He would not be ruled by his cousin of Goddess Keep. It was not arrogance that made the decision, or jealous possessiveness of his power. It was simple self-preservation. He could not live in the kind of conflict he now understood had racked his mother. She had been a Sunrunner before she had become a princess, but he was a prince first, last, and always. That he was also Faradi was a gift from the goddess, and one he did not intend to squander. He would learn what Andri could teach him and use it, but for his own ends, not those of Goddess Keep. He wondered why he felt this sudden wariness of his cousin. There had always been much visiting back and forth between Stronghold and Radzin, but the mere 5 years between them had seemed like many more to a small boy trailing after his older cousins. Paul had been only 7 when Andry had gone to Prince Davy as a squire, and thence to Goddess Keep. To look at him now, cloaked in his new authority, was to look at a stranger. Then he chided himself. He and Andry were blood kin. They shared grandparents, the desert, Sunrunner gifts. Through those common bonds they could understand each other and work in harmony. There was no reason to doubt it. It would not be with them as it had been between Andrade and Relstra, or the more subtle conflict between Andrade and Paul's parents. And Paul knew that he, not Andry, was the culmination of Lady Andrade's ambition. She had wanted a Sunrunner prince, not a descendant of princes ruling all Sunrunners. Still, Andry possessed something Andrade had not, the Star Scroll. Paul knew better than to discount the power that had ravaged Andrade's visionary fire last night. He frowned slightly, then shrugged. So long as Andry kept within the bounds of his own powers and did not challenge anyone else's as Andrade had done. But was that in the nature of a lady or lord of Goddess Keep when dealing with a high prince? Yet he could not imagine a situation in which he and Andry would come into conflict, and the frown melted from his features at the reassurance given by shared blood, shared background, and shared gifts. Paul was surprised to see that it was nearly dawn. In the desert, sunrise always seemed to creep across the sand, creating and then filling in shadows with light. On Dorval, dawn was a flood of sudden brilliance over the heights above Grey Pearl. But here in Ways, he had found that daylight seeped across the sky in subtle tones that barely touched the land until the sun itself slid over the eastern hills. The stars were gone in half the sky now, replaced by a milky soft haze that dimmed in comparison to the flames still burning within the circle of Faradim. He thought of what he had seen earlier that night, the land spread out before the flung weave of Sunrunner colors, the giddy sensation of flight such as a dragon must feel when first it discovers its wings. He looked up at his father. Ajrai, Dragon Prince, they sometimes called him, which made Paul the dragon's son. He felt a tired smile tug at his lips. Whatever else Andry might possess, he could never have that. His Faradi senses stirred suddenly. The flames flared once, then sank into the blackened stones. Andrade was gone. Only a thin scatter of ashes remained of the powerful lady of Goddess Keep. Paul felt his father's hand on his shoulder, the fingers tightening convulsively, and glanced up to find the blue eyes blurred with tears. He was surprised to feel his own eyes stinging. He had known Andrade only slightly, but her death was the passing of someone extraordinary who had worked for his birth and schemed to keep him safe. The Sunrunners had broken their circle. They gathered now at the head of the pyre, exhausted by the night's vigil, but with one more duty to perform. Andry began it, standing apart from them with raised arms and closed eyes as he called air. A breath of it touched Paul's cheek, swirled lightly around the assembly, fluttered the Sunrunner's gray clothes. Paul felt himself responding, adding his own gifts without conscious volition. And he discovered how very easy it was to summon the wind, make it whirl with a force that lifted the ashes and, indeed, the very rocks that had built Andrade's pyre. There were gasps and flinches, but Paul paid them no heed, not even when Andry turned to face him and his father's hand gripped his shoulder even harder. Paul could feel Andry's colors now. The other Faradim, even his mother, drew back in the face of their combined strength. He sensed someone else for a moment, someone vaguely familiar and strictly disciplined, upon whose strength and training this power was built. But the joy of power itself soon made him forget that other presence. There was only himself and his cousin, and the sweet intoxication of their gifts. The ashes moved. They became a stately vortex borne on air, pulled higher and thinner until the spiral spread thrice a man's height over the awestruck crowd. Paul had tasted Ferrari power before. This was the reality, the full feast of it, glutting his mind and body. And he understood Andry's single-hearted commitment, his need to be this above all things, a sunrunner who called air and summoned fire, who could weave light and all the elements with the power of his thoughts. The ashes, silver and gold fused with them in glittering pinpoints of light, were sent out over the land, wind drawing the mist ever more fragile. As far away as Dorval, as far as Fyron and the desert and Kierst, other breezes would pick up the fine dust until the invisible rain finally fell and joined with the soil. The last link between Andrade's spirit and body was severed. The substance that had once been flesh now spreading across the lands she had served so long.
Paul.
He was dimly aware that someone was speaking his name.
Paul, it's done. Paul, come back to us.
He looked up uncomprehendingly at his parents. His mother's green eyes were dim with weariness and, startlingly, fear. His father had a grip on both his shoulders now. He was the one who had spoken. Paul drew in a soft breath and tried to smile at them, suddenly aware of how much effort it took to make the muscles of his face respond. He was tired with a tiredness he had never experienced before, and it was remarkably difficult to stay on his feet. His mother nodded slowly, her eyes no longer afraid.
"It's all right now,"
she murmured to herself. Of course it was all right, Paul wanted to say. He had only been doing what every sunrunner could do. But as people came to make their bows to him before returning to the encampment, he saw strange things in their expressions. Even Lane, even he and Chadrick looked at him with new awareness in their eyes. Paul found it very odd. But he understood only too well the expression in one pair of eyes. Andry never took his gaze from Paul's face. And in that long, level look, Paul found confirmation of his earlier wariness. Andry might be powerfully gifted in the Ferrari arts, but Paul was just as gifted. And a prince. Chapter 27.
"Instinct, of course,"
Sinead remarked, with a casualness she was far from feeling. Rohan gave her a long, slow look that meant her tone hadn't fooled him a bit. They had just seen Paul tucked up in bed, exhausted and swaying on his feet. He was asleep before his head hit the pillow, sun-bleached hair bright in the dawn light filtering through the tent. Rohan had then taken Sinead into their own section of the pavilion, made her lie down, and had then begun pacing the carpet.
"He didn't know what he was doing," she went on. "He just did it. I can't describe how it felt to have him suddenly there. All that raw, young strength meeting and blending with Andry's, yet both of them separate. They simply threw the rest of us out of the conjuring. They were that intent on doing it all themselves. Young and very strong, both of them."
"I saw Andry's face afterward,"
Rohan said quietly. Sinead sat up, hugging a pillow to her chest.
"So did I," she was compelled to admit.
"I can see where he'd be angry, in a way. His first big moment as Lord of Goddess Keep, and his cousin, who's going to be High Prince, shares it with him, his cousin who's even younger than he is. But I didn't like what I saw on his face, Sinead. It reminded me of the fire dragon you conjured at Stronghold, the one that flew across the Great Hall and melted into the tapestry."
She shrugged.
"Flashy, but effective."
"You know what I mean, damn it. Andrade was furious and suspicious. Andry looked at Paul the same way."
"They're both young, Rohan," she repeated.
"Young and very strong, you said,"
he corrected grimly. She sunk her chin into the silk-covered softness and was silent.
He's my nephew. My own sister's son. This is insane."
Still she said nothing.
Why should they come into conflict with each other? Their areas of power and influence will be totally different.
He stopped his pacing and rubbed his hands over his face.
Goddess, if Andrade made a mistake in him.
Sinead bit her lip, then said slowly,
"Do you remember that Athri from up near the Cunaxan border who asked you what to do about his sons? He had a legitimate one and a bastard, and they both wanted to succeed him. As I recall, the plague settled the question by taking both of them, and the holdings reverted to Tiglath." "Yes, but when he told us about them and their characteristics, it became clear that both were able enough to hold the manors very well. We talked about it all afternoon. Do you remember what I asked him at the last?"
Rohan nodded, tiredly.
"Which one, if he gave his lands to the other, would make war against the decision until he could take what he wanted?"
Again she was silent for a long time, and finally said,
"Come to bed, my love. At least lie down for a little while, even if you can't sleep."
"It'll be noon before we know it."
"Yes."
"Sinead."
"I know."
She looked up at him.
"I'm frightened too."
Paul woke quite suddenly to a queer grayish light, like dusk, through the wire mesh window beside his bed. He leaped up, horrified lest he had slept past noon, but the haze was only clouds that had blown up since dawn. The sun made a hesitant appearance, then shied back behind a billow of slate-colored clouds. Paul tiptoed around the partition, saw that his parents sat with their backs to him talking in low voices, and estimated his chances of sneaking out. Returning to his bed, he gathered up boots and a fresh shirt. He paused before leaving the pavilion. His parents were quiet now, and his mother's hand reached over the brief space between them to grip his father's hand tightly. Paul could not distinguish the words she used, but the pain in her voice was achingly clear. He bit his lip and slid from the pavilion. Talon was nowhere in evidence, and Talon was the only one who might have ordered him back into bed with impunity. The guards merely bowed as he paused to haul on boots and shirt. He ran his fingers back through his hair and hurried to the nearby tent where he suddenly knew Talon would be. His instincts proved correct. Not only Talon, but Soren, Ryan, and Tillel were there, each with a section of Markin's battle harness in his hands. They glanced up as Paul entered, and identical small, grim smiles came to all four faces.
"My brother is fortunate in his squires,"
Soren remarked.
"Here, your fingers are nimbler than mine, Paul."
He gave his young cousin a vambrace.
"Scour the inner part of that, will you? I can't get at the smaller bits."
Together they polished steel fastenings and silver decorations until one metal shine was indistinguishable from the other. Leather was oiled to suppleness where needed and inspected for stiffened strength where essential. None of them spoke unless to ask for a fresh cloth or to request an opinion about the readiness of a particular piece. Opinions that always expressed satisfaction, but that were only spurs to more polishing, more oiling, more making sure that Markin's equipment would be nothing less than perfect. After a time, Tobin came in with her son's clothing. Her black eyes acknowledged Paul with a quick gleam. She laid out trousers, shirt, and tunic on a chair, smoothing them, her fingers tender on silk and velvet and butter-soft leather. The colors dazzled. The shirt was Radzin's white, with a red collar and yoke. Sky blue for his desert ancestors and pale blue for Lane, who had knighted him, were subtly worked into the thin embroidered bands sewn down the sides of the white leather trousers. But his own White Cliff's red and orange dominated the tunic, whisper-light velvet that showed either color depending on which way the nap was rubbed. In it, as his muscles moved beneath the rich cloth, he would look like a living flame.
"If he dares get any holes in this, I'll take him over my knee."
she said suddenly, and only then did Paul realize how afraid she was.
I'll remember that, Mother.
Markin entered the tent, his skin sun-bronzed and his hair gold-lit after a summer spent in Prince March, gray eyes bright as quicksilver. He smiled easily at them all before sliding an arm around his mother's waist.
I mean it,
she insisted, looking smaller than ever next to her tall son.
This velvet cost me a fortune. If you so much as loosen a single thread in a single seam,
I know, he interrupted. Stop worrying, and thank you for the clothes. They're magnificent.
Damned right they are.
She gazed up at him a moment, then reached up and took him gently by the ears to pull his face down to hers. She kissed him quickly and let him go.
I'll go find your father.
Not that you need any help in arming, she added, with a fond glance at the others.
The only thing lacking is a sword, my lady,
Tillall said, rising. He went to a corner and pulled out a scabbard, presenting it to Markin with a low bow. I bought this for my father, and he sends it to you with his love. We'd both be honored if you'd use it today. Markin ran marveling fingers over the garnets embedded in the hilt, then tested the grip.
It's perfect. Tillall, I don't know what to say. Just tell me you'll use it. I know you have your own, but my father also said that, at his age, he's not likely to use this for the purpose its crafter intended, and a sword this fine shouldn't sit idle in an old man's feeble hand.
Tillall smiled.
His opinion of himself, not mine. I've been to war with Prince Davy,
Markin said softly, meeting Tillall's green eyes.
I've seen what he and a sword can accomplish. Thank you. And thank him for me as well. I'm just sorry it won't drink anything better than that bastard's blood.
Tobin made a soft sound, but instantly recovered and said tartly,
You'll wield that sword for your kinsman and your prince, and the Sunrunners too, for that matter. I can't think of a more honourable first blooding for a sword than that.
You're right, Mother, as always.
He glanced around the tent.
And I can't think of more honour than to have princes and lords help me to arm. But it's getting late. We'd best get started.
Tobin touched his cheek briefly, then hurried from the tent. Paul stepped back and watched as Markin first got into his clothes, then stood still in the middle of the tent, while Soren, Tillall, and Ryan buckled him into his battle harness. Paul knew the theory, of course, and had assisted in arming Prince Chadrick and his sons on ceremonial occasions. But he had never helped anyone don the accoutrements of war in earnest before, and hung back, shyly, wide-eyed. The red-orange tunic all but vanished beneath the chest and spine guards that were buckled securely at shoulders and ribs. The stiffened leather had been dyed the dark red of Radzon and Whitecliff, and was studded with steel and silver across the breast. Markin would be fighting afoot, not on horseback, so his clothes and armor were designed to permit as much freedom of movement as possible. When he was almost ready, he waved the three young men away and turned to Paul.
My prince,
he said quietly. Paul looked up in awe at this cousin he idolized. Surely there was no finer young man in the world, no nobler young knight, no more admirable sunrunner. And yet, Markin smiled slightly, his eyes conveying understanding. Paul wanted to be the one to defend his own princedom, and cursed his youth and lack of experience in battle. He knew it must be wrong to want to prove himself in fighting, when his parents had worked so hard all their lives to spare him from living by the sword. But coming up on his 15th year, and in the presence of the champion who would fight for him today, he realized that it would have been unnatural if he hadn't wanted to be in Markin's place. He smiled wry assent to the look in his cousin's eyes, and shrugged one shoulder slightly. Soren came forward then with the belt, gave it to Paul. He fastened its white length around his cousin's waist, fingers nimble on the golden buckle given by Prince Lane. Then he accepted the sword from Tillall and presented it. As it was strapped on, he looked at Soren and Ryan.
Do you have what I gave you?
They understood at once, and handed Paul the knives he'd purchased for them at the fair. He showed them to Markin.
"They're only eating knives," he apologized. "Not really suited for throwing, but Father always said that you should have at least one in reserve where your enemies won't think to look for it. Father keeps his in his boots."
"I know. I have a couple hidden, but these are quite welcome, believe me."
Markin slipped the knives into his belt. Soren asked,
"Will you want the helm?"
"No, nor leather coif either. I plan to watch this bastard's face crumple, and hoods and helms only get in the way."
He grinned suddenly.
"Besides, it's damned hot out there."
Suddenly they were all silent, unwilling to acknowledge that it was nearly noon and Mazul would be waiting. Paul gazed long and hard at his cousin, wishing he had words to explain his feelings, wishing he knew what those feelings were. They tumbled in him so quickly that he didn't know if fear or pride or love or hate or grim anticipation dominated. He touched Markin's wrist briefly, saw the gray eyes smile down at him.
"Stay safe, Markin,"
was all he could think of to mumble around a sudden lump in his throat.
"I will, my prince."
An unexpected visitor came in then, unexpected only by Paul and respectfully welcomed by all but him. He felt guilty for the distance he wanted to put between himself and Andry, yet the wariness was stronger than ever. Andry didn't seem to notice, however. He embraced his eldest brother and said,
"Don't take this as an insult, please, but you must end this quickly. I don't want the stars shining on your battle. If these sorcerers could kill Lady Andrade on the Starlight, they'd have no scruple in doing the same to you. Guard yourself, Markin."
"You can't mean Mazul has them on his side knowingly," Ryan exclaimed.
"I don't know what I mean,"
Andry snapped.
"I only know that this has to be done before nightfall. I don't know enough about the Star Scroll yet to be able to counter whatever they might attempt."
Markin nodded slowly.
"There are clouds enough to keep out the sunlight, Andry. And it's not even noon yet. I wouldn't be too concerned about the stars."
"Well, I am,"
his brother said in curt tones.
"Markin knows what he's doing,"
Paul heard himself say. Andry glanced at him.
"He fights for my honor as well as yours."
Paul nodded.
"I think we'd better get there first, by the way. If Markin's late, Mazul will only taunt him."
He made an effort at Markin's nonchalance and shrugged.
"If for no other reason, he needs killing for the foulness of his mouth."
Approval shone briefly in Markin's eyes. He clapped Paul on one shoulder and said,
"Let's see an end to this, then. I'm stifling in here, and—"
Paul saw his face freeze and turned. Hollis stood in the doorway, her long tawny hair wild around her shoulders, falling in tangled strands to her hips. Blue eyes, huge and dark in her pallid face, saw only Markin. Paul's astonishment and devouring curiosity yielded to tact for the first time in his life. He collected the others with a gesture and led the way from the tent. Whatever Paul had hoped they might say to each other to mend the breach that had been only too obvious since her arrival at Ways, Markin's expression as he joined them plainly signaled that such things had not been said. Paul was suddenly furious with Hollis. Anyone with any sense knew that no man or woman should be sent into battle with the memory of fear-filled eyes. He'd watched and learned from the leave-takings at Stronghold this spring. Even though no war was anticipated, a season spent on the Cunaxan border was always dangerous. Especially had he noticed the manner in which Lady Phelan had bid farewell to Lord Walvis. She had embraced and kissed him, then berated him for polishing his damned harness so bright that it pained her eyes to look at him. They had parted with teasing, much the same technique Tobin had employed a little while ago with her son. He'd seen men and women at Stronghold use the same cover for emotion as they said goodbye to warrior wives and husbands and lovers. Hollis would have to learn. Andry was in the process of making things worse.
"Markin, she does love you. She's just been ill this summer and—"
Paul fixed Andry with what he hoped was an adequate approximation of his father's coldest look. Evidently it was more than adequate. The new lord of Goddess Keep flushed like a schoolboy and looked away, but in the next instant The man who made Paul so uneasy had returned and gave him a glance of equal iciness. They had met by Ferrari means, they two, learned things about each other's strengths that had not yet been fully analyzed. And Paul had the sudden, sick feeling that, whereas he would never come to open battle with Andry, neither would they ever be completely at peace with each other. There was too much power on both sides. Gentle goddess, why power? He thought suddenly, as they started walking to the High Prince's pavilion, where the rest of their family would be waiting. What did it gain? Relstra had enjoyed setting princes against each other and reaping the spoils. Andrade had wanted to reorder the continent under Sunrunner rule. Paul's father wanted to form a fabric of law as wide-ranging as the fabric of light the Faradim had spun last night. But what did Andry want? More to the point, what did Paul himself want? Troublesome questions flew entirely out of his head as he met his parents and the others outside the huge tent. Urivel stood stiff and straight, as one who feared that relaxing any muscle would mean collapse of his elaborate defensive structure against grief. Che was just as straight-backed, but without tension. He moved easily to embrace his son, confidence and pride in every line of him. "Paul!" He started at the sound of his mother's voice, tight and clipped, totally lacking its usual music. He went forward automatically, and she held out a plain, thin silver circlet. Only then did he notice that both his parents were wearing narrow bands across their foreheads, coronets carved so that the gold seemed faceted like a jewel. He smoothed his hair and set the circlet in place, feeling its chill quickly warm at contact with his skin. Rare were the times he had worn this symbol of his rank. The last time had been his farewell banquet at Radzin, just before leaving for Grey Pearl to become Lane Squire. But today of all days he knew he had to remind everyone of his royal status, as if, standing beside his sternly regal parents, anyone would need reminding. Rohan was inspecting Markin's battle harness, tugging at a leather fastening here, checking a steel buckle there. Paul stiffened slightly, then realized that it wasn't that his father didn't trust the young men who had armed Markin. He only needed something to do. Finally, Rohan nodded satisfaction and stepped back. In the interim, they had been joined by Davy and Costas, Volog, Allison, and Ostval. The latter led Markin's sleek and glossy stallion, caparisoned in white cliff colors. As if Ostval were still chief steward of Stronghold and not an important lord in his own right, he bowed low to Rohan and said, "Your Grace, all is in readiness." Rohan inclined his head once. To Markin he said, "As it is forbidden to engage in such things within the precincts of the Reala, we've found a field across the river. It's perfectly flat, with no dips or hillocks to make things difficult. You'll wait on horseback until you're called, then ride up and make the usual salutes to me and Paul and Andry. Dismount then, and when Andry gives the signal, begin." He paused, then said, "Goddess blessing, Markin." As they started off, Andry tried to keep his gaze from Allison, but could not. She wore a plain gown of pale gray, the color of a cloud come to earth. Her long hair spilled down her back in shining waves of gold-washed brown. The green eyes that were very like Sinead's refused to look at him, but she often glanced through the veil of her lashes at Markin, where he walked beside Ostval and the magnificent horse. Jealousy stirred in him, then vanished. What he had shared with her in the matter of Faradim could not be rivaled by the sight of his warrior brother in all his brave finery. Andry had held the essence of her, shown her the joy of her gifts. He had restructured her bright, glowing colors when she might have been shadow-lost. He had kept her safe. "Only let this be over soon," he petitioned the goddess, "and let me have the time to talk with her alone." Allison would understand and come with him to Goddess Keep, and he would teach her the wonders of being Ferrari. They would be lord and lady together, with children to come after them, and he was brought up short by the sight of the crowds lining their way to the bridge. A strange rainbow fluttered below the gray sky, as people waved ribbons of desert blue and Radzin red and Whitecliff red and orange, and Prince March's violet. He wondered bitterly if they flung that color aloft for Paul or for Mazul. Pansala joined them at last, empty-eyed. She bent her head to Andry and her knees to Paul, and took a place at the very end of their small procession. Andry frowned slightly. There was one he would have to bring back into the discipline of Goddess Keep. Princess, regent, or not, she was a sunrunner. Andrade had loathed her and chosen to ignore her existence as much as possible. But Andry was not so sanguine about allowing her free use of the rings she wore. Andrade had been lax with Sinead too, but whereas Andry trusted his aunt implicitly, he did not trust Pansala at all. It would be an interesting knife-edge to walk, he told himself, keeping hold of the duty and loyalty all sunrunners owed to Goddess Keep when some of those sunrunners were ruling princes. He glanced sideways at Paul. Andrade had thought to have the training of him. Now it would be Andry who taught him Faradi arts. Along with them, he would instill in Paul a spirit of cooperation with Goddess Keep. He did not delude himself that it would be easy. But Andrade had broken the rule that Faradim did not become princes. She had hatched the egg, and now it was up to Andry to teach the hatchling where and how he would fly. But first they had to rid themselves of this pretender who had dared murder a sunrunner. The stallion's hooves rang loudly against the wooden bridge, echoing the thud of Markin's heart in his chest. He was disgusted with himself for the apprehension. He had a fine sword, knives enough to back him up in the unlikely circumstance that he lost the greater blade, strength, youth, and the right on his side. For his princes and for his fellow sunrunners he would kill Mazul. He spared a tiny smile for the perfect harmony that mocked his fears of having the two parts of himself come into conflict. If being Athri and Faradi both was always this easy, he had nothing to worry about. But the future was precisely what was on his mind, the day's work before him and all the days that would follow. Would Hollis share them or not? She had been frightened, distraught, wild-eyed when she'd come to him in his tent. Fever had swirled in her dark blue eyes, turning them nearly black with pinpoints of silver like lightning flashes through her soul. Folding her to his heart, elated that she was unresisting, he had felt the tremor shake her body that was almost frail in his arms. "Beloved, beloved," he had whispered, "don't be afraid. I won't come to any hurt, I swear it." "How can you know? How can either of us be sure?" It was he who had drawn away from her, angry and desperately hurt. "If you have no faith in me—" "I have every faith in you. It's them I don't trust." "Who? What are you talking about, Hollis?" "The ones who want all the Faradim dead, the sorcerers. I've read about their ways, Markin. I've helped translate the scrolls. Even if Mazul doesn't know about them or want their help, they'll give it to him. He's their challenge against us, not only against the High Prince and his son, but all of us, all sunrunners." Markin told himself now that he should be reassured by her fear, for it meant she loved him still. Her pleas to be careful surely indicated a heart that was his alone. But just as suddenly, her lips had turned cold under his comforting kisses, and she had extricated herself from his embrace with a terse reminder that the others were waiting for him. As he had walked through the crowds to the bridge, he had seen her standing with the other sunrunners. Hollis had been holding tight to Sajast's hand. His family went on ahead of him when they reached the field. Ostville stayed behind, holding the stallion's head while Markin mounted. Gathering the reins, he looked down at his old friend's face. "Remember, he's larger than you are," Ostville said. "Test him out. If he's slow with his size, use that against him. But if he's quick and strong—" Ostville suddenly snorted. "Listen to me, advising you as if you hadn't been in your first battle at the age of 11, and as if someone like me knew anything about the arts of war." Markin smiled. "You know more than most, even if you never use it. I remember my lessons at your hands before I went to Grey Pearl. You and Maita used to drill me in swordplay until—" He broke off, wincing at her name.
She'd be so proud of you right now, Ostwald told him. She always was.
He nodded wordlessly.
I'd better go take my place with the others. Don't worry, Ostwald. A quick victory for me. A slow death for him. I promised. To hell with your promise. Kill him however you can, as soon as you can. He hesitated. I'll keep an eye on your lady for you. Thanks,
Markin replied awkwardly, not wanting to think about her. He must think of nothing but Mazul's death. The field was encircled with people now, half a measure away from where Markin sat his horse. The highborns were strictly divided between the opposing parties. The common folk filled in between. Everyone silent beneath the slate clouds. Markin looked up, thinking that the sky seemed made of the grey ashes scattered at dawn, as if Andrade's spirit lingered to witness the pretender's defeat. At the direction of Rohan's guards, an opening appeared on either side of the circle, one of them directly in front of Markin. The crowd parted on the other side, giving him a clear view of Mazul. He wore Prince March's violet, damn him, and rode the horse he'd nearly killed in the race. It would be Markin's pleasure to claim that horse for his own and treat it as so fine an animal deserved. Despite the cloud cover, it was still a warm day, muggy, with a confusion of late summer and early autumn, as if neither season yet had dominion. Markin felt sweat dampen his back underneath the leather and steel of his harness, and resisted the urge to twitch his shoulder blades against the trickle of moisture between them. At last he heard his brother's voice, indistinct at this distance in the open air, but he knew what Andrew would be saying. First, the identification of claims, then the statement of Mazul's crime. The pretender rode forward and halted before the High Prince, making no bow, not that anyone had expected him to. His head was at an arrogant angle as he made formal challenge. Andrew heard him out, then turned slightly and spoke again. Markin distinguished his own name and titles, touched his heels to his stallion's sides, and reined in neatly, half a length from Mazul. He bent his head to his uncle and his cousin. "Be then our champion, Lord Markin," Rohan was saying, in long-established formula. "As this man seeks to prove his claim on his body, so you will prove ours on your own." "I will, my prince," he replied. Andrew signaled both men to dismount, but Mazul had one more thing to say. "I demand assurance that he'll use no Sunrunner witcheries in this battle." "Given," Markin snapped, before anyone could do more than stiffen with insult. "Then remove your rings, Faradi." Markin stared at him. Surely Mazul didn't believe that old tale that a Sunrunner, deprived of the rings, was powerless. Sinead was proof enough of that. She had worn no ring but her husband's for 15 years, and all here had seen ample demonstration of her continuing power. He glanced at Andrew, who wore a scornful smile. "Permission is given," said the Lord of Goddess Keep, "for we would not want the pretender distracted by his superstitions." Markin nearly laughed. Young as he was, Andrew had a definite flair for this kind of thing. He bowed to his brother and stripped off his red leather gloves. One by one he removed the rings he had worked so hard to earn. As he did so, his urge to laugh died away. The 6 small circles in his palm, silver and gold with small rubies, and one more crowned with a garnet, were integral to his pride. They were a part of what he was. He hesitated, then walked over and with a low bow gave them to Paul for safekeeping. He saw a flicker on Andrew's face, gone in an instant. "My prince," he said to his cousin, "I'll reclaim them soon." "But they're still on your fingers, Markin. Look." There were thin bands of paler skin where the rings had been. If Andrew had a flair, Paul had a positive genius. He smiled at the boy, and Paul's eyes brightened in reply. Che came forward then, leading away Markin's stallion. Mion did the same for Mazul's horse. Markin put his gloves back on, flexing his fingers within thin, supple leather that would keep his grip on his sword firm and sure. and gestured for Mazul to precede him out to the center of the field. As he followed the pretender, he could sense Hollis's presence all along his skin, but he did not make the mistake of looking at her. Segev shifted nervously at Hollis's side. He was on his own now, and he knew it. Myriva could do nothing, not in working her will through him, nor in telling him what he ought to do. Starlight was her weapon. It was day. She was competent with sunlight, but the clouds blotted out the sun. He should have felt exhilarated by the freedom. He felt nothing but apprehension. Swiftly, he surveyed the crowd. Many for and many against Mazul, but none of them with power to do what he could do if he chose. If he had the courage. If he was willing to risk all for a man Myriva would eventually kill anyway. No, not for Mazul. For himself. Segev explored possibilities, projecting actions and their probable consequences. If he succeeded in killing Markin with no one the wiser, then Myriva would have to favor him over Ruvel when it came time to challenge Paul openly. But with the Star Scroll his, he would not need Myriva at all. Who was likely to be trouble, he wondered, scanning the faces. No sunrunner would dare any weavings, no usable sunlight shafted through the clouds, nothing to work with. He smiled in contempt at their weakness. But which of them might sense his own working? Pansala was the obvious danger. Her mother had been Ianthe's mother, gifted with the powers of the Diarmadim. Sunrunner she might think herself, but Segev knew better. Urivel was a strong possibility. Segev did not forget that he had sensed Myriva's starlit observations that night in spring. But only Andrei knew and understood enough of the Star Scroll to be a real threat, and that would only happen if Segev was careless. He watched intently as Markin and Mazul faced off. The first clash of steel sent a spasm through Hollis. Segev had nearly forgotten her. She had escaped him for a time this morning, probably to go see Markin. As if either of them would glean any comfort from the encounter. He glanced at her white, strained face with its huge eyes, and squeezed her hand reassuringly. Markin was perhaps a finger's width taller than Mazul, but the latter was heavier through the shoulders. Still, they seemed evenly matched. Segev cast a quick glance at the water clock that had been brought here from Rohan's tent to measure the length of the battle. When the level in the lower sphere had risen 1 mark, Segev would act. Weariness would assail the combatants by then, and tension would draw nerves to the breaking point in everyone else. No one would pay any attention to the obscure Sunrunner youth who would decide the outcome of the challenge. He hid a grin and pulled in a deep, satisfied lungful of the muggy air. He could wait. Chapter 28. Ryan watched with critical eyes as Markin and Mazul tested each other's fighting styles. There was no doubt that Markin was the more polished warrior, elegant, graceful, but Mazul fought with controlled heat, like a kiln fire stoked to searing strength. Markin could take the chance of infuriating Mazul in hopes that the resulting explosion of temper would make him careless. Or he could trust to his superior training and technique. For the present he played it conservatively, with feints and parries, designed to show him Mazul's weaknesses, but Ryan, and every other swordsman watching, soon saw what Markin did. Mazul's weaknesses were very few. The pretender had had a masterful teacher. Ryan could well imagine that some knight in retirement at Dazan Manor had longed for amusement. Lacking sons of his own to train, discovery of so apt a pupil in so unlikely a place must have offered the perfect outlet for boredom. There must be many such young men throughout the princedoms, whose swords could earn them a way out of obscurity into a lord's or prince's permanent guard, and perhaps even to holdings of their own. Andrei was proof that not every high-born son was born to wield a sword. Mazul showed that not all peasants were meant for the plough. Still, there were certain moves of which he appeared ignorant. At first, it seemed that Markin might be overtrained, especially compared to Mazul's brutal directness. But he picked up quickly on the differences in their styles, and when the fight began in earnest, Ryan nodded slowly on seeing that Markin had found the most important weakness. Mazul excelled in one-handed thrusts and parries, but he had a bad habit of bringing his sword completely over his left shoulder to add extra force to an inelegant two-handed swing, as if he was hacking at a tree. Had he been able to trick Markin into losing his balance, the blow would have been effective. But Markin watched and sidestepped, and when the move had been tried twice, took advantage of its third use. He gave Mazul time to bring his sword over his shoulder, fooling him with a purposely clumsy recovery, then swung his own blade in a deadly arc right at Mazul's ribs. The pretender saw it coming too late to evade entirely. His spine arched like an angry cat's, his right hand slipping from his sword as he struggled to maintain equilibrium. As Markin's blade caught him in a wide swipe across his chest harness, his left arm and sword described a powerless half-circle in silver. The first whispers came from the hitherto silent crowd. Ryan saw Markin choose the emotional advantage rather than the physical one. Instead of following up on his opponent's distress, he took a step back and put one hand on his hip, the attitude of a master teacher waiting for an incompetent student to recover himself for the next lesson. Ryan could not hear what Markin said, but the taunting curve of his lips was unmistakable. He evidently felt that Mazul's unleashed fury would work against him far more effectively than a physical wound. As the pretender regained his balance and